Spirit of the pen, you're my past life, I am your present. Please grant me a fair-skinned, beautiful, voluptuous, long-legged, wealthy girlfriend. The system replied, get lost. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life, I am your present. Please conjure 1,000,000 notes of 100 soft RMB. No, 10 million. The system responded, get lost. Xu Yiqiu slammed his palm on the table, seething with anger. This won't do, that won't do. What use are you as a system? The system replied, host, please refrain from being unreasonable. Kindly take a closer look at the name of this system. System name, Spiritual Technology, Rise of a Great Nation. Spiritual Technology, Rise of a Great Nation? Xu Yiqiu muttered to himself, deep in thought. He had just graduated from university this year. Due to a challenging job market, he, being an ordinary graduate, could only secure a position with a monthly salary of 3,000, requiring him to work 996. He might as well be laying bricks. Not wishing to become a corporate drone, he decided to create an account on Shark Live and became a game streamer. Unfortunately, the streaming industry was not as easy as it seemed. The money he earned barely sufficed for his living expenses. The distance to achieve his goals of buying a car, a house, and finding a beautiful, long-legged girl was still vast. With a dedicated work ethic, after streaming, Xu Yiqiu played the game Paper Marriage to hone his skills. Just at that moment, while playing Paper Marriage, a clear and sweet voice resonated in his mind. It was the voice of a system. Even Xu Yiqiu, typically calm as a rock, could not suppress the excitement swelling within him. For he knew from reading novels that the system's activation signified a turning point in fortune. Thus, he requested the system for a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, wealthy girlfriend and 1,000,000 notes of 100. Yet, both requests were met with rejection, a merciless refusal devoid of any sentiment. Spiritual Technology, Rise of a Great Nation? Xu Yiqiu pondered. Does this imply that the system can only create technology-related items, urging me to assist in the nation's rise? With this thought, his eyes sparkled, and he resolved to give it a try. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life, I am your present. Please draw the design for a 3 nanometers lithography machine. Midnight. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The pen hovered above the A1-sized white paper, motionless. What is happening? Could it be? My posture is incorrect? Xu Yiqiu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he glanced at the bright light, his expression shifting to one of realization. With a snap, he turned off the lights, he retrieved a box of candles and lit 2 at the table. The red candles flickered gently, casting shadows all around. The ambience was perfect. Xu Yiqiu closed his eyes, held his breath, and softly recited, Spirit of the pen, you are my past life, I am your present. Please draw the design for a 3 nanometers lithography machine. He opened his eyes, the pen moved. The signature pen began to dance wildly across the A1-sized white paper, covering the table. Wow, so this posture is the key. Watching the pen write and sketch with astonishing speed, Xu Yiqiu's eyes nearly bulged out. Logically, this bizarre scene should have been terrifying. Yet, Xu Yiqiu felt no urge to flee instead. He was filled with excitement, captivated by the patterns emerging from the pen. Drawing upon his knowledge from university, he keenly realized this was indeed the design for a lithography machine. In a moment, Xu Yiqiu was rendered speechless, wide-eyed in disbelief. In just 1 minute, the A1-size white paper was completely filled. He hastily replaced it with a new sheet, having prepared an abundance of paper for his earlier goal of obtaining 10 million notes of 100. The signature pen resumed its flurry of activity. Xu Yiqiu watched intently. Each number was impeccably precise. With 7 decimal places, every line was perfectly straight. As if drawn with a ruler, every annotation was neat and tidy, indistinguishable from a printed document. The drawings resembled those produced by a printer. Xu Yiqiu, speechless and utterly astonished, immersed himself in the aesthetic of this pinnacle of technology. Another minute passed, in merely a minute. Yet another A1-sized white paper was filled. He quickly grabbed another sheet. At the same time, as he took a glance at the second sheet, he was struck with astonishment. His body trembled slightly, for in that fleeting glance, he comprehended the knowledge contained within the drawings. Wow, the system truly possesses such capabilities? Xu Yiqiu couldn't help but curse, waves of exhilaration crashing within him like a tidal surge. Night passed quietly. As the heavy sky gradually brightened, Xu Yiqiu snapped back to reality. The pen finally came to a halt. Around the table lay remnants of wax from the burnt candles. An entire box had been consumed. Xu Yiqiu looked beside him, where a towering stack of drawings had accumulated. Hundreds of sheets almost half his height. The system's sweet, melodic voice echoed once more. The design for the 3 nanometers lithography machine has been fully completed. Please check, Master. Not only that, but he had also grasped all the knowledge. With just a glance, he could comprehend a sheet. The speed of acquiring knowledge was astonishing. Had he possessed such skills back then, he could have breezed through Tsinghua or Peking University, coasting through high school while only studying the day before the exam to achieve the top score. Cough. Xu Yiqiu regained his focus, cleared his throat, and said, after working all night, "You must be tired. Rest for now, and I will call upon you when I decide what to draw next." The system replied, "Okay." Having not slept all night, Xu Yiqiu felt weary. He went downstairs for a bowl of porridge and 2 marinated eggs before returning to his rented room, taking a refreshing shower and lying down comfortably in bed. Many self-media reports claim that over in Taiwan, a mathematics professor has gained popularity for teaching advanced mathematics for graduate entrance exams on the Xiaohuang live streaming app. Indeed, a refreshing stream within Xiaohuang Live. This is an intriguingly unique approach. I shall also shift from gaming to teaching how to construct a 3 nanometers lithography machine on Shark Live. Exactly, that's the plan. From this day forth, I will become a breath of fresh air among game streamers. Xu Yiqiu did not intend to directly submit the drawings to any research institution, for as an ordinary graduate, they might not even glance at his work. Even if they did, there was a high chance they would claim it as their own. In recent years, numerous doctoral advisors have appropriated their students' modest research achievements. How much more so the design and manufacturing blueprints for a 3 nanometers lithography machine. Lost in thought, Xu Yiqiu soon drifted into slumber. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life, and I am your present. Please grant me a wealthy girlfriend with fair skin, beauty, ample bosom, and long legs. The system responded, "Get lost, spirit of the pen, you are my past life, and I am your present. Please conjure up 1 million notes of 100 yuan. No, 10 million. The system replied, "Get lost." Xu Yiqiu slammed his palm on the table, infuriated. "This won't do, that won't do. Are you even a system? What good are you to me?" The system calmly remarked, "Host, please refrain from being unreasonable. Kindly examine the name of this system. System name, Spiritual Technology, Rise of a Great Nation. Spiritual Technology, Rise of a Great Nation?" Xu Yiqiu pondered aloud, deep in thought. He had just graduated from university this year. Due to the harsh job market, he, being an ordinary graduate, could only secure a position that offered a meager salary of 3,000 yuan, requiring him to work 996 hours. It was hardly better than carrying bricks. Not wishing to become a mere cog in a machine, he had decided to create an account on Shark Live and become a gaming streamer. Unfortunately, the streaming industry was not as easy as it seemed. The earnings barely covered his living expenses. He was light years away from buying a car, a house, or finding a stunning girlfriend, all while aiming for a modest goal of earning 100 million. With a dedication to love his craft, he played the game paper wedding post-broadcast to hone his skills. Just then, while immersed in the game, a melodious and sweet voice echoed in his mind. The voice of the system. Even the composed Xu Yiqiu could hardly contain his excitement, for he knew from reading novels that the system's activation heralded his rise to fortune. Thus, he requested a wealthy girlfriend with fair skin, beauty, long legs, and 1,000,000 notes of 100 yuan. Yet, all requests were met with rejection, a merciless refusal devoid of any sentiment. Spiritual Technology, Rise of a Great Nation? Xu Yiqiu rubbed his chin, contemplating, does this imply that the system is constrained to create only technology-related items, compelling me to assist in the nation's rise? With that thought, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he decided to test the waters. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life, and I am your present. Please draw the design blueprint for a 3 nanometers lithography machine. Midnight arrived. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. The pen hovered above the A1 size blank paper, unmoving. What on earth is happening? Is it my posture? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, an epiphany struck him as he glanced at the bright lights. a look of realization crossing his face. With a snap, he turned off the lights. He retrieved a box of candles and lit two at the edge of the table. The red candles flickered softly, casting eerie shadows. The ambience was palpable. Xu Yiqiu closed his eyes, held his breath, and softly intoned once more, "Spirit of the pen, you are my past life, and I am your present. Please draw the design blueprint for a 3 nm lithography machine." He opened his eyes. The pen moved. The signature pen danced wildly across the A1-sized paper sprawled on the table. Wow, so this is the correct stance. As he watched the pen write and sketch with astonishing speed, Xu Yiqiu's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Logically, this eerie scene should have been terrifying. However, instead of fleeing in fear, Xu Yiqiu felt a surge of exhilaration, utterly captivated by the patterns emerging from the pen. Drawing upon his academic knowledge, he keenly realized that this was indeed the design blueprint for a lithography machine. In an instant, he was left dumbfounded, staring in awe. 1 minute. In merely 1 minute, the A1-sized paper was completely filled with drawings. Xu Yiqiu hastily switched to a new sheet of A1 paper. Having prepared an abundance of paper in anticipation of his earlier goal of acquiring 10 million notes of 100 yuan, he was ready. The signature pen resumed its frenzy of writing and drawing. Xu Yiqiu watched intently. Each number was impeccably precise. With 7 decimal places, every line was perfectly straight as if drawn with a ruler. And every annotation was neatly inscribed, indistinguishable from a printed document. The drawings were akin to those produced by a high-quality printer. Xu Yiqiu remained silent, utterly astonished, deeply immersed in the aesthetic beauty of this pinnacle of technology. Another minute passed. In just 1 more minute, yet another A1 sheet was filled to the brim. He quickly grabbed a 3rd sheet. Meanwhile, as he picked up the 2nd sheet and cast a glance, his astonishment deepened. His body trembled ever so slightly, for in that fleeting glance, he comprehended the knowledge encapsulated within the drawings. Wow, the system truly is remarkable, boasting such capabilities. Xu Yiqiu couldn't help but utter an expletive, feeling an overwhelming surge akin to tidal waves crashing in his heart. As night quietly faded away, the somber sky gradually brightened, and Xu Yiqiu snapped back to reality. The pen finally came to a halt. On the table lay remnants of wax from the dozens of candles that had burned down, the entire box now consumed. Xu Yiqiu glanced to the side, where a towering stack of drawings had accumulated. Hundreds of sheets piled high, almost reaching his waist. The system's sweet and melodic voice echoed once more. The design blueprint for the 3 nm lithography machine has been completed. Please check, Master. Not only that, but he had also absorbed all the knowledge contained within. With just a glance, he could grasp an entire sheet. The speed at which he acquired knowledge was nothing short of astonishing. Had he possessed such a skill during his academic years, gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University would have been effortless. He could have spent 3 carefree years in high school, studying only the day before the college entrance exam to emerge as the top scholar. Cough, cough. Xu Yiqiu regained his composure, cleared his throat, and said, "You've worked hard all night, you must be tired. Rest now, and I'll call you when I decide what to draw next." The system replied, "All right." Having stayed awake all night, Xu Yiqiu felt fatigued. He descended to enjoy a bowl of congee paired with 2 marinated eggs, before returning to his rented room to take a refreshing shower and luxuriate in bed. Many self-media outlets have reported that a mathematics professor from Taiwan has garnered acclaim on the Xiaohuang live streaming app for teaching advanced mathematics for the graduate entrance exam. It's truly a breath of fresh air in the streaming world. This presents a unique opportunity. Instead of streaming games on Shark Live, I could teach everyone how to construct a 3 nm lithography machine. Yes, that's the plan. From this day forth, I shall be a refreshing presence among gaming streamers. Xu Yiqiu had no intention of directly submitting the blueprints to any research institution. As being an ordinary graduate, they might not even glance at his work. Even if they did, there was a high chance it could be claimed as their own. In recent years, numerous doctoral advisors had appropriated the modest research results of their students, let alone the intricate designs for a 3 nm lithography machine. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xu Yiqiu drifted into slumber. Chapter 2. Design Blueprint of EUV 3 nm lithography machine. Dear friends, welcome to the live stream. I am your host, Xu Yiqiu, a good man at heart. Before the camera, Xu Yiqiu began greeting the few viewers present with his familiar opening remarks. He was a newly established streamer, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, rivaling even the most celebrated of heartthrobs. Consequently, among his scant followers, the majority were female admirers, drawn by his looks. Otherwise, his audience would be even smaller. Gradually, a flurry of comments began to fill the live chat. Host, you've changed. You've broken my heart by not streaming on time. Do you know I waited for you for half an hour? Were you out with a girl last night? Don't bother trying. There is no future in this. Come to Shanghai. Just call me Auntie, and I'll gift you a car and a villa. Auntie, do you have any fun toys? Just give me the villa. I don't need the car. I'll drive it for you. Alas, the sentiment expressed by the viewers was not unfounded. The streamer's prospects in this gaming sector were indeed bleak, with minimal traffic in this category. It was suggested that he pivot to streaming League of Legends or Honor of Kings instead. The atmosphere in the chat was light and jovial, with viewers engaging in playful banter. Xu Yiqiu chuckled and clarified, I apologize for being half an hour late. It was not due to a date, but rather because I spent the night sketching. Please forgive me, and I'll make it up with an extended stream. Sketching? The host possesses such talents? The comments were filled with amusement. Let us be serious. There are many female fans here, and this banter might just get us banned. Xu Yiqiu smiled and remarked, as we all know, our nation's chip industry is significantly lagging behind. Last year alone, our chip imports exceeded 2.5 trillion yuan, surpassing our oil and gas imports by 500 billion. Our military expenditure is only around 2 trillion. This illustrates the enormous consumption of chips. Moreover, the financial aspect pales in comparison to the geopolitical implications. Advanced chip manufacturing equipment is strictly prohibited from being imported to us. As Xu Yiqiu concluded his statement, the comments erupted in confusion. What is the host talking about? Isn't this a gaming stream? Why this sudden shift? The audience was bewildered, questioning the purpose of this unexpected discourse. Xu Yiqiu maintained a calm demeanor and continued, from both the perspective of national development and the self-reliance of domestic enterprises. It is imperative that we vigorously advance our chip industry and enhance our self-sufficiency in chip production. Has the host taken a wrong turn? Who wants to hear this? Let us just play some games. I'll send you a rocket if you do. The few remaining viewers were left scratching their heads, speculating whether the host was still inebriated from the previous night's revelries. Xu Yiqiu chose to ignore the comments, perhaps relishing the desired effect of his unconventional approach. If he had directly announced that he would cease gaming streams to teach viewers how to manufacture lithography machines, he would have lost his audience instantly. Instead, by creating an impression of bewilderment, he could retain their attention. Clearing his throat, Xu Yiqiu continued, in the realm of chip production, the most crucial piece of equipment is the lithography machine. Presently, the pinnacle of lithography technology is embodied in ASML's EUV lithography machine from the Netherlands. However, lithography machines are extraordinarily complex and cannot be produced independently by any single nation, including the United States. They require the collaborative efforts of advanced technologies from multiple countries. With over 500 top-tier companies sourcing components from ASML, including Cymer from the U.S. for light sources, Zeiss from Germany for lenses, and ABB from Denmark for robotic arms. It is precisely this intricate web of international cooperation that enables the United States to leverage its global dominance to prevent other nations from importing cutting-edge lithography machines. Even if one were willing to pay, the machines would remain out of reach. From a process technology standpoint, the smaller the process node, the lower the power consumption and the higher the performance. Currently, our best domestic lithography machine can only achieve a 28 nanometers process node, while ASML's 7 nanometers lithography machine is priced at $1 billion, which, due to American restrictions, is not available for export to our country. The disparity between 28 nanometers, 7 nanometers, 14 nanometers, 5 nanometers, and 3 nanometers is staggering. Therefore, it is conservatively estimated that we are at least 2 generations behind the world's leading lithography machines. Upon hearing this, the sparse viewers gradually fell silent, filled with concern for the nation's scientific endeavors, as well as curiosity about Xu Yiqiu's intentions. At that moment, Xu Yiqiu dramatically produced a large sheet of A1 paper, displaying it before the camera. Thus, I have decided, from today onwards, I will cease gaming streams and instead teach you all how to manufacture a 3 nanometers lithography machine. The chat erupted once more. What? A gaming streamer teaching us how to make lithography machines? Do you even know what a lithography machine is? Given how much our nation has invested in manpower and resources, And we still can't produce a 7 nanometers machine. How can you teach us? Xu Yiqiu decided to address the barrage of comments directly. Dear friends, I assure you, I have not lost my senses. In truth, I, Long Out Yin, have been studying lithography machines in private for many years, and today, I am ready to share my findings. He jested lightly before pulling a prepared blackboard into view, securing the large paper to it and adjusting the camera for clarity. Let the lessons begin. We aspire to be a refreshing stream in the realm of game streaming. Fear not, my lessons will be simple and comprehensible. Even those who have completed middle school will grasp the concepts. As for whether one can produce a lithography machine, those with the means may attempt it after the lessons. In his first lesson, Xu Yiqiu prepared to discuss the light source. What is a lithography machine? It is a device that utilizes light to inscribe, store, and transmit information. Currently, the world's lithography machines can be categorized mainly into DUV and EUV types. The primary distinction lies in their light sources. DUV lithography machines operate with a wavelength of 193 nanometers deep ultraviolet light, while EUV lithography machines utilize a wavelength of 13.5 nanometers extreme ultraviolet light. The longer the wavelength, the lesser the precision of the inscription. Consequently, DUV technology can achieve a maximum process node of 14 nanometers, meaning it can inscribe chips no smaller than 14 nanometers. The realm of 7 nanometers and below is encompassed by EUV technology, which is the very reason ASML dominates the global market. If one wishes to acquire an EUV lithography machine operating at 7 nanometers or below, they must turn to ASML. This is also the direction our nation has invested substantial human and financial resources in striving to conquer, for it symbolizes the future. Unfortunately, our country has yet to achieve significant advancements in this field. Xu Yiqiu remarked, Fortunately, I now possess the complete design blueprint for the EUV 3 nanometers lithography machine. And what lies before you is one such illustration. I urge everyone to pay close attention. Chapter 3. The lecture begins in the live streaming room. An uproar ensued. Is the host serious? Oh my goodness, is that the design blueprint for an EUV lithography machine? Incredible! Is it genuine? Host, please confide in us. Did you draw this yourself? Although I cannot comprehend it, why does it appear so professionally printed? Did you sneak a lithography machine from TSMC in Taiwan last night? Nonsense. An EUV lithography machine weighs 180 tons and requires multiple large trucks for transportation. How on earth could that be stolen? The host evidently only acquired the blueprints. What is the story behind these blueprints? I harbor a bold suspicion that the host is the illegitimate child of a high-ranking official at ASML. Netizens' imaginations ran wild. Forming two predominant factions, one doubted the authenticity of the blueprints, speculating that the host had merely scribbled them for entertainment. The other, already engaged in similar endeavors, sought to utilize the blueprints. Amidst the astonished barrage of comments, a jovial atmosphere prevailed, culminating in viewers urging the host to hasten and teach them how to fabricate a lithography machine. Seeing that a handful of loyal viewers remained intrigued rather than departing, Xu Yiqiu could not help but exhale in relief. After all, viewers typically sought amusement from live streams, rarely desiring to attend a lecture. Yet, he recognized that if his forthcoming lecture failed to sustain their curiosity, this group of viewers would undoubtedly leave, having had their fill. Taking a deep breath, Xu Yiqiu focused on the blueprints and commenced his lecture. This world requires light, and lithography machines necessitate shorter wavelengths of light. It goes without saying that my esteemed viewers hail from Harvard, Oxford, and MIT. Those who have completed middle school understand that, concerning light, shorter wavelengths harbor greater energy. In a quaint villa in the capital, a young woman spoke. Dad, come see. This appears to be a design blueprint for a lithography machine. The speaker, a remarkably sweet girl named Wu Jing, was just 23 years old and already a graduate student at Peking University, a quintessential example of academic excellence. With fair skin, striking beauty, and a statuesque figure, she epitomized the ideal child. Her mentor, none other than her father, academician Wu Fuguo, specialized in lithography machine research. As a modern woman, Wu Jing indulged in live streams during her leisure time. It goes without saying that she followed Xu Yiqiu, drawn by his striking resemblance to a celebrity. Although nothing could transpire, it was a visual delight. Wu Fuguo, adjusting his reading glasses, approached and examined the blueprints. From a technical standpoint, he confirmed that it indeed appeared to be the design for an EUV lithography machine. However, he quickly shifted his tone, stating that an entire EUV lithography machine comprises nearly hundreds of thousands of components. A mere blueprint could not convey much. Yet, he did not leave. Instead, he sat beside his daughter on the sofa, adjusted his glasses, and observed in silence. Xu Yiqiu sipped water and continued, however. Producing such short wavelengths of light is exceedingly challenging. How can we generate even shorter wavelengths? Upon hearing this, Wu Fuguo unconsciously straightened his posture and leaned slightly forward. He resembled a scholar awaiting enlightenment from a teacher when faced with a perplexing problem. As an academic specializing in lithography machines, he was acutely aware of the journey light undertakes within these machines. In the past few decades, mercury lamps sufficed for lithography machines. However, with the rapid advancement of technology and increasing demands, the industry needed to continually pursue shorter wavelengths. The quest for producing shorter wavelengths had long troubled the field until the advent of EUV technology, which reduced the wavelength to 13.5 nanometers. But how was this accomplished? Xu Yiqiu explained, there exists a remarkably ingenious method. This technology still employs 193 nanometers light, utilizing pulses of this light to strike liquid tin, thereby generating 13.5 nanometers light. This young man was not merely seeking to attract attention, he indeed possessed substantial knowledge. Wu Fuguo nodded slightly. He was familiar with this method, which is pivotal to EUV technology. Essentially, it involves DUV light striking liquid tin to produce a new light source. However, the intensity of the resulting light was inadequate. Yet, how could one augment this insufficient intensity? Xu Yiqiu concluded the content on one sheet of paper and produced another A4 sheet, pinning it to the blackboard. My friends, did you catch the previous discussion? It was enlightening indeed. I graduated high school and I can grasp the concepts presented. However, whether or not a new light source can be produced remains unverified. I have long aspired to contribute to our nation's scientific endeavors for 50 years. Yet the nation seems to overlook me. Nevertheless, this topic is rather intriguing. Listening to the host earnestly delve into this subject is indeed more engaging than playing games. Xu Yiqiu glanced at the viewer count, noticing it had surged from 120,000 to 250,000, and could not help but smile. What is happening with today's youth? Is this merely a tease? The acquired light source has insufficient intensity. How can we rectify this deficiency? Wu Fuguo slammed his palm on the table in frustration. He comprehended far more than the viewers in the live stream, fully aware that the current EUV technology generates light through DUV light striking liquid tin. However, how to compensate for the deficiency in intensity was the crux of the matter. He had been researching this issue for 5 years and had become stuck at this point. While Xu Yiqiu was about to elucidate how to enhance the light's intensity, yet he digressed into light-hearted banter with the audience. This nearly left the old man gasping for breath. Dad, don't be impatient. Just watch me. Wu Jing quickly reassured her father, patting him on the back. She poured him a cup of tea and then exchanged a triumphant glance with him. Following that, she began to send gifts or rockets. North Country Snow has sent a rocket to the host. Xu Yiqiu, noticing the notification on the screen, quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, North Country Snow, for the rocket. I appreciate your generosity." The little fairy of 1982 sent a rocket as well. This must be the affluent lady from Shanghai, often gifting the host. Xu Yiqiu again expressed his thanks. "Thank you, dear lady, for your rocket. Your support is greatly appreciated." The little fairy of 1982, though I do not fully grasp what the host is explaining, I know he is delivering valuable insights. North Country Snow, host, please continue your lecture. I am eager to learn how to compensate for the light's intensity. Chapter 4. Is it really that simple? Jing, do you often shower streamers with gifts? Wu Laoda's expression was grim. No, this is my first time, Dad, Wu Jing hastily clarified. Yet, her words held truth. She typically indulged in live streams without spending a single cent. Even when gifting Xu Yiqiu, she opted for free offerings. Although she was somewhat affluent, this marked her inaugural foray into financially supporting a streamer. Humph, Wu Laoda snorted softly. Having endured hardship, he was generous when it came to necessary expenses for his children. But he would never tolerate extravagance. To him, spending money on live streams for the sake of appearances was a form of wastefulness. In the live stream, Xu Yiqiu chuckled. Let us take our time with the lecture, everyone. We've just begun, and the content on the blueprint is rather elementary, merely illustrative for now. As you can see, I have a substantial stack behind me. He adjusted the camera to reveal a towering pile of papers, designs for a 3 nanometers lithography machine. After taking a sip of water, Xu Yiqiu resumed, how do we compensate for the light intensity? Wu Fuguo adjusted his glasses, fully engrossed. Xu Yiqiu smiled and said, it's quite simple. If a single pulse of light isn't strong enough, then let's use two. 2 pulses? Both Wu Guofu and his daughter Wu Jing exclaimed simultaneously. Is that even possible? Is it really that simple? They exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, before long, Wu Guofu's eyes brightened, as if a revelation struck him, causing him to tremble with excitement. Dad, are you all right? What's wrong? Seeing her father tremble, Wu Jing's face filled with concern. Wu Guofu, however, paid no heed to her words. As if he hadn't heard her at all. He slapped his thigh, standing up with fervor. I've got it. A genius's idea. Why didn't I think of this in the past 3 years? Ha ha. If one shot isn't enough, then we shall use two. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Wu Guofu's face flushed with exhilaration. Wu Jing, bewildered, asked, Dad, what are you thinking? 2 shots? How do we do that? Wu Guofu, who had led a research team on lithography machines for 3 years, explained to his daughter, indeed, 2 shots will work. The first pulse flattens the metallic droplets, thereby expanding the area for the second impact. The second pulse is what truly activates the light. Is it really that feasible? Wu Jing, who had just begun collaborating with her father, was filled with curiosity, still lacking his expertise. Meanwhile, both Wu Guofu and his daughter redirected their attention back to the live stream, eager to see how Xu Yiqiu would resolve the matter. Indeed, Xu Yiqiu's explanation aligned perfectly with Wu Guofu's newfound understanding. It truly is that way. I must try this immediately, he exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Hastily donning his coat and heading for the door. Dad, it's late. Let us go tomorrow, Wu Jing urged, trying to dissuade him. Humph. What do you know, girl? I've led my research team tirelessly for 3 years, and a major breakthrough is within reach. I cannot afford to wait. Wu Lao scolded his daughter before rushing out the door. Humph. That stubborn old man. Wu Jing rolled her eyes in exasperation. In the live stream, Xu Yiqiu concluded his discussion on the design and prepared to present another illustration. The audience had swelled to around 500,000 viewers. At that moment, a few knowledgeable individuals entered the chat, unable to remain idle. They recognized that the blueprints Xu Yiqiu showcased were indeed designs for an EUV lithography machine. A professional in the chat began to comment, let me say this, regardless of how you acquired these designs, even if they are entirely authentic, what difference does it make? I must remind you that the EUV technology patents have long been monopolized by foreign entities. Even if you possess identical blueprints, we would be unable to utilize them due to patent restrictions. Should we attempt to proceed with this project against patent laws, we would face severe repercussions from abroad. Not only the Americans, but many Western nations would take a moral high ground and impose sanctions on us, even tearing up agreements, raising tariffs, and restricting cooperation. For a moment, many viewers fell silent, feeling a mix of anger and frustration, knowing that even if Xu Yiqiu could produce a lithography machine based on the blueprints, they would still be rendered unusable. At that moment, Xu Yiqiu, with a playful smirk, retorted, who told you that my blueprints are subject to patents? These designs were crafted by a talented young lady, showcasing the world's most advanced technology, which has yet to be realized abroad. There is no patent dispute to speak of. One could only imagine that the knowledgeable viewer must have thought he had obtained the designs through unscrupulous means from abroad. In the capital, at the Academy of Sciences, in the dormitory, Zhang Mingjie, an assistant researcher, had recently earned his doctorate from Tsinghua University's School of Optoelectronics. Yet, within this institution teeming with the nation's elite, he remained a novice, handling merely menial tasks. It would likely take him 4 to 5 more years before he could engage with the more significant research topics. At 9 o'clock in the evening, having finally completed his experiments, Zhang Mingjie bought some food and returned to his dormitory. As he ate, he opened a live streaming app. Indulging in this rare form of entertainment, he was watching a charismatic streamer dance when suddenly a banner caught his eye. Watch a gaming streamer teach viewers how to build a lithography machine. A lithography machine? Zhang Mingjie instantly seized upon those 3 words, furrowing his brow as he entered Xu Yiqiu's live stream. A gaming streamer teaching viewers how to construct a lithography machine? This hook was undeniably intriguing. Zhang Mingjie approached it with a sense of curiosity, not harboring any expectations. After all, if a gaming streamer could engage in research on lithography machines, what need would there be for professionals like them? Yet, in a fleeting moment, just a glance, Zhang Mingjie was captivated by the blueprint displayed in the live stream, unable to tear his eyes away. How could a gaming streamer possess designs for a lithography machine? A tempest of astonishment surged within him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these designs were markedly different from the ones he typically encountered. To be more comprehensive and profound. Chapter 5. Intrigued as a doctoral student specializing in the relevant field, Zhang Mingjie was acutely aware that domestic research on DUV lithography machines had already reached considerable depths. He had encountered various design blueprints, not an exhaustive collection, but nearly so. Even regarding EUV technology, despite ASML's technical restrictions, the domestic sphere had generally grasped some parameters. However, understanding these parameters was one thing. Manufacturing and mass-producing them for commercial use was an entirely different endeavor. Moreover, the understanding was merely tentative. Not to mention the multitude of intricate technical challenges to overcome, the patent barriers imposed by the West were evidently formidable. This issue was quite vexing. Zhang Mingjie knew that several prominent project teams in his institute were engaged in researching methods to circumvent these patents. Unfortunately, despite the passage of time, no significant news had emerged. Yet, the design blueprint before him piqued his interest. Judging solely by the parameters indicated on the drawing, it was evidently distinct from ASML's EUV designs. However, as a meticulous researcher, Zhang Mingjie would not hastily conclude that the other party possessed EUV lithography technology based on a mere blueprint. Perhaps this was a modified DUV design? Additionally, from a rational standpoint, considering that lithography machines were currently a hot topic with numerous experts fervently researching various technical avenues, how could a completely new design suddenly emerge? It seemed implausible. Zhang Mingjie speculated that either Xu Yiqiu had been misled by others into believing that this was indeed an innovative EUV design, or he was simply exploiting the lithography machine as a gimmick for publicity. Most likely, it was the latter, a ploy to gain notoriety. Unfortunately, while he could deceive laymen, he could not fool experts. Zhang Mingjie shook his head and set down his chopsticks, preparing to counter the claims. However, at that moment, Xu Yiqiu produced another new design blueprint, pinned it to the blackboard, and began his explanation. Upon seeing this new design, Zhang Mingjie's gaze gradually fixed in concentration. Wait, were these experimental parameters? And was there further theoretical analysis? Zhang Mingjie could no longer afford to refute. He hurriedly retrieved his computer, opened the specialized software, and began calculations. After validating the data, he discovered that the parameters listed were indeed plausible. More critically, the technical theories involved were even more profound than he had anticipated. Could it be that this theoretical foundation was genuinely feasible? Zhang Mingjie sprang from his seat, inadvertently knocking over his bowl, staring in a daze at the images displayed in the live stream room. At that moment, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. Was this a completely new approach? Unable to remain seated, Zhang Mingjie quickly dialed the project team leader, academician Su Yuan. Xiaoxiang, you must come to my house at once. Academician Su, take a look at these EUV design blueprints. They seem to deviate from ASML's approach. The silver-haired academician Su Yuan had been awaiting this moment. As the head of a research group, his recent focus had been on EUV-related technologies. Upon hearing Zhang Mingjie mention the existence of alternative EUV approaches, Su Yuan could not sleep and immediately requested his presence. Zoom in on the screenshots and clarify the details. The more Su Yuan examined the images, the more astonished he became. Initially, he thought it was merely an external conjecture, although it was just a hypothesis. It might inspire him. However, as he delved deeper into the research depicted on the blueprints, the arguments became increasingly thorough, and his expression gradually turned serious. Ultimately, Su Yuan's forehead was beaded with sweat, and he was utterly astonished. Feeling faint, he collapsed back into his chair. Soon, he leapt from his seat, rushing out while exclaiming, "Xiao Zhang, keep an eye on that live stream. We cannot make decisions on this matter. I need to report to the vice premier." Finally, after being blocked by the West for so many years, he had glimpsed the dawn of hope. Watching the exuberant academician Su Yuan dash out like an excited child, Zhang Mingjie stood frozen, dumbfounded. At 11 p.m., in a conference room at the cabinet, high-ranking officials summoned experts for an emergency meeting, with professors, academicians, and related specialists gathering in excess of 30. "Old Su, why have Vice Premierly called us for a meeting at this hour? Could it be that there has been a significant breakthrough in EV technology? Surely not. There has been no major advancement in 3 years. How could there suddenly be one? Moreover, there is no need for a late-night assembly. Many of the assembled experts were elderly, and their health could not withstand such late hours. Generally, unless there was an urgent and critical matter, meetings were not held at 11 p.m. Old Su, how is your research on DUV lithography machines progressing? Alas, it remains the same issue. No matter how deeply we explore DUV lithography, we can at most achieve a 14 nanometers process. While this suffices for civilian needs, it falls short for military, aerospace, and high-end technological applications. The speed of communication is too slow, and storage capacity is insufficient. Until we resolve theoretical issues, it will be difficult to make significant breakthroughs, regardless of how meticulous our experiments and manufacturing processes are. Indeed, the crux lies with light. This world requires light, and chips necessitate shorter wavelengths. Alas, ASML does not export lithography machines to our country. If only we could procure a few for research and replication. We could save considerable manpower and resources. A 5 nanometers lithography machine costs 10 billion, yet it would be absolutely worth it. Even 20 billion would be acceptable. Regrettably, others refuse to sell. It's akin to acquiring the Variag aircraft carrier. If we could secure one, our extensive experience would save us significant time. The multitude of experts sighed in unison. Alas, EUV remains the pinnacle of advanced lithography technology. Even if we attempt to take alternative routes to leapfrog ahead, the vast majority will likely meet a dead end. After all, it is the result of collaborative research among numerous developed nations. We are now attempting to contend with the entire West single-handedly. Calling it a futile effort would not be an exaggeration. Humph. We can endure another decade or so. Exchanging time for technology, moving step by step. Sooner or later, we will fully comprehend EUV. Eh? Why hasn't old Wu arrived? At that moment, Vice Premier Li entered the room, nodding to the assembly while sporting a beaming smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring good news. All of you present, professors and academicians, are engaged in research related to lithography machines, particularly regarding the cutting-edge EUV lithography technology. Just now, I obtained several EUV design blueprints. These designs adopt a completely different approach from ASML's. Come, let us examine them and verify their feasibility. With that, Vice Premier Li gestured for his secretary to activate the projector. The design blueprints presented by Xu Yiqiu in the live stream were immediately enlarged and projected onto the screen. Upon seeing the designs on the screen, the academicians and professors present on the scene fell into a momentary silence, subsequently exchanging glances, which soon erupted into a fervent discussion. Light? The most advanced, the shortest, the most potent light, can it truly be produced and utilized in such a manner? How is this even possible? What inspired such a notion? Chapter 6, A Genius Design Concept in the Conference Room. Over 30 esteemed professors and academicians were left utterly astonished by the design drawings displayed on the screen. Some individuals even stood up from their seats, trembling with excitement. This was clearly a different approach to the manufacturing of EUV lithography machines than that of ASML. This person had ingeniously employed photonic components for detection and control, achieving a level of precision and positioning that completely supplanted ASML's waveplate stacking system. A group of experts stared intently at the design schematics projected before them, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. How remarkable! After years of research and development, how could we not have considered this method of overcoming the challenges? The excitement was palpable, their faces flushed as they pounded the table and slapped their thighs. No outsider could truly grasp the fervor that surged within them at this moment. After years of a project stagnating without progress, a clear and comprehensible design had now emerged before them. It felt as if a sudden enlightenment had struck. A moment of clarity. Undoubtedly, they were witnessing a historic breakthrough in technology, a moment worthy of exhilaration and celebration. Now, take a look at this drawing, said Xu Yiqiu, the project leader, as he took out the remote control and called forth another design schematic on the screen. This one depicted the projection lens system of the lithography machine, featuring 6 to 8 high-precision aspheric lenses. Through multiple reflections, the patterns on the mask were reduced and projected onto the wafer, with each lens achieving an astonishing positional accuracy of precisely 3 nanometers. Upon witnessing this breathtaking revelation, the experts and professors erupted once more. The implementation of mechanical dynamic adjustments, controlling the shape and position of each lens surface within the 3 nanometer range, was nothing short of extraordinary. A gasp echoed through the conference room, and for a brief moment, silence engulfed the room. Even Vice President Li, a figure of authority, displayed a profound change in expression, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. A genius! This is undeniably a stroke of genius in thought and design, exclaimed one professor, unable to find the perfect words to encapsulate the brilliance of the designer of this schematic. The drawing intricately showcased the crucial details and technologies of the optical system within the lithography machine. It was a remarkable fusion of optics, precision manufacturing, control, and detection, presenting so many intricate technologies within a single diagram. This was truly comparable to the cumulative research achievements of all their scientists over the years. I must know, from which research team was this drawing obtained? An expert inquired, his voice trembling with excitement. The intensity of his emotions was palpable. Upon hearing this question, all eyes in the room turned towards Xu Yiqiu and Vice President Li, their gazes laden with fervent curiosity. Vice President Li also turned to Xu Yiqiu, who suddenly wore an odd expression. To be honest, these drawings had been sourced from a gaming live stream. At this revelation, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. What? A live stream? A gaming live stream? The incredulity was palpable. These lithography machine design drawings were worth more than their years of research. They had assumed it was a breakthrough from a secret domestic research team, only to learn it originated from a gaming live stream. Unbelievable. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, a mix of shock and astonishment. Even Vice President Li was taken aback. Old Xu, we are currently discussing serious matters. Please do not jest, he cautioned. Although he was aware that Xu Hongyuan was not one to make light of serious issues. The notion that such advanced lithography technology could stem from a live stream was too far-fetched to accept. Absolutely true. An assistant researcher from the institute discovered it just moments ago during the live stream, Xu Hongyuan asserted earnestly. Which researcher? What is his name? What is he doing now? Vice President Li immediately pressed. Zhang Mingjie. I have him monitoring the live stream at this moment, Xu Hongyuan replied. Get him to the conference room immediately. Vice President Li commanded. Without hesitation, Xu Hongyuan took out his phone and called Zhang Mingjie, urging him to rush to the conference room. Soon after, Zhang Mingjie hurriedly entered. Panting heavily. Zhang, which live stream were you watching? Open it immediately. Upon Zhang Mingjie's arrival, all the researchers stood up, eager to meet the genius behind the lithography machine designs. Zhang glanced around the room, realizing he was surrounded by eminent figures. He dared not breathe too loudly, and quickly pulled out his phone to launch the live stream. It's this person. The crowd, including Vice President Li, hurriedly gathered around. Their eyes fixated on a man in the live stream who bore a striking resemblance to a film star. At that moment, Xu Yiqiu remained blissfully unaware that he had captured the attention of true power players. He continued to calmly explain new lithography technology in the live stream. Pointing to the design drawing on the blackboard, Xu Yiqiu articulated clearly, to generate sufficiently intense extreme ultraviolet light, as you can see here. I have utilized electron beam excitation of gas. Whether it be a free electron laser or otherwise, both can produce extremely short wavelengths and high-intensity extreme ultraviolet light. As he spoke, he scribbled some complex data analyses on the board. The live stream audience had swelled to 50,000, with comments flooding in at an astonishing rate. Wow. That is impressive. No way, Yiqiu, are you serious? Could he truly be a genius? Meanwhile, in the conference room, numerous scientific experts exchanged astonished glances. Their eyes filled with intense shock and excitement. They could hardly believe that a prodigy had emerged domestically. He had ingeniously replaced ASML's plasma technology with electron beam excitation of gas. Notify the intelligence department. We must investigate this individual's background as swiftly as possible. It is imperative that we establish contact with him, Vice President Li declared resolutely. Chapter 7. EUV Dual Exposure Experiment upon receiving directives from higher authorities. The Intelligence Department immediately launched a comprehensive investigation in search for Xu Yiqiu. The gravity of the cabinet's demeanor made it abundantly clear that this individual was of paramount importance. Akin to a classified state document, various investigative teams, driven by a sense of urgency, spared no effort in their pursuit. As if they were determined to excavate the very earth to uncover his whereabouts. Where's Old Wu? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Xu Hongyuan expressed his growing impatience in the meeting room. The collective focus was on Xu Yiqiu's lithography machine design proposal. Yet the meeting was nearing its conclusion without the presence of Wu Fuguo. At that moment, the attendees were engrossed in Xu Yiqiu's live demonstration. Only after Xu Hongyuan's remark did the scholars realize that Wu Fuguo from Peking University was absent. At this hour, he must have fallen asleep, a professor remarked. Glancing at his wristwatch, which indicated it was past midnight. How can he possibly sleep at his age? Xu Hongyuan paced anxiously. A scientific prodigy was right before their eyes, presenting a perfect opportunity for all the leading researchers to collaborate and discuss. Yet, the esteemed Wu Fuguo from Peking University was notably absent. To be candid, the absence of other lesser experts was inconsequential. However, Wu Fuguo's absence felt akin to setting sail without oars. How could they navigate the waters of progress? Since the establishment of the Academy of Sciences, the most formidable research teams in the country had split into factions led by Peking University and Tsinghua University. Both sides, while competing against each other, maintained a symbiotic relationship aimed at advancing the nation's technological prowess. The crux of this rivalry lay in Tsinghua's wealth of research talent juxtaposed against Peking University's state-of-the-art experimental facilities. In essence, neither could thrive without the other. Vice President Li's expression turned grave as he resolved to contact Old Wu immediately, notifying him of the urgent matter at hand. Xu Hongyuan promptly dialed Wu Fuguo's number but was met with a recorded message. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently engaged. Please try again later. Could it be that old Wu is truly asleep at this late hour? Xu Hongyuan pondered, his determination reignited as he tried calling again, only to encounter the same message. Meanwhile, tranquility enveloped Peking University in the stillness of the night. Inside the laboratory, the lights blazed as a few members sat listlessly before their equipment, conducting debugging tasks. At that moment, Wu Fuguo paced restlessly within the room, persistently bombarding his project team with phone calls and text messages. Hello, is this Zhao Xiaodong? It's Wu Fuguo. You need to come to the lab immediately. A significant experiment is underway. Gather the others and inform them that we've made a new discovery. I found a way to tackle our experimental challenges. After hastily conveying these instructions, he hung up and proceeded to call other team members, also tagging all members in the group chat. All members. Urgent notice. Everyone must head to the North Experimental Building at once. An important experiment is in progress. Some members, still nestled in their dormitories, groaned in dismay upon being awakened by the incessant calls and messages. Their reluctance stemmed not from a lack of enthusiasm for experimentation, but rather from years of repeated failures in lithography experiments that had eroded their confidence. The technology had been obstructed by Western sanctions for quite some time, making the prospect of overcoming critical technical hurdles seem insurmountable. Progress had stagnated, leading them to feel as though they were ensnared in an interminable maze. Being summoned at such an ungodly hour only compounded their discontent. Some even opted to mute group notifications, disregarding Wu Fuguo's barrage of calls, pretending to be oblivious as they continued to sleep soundly. Nevertheless, the majority of the project team members reluctantly extricated themselves from their beds, hastily donning their attire and making their way to the lab. After all, it was a personal call from the esteemed Wu Fuguo, and despite their unwillingness, they had to honor the gravity of the situation. Has there been a breakthrough in the project, academician? The members queried as they trickled into the laboratory, their voices lacking vigor. Their eyes betrayed no glimmers of confidence. They appeared bleary-eyed and still half asleep. Wu Fuguo, observing the lethargy of his team, surprisingly refrained from expressing anger. Instead, he offered words of encouragement. Everyone, I fully understand the frustration you are feeling. It is only natural to lose faith when progress has stagnated for so long. However, do not despair. I have discovered a new method, and this experiment is bound to succeed. Wu Fuguo's optimism, fueled by newfound insights from Xu Yiqiu, invigorated him, filling him with a renewed sense of purpose. His words sparked a flicker of motivation among the drowsy researchers, yet they remained skeptical, having heard empty promises before. Despite their doubts, they dutifully returned to their respective stations to commence their usual debugging tasks. At the center of the laboratory stood an EUV lithography platform, adorned with illumination units, mask stages, and wafer stages, resembling a grand and intricate instrument. The experimental team members donned clean room garments, UV goggles, and radiation-proof gloves. Wu Fuguo approached the control panel, his expression serious as he scrutinized the fluctuations on the computer screen. We are about to initiate the EUV dual exposure experiment, he declared. The announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the laboratory. Typically, their experiments involved a single exposure to light, striving to generate stronger, shorter wavelengths. Yet they had consistently met with failure. Now, Wu Fuguo proposed a dual exposure, a radical departure from their norm. But will dual exposure truly yield results? The team collectively pondered, doubt clouding their minds. Sensing their uncertainty, Wu Fuguo reassured them, trust me, this time we will produce shorter, more powerful wavelengths of light. One member gingerly loaded a wafer coated with EUV photoresist onto the lithography machine stage, adjusting the light source parameters before activating the EUV light source. Wu Fuguo's gaze remained fixed on the experimental parameters as he solemnly instructed, proceed with the first EUV exposure, ensuring the prescribed dosage is met. Maintain the wafer position and commence the second EUV exposure. Before the console, Wu Fuguo gazed intently at the fluctuating experimental parameters and data, his voice trembling slightly. One could only imagine the turmoil swirling within him at that moment. The laboratory assistant diligently recorded the parameters beside him. After a brief moment, an exclamation of excitement rang out. My goodness, we have succeeded. This time, the intensity of light has shown a marked improvement compared to the data from the previous experiment. Chapter 8. Utter confusion. The breakthrough in experimental progress sparked an exhilarating reaction, causing all members of the team to leap from their seats. In that moment, their previous lethargy vanished, replaced by an electrifying vitality, as if they had been invigorated by a powerful stimulant. To their astonishment, it turned out that success could be achieved with just 2 exposures. The problem that had plagued them for so long was, in fact, so deceptively simple. Joyous cheers erupted from the team as they embraced one another, tears of elation brimming in their eyes. The success of this experiment signified the long-awaited conclusion to years of mental anguish. At that moment, Wu Fuguo was equally immersed in the thrill of the experiment's success. At last, they had triumphed. His face flushed with excitement, his hands trembled with uncontainable joy. Academician Wu, your proposed approach is nothing short of a genius innovation. The laboratory members encircled Wu Fuguo, their earlier displeasure transformed into admiration and reverence. No, this is not my achievement. You must thank that fellow in the live stream. Wu Fuguo uttered this cryptic remark before swiftly extricating himself from the crowd to call the cabinet. A fellow from a live stream? The group stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. What could he possibly mean? Was the inspiration for this approach derived from a live stream? Everyone was utterly perplexed. Hello? Old Wu, you finally called. Do you have any idea how many missed calls I've made to you? What on earth have you been up to? Su Hongyuan's voice burst through the line. Filled with exasperation, Wu Fuguo, too excited to spar with Su Hongyuan, exclaimed, Old Su, we have made new progress in our experiment. He promptly relayed the newly obtained data to Su Hongyuan. What? You've succeeded. How did you manage that? Su Hongyuan asked incredulously. The challenge of exposure in their experiments had troubled them for years, and both Tsinghua and Peking University had engaged in a prolonged technological competition regarding this very issue. To his astonishment, Tsinghua had managed to achieve success first. Though surprised, his emotions leaned more towards excitement and joy. As fate would have it, my daughter was watching a live stream, and I curiously glanced at it. You wouldn't believe it, but someone was explaining the principles of photolithography in the stream. Remarkably, this individual was a genius. He mentioned that the wavelength needs to be exposed twice to achieve a strong and short effect. I decided to try it, and it worked. Wu Fuguo recounted, brimming with enthusiasm. A live stream? Su Hongyuan paused momentarily after hearing Wu Fuguo's words. He quickly followed up with, Are you referring to that rather clean-cut fellow? The one who seems to go by a leaf-nose autumn? Yes, that's the one, a leaf-nose autumn. Wu Fuguo recalled, eager to know more. How do you know him? Su Hongyuan chuckled. What a coincidence. We at Tsinghua also discovered this talent through a live stream. His spirit soared. A breakthrough in the experiment, coupled with the emergence of new scientific talent, was a double blessing for their entire research team. We must find a way to contact this individual. He is undoubtedly a prodigy, Wu Fuguo proclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Old Wu, don't rush. We've already sent our intelligence department to investigate him, and results will come soon. By the way, we just held a meeting and received a design blueprint from a leaf-nose autumn. We are eagerly preparing for an experiment. Su Hongyuan informed him. Perfect. You at Tsinghua should come over. The parameters we and Oppos VE obtained may be beneficial for your experiment. Wu Fuguo immediately extended an invitation. Half an hour later, led by academician Su Hongyuan, the Tsinghua research team arrived at Peking University, traveling late into the night. This deployment represented nearly all of Tsinghua's scientific elite, making their visit unprecedentedly grand. Had this occurred during the day, it would have undoubtedly drawn gasps and admiration from the students. Soon, the group entered the laboratory. Old Wu, let me see the new progress you and Oppos VE made in your experiment, Su Hongyuan eagerly requested as he stepped inside. Wu Fuguo handed him a sheet of experimental data, saying, This has just been printed. Compared to the previous light, this time the wavelength is significantly stronger and shorter. Su Hongyuan scrutinized the data, his excitement palpable. Excellent, splendid, he exclaimed, suddenly remembering something. He hastily handed Wu Fuguo a blueprint. Take a look at this. Can you try to conduct further experiments based on the parameters and instructions on this blueprint? The blueprint immediately captured the attention and curiosity of Wu Fuguo and his team. However, merely glancing at it left them in utter disbelief. The parameters and data on the blueprint fell far outside their typical research scope. They could not even comprehend it enough to use it as a reference, let alone conduct an experiment based on it. It wasn't just the lab members who found it incomprehensible. Even Wu Fuguo was baffled by the numerical values on the blueprint. Confusion clouded his gaze. Can anyone understand this blueprint? He raised the paper high, surveying the surrounding researchers. Several professors and experts who had yet to see the blueprint rushed forward, eager to examine it. I have quite a bit of research on scientific literature. Let me take a look. One scholarly professor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and began scrutinizing the blueprint. After a moment, he frowned and spoke. This should be the exposure dose unit in MJ centimeter. Upon hearing this, a group of scholars gathered closer. Oh, please. You've got the unit wrong. This is clearly the exposure unit in MS. Are you looking at historical literature? An expert couldn't help but mock. Let me take a crack at it, asserted a confident-looking expert who snatched the blueprint and, after a glance, declared, "This should be KrF excimer laser, mainstream wavelength, 193 nanometers. Let me calculate." Taking a pen, he began to compute. Moments later, he tore a sheet of scrap paper in half and crumpled it into a ball. "What a load of rubbish!" he exclaimed. The sight left everyone dumbfounded. Could this truly be an expert professor who couldn't make sense of a single blueprint? Consequently, a multitude of professors and experts, undeterred by their initial failures, crowded together in a frenzy, desperately attempting to decipher the photolithography design blueprint. Yet, without exception, anyone who attempted calculations ended up with a jumbled mess of values, rendering the blueprint even more inscrutable. Ultimately, the group, muttering curses, chose to abandon their efforts, unanimously agreeing that this was incomprehensible, entirely beyond their understanding. It is worth noting that all those invited to the Peking University laboratory were titans of the research community. In terms of education and experience, they were among the industry and Oppos' elite. Yet, here they were, stumbling over a mere blueprint. The thought of this becoming public would surely elicit laughter. Is it truly the case that no one can comprehend this? At this moment, Zhang Mingjie wore an expression of palpable anxiety. He was deeply concerned that a mere blueprint could incite a conflict among these industry experts. This blueprint was something he had captured from Xu Yiqiu and Oppos' livestream. However, after taking the screenshot, he hurried off to a meeting, leaving him no opportunity to review the subsequent live content, let alone conduct any experiments. He was utterly unprepared. The one who holds the key to untangling the issue must also be the one who initiated it. How is the investigation from the Intelligence Department progressing? Vice Director Li from the Cabinet inquired. "We are currently conducting a thorough investigation, and we expect to have news soon," the assistant replied. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xu Yiqiu and Oppos' live stream had surpassed an impressive 60,000 viewers. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. 66,666. Bowing down to the great one. Well, a gaming streamer has transitioned into a tech mogul, hasn't he? Is there a possibility that everything he says is indeed true? If I could be like you, I would find this matter utterly exhilarating. As Xu Yiqiu glanced at the screen filled with comments, he took a sip of water, preparing to take a moment's respite. Just then, a sweet notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has issued a task. You are required to connect via video with any fan from the live stream. The host must address any inquiries posed by the fan and cannot refuse. Upon reaching 1 million viewers, a mysterious gift package will be unlocked. Should the task remain unfulfilled, the system will freeze your live stream and Oppos' withdrawal functions. Upon hearing the system and Oppos' requirements, Xu Yiqiu was rendered speechless. What is this? If I can't complete the task, I won't and Oppos' be able to withdraw my earnings? This is unacceptable. After all this, are there still any fans who do not understand? Come on, type your questions for the host on the screen, and I will randomly select one fan to connect with me via video. Xu Yiqiu hastily declared. Chapter 9 mentions the area above the chest. As soon as these words were uttered, the live stream room erupted with excitement. Countless fans scrambled to flood the chat with requests to connect via video. Meanwhile, within the prestigious laboratory at Peking University, high-ranking officials, including Vice General Li and Su Hanyuan, had also accessed Xu Yiqiu and Oppos' live stream, hoping to glean insights into the experimental procedures. Upon hearing that Xu Yiqiu was about to engage with a fan through video, the prominent scientists could hardly contain their exhilaration. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Connecting with this prodigious youth could potentially unravel the perplexing challenges that had long troubled them. Swiftly, everyone pulled out their phones, attempting to establish a connection. Su Hanyuan watched the live stream intently, a hint of anxiety evident in his demeanor. Consequently, the researchers in the lab abandoned their experiments, engrossed in the live broadcast instead. Although they were tackling technical difficulties, the manner in which they did so seemed almost comical. While the scientific personnel inundated the chat with their fervent calls for attention, Xu Yiqiu had already managed to connect with a fan, a strikingly beautiful female admirer clad in a black lace camisole, revealing her alabaster shoulders and alluring collarbone. Her ample bosom hinted at what lay beneath the delicate fabric. With her hair styled in a high ponytail, a few strands framed her youthful face, exuding an intoxicating charm. This enchanting figure was none other than Wu Jing, the daughter of Wu Fugua. Her appearance sent the live stream and Oppo's popularity soaring. Although they had not connected with Xu Yiqiu, the presence of such a fair-skinned and attractive young woman stirred excitement among the male viewers, who fervently typed big, big, big in the chat. Hello. Xu Yiqiu greeted with a gentle smile. At that moment, Wu Jing, oblivious to her connection, gazed at the camera with a naive expression. Huh, am I connected? She asked in a daze. After confirming several times, her excitement was palpable. It's really me, she exclaimed, overjoyed by the realization that her persistent messaging had borne fruit. In the Peking University laboratory, when the researchers recognized that the fan they had connected with was actually the daughter of academician Wu, they simultaneously turned their gaze toward Wu Fuguo, who was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such fortune would fall upon his daughter. Quickly, he texted Wu Jing on WeChat, urging her to inquire about the previous lithography machine content. However, at that moment, Wu Jing was too enamored to check her messages. Can I ask you a personal question? Do you have a girlfriend? She blushed, lowering her head shyly, her heart racing with anticipation and nervousness. Then, cautiously glancing at Xu Yiqiu, she continued, if you think that's too personal, I can ask something else. Are you engaged in scientific research? But most people in research are old men with glasses and bald. How come you're so handsome? Your skin looks so good. What skincare products do you use? Wu Jing, like a chatterbox, bombarded him with a series of personal questions, oblivious to the fact that her camisole strap had slipped off her shoulder, exposing her flawless skin. The moment this occurred, the livestream audience and the barrage of comments erupted in frenzy, with excitement escalating rapidly. Oh no, a wardrobe malfunction. Wow, brothers. Who can handle this? A flood of comments focused entirely on Wu Jing. Xu Yiqiu, feeling utterly speechless, thought to himself, what bizarre questions is this woman asking? Yet, bound by the system's task requirements, he had no choice but to respond to her queries. After providing a brief reply, he cleared his throat and kindly pointed out, Dear fan, it seems your strap has slipped. Wu Jing was momentarily taken aback, clearly not comprehending. What? Xu Yiqiu's face flushed as he reiterated. Pull the strap back up to your chest. Upon hearing Xu Yiqiu's blunt reminder, the live stream audience erupted once more. Wow, Xu Yiqiu, you're brave. How dare you? So this is how you conduct your live stream. The comments rolled in like a tidal wave, with the heat of the moment nearing 1 million viewers. Meanwhile, the research staff in the laboratory braced themselves, eagerly awaiting Xu Yiqiu to revisit the previous content regarding the lithography machine. They felt increasingly awkward as the topic had strayed so far from the intended discussion. Wu Fuguo's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He felt utterly humiliated. He bombarded Wu Jing with WeChat messages, reminding her to maintain her composure. After all, she was his daughter, and now she had created a spectacle in the live stream, tarnishing his reputation as an esteemed academic. Finally, Wu Jing, having received her father's message, realized what had transpired. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily pulled her strap back onto her shoulder. Thankfully, she was wearing a bra. Otherwise, it would have been mortifying. I'm so sorry. I lost my composure just now. Could you please repeat what you just said? I didn't quite catch it. Blushing and flustered, she could no longer bear to look directly at Xu Yiqiu and was determined to fulfill her father's request first. Repeat it again? Are you joking? Xu Yiqiu felt a sense of despair wash over him. He had spoken from day until night, and now it was late. He was waiting to complete his tasks and withdraw his earnings. To have to reiterate everything was an overwhelming burden. Yet, he recognized he had no choice but to comply with the system's demands, lest he face dire consequences. What were we discussing? Xu Yiqiu asked helplessly. At that moment, Wu Jing was still lost in the embarrassment of her earlier actions, her mind replaying Xu Yiqiu's reminder to pull her strap back up. Without thinking, she blurted out, Pull it. Pull it up to above the chest. Xu Yiqiu was left utterly dumbfounded. What? Above the chest? Wu Jing's face turned crimson. It's up, above the chest. As she spoke, she instinctively mimicked the action of pulling her chest up. The live stream exploded once more. The comments cascaded wildly. Wow. So this is how you run a live stream. Xu Yiqiu, you better be careful. What a scandal. At that moment, Xu Yiqiu's expression darkened. What was happening? He had intended to steer the conversation one way, yet this woman had veered off in an entirely different direction. If this continues, the live stream will inevitably face a ban. Comrade fan, may I inquire where the recently mentioned content about the lithography machine was? Xu Yiqiu gritted her teeth and spoke. My sincerest apologies. Wu Jing's face was flushed, nearly bleeding with embarrassment. Such humiliating incidents had been happening to her in succession, all witnessed by countless netizens. This made her feel as though she wished to crash into a wall out of sheer mortification. Well, let us commence with the exposure of wafers by the lithography machine. Wu Jing hastily interjected, her cheeks still aflame. At that moment, she yearned only to finish her questioning swiftly and escape this planet. Xu Yiqiu then assumed a serious demeanor, rising to the blackboard to commence her explanation anew. Meanwhile, in the laboratory at Peking University, all the researchers diligently took notes in front of the live stream. Chapter 10. The system upgrade transforms into a tiny being. First, the optical system design commenced. Tailored to the exposure requirements, while the structural parameters of the lithography machine's illumination system were defined. Xu Yiqiu seized a piece of chalk. Swiftly inscribing a series of parameters upon the blackboard, numerical aperture, in A0, 1 to 0, 2, value, 0, 3 to 0, 8, illumination non-uniformity, 2, within the live broadcast room. Xu Yiqiu elucidated the experimental steps of the optical system while meticulously detailing the experimental parameters. A group of researchers surrounded the live stream, fervently jotting down notes. Despite the complexity of the data, Xu Yiqiu imparted this knowledge as though teaching arithmetic to children, exuding an air of effortless ease. The researchers, brimming with excitement, were nearly brought to their knees. Although their academic qualifications were impressive, their experience in the realm of lithography machines paled in comparison to that of a gaming streamer. Alright, that concludes today's live stream. Until next time, don't miss it. Half an hour later, having completed his explanation of the lithography machine's optical system, Xu Yiqiu swiftly delivered his closing remarks, not allowing anyone a moment to react. Without hesitation, he terminated the live session, fearing the possibility of being reconnected and bombarded with nonsensical questions. After all, he had already streamed for a day. Continuing any longer could lead to his untimely demise within the confines of the broadcast room. Once offline, Xu Yiqiu accessed the back end of Shark Live, calculating his gift earnings. After deducting the platform's commission, his total revenue amounted to a staggering 95,000. Stunned by this figure, he reflected on his previous earnings as a gaming streamer, which seldom exceeded 100 daily, with the rare generous patron gifting him 1,000. Today he had amassed nearly 100,000 in gifts. It felt as though money was raining from the heavens. Xu Yiqiu was elated. At this rate, he would soon transform knowledge into wealth, achieving financial freedom. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task and unlocked a mysterious gift pack. The system is upgrading. The sweet voice of the system echoed in his mind. Before he fully comprehended the situation, the once brightly lit room began to flicker ominously, reminiscent of a horror film. Hey, don't scare me. If it's too much, let us skip the upgrade. Xu Yiqiu felt a chill run down his spine, his gaze warily fixed on the flickering lights as trepidation set in. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the lights extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Through the faint glimmers of light, Xu Yiqiu perceived a figure, a woman in white with disheveled hair, emerging from the shadows. Oh no, a ghost. Xu Yiqiu's eyes widened, a cold sweat cascading down his back. He thought, is this mysterious gift pack really that intense? A ghost, and a female one at that. Is this a death summons? Before long, the ghostly figure began to morph, floating upwards as her form gradually shrank. When the lights flickered back on, Xu Yiqiu beheld a cute girl clad in a pink dress. Her delicate features were enchanting, and the lace adorning her dress accentuated her petite, alluring figure. Two pink hair ties held her playful ponytails, swaying gently as she hovered in the air. Master. The adorable girl gazed at Xu Yiqiu, her voice melodious and sweet. Xu Yiqiu was momentarily taken aback. Was this the form the system assumed after the upgrade? Originally grand, it had now transformed into a diminutive girl. Was she shrinking? Why was she so small? Approaching her, he extended his hand to touch her, only to realize she was but a virtual entity without physical form. Do you have a name? Xu Yiqiu inquired. The girl shook her head innocently. Given your petite stature, I shall name you Endopos, little dot. Endopos, what do you think, little dot? Xu Yiqiu asked with a smile. Thank you, master. Little dot beamed, clearly delighted with her new name. Now, let us get to the point. The task is complete. Can I withdraw the earnings from my live stream? Xu Yiqiu rubbed his hands together eagerly. Not yet. The withdrawal rewards will be delayed for 3 days, Little Dot replied, shaking her head. What? Xu Yiqiu was left speechless. Having completed his task, he was now required to wait an additional 3 days. Was this not a form of torture? He had intended to express his dissatisfaction, yet upon witnessing S adorably innocent demeanor, the words caught in his throat. You better mean 3 days. He muttered quietly as he prepared for bed. After all, the earnings were secure and would not vanish. A few days and Appos. Wait would not result in any loss. In the dead of night at Shark Network Corporation, some employees were still burning the midnight oil. A senior executive named Huang Bo suddenly received an anonymous secret document. He was momentarily taken aback, and upon opening it, a cold sweat broke out. The message was from the National Security Department, instructing them to shut down the live account of the streamer Xu Yiqiu and to back up all streaming data before completely deleting it. In essence, the directive was clear. Xu Yiqiu and Appos' streaming content must not be disseminated. After reading the confidential document from the National Security Department, Huang Bo hastily took out his phone and dialed the company president, Chen Jie. Although this was an order from the National Security Department, he was merely one of the company and Appos' executives. He did not possess the authority to shut down Xu Yiqiu and Appos' live stream. He needed to consult higher-ups directly. At that moment, Chen Jie was asleep at home. The incessant ringing of the phone jangled his nerves. Damn it, what's wrong? Calling at this hour? Can't anyone get some rest? Chen Jie was furious after being woken up, and upon answering, he immediately began to vent his anger. President Chen, it's me, Huang Bo quickly replied, attempting to placate him. I just received instructions from above, stating we need to shut down Xu Yiqiu's live stream and ensure the content is not leaked. Huang Bo explained. What? What instructions from above? Chen Jie retorted, still irate and too tired to think clearly. I'm the one in charge here. Who the hell is telling me what to do? Chen Jie was bewildered. Which fool wants to shut down Xu Yiqiu? This guy's live stream is incredibly popular, and the revenue is pouring in. Only a fool would shut it down. He found the entire situation laughable. A streamer with such popularity was akin to a golden goose. He was eager to promote him, not suppress him. The very idea of shutting down the stream was preposterous. Huang Bo felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Thankfully, there were no representatives from the National Security Department nearby. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that Chen Jie would not face repercussions for potentially jeopardizing national security. Mr. Chen, this is an official document issued by the Ministry of National Security, which has provided clear directives, Huang Bo promptly reminded. Upon hearing this, Chen Jie, who had been preparing to drift back into slumber with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide in astonishment. What? An official document has already been issued? Chen Jie exclaimed, his face paling in shock. He never anticipated that a mere live streaming session could provoke such a response from the Ministry of National Security, leading to the issuance of an official document. His complexion shifted dramatically, the previous arrogance completely dissipating. His foremost concern now was that the incident involving Xu Yiqiu might bring calamity upon the entire platform. Immediately notify the relevant departments to work overtime to back up Xu Yiqiu and Appos' live stream content and seal it off overnight. Absolutely no leaks, Chen Jie hastily commanded. Chapter 11. The old fairy. The following morning, Xu Yiqiu, still enveloped in the embrace of slumber, was abruptly awakened by the shrill ring of his mobile phone. Hello? Who is it? He mumbled, bleary-eyed, as he answered the call. Yiqiu, it and Appos', your mother. What time do you think it is? You're not still in bed, are you? Came the voice of his mother, Yang Hui. Upon realizing it was his mother, Xu Yiqiu was instantly alert, sitting up in bed. Your father and I have discussed this, and we've arranged a blind date for you. You need to come home right away, Yang Hui urged. What? Xu Yiqiu was left dumbfounded. Don't play dumb with me. Have your father and I not told you before? If you can't earn money in the big city, you should obediently bring home a wife to carry on the family line. Have you made any money yet? I can tell with my toes that you haven't earned anything. Xu Yiqiu felt an overwhelming sense of despair at his mother's words. He couldn't very well admit to having earned 100,000, only to be unable to withdraw it for 3 days. If he were to say such a thing, knowing his mother's character, she would surely think he had been scammed. Can I choose not to come back? Xu Yiqiu inquired. How dare you? If you don't return for this blind date, your father and I will sever ties with you. Yang Hui feigned a threat from the other end. All right. I'm truly frightened of you, Xu Yiqiu conceded reluctantly. Following the location provided by his parents, Xu Yiqiu arrived at the Lazy CAF. At a window-side sofa table, a woman appearing to be in her 30s had been waiting for quite some time. The moment Xu Yiqiu laid eyes on her, his first thought was that she looked like an older woman. Without makeup, she could easily pass for 40. Compared to his youthful frame, She resembled the setting sun next to a rising dawn, woefully lacking in vitality. Xu Yiqiu felt a wave of rigidity wash over him, a strong desire to flee taking root in his mind. Yet, recalling his parents' threats, he steeled himself and approached her, sitting down opposite the woman. At that moment, she was perched back, applying heavy makeup in the mirror. Upon noticing Xu Yiqiu's arrival, she instantly realized he was her date. "You've arrived? Let me introduce myself. I'm Sun Yinzi, 34 years old, a corporate director," she said, glancing at him before returning to her makeup routine. However, before Xu Yiqiu could introduce himself, she launched into a barrage of questions. "Let us not waste time. I'll get straight to the point. Do you have a house, a car, a job? How about your savings and income?" Xu Yiqiu was taken aback, left utterly speechless. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, "I have no house, no car. And I work as an online streamer with minimal savings." After hearing his response, Sun Yinzi frowned deeply, pausing her makeup to appraise Xu Yiqiu with a look of disdain. She had prepared herself for a less-than-ideal match, but this was beyond what she had expected. Yet, upon closer inspection, she noticed he was rather handsome. However, given his circumstances, she quickly dismissed him as merely a freeloader. Therefore, Sun Yinzi wasted no time and bluntly stated, "With your conditions, I generally wouldn't even consider you. However, seeing as you're quite handsome, marrying me isn't entirely out of the question. Here's the deal. I have a few small requirements. And if you can meet them, perhaps we can proceed." Intrigued, Xu Yiqiu wanted to hear what her small requirements entailed. Sun Yinzi crossed her legs and continued, "First, when you propose, the value of the diamond ring and gifts must not be less than 1 million. Second, you need to buy a 2 million yuan house in my hometown, with my name on it. Third, at our wedding, you'll need to give each of my relatives a red envelope containing 2,000 yuan. Lastly, for every child I bear, you must provide me with 1 million in cash, along with a property and luxury car worth at least 1 million. How about that? Can you meet these small requirements?" Sun Yinzi asked, her arms crossed, looking down at Xu Yiqiu with contempt. Despite her match being lacking, she felt no need to lower her standards. In her eyes, a woman at 40 deserved to be a flower, just as much as a man. She believed she deserved everything she demanded. At this point, Xu Yiqiu was overwhelmed by the exorbitant demands for bride price, feeling an intense surge of indignation. "Excuse me, madam. Do you truly believe yourself to be a mere 17 or 18-year-old? How old are you really? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Xu Yiqiu retorted coldly, no longer holding back. Not only was she an older woman, but she also acted as if she were a treasure. The notion that he would give her 1 million for a child was ludicrous. "With that 1 million, I could marry someone younger and more beautiful than you," he continued. Sun Yinzi was left speechless, her face flickering between red and white, seemingly struck by a profound shock. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Her crying drew the attention of other patrons in the CAF, leaving Xu Yiqiu feeling embarrassed and as though he had committed some grave offense. "Hey, big sister. Why are you crying? Don't cry. It feels as though I've done something terrible to you," he stammered. "Stop crying. I was wrong, okay?" However, his attempts to console her only made her cry harder, her tears flowing freely. Xu Yiqiu was at a loss, while others comforted their younger girlfriends. Here he was trying to placate an older woman. What would his viewers think if they saw this? "Please, stop crying. I beg you. Can we just calm down?" In a moment of panic, he accidentally splashed a cold drink on her face, claiming it was to cool her down. Sun Yinzi was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You dare to splash me?" she exclaimed, her cries only intensifying. For so many years, she had always been the one to douse others with cold water, and never had anyone dared to treat her in such a manner. She wept uncontrollably, as if striving to expel all her grievances. Xu Yiqiu was taken aback, astonished to find himself instinctively splashing water on her. "Sister, I implore you, please stop crying. There are so many people watching. If you disregard your dignity, I still have mine to consider. You are the company director, and this behavior could tarnish your reputation. Let me take you outside to calm down," Xu Yiqiu urged, growing anxious. Under the gaze of the crowd, he directly pulled Sun Yinzi, maneuvering through the throng. They hurried to the street and hailed a cab. To the police station, Xu Yiqiu instructed the driver with urgency. Sun Yinzi, seated in the back, was left utterly bewildered. To the police station to calm down? Chapter 12. Satellite Positioning. Special Operations Numerical Aperture, NA0. 1 to 0. 2. Value. 0. 3 to 0. Data matching successful. Inside the laboratory at Peking University, a group of researchers is exuberantly pairing experimental data, despite having conducted experiments throughout the night. Their faces reveal no signs of fatigue or weariness. Instead, they are filled with boundless joy and excitement. The data presented by Xu Yiqiu, including the intricate details of his design, is entirely accurate. He's undoubtedly a once-in-a-millennium genius. All the research professors and experts present are overwhelmed with exhilaration. The success of this experiment signifies a new breakthrough and enhancement in their technological capabilities. Vice President, all aspects of Xu Yiqiu's information have been thoroughly investigated. We have initiated real-time satellite positioning and are currently tracking him, reported Ning Lan, the assistant to Vice President Li, as she briskly entered the room. Holding a tablet in her hands, the screen displayed a live feed of a taxi in motion, with Xu Yiqiu seated inside, seemingly accompanied by a woman. A throng quickly gathered around, eager to catch a glimpse of Xu Yiqiu's latest developments. Vice President Li nodded with delight, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, true talent lies among the people. He promptly summoned the military to deploy helicopters, aiming to ascertain Xu Yiqiu's destination as swiftly as possible, ensuring his safety. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Even after a sleepless night, they yearned to meet this prodigious young man in person. At that time, he wrapped his arms around my waist, insisting on kissing me. When I refused, he called me an old woman. Officers, you must judge for yourselves. Is there any law? Any justice in this? Sun Yinzi exclaimed vehemently before several officers at the municipal police station, adamantly accusing Xu Yiqiu of impropriety. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Wishing to tarnish Xu Yiqiu's reputation completely, the leading officer gazed at Xu Yiqiu with a peculiar expression, as if questioning how such a handsome young man could have such unrefined tastes. Faced with Sun Yinzi's unfounded accusations, Xu Yiqiu's expression darkened considerably. Dear lady, you cannot defame me with such baseless claims. We live in a society governed by law, with surveillance everywhere. Words must be accountable. His incredulity reached its peak, suspecting that her outrageousness might be a deliberate provocation. To verify the truth of the incident, several officers proceeded to the surveillance room to review the CAF's security footage. Upon hearing the exorbitant bride price demanded by Sun Yinzi, even the officers struggled to contain their amusement. One officer erupted into laughter, prompting an irate response from Sun Yinzi. What are you laughing at? She interrogated. I was reminded of something joyful. My wife is about to give birth, he hurriedly explained. And you? She turned to another officer. My wife is also expecting, he confessed, his face flushed. As they witnessed Xu Yiqiu dousing Sun Yinzi with water to extinguish her ire, the officer's necks turned crimson, nearly choking with suppressed laughter. You've gone too far. I've tolerated you long enough. Sun Yinzi shouted at the officer, stifling his laughter. My wife is having a baby, he reiterated, trying to justify his mirth. You were clearly mocking me. You haven't stopped. Sun Yinzi was on the brink of fury. Xu Yiqiu, too, was barely containing his laughter. Madam, we are trained to maintain our composure, regardless of how humorous the situation may be. We only laugh when we cannot hold it in. One officer remarked, causing the others to finally break into laughter, their shoulders shaking with mirth. Returning to the matter at hand, splashing water on others is a profoundly disrespectful act. We must issue a stern reprimand. An older officer quickly redirected the conversation, aiming to prevent Sun Yinzi from losing her temper in the police station. At that moment, an unexpected surge of reconnaissance vehicles from special forces flooded the street. Simultaneously, hundreds of riot police formed a perimeter, securing the area and causing a significant traffic jam. The thunderous roar of helicopter rotors filled the air as citizens looked on in astonishment. Approximately 3 Z-20 armed helicopters soared towards the police station, their sleek bodies slicing through the sky, drawing gasps and attention from the crowd. What on earth is happening? Helicopters are deployed? What kind of major incident has occurred? Countless onlookers gathered, speculating wildly about a potential crime. Meanwhile, inside the police station, Sun Yinzi continued to lament her plight. Officers, please judge for yourselves. Are my demands for a bride price unreasonable? Not at all. Even a divorced woman demands $1 million. How can this man be so ungrateful? Splashing ice water on me. Is he even human? I suggest you don't waste time trying to reason with him. Just arrest him and give him the sentence he deserves. As she continued her lament, the commotion outside grew louder with the sound of rapid footsteps and the whir of helicopters. What is happening? Sun Yinzi turned to look outside, only to see multiple helicopters landing at the police station, followed by a swarm of special police officers surrounding the building. The officers inside were taken aback by the sudden escalation and hurriedly adjusted their appearances before rushing to the entrance to greet the newcomers. The leading special officer strode confidently forward, presenting his badge to the local officers. We are the National Armed Special Police Force. Under the Ministry of National Security in the Intelligence Department, we have received orders regarding the arrival of a high-profile individual. Please prepare and ensure absolute security, he declared solemnly. Witnessing this spectacle, Xu Yiqiu, hidden in a corner, nearly collapsed in shock. Did she truly believe that such a display was meant for her? Surely. Her little fib hadn't warranted the intervention of special forces. Chapter 13. The Urgency of Recruitment in the Private Office of Director Guo Hongtao. He hung up the phone and promptly took out his walkie-talkie to issue an important announcement. Attention all departments. Urgent notice. We have just received orders from above that personnel from the National Research Department will soon arrive at the Public Security Bureau. Please cease all ongoing work and clear the parking lot to avoid significant disruption. I repeat, all departments, please take note. As Director Guo relayed this urgent information over the walkie-talkie, he rose from his seat, preparing to greet the visitors in person. After all, this directive came directly from the cabinet, and even the National Research Department was mobilized. It was evident that something of great importance was about to unfold. Meanwhile, within the Public Security Bureau, upon receiving the director's urgent notification, several clerical staff members paused their tasks, engaging in hushed conversations. What on earth is happening? Why has our director personally come to inform us? Who knows? I heard the National Research Team is coming here. Quite strange, isn't it? What could they possibly want from us? A group of clerical personnel rose from their desks, their faces etched with confusion. Oh, stop speculating. Let us go see what is going on, one suggested. As they conversed, the staff members exited their offices and were taken aback to find the premises enveloped by a contingent of special police forces. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a black helicopter circled above, its rotors whirling rapidly, creating a cacophony that stirred up dust and debris beneath. The aircraft, resembling a colossal mechanical dragonfly, tilted slightly as it approached the Public Security Bureau with an unsettling steadiness. Good heavens, are they serious? They've dispatched a helicopter? Who could possibly be arriving? One by one, the police staff emerged, their eyes widening in astonishment at the spectacle before them. They had never witnessed such a grand display before. It felt as though they were on the brink of war. At this moment, Guo Hongtao stepped outside the bureau. Even for someone accustomed to grand occasions, the sight of the special police forces and armed helicopter left him profoundly astonished. What in the world is happening? He pondered, bewildered. In his view, even a visit from the National Research Team shouldn't warrant such a display of force. Could it be that a deranged murderer was on the loose? Or perhaps the city was under attack by terrorists? Yet, such incidents should have warranted prior notification to him as the director. The entire situation left him feeling utterly perplexed and increasingly anxious. Inside the bureau's lobby, Xu Yiqiu sat on the floor in a state of shock, recording the unfolding events on her phone. Guys, does anyone understand? I just told a little white lie, and now I'm surrounded by special police and helicopters. Help me. Just as she finished her video, a junior officer caught her in the act. Give me that. This is a special situation. No information can be leaked. The officer snatched Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's phone and deleted the video. She screamed in fright, her despair deepening. The officer and Oppo's actions convinced her that the special forces were indeed targeting her. It's over for me. Her face turned pale, and she began to envision a grim fate. Meanwhile, inside the helicopter, Vice Minister Li Minghua was in discussion with Wu Fuguo and Su Hongyuan regarding the affiliation of Xu Yiqiu. As esteemed academicians from Peking University and Tsinghua University, they were relentless in their pursuit of talent. It goes without saying that he should come to Tsinghua. We have an abundance of talent, and adding another genius would significantly enhance our collective strength, Su Hongyuan asserted boldly. Upon hearing this, Wu Fuguo bristled. Old Su, are you a lion? You just want to swallow everything whole? What good is all your talent if it cannot compare to Xu Yiqiu? It's not that Xu Yiqiu needs your talent. Rather, your talent needs him. Stop inflating your own ego. The two academicians engaged in a spirited debate, each defending their institution and Oppo's merits. In truth, it was common for Peking University and Tsinghua University to compete fiercely for talent, often trading barbs and boasting of their respective advantages. While they might concede to one another for ordinary candidates, Xu Yiqiu was no ordinary talent. He was a potential prodigy. Confirming his identity could revolutionize the domestic technological landscape, enabling breakthroughs against Western constraints. Old Wu, have you consumed explosives today? I haven't and Oppo's tea even started yet, and you're already throwing a tantrum. Your Peking University talents cannot compare to the sheer number we have at Tsinghua. Don't deny it. Su Hongyuan retorted with enthusiasm. Wu Fuguo, irritated, shot back. Don't be ridiculous. If we're comparing, your experimental facilities at Tsinghua are nowhere near as good as ours at Peking University. The two academicians continued their verbal sparring, while Vice Minister Li Minghua, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, intervened. All right, both of you, stop arguing. You haven't even asked for the young man's opinion, and you're already fighting over him. How about we let him choose for himself? And no one is to dispute that? He felt exasperated but relieved that they were at least in the helicopter. Had they been on the ground, their bickering would have been a disgrace to the reputations of both Tsinghua and Peking University. After all, these were distinguished academicians who should be mindful of decorum. Upon hearing Vice Minister Li's intervention, the two academicians finally ceased their quarrel, huffing in silence, refusing to acknowledge one another. Chapter 14. They must have caught you. Vice President, this is all the identity information on Xu Yiqiu. Please verify it. Assistant Ning Lan organized a document on her laptop and promptly sent it to Li Minghua's phone. Li Minghua's expression turned grave as he immediately opened Xu Yiqiu's identity profile. His curiosity piqued by the man who had seemingly solved the lithography machine dilemma during the live broadcast. However, upon accessing Xu Yiqiu's details, his pupils dilated in shock. Name: Xu Yiqiu. Age: 25, graduated from South China University of Technology. Li Minghua muttered to himself. When he lifted his head again, astonishment flooded his face. South China University of Technology? Isn't that just an ordinary first-tier university? Su Hongyuan was taken aback, and Wu Fuguo was equally astonished. They could hardly believe that a genius such as this could emerge from a mere ordinary university. How is this even possible? Su Hongyuan exclaimed, incredulity etched across his features. He took Li Minghua and Appo's phone to take a closer look and confirm that Xu Yiqiu indeed graduated from South China University of Technology. Among the plethora of prestigious universities, South China University of Technology barely made the cut. It was merely an average institution. Yet, from such a commonplace background, a prodigy had emerged. Wu Fuguo leaned in to scrutinize Xu Yiqiu's identity information, including his family background and professional endeavors over the years. After a thorough examination, they could only arrive at one conclusion. Xu Yiqiu was unequivocally an ordinary individual. Li Minghua and the others stood in stunned silence. They knew that this identity information had been meticulously gathered by the National Intelligence Agency, leaving no room for error or fabrication. The pressing question remained: how could such an unremarkable person possibly have developed the manufacturing blueprint for an EUV lithography machine? Old Wu, please double-check. Is there a possibility of an error? Li Minghua asked, his brow furrowed with concern as he regarded Su Hongyuan and Wu Fuguo. He was genuinely anxious that this outing might devolve into a farcical blunder. If Xu Yiqiu was not the person they sought, it could lead to serious complications. The experimental data could very well be rendered null and void due to a misunderstanding, and the scientific community's confidence would suffer a significant blow. At that moment, Wu Fuguo and Su Hongyuan took out their portable notebooks and began recalculating the previous experimental data. Perhaps it was psychological, but this caused them to harbor doubts as they processed the figures. The experimental data does seem somewhat dubious, Su Hongyuan remarked with a furrowed brow. However, it is too early to draw conclusions. I will devise a method to test him and ascertain whether he truly possesses the capability. Upon hearing this, Wu Fuguo and Li Minghua expressed their agreement. Dismissing a person's abilities based solely on their educational background would be rather hasty. Only by meeting him in person and conducting a thorough evaluation could they determine whether he was genuine. Boom. The helicopter carrying the cabinet officials finally descended slowly at the entrance of the police station. The powerful gusts generated by the rotor blades produced a piercing sound that instantly heightened the tension and unease among the police staff. As the cabin door opened, Li Minghua and the others, assisted by their bodyguards, finally set foot on solid ground. Director Guo Hongtao, who had been waiting anxiously at the entrance, quickly approached with palpable anxiety. Vice President Li, why have you come personally? What on earth has happened? Guo Hongtao's demeanor reflected his unease. Even now, he couldn't comprehend why the vice president of the cabinet had been stirred into action. Li Minghua was too pressed for time to elaborate to Guo Hongtao. The immediate priority was to confirm Xu Yiqiu's true abilities. Where is Xu Yiqiu? He inquired directly. Xu Yiqiu? Guo Hongtao was momentarily taken aback. Who is Xu Yiqiu? He racked his brain, but he couldn't recall any individual by that name within the bureau. Li Minghua's brow furrowed deeply. He checked his phone for Xu Yiqiu's satellite location information, which clearly indicated that Xu Yiqiu was indeed within the police station. Noticing Li Minghua's silence and his increasing frown, Guo Hongtao grew even more anxious, fearing that his oversight might jeopardize significant matters. In a fit of desperation, he turned and called out to the police staff, Xu Yiqiu. The police personnel gathered in confusion, exchanging puzzled glances. Who is Xu Yiqiu? I don't know. Do you? Nope, never heard of him. They murmured among themselves. Their curiosity piqued, yet utterly baffled by the unfamiliar name. They speculated about the identity of this person who had attracted such high-level attention. Who's calling me? In the lobby of the police station, Xu Yiqiu vaguely heard someone shouting his name. He was about to step out to investigate when he was abruptly halted by Sun Yanzi beside him. Have you lost your mind? Don't you see they're currently enforcing the law? If you go out there now, they'll surely apprehend you. What a thoughtless move. She scolded Xu Yiqiu angrily. It was absurd. The special police were already deployed, likely in pursuit of him. If Xu Yiqiu ventured out now, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Xu Yiqiu regarded Sun Yanzi as if she were a fool, pondering whether she was suffering from some form of paranoia. Who would waste their time pursuing her? She was entirely misjudging the police as if they were demonic entities. Truly, it was madness. Ignoring Sun Yanzi, Xu Yiqiu strode straight outside. Who called me? He asked. Confusion etched on his face. His appearance instantly attracted the puzzled gazes of everyone present. Not only were the police bewildered, but even the surrounding special police were momentarily taken aback. What on earth? How did an ordinary person who seemed so out of place suddenly appear? Why are you calling me? If there's something to discuss, just come in and say it instead of shouting like that, Xu Yiqiu remarked. Disregarding the astonished stares of the crowd, visibly displeased with the manner of their address. Xu Yiqiu, Li Minghua and his companions and oppos, eyes lit up as they immediately recognized him as the individual they had been searching for. They had repeatedly confirmed Xu Yiqiu and oppos' appearance during the live broadcast and in his identity profile. At last, they stood face to face with the real person. Director Guo Hongtao also spotted Xu Yiqiu, and his demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. To him, Xu Yiqiu was undoubtedly a major criminal. After all, the cabinet had been stirred into action, dispatching special police and armed helicopters. What else could this signify other than criminality? Arrest him immediately, he commanded. Without a moment and oppos' hesitation, he commanded the immediate arrest of Xu Yiqiu. A group of police officers, seemingly eager to achieve merit, hastily produced handcuffs and swiftly subdued Xu Yiqiu. Having effortlessly secured a commendable feat, Wang Hongtao stood proudly, his belly protruding, filled with exuberance. He could already envision the moment when Vice President Li would promote him. And a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. By the time Xu Yiqiu comprehended the situation, he found himself inexplicably restrained. What are you doing? Xu Yiqiu and oppos' expression changed drastically upon witnessing this absurd scene. Li Minghua and others were equally taken aback and horrified. Nonsense! Are you out of your minds? Xu Yiqiu is a pillar of our nation. Why are you arresting him? Chapter 15. A half-mother figure. Upon hearing those words, Director Li Hongtao trembled, his face paling in fear. He was acutely aware that he had gravely erred, nearly losing his composure entirely. He immediately exclaimed, "You've got the wrong person. Release him at once." The officers around him were momentarily stunned, but upon regaining their senses, they hastily removed Xu Yiqiu's handcuffs. "Ah, my apologies, young brother. What a blunder on my part, mistaking you for a criminal. I am deeply sorry." Once Li Hongtao learned of Xu Yiqiu's unique status, he rushed over to support him, wiping the cold sweat from his brow while incessantly offering apologies. Xu Yiqiu, having been indiscriminately apprehended by the group of officers, was acutely aware of the excruciating pain in his arm, grimacing in discomfort. Seeing the police chief wearing an exaggeratedly apologetic expression only intensified his disdain for the man's sincerity, prompting him to dismiss the director entirely. Observing the scene, Li Minghua and others quickly approached Xu Yiqiu to express their concern. "Are you all right, young brother? Should we take you to the hospital?" inquired Wu Fuguo. Xu Yiqiu waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. I won't die from this." Li Hongtao, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and fearing potential reprimands from above, hastily changed the subject. "Well then, let us not linger outside. Please, allow me to escort everyone inside to sit." He took the lead, ushering the important figures into the reception room, even summoning Sun Yanzi, who had accompanied Xu Yiqiu. Trembling, Sun Yanzi entered the reception room, her legs nearly giving way at the sight of so many influential figures gathered. She was no fool, with the chief showing such deference. She could easily surmise the terrifying status and identity of these individuals within the country. Oh dear! Was it truly necessary for so many prominent figures to assemble over my little white lie? Sun Yinzi lamented internally, drowning in despair. Once seated at the reception table, a tall, striking woman took the seat opposite Xu Yiqiu. It was Ning Lan, Li Minghua's assistant and secretary. "Hello, Mr. Xu," she greeted politely, though her demeanor remained somewhat stern. "Hello," Xu Yiqiu replied with a nod. "I need you to participate in a brief inquiry. Your name, age, and gender." Ning Lan glanced at the documents in her hand before looking back at Xu Yiqiu. Xu Yiqiu was taken aback, although he did not comprehend the necessity of this inquiry. He answered truthfully, "My name is Xu Yiqiu. I am 25 years old, and I am male." As he spoke, he noticed that everyone else remained standing silently, observing intently, which contributed to the increasingly tense atmosphere in the reception room. Sun Yinzi also sensed the discomforting ambience, further solidifying her suspicion that they were interrogating a suspect. This thought sent her into a panic. Officer, this man is a criminal, right?" "Oh yes, I have no connection to him whatsoever. I don't know him at all. I am completely innocent." Now she understood why such a significant police force had been mobilized. Xu Yiqiu was a criminal, and she had been unwittingly entangled in his troubles. How could she possibly justify this? Seeing Xu Yiqiu and Ning Lan remain silent, the others regarded Sun Yinzi with peculiar expressions. Believing that they did not trust her, she grew frantic, grasping Xu Yiqiu's wrist and shaking it. "You must explain to them. Just tell them we were only set up by our families for an arranged meeting. We didn't know each other before. Don't drag me into this." Xu Yiqiu, at a loss for words, thought to himself, "When did I become a criminal?" This woman was not only foolish but malicious, clearly lacking in common sense. She ought to be committed to a mental institution. As Xu Yiqiu remained silent, merely staring at her incredulously, Sun Yinzi turned pale, fearing that he might retaliate and drag her down with him. She urgently pleaded, "Handsome, I truly made a mistake. Please spare me. Just explain, will you? I'll forego the bride price and won't frame you anymore. If it comes to that, once you're out, I'll even pay you." Fear gripped her. If Xu Yiqiu sought revenge and tried to implicate her, there would be no way for her to clear her name. In the reception room, the gathering of individuals regarded her as she rambled nonsensically, their brows furrowed in confusion as they exchanged glances, clearly bewildered by her behavior. At this point, Xu Yiqiu was disinclined to engage in further banter with Sun Yinzi and stated plainly, "I genuinely do not know this woman." Being referred to as this old woman did not incite anger in Sun Yinzi. Instead, she stood up with a light-hearted laugh. Yes, we don't know each other at all. I could practically be his mother. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, she grabbed her phone, preparing to make a hasty exit. She no longer dared to provoke Xu Yiqiu. Self-preservation was her utmost priority. Seeing her attempt to leave, Li Minghua immediately signaled to an assistant, who promptly stepped forward to stop her. "Excuse me, Mayam. You need to sign a confidentiality agreement before you can leave. What transpired today must remain undisclosed." Upon hearing that she merely needed to sign a confidentiality agreement, Sun Yinzi sighed in relief. She quickly took up the pen, signing her name as a guarantee, and hurriedly made her exit. After watching Sun Yinzi depart, Su Hongyuan and Wu Fugu approached, taking seats across from Xu Yiqiu. "Young brother Su, we have no ulterior motives for our visit. After watching your live broadcast previously, we found it quite intriguing. Here are a series of problems we encountered during our experiments. Could you perhaps elucidate them for us?" Su Hongyuan slid a document of experimental data across the table, his eyes filled with anticipation. This was, in essence, a test for Xu Yiqiu. Should he successfully identify their issues, it would confirm that he was indeed the individual they sought. Xu Yiqiu glanced over the experimental data, and after a mere moment of observation, responded. "The issue lies within the projection system parameters. The numerical aperture NA should range from 0.6 to 0.9. Adjust the lens count to 30 to 40 for aberrations. They must be less than 10 nanometers. The values you've set are incompatible. It's a miracle that your projection experiment didn't fail sooner." Upon hearing this, the researchers lit up with understanding, their expressions transforming to one of enlightenment. "Excellent. Young brother Su is indeed a genius. He identified the entire problem with just one glance." Su Hongyuan clapped enthusiastically, his eyes reflecting admiration and respect for Xu Yiqiu. Everyone present was thoroughly impressed by Xu Yiqiu's remarkable abilities. The experimental data problem that had confounded them was, in his eyes, merely a trivial matter. The talented young brother Su undoubtedly possesses extraordinary abilities. One can only imagine that the team behind him is equally remarkable. Might we be so bold as to request an audience with your esteemed team? We would be delighted to meet them. At that moment, Li Minghua approached and spoke. Chapter 16. The live stream is terminated. Do you have a team? I am alone, Xu Yiqiu replied calmly, resting his arms on the table with his fingers interlaced. If I must mention a team, then it would be just me and Little Dot. The brilliance of my intellect is largely attributed to the invaluable assistance of this auxiliary system. Naturally, Little Dot is my secret weapon. I would never foolishly reveal my trump card. Otherwise, the situation would escalate beyond mere investigation. It could lead to the discovery of my hidden base for extensive research and analysis. I certainly do not wish for such a grim fate. Upon hearing Xu Yiqiu's composed response, not only was Li Minghua taken aback, but the prominent scientists in the reception room also stood up in disbelief. Brother Xu, you must be joking. You just claimed you have no team at all? Su Hongyuan stared at Xu Yiqiu, his aged face marked with incredulity. Every researcher present felt astonished. It was unfathomable that this prodigious young man was entirely solo, without any support. How could this be possible? The expressions of the assembled experts shifted dramatically, clearly stunned by Xu Yiqiu's assertion. Research is no trivial matter. It cannot be tackled solely through vague concepts. It requires a solid theoretical foundation, robust logical reasoning skills, and a significant investment of time. Moreover, it necessitates appropriate experimental equipment and conditions for comprehensive data analysis. Thus, the idea of an individual independently completing a vast and complex research project is akin to scaling the heavens. This was one of the reasons why Xu Yiqiu's declaration of solitude astonished everyone. Though it may sound exaggerated, it was the undeniable truth. Xu Yiqiu shrugged, unsure of what more to say. Li Minghua's expression fluctuated as he regarded Xu Yiqiu again, the admiration in his eyes now replaced by disbelief. It is worth noting that many scholars have spent decades without making significant breakthroughs in the field of lithography, while Xu Yiqiu, only 2 years post-graduation, had delved into the theoretical intricacies of lithography to such a sophisticated degree. This was utterly beyond Li Minghua's comprehension. Perhaps the term genius no longer sufficed to describe him. Would you be interested in joining the national research team? Li Minghua asked, gazing intently at Xu Yiqiu. As a vice premier with considerable authority, he felt a twinge of nervousness while extending this invitation to a young prodigy. He earnestly hoped Xu Yiqiu would join the cause of serving the nation. With his assistance, Li Minghua was convinced that the domestic technological landscape would ascend dramatically, potentially surpassing global standards. Join the national research team? No interest, Xu Yiqiu responded without hesitation. He had surmised that the purpose of their visit was not merely to investigate him, and indeed, it was an invitation to join the national research team. Frankly, Xu Yiqiu had little inclination toward such endeavors. To him, joining someone else and Oppo's team implied constraints on his autonomy, especially in research, which is often shrouded in state secrets. He was likely to forfeit his personal freedom. Thus, rather than working for others, he preferred to leverage his talents by live streaming online. Based on his previous earnings, it was entirely feasible for him to earn a comfortable monthly income of at least 10,000, if not 100,000. Upon Xu Yiqiu's outright refusal, Li Minghua's demeanor grew serious. Brother Xu, I completely understand your personal concerns, but our country needs you. With your extraordinary talent, your contribution to the lithography field could propel our technological advancements by at least 20 years. This is a matter of national fortune and ethnic dignity. I implore you to consider this gravely. Li Minghua's intense gaze bore into Xu Yiqiu, his expression grave. The atmosphere in the reception room became so thick it felt suffocating. The weight of the moment rendered all the researchers silent, fully aware that the future of the nation's technological progress hinged on this decision. Seeing Xu Yiqiu remain silent, Li Minghua's expression shifted slightly. Brother Xu, I speak candidly. Our nation lags decades behind the United States in the lithography sector, and our research capabilities are derided by international peers as mere rhetoric. Just last week at an international academic conference, American experts openly mocked our team, deriding our technological capabilities as primitive. Without core technologies, we are left with nothing but a pile of junk. Such insults remain etched in the memories of every researcher present. Where is our national dignity? As these words resonated, the researchers lowered their heads in shame. Li Minghua spoke the truth. Domestic research had indeed started late and was still lagging significantly behind world-class standards. Yet now, they saw hope in Xu Yiqiu, yearning for him to revitalize the banner of research and silence the critics from the international community. Xu Yiqiu continued to remain silent. Although he was inherently self-serving, the notion of national duty began to stir within him. Observing his continued indifference, Li Minghua sighed and said, "If you truly wish to decline, we cannot force you. However, I must remind you of one crucial point. You cannot continue your live streaming. The scientific knowledge you share involves research secrets. If leaked, it would result in a substantial loss from the national perspective. Thus, we have decided to shut down your live stream to prevent any experimental procedures related to lithography from being disclosed." "What? You are shutting down my live stream?" Upon hearing Li Minghua's words, Xu Yiqiu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately lost his composure. "Are you out of your mind? I still have 1 million in earnings that I haven't withdrawn," Xu Yiqiu exclaimed, standing up abruptly. He had planned to withdraw that million as soon as the 3 days were up and become a millionaire. Now, the cabinet had abruptly terminated his live stream, shattering his dreams of sudden wealth. Chapter 17. This kid must be in trouble. What's the difference between this and having my kidney taken directly? Xu Yiqiu was at his wit's end, slumped in his seat, on the verge of tears. He had originally been contemplating whether to join the national team for the sake of national pride, but now all he wanted was for the team to disband immediately. Just end it all. He was exhausted. Xu Yiqiu closed his eyes, wishing to simply cease to exist. Ding dong. Suddenly, a familiar system notification chimed in his mind, followed by the sweet and melodious voice of the little one. "Master joined the national research team. If you continue your studies, there will be mysterious rewards." Upon hearing this, Xu Yiqiu immediately opened his eyes. The voice of the little one reignited his motivation. Although he might have lost 1 million, if there were rewards from the little one, that would indeed be a delightful prospect. Based on previous experiences, the rewards offered by the little one's system far exceeded 1 million. Meanwhile, Li Minghua and the others had lost all hope. Just as they contemplated how to further persuade Xu Yiqiu to join, he spoke up first. My nearly 1 million earnings from the live stream have been deducted. You all need to compensate me." He was still unwilling to give up, attempting to recover his losses. Li Minghua's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, "This is easy to resolve. If you are willing to join us, we will compensate you promptly." With Li Minghua's assurance, Xu Yiqiu finally felt at ease and tentatively asked, "Is there a salary for research in your team? How does it compare to my earnings from the live stream?" Seeing that Xu Yiqiu seemed primarily concerned about compensation, Li Minghua's smile widened. "Rest assured, as long as you are willing to join the team and participate in daily experiments, your monthly salary starts at 200,000. Additionally, we provide meals and accommodations, and we can arrange a separate house for you. For your research, we will fully support your endeavors, providing top-notch hardware facilities and ample research funding, along with the best team assistants who will wholeheartedly support your innovative ideas at your disposal." Li Minghua straightforwardly laid out the benefits. In his view, matters that could be resolved with money were trivial. Such generous offers? Xu Yiqiu was indeed tempted. After all, the cabinet was not unreasonable. They promised compensation without hesitation and offered such substantial benefits. More importantly, he would have substantial influence in the research team, guiding everyone in their scientific pursuits, which was precisely what he desired, unrestricted. "All right, then I agree." Xu Yiqiu pondered briefly before giving his consent. This was not just a task from the system. He was genuinely attracted by the series of conditions Li Minghua had proposed. It was indeed friendly enough for him. Upon hearing Xu Yiqiu's acceptance, Li Minghua and the others were filled with overwhelming excitement. "Wonderful. Welcome aboard." Li Minghua extended his hand to shake Xu Yiqiu's. "Welcome, young brother Xu." Su Hongyuan and Wu Fugua also beamed as they shook his hand. In the reception room, all the researchers erupted in joy, their faces alight with smiles. With Xu Yiqiu's addition, they believed the country's technological level would soon see exponential growth. "By the way, young brother Xu, since our country's research experiments are classified, you will need to sign a confidentiality agreement and cannot leave casually during this period. Additionally, we require your identification for confidential file registration," Li Minghua stated. Xu Yiqiu understood the need for secrecy regarding the experiments. "However," he replied, "some of my documents are not with me right now. They should be at my hometown. We can dispatch a helicopter to swiftly return you home. This will save time," Li Minghua suggested. However, Director Wang Hongtao had a different perspective on the helicopter. "Deputy Director, the helicopters you dispatched are armed combat helicopters. This is too ostentatious. The citizens might think the military has mobilized, potentially causing panic. It would be better for me to arrange for police cars to escort you, which would be more discreet," Wang Hongtao proposed. Though he appeared to advocate for a low-key approach, He was also keen to seize this opportunity to showcase his capabilities. After all, escorting a national-level talent was indeed a significant achievement. However, Li Minghua was not oblivious to his ulterior motives. He inwardly cursed Wang Hongtao for being so cunning. Young brother Xu is a once-in-a-century research prodigy, worth an army. What's wrong with escorting him with armed helicopters? Li Minghua snorted, his tone tinged with displeasure, clearly warning Wang Hongtao against meddling. Seeing the deputy director's anger, Wang Hongtao's expression changed, and he quickly forced a smile. Haha, indeed, the deputy director is right. It would be safer to use helicopters for the escort. Xu Yiqiu furrowed his brow. That's unnecessary. I believe what the director said makes sense. Returning by helicopter is too ostentatious. Just send a few people to drive me back. I also want to spend time with my parents. A helicopter is not appropriate. He was not one for extravagance. If he truly returned by helicopter, it would not only disturb the peace but also invite unwarranted gossip from neighbors. After all, during his years at university, neighbors had even spread rumors that he had perished outside. How could he explain that? If he were to take a helicopter, he might as well be branded a smuggler. The thought of it sent shivers down Xu Yiqiu's spine. Agreeing to Xu Yiqiu's request, Li Minghua immediately instructed Wang Hongtao to dispatch several police cars for the escort. However, he miscalculated. The police cars were no less conspicuous than the helicopter. That evening, the piercing wail of police sirens shattered the tranquility of Guiyuan community. The sound of sirens echoed ominously throughout the neighborhood. Residents, startled, rushed out of their homes, only to see several police cars driving in from the community entrance, finally stopping in front of a building. Neighbors gathered, some relishing the spectacle, engaging in hushed discussions. Whose family is in trouble? Why are there so many police cars? I don't know. Our old neighborhood is filled with familiar faces. Who would get into trouble? A group of people whispered nervously, glancing anxiously at the police cars, fearing something serious had transpired. However, when they saw the car doors open and a man step out, it was none other than Xu Yiqiu, the son of the Xu family. Their eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Chapter 18. The ancestral tomb emits green smoke. What a surprise. Is that not the son of the old Xu family, Xu Yiqiu? Has this young man found himself in trouble? The onlookers gazed in astonishment as Xu Yiqiu emerged from the police vehicle, utterly dumbfounded. This reckless lad, who had previously appeared perfectly fine, how could he have made such an ill-fated decision? The neighbors were wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Expressions of shock and disbelief etched on their faces. No one anticipated that the son of the old Xu family would find himself in such a predicament. As Xu Yiqiu prepared to ascend the stairs, he noticed a few police officers intending to accompany him. With a furrowed brow, he remarked, "My parents are elderly and cannot handle such a commotion. It would be difficult to explain later, so please refrain from following me." The lead officer, appearing somewhat troubled, replied, "Xu, we were instructed by Director Wang to ensure you remain within our sight. This is for your own safety. We are merely fulfilling our duty and hope you do not complicate matters for us." Upon hearing this, Xu Yiqiu's expression darkened. It was that Director Wang again. Why must he meddle so? Understanding his unique status, the officers hesitated to offend him. They conceded, "In that case, we will not accompany you upstairs. But you must wear a recording device and submit to our drone surveillance. We must ensure you remain within our line of sight for your own safety." After much negotiation, Xu Yiqiu reluctantly accepted the recording device and proceeded into the building. The officers refrained from following, instead discreetly controlling a drone to monitor his every move via the surveillance feed on their laptop. Upon entering his home, Xu Yiqiu was greeted by the familiar sounds of his parents bickering from the bedroom. "I've worn these underpants for 3 years, and they're practically torn to shreds. Last time I went out with Lao Chun to bathe, he nearly laughed me to death. Is it so difficult for you to buy me a new pair?" His father, Xu Wenhong, expressed his discontent from the inner room, his voice tinged with strong frustration. "Oh, a pair of underpants can't be worn for 3 years, can it? There are wild men who don't even have underpants to wear. Why don't you mention them?" His mother, Yang Hui, retorted, her tone uncompromising, effectively silencing Xu Wenhong. Standing in the living room, Xu Yiqiu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Over the years since graduation, he had not achieved much. He lacked a stable job and had yet to find a girlfriend. However, even if he were saving money for a future spouse, it seemed absurd that his father couldn't even afford a new pair of underpants. Was this a joke? "Mom, even if our family is struggling, we shouldn't be this frugal. Let Dad wear the patched-up underpants no more," Xu Yiqiu interjected, unable to bear it any longer as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Yiqiu, why did you come back so suddenly without telling us? Yang Hui exclaimed in mild surprise, setting aside her sewing to stand up from the bedside. Yes. You should have informed us in advance so I could have gone out with your mother to buy some groceries, Xu Yiqiu added, rising to gather some change. The arrival of their son lightened their spirits, transforming their earlier frowns into smiles. Xu Yiqiu, while unpacking, replied cheerfully, "There's no need. I want to be eating at home. Once I finish packing, I'll be leaving. This trip may take several months." Several months? Why so long? Yang Hui questioned. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Work arrangements. There's no alternative, Xu Yiqiu fabricated an excuse. By the way, how did things go with the matchmaker I introduced you to last time? Yang Hui inquired, pulling out her phone to check Sun Yinzi's WeChat profile. Look how pretty she is. Did you manage to win her over? Yang Hui asked hopefully. The mere mention of Sun Yinzi made Xu Yiqiu's head throb. Were it not for that woman, he might not have encountered so many troubles. Now, police cars were parked all around the neighborhood. Mom, don't look at her. She is clearly a fraud. In reality, she is an old woman. Xu Yiqiu thought of her heavily made-up appearance and shuddered. What fraud? Having a woman is already a blessing. Look at the second son of the Zhang family next door. He is about to become a father. And look at you. Always complaining about this and that. I'll inquire again. Yang Hui persisted, sending another WeChat message to Sun Yinzi, only to find she had been blocked. Yang Hui paused for a moment, then looked at Xu Yiqiu. Son, what did you do? She has blocked me. Xu Yiqiu felt embarrassed. If he revealed that he had not only scolded the woman until she cried, but had also nearly terrified her at the police station, he wondered how his mother would react. Well, perhaps she has too high expectations and doesn't fancy me, Xu Yiqiu admitted sheepishly. Come on. Can't you strive for something better? Yang Hui sighed, exasperated. This time, we must have a proper family meal before you leave. I'll go with your father to buy groceries while you continue packing, she declared, taking Xu Yiqiu by the hand as they headed downstairs. However, upon seeing several police cars with flashing lights parked outside, they both froze in place, fear gripping them. Old Xu, who has gotten into trouble? Yang Hui asked in disbelief. Xu Yiqiu, equally shocked, stared at the police vehicles, noticing the neighbors gossiping in hushed tones, seemingly discussing their family. An ominous feeling washed over him. Could it be that our son has gotten into trouble? Xu Yiqiu gasped. Could it be our son? Yang Hui was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? Let us go back and find out what is going on. Feeling uneasy, both Xu Yiqiu and Yang Hui returned to their home. Yiqiu, something has happened outside. Let us just order takeout for dinner, Xu Yiqiu suggested once they were back inside. Yang Hui's expression shifted slightly as she casually inquired, by the way. You mentioned you'd be gone for several months. What exactly are you planning to do? Her concern for her son's well-being was palpable, especially with police cars parked outside. I'm preparing to engage in research, Xu Yiqiu replied while sorting through his documents. What? Research? Upon hearing this, Xu Yiqiu and Yang Hui exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. If you can truly engage in research, then our ancestral tomb must be emitting green smoke. Yang Hui scoffed, clearly struggling to accept this revelation. Chapter 19. Truly innocent. Seeing his parents' skepticism about his sudden involvement in scientific research, Xu Yiqiu offered no further explanation. After all, he had only graduated from an ordinary university, and his major had little to do with technology. Their disbelief was entirely expected. Due to the unrest in the neighborhood, Yang Hui had ordered takeout for dinner. Throughout the meal, his parents kept circling back to topics of blind dates and his career. Xu Yiqiu ate while engaging in light conversation, a warm smile on his face, savoring this rare moment with them. He knew that once he left, it might be a long time before he returned. Dad, Mom, it's getting late. I should head out soon, Xu Yiqiu said after finishing his meal, glancing at his watch. Though reluctant, he couldn't delay any longer. The police were waiting downstairs. You just got back, and you're already leaving? Yang Hui sighed but stood up with Xu Yiqiu to see him off. Honestly, child, if you're going on a trip, just say so. Why make up this story about research? Even your father doesn't believe it, she grumbled while helping him with his luggage. The idea of her son, with his unrelated degree, suddenly diving into scientific endeavors was absurd. Was this just another excuse to avoid marriage? Xu Yiqiu chuckled awkwardly. No amount of explanation would convince them now. By the way, Yiqiu, Xu Yiqiu said uneasily, there are police cars all over the neighborhood. Must be trouble somewhere. Be careful out there, it's not safe. As they reached the ground floor, Xu Yiqiu waved them off. Don't worry, Dad. I'll be fine. You two head back. He waited until they turned away before heading toward the police car. But when Yang Hui and Xu Yiqiu glanced back, their faces paled. Their son was stepping into a police vehicle. Yiqiu, what are you doing? Xu Wenhong bolted forward, yanking him back. Tell us the truth. Did you break the law? Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Don't hide things from us. His voice trembled with panic. Yang Hui's eyes welled up. Yiqiu, what have you done? How could you go down this path? Mom, it's not what you think. I didn't do anything wrong, Xu Yiqiu insisted. Then why are the police here for you? She sobbed, spotting officers approaching. Desperate, she clutched one's hand. Officer, please, there must be a mistake. My son isn't a criminal. What did he do? The lead policeman blinked, then smiled. Ma, you've misunderstood. Your son isn't in trouble. We're here to recruit him for national service. Yang Hui froze, exchanging a bewildered look with Xu Wenhong. So, he is not being arrested? He is working for the country? Xu Wenhong ventured. Exactly. You've raised an exceptional son, a true genius, the officer said warmly, shaking Xu Wenhong's hand. His gaze lingered on the patches on Xu Wenhong's pants, and his expression shifted to deep respect. Xu Wenhong flushed, tucking one leg back self-consciously. Yiqiu, is this true? His parents asked. Xu Yiqiu nodded. Yes. I'll be contributing to the nation. Wait for me at home. Overjoyed, Yang Hui hugged him tightly. Go, son. Just make us proud. Once his parents were reassured, Xu Yiqiu bid them farewell and boarded the police car. Mr. Xu, have you decided? Peking University or Tsinghua? A secretary asked from the front seat. Peking University. Xu Yiqiu replied, gazing at the passing scenery. To him, the choice mattered little, but for equipment, PKU was currently the best. Word of his decision soon reached Su Hongyuan and Wu Fugua. In response, Tsinghua University expresses profound regret, while Peking University is filled with exhilaration and surprise. The inclusion of Xu Yiqiu undoubtedly signifies a remarkable advancement in the research capabilities of Peking University in the future. From a domestic perspective, regardless of which camp Xu Yiqiu aligns with, this is indeed a significant piece of good news. As long as talent is retained, it is a victory. Chapter 20. As a freshly graduated, a cacophony of sirens resonated as a fleet of police cars raced towards Peking University, creating a most spectacular scene. The commotion drew the astonished gazes of countless pedestrians, who speculated on the apprehension of a significant criminal, prompting such a formidable police presence. Simultaneously, at the entrance of Peking University, research teams had been waiting for quite some time. Almost all of Peking University's esteemed scholars and elites were gathered here. Many had never even laid eyes on Xu Yiqiu, merely hearing tales of this seemingly extraordinary genius. Pray tell, is this expert a man or a woman? A curious female researcher inquired amidst the crowd. Uncertain, he is probably a male professor, likely of considerable age, conjectured a young researcher nearby. Have none of you heard of him? Another chimed in. Not at all. I don't even know his name. I just heard someone mention he seems capable of creating lithography machines. Is that true? He can fabricate lithography machines? If he could, I would eat steel plates for breakfast. The complexity of such machines cannot simply be fathomed. Our team has toiled for years with little progress. How could he possibly achieve it? The collective murmurs suggested a consensus. Could he be a prodigious talent brought in from abroad? Curiosity surged among the crowd regarding this so-called genius. Shoo, I believe he is arriving, came a whisper from the throng. Everyone looked up, and soon a convoy of police cars, buzzing with activity, came to a halt at the university's entrance. Immediately, the research team led by Wu Fugua rushed forward in excitement, encircling the vehicles. Scholars who were witnessing Xu Yiqiu for the first time fixated on the movements within the police cars, their eager gazes seemingly wishing to penetrate the doors to discern the true identity of the occupant. At long last, under the fervent scrutiny of the crowd, the car door creaked open. Xu Yiqiu emerged at a leisurely pace, exuding calmness and poise, neither servile nor arrogant. Upon witnessing this, the research teams were momentarily taken aback, followed by an unmistakable flicker of disappointment. They had envisioned an individual of at least 60 years, steeped in extensive research experience. Instead, they were met with a youthful figure, appearing barely in his 20s, an image starkly contrasting with their expectations. Could this individual truly be capable of engineering lithography machines? He looked as if he had just graduated. A collective thought echoed in the minds of the scholars, their brows furrowed in disbelief. Inside the Peking University Conference Hall, hundreds of researchers filled the seats. These individuals represented the institution's most elite and core research teams, engaged in diverse scientific endeavors, wielding the most advanced research techniques and theoretical concepts in the nation. On stage, academician Wu Fugua sat before the conference table, leaning on the embedded microphone, and spoke with a smile, esteemed experts and professors engaged in related research. Today is a particularly joyous occasion. Before sharing my delight, allow me to briefly revisit the technological development and challenges of lithography machines in our country over the years. Entering the 21st century, the application of deep ultraviolet lithography technology has elevated resolution to the nanometer scale. Although our country started late and lacks the depth of technological accumulation compared to foreign counterparts, through the diligent efforts of numerous scholars, we have successfully produced 14 nanometers nanometer-level chips. Pausing, Wu Fuguo surveyed the audience before continuing. However, we must recognize that, in comparison to the world's advanced levels, our development in lithography machines still faces significant gaps. The primary challenges include the need for breakthroughs in extreme ultraviolet sources and optical systems. Moreover, key materials such as photoresists and etchants remain constrained. And we have not yet fully mastered the complete set of core material technologies for lithography machines. Furthermore, there is a severe shortage of high-end talent engaged in lithography research. At this juncture, Wu Fuguo shifted his tone. Nonetheless, through a fortuitous opportunity, we discovered a scholar who can be unequivocally described as a genius in the field of lithography. It is precisely due to his assistance in design blueprints that we achieved success in our recent experiment. Now, I invite everyone to extend a warm round of applause for Mr. Xu Yiqiu's inclusion in our team. With that, Wu Fuguo set down the microphone and led the applause. Xu Yiqiu rose from his seat, acknowledging the audience with a gesture. However, the applause that ensued was tinged with reluctance from many. Their gazes towards Xu Yiqiu imbued with deep disdain and condescension. In their eyes, Xu Yiqiu was merely a youthful novice. Was it truly warranted for Peking University to extend such a grand invitation for him to join their research team? The assembly represented seasoned professors and experts, rich in research experience but often rigid in their methodologies, tending to adhere to traditional approaches. This rigidity impeded their ability to think outside the box when confronted with complex challenges. Conversely, the younger generation possessed clearer minds and superior logical abilities, adept at assimilating contemporary research knowledge and synthesizing it effectively. The future of the nation and technological advancement ultimately belonged to the youth. Thus, one should not underestimate Xu Yiqiu merely due to his age. He might possess a deeper understanding of the scientific realm than many present. Following Wu Fuguo's remarks, the audience's disdain intensified, and they could no longer contain their incredulous thoughts. Come now, with his age, even if he had been studying lithography technology since birth, he could hardly match our current research progress. Yet, Wu Fuguo's next statement sent a shockwave through the assembly. I hereby announce that, effective today, Xu Yiqiu will serve as the experimental team leader for the lithography project. The nation's significant responsibilities now rest in the hands of the youth. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Every face bore expressions of profound shock and disbelief. Why should Xu Yiqiu, a newcomer to the research team, be granted the position of team leader? In terms of education, qualifications, and experimental experience, who among them did not surpass Xu Yiqiu? They had dedicated years to research within Peking University's laboratories, yet the title of experimental team leader had been conferred upon a fledgling. Who would not be outraged by such an occurrence? Chapter 21. Commanding authority. At that moment, a young scholar, visibly displeased with Xu Yiqiu, rose from his seat. Why should Xu Yiqiu be the leader of the research group? Is it merely because he was recommended by the state? How is that different from gaining a position through connections? Upon hearing these words, the attendees began to murmur amongst themselves, convinced that Xu Yiqiu must have secured his position through underhanded means. If one could ascend to the role of group leader merely by leveraging connections, what then of the diligent researchers who have toiled for so long? If this is indeed the case, what hope remains for the domestic research sector? It would be better to disband entirely, he declared angrily. The audience was filled with indignation. What right does he have to assume leadership upon his arrival? Each one of us is undoubtedly more qualified than he. When they glanced again at Xu Yiqiu, their expressions were not only filled with disdain but also with hostility. Clearly, Wu Fuguo's decision had incited their discontent. Meanwhile, Wu Fuguo on stage appeared remarkably composed, as though he had anticipated the backlash that his choice would provoke among the research teams. He turned to Xu Yiqiu, curious to see how he would address the current skepticism. In Wu Fuguo's view, to lead a project group, one must possess not only exceptional capabilities but also remarkable courage and resolve. If Xu Yiqiu lacked the fortitude to confront these challenges, then even if Wu Fuguo appointed him as the leader, he would eventually face resistance from the entire project team due to ongoing doubts. Thus, deep down, Wu Fuguo intended to test Xu Yiqiu's mettle. Should he falter in addressing the criticism, even with sufficient professional competence, he would ultimately be relegated to a secondary role as a technical advisor. At that moment, Xu Yiqiu stood before the scrutinizing gazes and doubts of the audience, maintaining an air of calmness. Gradually, under the curious stares of those present, he ascended to the podium. I recognize that many of you harbor doubts regarding my age and qualifications, believing that I lack the ability to lead the project group. If you were in my position, I urge you to reflect. Do you truly possess a clear enough vision to resolve the current challenges posed by lithography machines? Xu Yiqiu stated, his expression unyielding as he surveyed the audience. Such audacious remarks provoked further outrage from below. Spare us your presumptuousness. Do you believe that simply posing such questions qualifies you to resolve them? A young researcher retorted with disdain. Instead of responding directly, Xu Yiqiu approached the blackboard, where he sketched a rudimentary model diagram with chalk. As previously mentioned by academician Wu, our foremost challenge lies within the optical systems of lithography machines and the extreme ultraviolet light sources. Let us begin our analysis with the optical systems. As is widely known, the optical systems of lithography machines primarily encompass the illumination system, projection system, and detection system. Xu Yiqiu spoke while inscribing relevant technical terms on the blackboard. Upon witnessing this, many researchers in the audience began to regain their composure, returning to their seats. They were now eager to see what this young man in his early 20s could articulate. Currently, the key technologies employed by the world's leading lithography technology company, ASML, include multi-layer MOC lenses and a shell-free frame structure, Xu Yiqiu continued. At this, some in the audience scoffed, remarking, "Who doesn't he know this? Are we not more aware of their core technologies than you? But do you truly understand the purpose of patent law? If we do not innovate new methodologies and technologies, even if they were to bestow their advancements upon us, we would be unable to utilize them." Xu Yiqiu chose to disregard their remarks and pressed on. While their technology is indeed advanced, it still faces a myriad of challenges. For instance, all their optical components require reflective structures with extremely low transmission rates. The beam transmission and imaging systems must control the wavefront distortion of EUV light. The audience, previously rife with murmurs, fell into a profound silence after Xu Yiqiu's incisive analysis. The entire auditorium became so quiet that one could almost hear the sound of breath. Their expressions, once marked by disdain, gradually transformed into astonishment. Even Wu Fuguo appeared taken aback, seemingly struck by Xu Yiqiu's insights, for until this moment, no one had successfully identified the flaws in ASML's optical systems. Yet today, Xu Yiqiu, in front of all the researchers, accurately pointed out the shortcomings of foreign lithography machines. It is noteworthy that ASML's lithography machines hold the most advanced EUV technology in the world. However, judging by Xu Yiqiu's demeanor, it seemed as if he were a university student analyzing a problem typically encountered by elementary school children. How could they not be astonished by this? Thus, acknowledging the existing challenges, we can design alternative solutions that distinctly differentiate our EUV lithography machines from ASML's, potentially surpassing them in technological advancements. Xu Yiqiu asserted calmly. Yet this seemingly ordinary statement reverberated throughout the conference hall, igniting a fervor among the researchers. A flurry of individuals rose from their seats, their expressions shifting dramatically. First and foremost, I must concede that your analysis of the optical system is accurate. However, even if ASML's lithography machines exhibit certain flaws, you cannot deny that they remain the most advanced machines in the world. Do you have any idea how many years we have dedicated to researching similar technologies? A full 30 years. And we have scarcely narrowed the gap. To suggest that you could produce a lithography machine that surpasses ASML's technology is, with all due respect, utterly delusional. A 50-something professor glared intensely at Xu Yiqiu, speaking passionately. In the face of the renewed skepticism, Xu Yiqiu merely smiled. Why do I possess such confidence? As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed a new term on the blackboard: multi-channel design. We will employ beam splitting technology to divide the EUV light into multiple channels, with each channel responsible for illuminating a specific area. This will allow us to achieve high illumination while optimizing the imaging of each channel individually. Before the audience could fully process this revelation, he swiftly jotted down new data. In addition to utilizing MOC multi-layer mirrors, we must not overlook some even more crucial materials. By employing molybdenum silicate and molybdenum-based new multi-layer mirrors, we can achieve superior reflectivity. Chapter 22. October is enough. The conference hall was astonishingly silent. Everyone appeared as if petrified, staring in shock at Xu Yiqiu's analysis and explanation on stage. At that moment, they seemed to grasp the brilliance of this young man. It was a perspective entirely distinct from their own understanding and concepts in the realm of scientific research. For the first time, these proud scholars felt a profound sense of inadequacy and shame. This disparity was not merely in scientific knowledge. It encompassed his thoughts and concepts, designs, and proposals. It was an overwhelming dominance without any possibility of comparison. Apologies, Mr. Xu. May I inquire? Do you truly believe you can lead us in developing a lithography machine that surpasses ASML? A professor rose, expressing a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Clearly, he had just been captivated by Xu Yiqiu's theoretical concepts. Yet, despite Xu Yiqiu's evident talent, doubt lingered. After all, a high-tech product like a lithography machine is not something that can be mastered overnight. It requires substantial technological accumulation and precise control over processes. Moreover, as members of the project team, they had been researching EUV lithography machines for over a decade, yet faced formidable challenges in creating a more advanced version. Xu Yiqiu appeared strikingly youthful, raising concerns about whether he could truly shoulder such a significant responsibility. Xu Yiqiu replied, to develop the most advanced EUV lithography machine is, in my view, entirely feasible. However, I will require sufficient experimental funding to initiate this research project. Scientific research is undeniably a costly endeavor, particularly in the field of lithography, which demands substantial financial investment. The materials used, such as photoresist and wafers, are exceedingly expensive. Just a single wafer can be valued at hundreds of thousands. Therefore, the cost of a single experiment frequently runs into the millions, or even tens of millions, without yielding a single viable result. The lithography machine research has already consumed hundreds of billions, yet remains in a backward state. It is evident how intricate and costly experiments related to lithography truly are. What amount of funding do you estimate you will require? Wu Fuguo inquired gravely, prepared to seek substantial financial support from the government. As long as they could develop the most advanced lithography machine, no price would be too great to pay. Approximately 5 billion, Xu Yiqiu replied after a moment of contemplation, providing a conservative estimate that encompassed various material costs, hardware, and other research expenditures. Upon hearing Xu Yiqiu's funding request, the audience gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. This is already a very conservative estimate, Xu Yiqiu explained, concerned that his request might exceed the anticipated range. No, your request is quite modest. We have invested hundreds of billions over the decades, a professor remarked, astonished. For such a complex development, are you certain that 5 billion is sufficient? Xu Yiqiu nodded. As long as you can cooperate effectively with me, this funding should suffice. Wu Fuguo's expression shifted to one of admiration. Excellent. 5 billion is not an issue. I can swiftly assist you in securing that funding. However, I need to know how long you will require to complete the research. Pausing, he looked at Xu Yiqiu and asked, can you accomplish it within 10 years? He was testing the waters, aware that the development of a lithography machine is a lengthy process. From principal research to product delivery, even abroad, it typically takes 5 to 10 years, necessitating continuous substantial financial investment. The domestic research teams had yet to produce a new generation of lithography machines, still relying on outdated equipment. 10 years? Xu Yiqiu's brow furrowed at Wu Fuguo's question. Observing this, the researchers displayed solemn expressions, sighing internally, fully aware that developing a lithography machine is no easy feat. Wu Fuguo, momentarily taken aback, soon adopted a sympathetic demeanor. Indeed, the development of a lithography machine is exceedingly complex. 10 years may be insufficient for our country. What about 15 years? Xu Yiqiu's frown deepened. 15 years? It won't take that long. 10 months is ample time, he stated calmly. If they were to wait that long, foreign research teams would soon widen the gap, leaving them at a disadvantage. What did you say? Xu Yiqiu's assertion left the entire conference hall in disbelief, all scholars rising from their seats in shock. 10 months? You can't be serious. They were all taken aback, their pupils dilating in utter astonishment. No one dared to fathom that Xu Yiqiu's proposed timeline was merely 10 months. Have you lost your mind? How could that possibly be? An older expert stared incredulously at Xu Yiqiu on stage, his hands trembling from sheer astonishment. The difficulty of developing a lithography machine was known best by these seasoned researchers, its complexity involving extensive calculations and precision manufacturing. It was not something that could be resolved in a year or two. Mr. Xu, we acknowledge your exceptional talent, but it seems you underestimate the complexity of experimental research. For those of us who have weathered the years, breakthroughs may take us several years to achieve. We understand the arduous journey of research. Yet, now you claim it can be done in just 10 months. That is utterly implausible. An elderly professor fixed Xu Yiqiu with a penetrating gaze, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. No one could accept that a newcomer could assert they would complete technological research in such a brief span, rendering all their previous efforts and struggles seemingly trivial. What I state is merely the truth. If you doubt my words, the results will speak for themselves in 10 months. Xu Yiqiu surveyed the crowd with unwavering confidence. As for the 10-month time frame, it was already a conservative estimate. In reality, if all proceeded smoothly, he might complete the project even sooner. Chapter 23, The Ministry of Science and Technology. The matter regarding the lithography machine research project team was ultimately settled. Xu Yiqiu, appointed as the team leader, faced no opposition from the others, yet skepticism lingered regarding his ability to complete the development of the lithography machine within 10 months. On the university's side, accommodations were arranged specifically for Xu Yiqiu. As he made his way to the dormitory, carrying his backpack, he appeared somewhat lost in thought, contemplating the upcoming research endeavors. Suddenly, distracted, he collided with a girl approaching from the opposite direction. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Did I bump into you?" The girl apologized. However, upon recognizing Xu Yiqiu, she was taken aback. "It's you?" Xu Yiqiu lifted his gaze, realizing that this was the same girl he had previously interacted with during a live stream. "What are you doing here?" he asked, astonished. As he assessed her appearance, he noted that she was wearing a uniform miniskirt, her long, fair legs subtly visible beneath the fabric, exuding an air of elegance. Wu Jing, clutching her textbooks, was momentarily stunned. The memory of her previous embarrassing moment during the live stream flickered through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. I'm a student here." Xu Yiqiu was surprised and took a moment to reevaluate Wu Jing. Since their last encounter, he had assumed she was merely a pretty face lacking substance. However, he was impressed to learn that she was a student at Peking University, a fact that warranted his respect. "By the way, I'm Wu Jing. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you here to study?" Despite her embarrassment, she initiated the conversation. Noting her discomfort, Xu Yiqiu understood the reason behind it and chose not to dwell on her earlier mishap. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Yes, rather than studying, I'm here for work. I'm Xu Yiqiu. You must have heard of me." The expression on Wu Jing's face revealed her evident nervousness and unease. With a blush, she admitted, "Yes. I often watch you in the live streams. I'm a fan." It was the first time she learned his name, realizing that the username Xu Yiqiu was connected to her own. "You mentioned you're working at our school? Have you joined the research team at Peking University?" As they walked, Wu Jing expressed her astonishment upon hearing that he was there to work. Given his displayed talents, it seemed plausible he had indeed become part of the research team. "Yes, I'm fortunate to have received an invitation from Peking University. I'm quite pleased to be here," Xu Yiqiu stated, though internally he felt somewhat bemused. He wasn't sure how to navigate the topic without revealing that he had been caught in a tug-of-war between Tsinghua and Peking University, ultimately resigning himself to the superior hardware facilities of Peking University. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the base of the boys' dormitory. As Xu Yiqiu prepared to leave, Wu Jing felt a pang of reluctance. Their conversation had left her wanting more. She took out her phone and shyly asked, "Could we exchange contact information? Now that we're at the same school, we can look out for each other." For Wu Jing, having the contact of the live streaming star was a cherished opportunity she did not want to miss. "Sure," Xu Yiqiu replied, sharing his contact details before entering the dormitory. As she watched him walk away, Wu Jing found herself lost in thought, pondering the encounter. The Ministry of Science and Technology showcased a sleek, streamlined architectural design. The glass curtain walls shimmered under the sunlight, while the silver metal panels adorned the structure, resembling the alloy armor of a machine, enveloping the ministry in a cool, resilient mystery. On the 9th floor, within the conference hall, the layout was simple yet functional. The walls bore the minister's handwritten insignia, National Scientific Power. The long conference table was filled with senior leaders from the Ministry of Science and Technology and the core research team from Peking University. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man with a square face, reviewing a funding application for the lithography machine project. This was Lin Yanan, the minister of the ministry. As Lin Yanan raised his head to address the Peking University research team, his expression grew grave. "I have just reviewed your application for the lithography machine project. There is something I must emphasize. Over the years, we have invested substantial human, material, and financial resources in this field, yet progress has been unsatisfactory. While the lithography machine project holds significant importance, we have already allocated billions in funding. If we continue to pour vast sums into a single project, it would be profoundly unfair to other research areas. Moreover, should the experiments fail again, who would bear the loss and responsibility?" As he spoke, Lin Yanan's voice carried an unmistakable edge of anger, suggesting a long-standing frustration with the project. The financial losses incurred from the pursuit of the lithography machine had already been quite troublesome. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot approve the current request for 5 billion in funding. I hope you understand the difficulties faced by the Ministry of Science and Technology. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yanan ultimately rejected the funding application from the Peking University lithography machine research team. His decision cast a pall over the spirits of the research team members, who had hoped to ignite their determination with this funding. Instead, the flicker of ambition was extinguished before it could even spark, leaving them disheartened. Minister Lin, I urge you to reconsider. This time is different. We have a new talent on our team. I believe that under his leadership, we can successfully develop the lithography machine with this funding. If you deny this project application, it would be a significant loss for the nation. Professor Li Yuan, seated nearby, grew anxious and implored Lin Yanan for another chance. However, how could a decision made by Lin Yanan be easily altered? Moreover, how many times had research teams come to request funding with grandiose promises, only for the actual outcomes to be negligible? He was long accustomed to the repetitive cycle of exaggerated claims and excuses to secure funding. I'm afraid, based on comprehensive considerations, the Ministry of Science and Technology cannot provide this funding at this time. However, we will continue to follow up and give it serious consideration, Lin Yanan stated flatly. His seemingly calm words carried an undeniable finality, plunging the atmosphere among the research team into deep despondency. They understood that once Lin Yanan made a decision, it would be nearly impossible to sway him in the short term. All they could do was hope that one day he might change his mind and cease holding a bias against their lithography machine project team. Chapter 24. Directly taking the back door following this incident. The research teams at Peking University came to realize that their standing within the Ministry of Science and Technology was no longer as significant as it once was. Upon returning, they appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, utterly disheartened. Wu Fuguo was consumed by rage upon learning that the project and Oppo's funding had been rejected by the ministry. However, he also recognized that the primary reason for this unfortunate outcome was their lack of substantial achievements in the field of lithography machines. Consequently, Wu Fuguo swiftly convened a meeting in the conference hall with his research team. The theme of the meeting was to recruit new scientific talent and assemble a formidable team. As the name suggests, this gathering was aimed at attracting new talent. They acknowledged that their lithography machine team was still severely lacking in skilled individuals, which had hindered their recognition from superiors. Therefore, they intended to infuse fresh blood into the research team and invite more young, innovative scholars to join, thereby strengthening their collective capabilities. Technological innovation and competitive talent have always been vital drivers of progress and societal development in our country. Everyone was aware that, in terms of talent, Peking University certainly did not match the elite caliber of Tsinghua University. Without national-level recognition, the future development of the entire research team would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, the theme of this meeting was to recruit new talent for their research team and encourage young, gifted students to join. Standing at the podium, Wu Fuguo addressed the audience earnestly. After careful consideration, we have decided to select promising students through a written examination and interview process. Following this meeting, you are all encouraged to disseminate this assessment information to attract more outstanding individuals to participate. The written examination would test scholars' foundational knowledge in research and logical reasoning, while the interview would provide insight into an individual's professional level, teamwork, and problem-solving abilities. Wu Fuguo's resolution was met with enthusiastic applause. No one opposed the idea of bringing in new talent. Clearly, the seasoned experts and scholars present were also eager for fresh blood to invigorate the team. News of the recruitment drive within Peking University's research team quickly spread across the campus, sparking fervent discussions among countless students. This team, representing the forefront of scientific technology at Peking University, had long been the aspiration of many students. Joining the research team not only offered exposure to cutting-edge projects, but also the opportunity to collaborate with top-tier experts, broadening horizons and enhancing skills. Most importantly, it would undoubtedly serve as a remarkable credential for their future endeavors. However, gaining entry into Peking University and Oppo's research team was no easy feat. The rigorous written and interview assessments posed significant hurdles, and only 2 slots were available each year. The elimination rate approached a staggering 99%, making it a distant dream for many students. Yet, despite this daunting reality, a multitude of students still eagerly participated in the assessments. Being accepted meant that they would no longer need to worry about their basic necessities, focusing solely on contributing to research. Hey, have you heard? Our school and Oppo's research team is recruiting new members again. In the girls and amp, Oppo's dormitory, Wu Jing was fixated on her phone, reading the recruitment announcement on the school and amp, Oppo's official website. Sitting on the edge of her upper bunk, her bare legs swung back and forth, and she appeared exceedingly excited. Really? Is it true? Are they finally starting the recruitment? A slightly plump girl at the desk exclaimed in surprise, quickly opening the university and amp, Oppo's website. Oh, amp, Oppo's, let's not kid ourselves. Those who join the research team are all geniuses among geniuses. Just look at the members. They and amp, Oppo's, mostly seasoned professors and experts from the previous generation, with hardly any young people. You can imagine how tough the assessments must be. Another girl in the dormitory shook her head and sighed. The standards for the research team and amp, Oppo's assessments are extraordinarily high. Even if you ace the written exam, your performance during the interview will ultimately determine your fate. Plus, with so many talented individuals competing, it and amp, Oppo's an almost insurmountable challenge. Although joining the research team is an incredibly prestigious opportunity, many still choose to withdraw when faced with the reality of their abilities. I know my limits, I and amp, Oppo's am opting out. One girl said with a wry smile. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she turned to Wu Jing and asked, by the way, isn't your dad the head of the research team at Peking University? If you want to join, couldn't you just ask him to give you a backdoor entry? A look of envy filled her face. Unlike them, Wu Jing was fortunate enough to have a father who was not only an academician at Peking University, but also the head of the research team. It was as if she was born with a head start. If that were the case, I would have joined the research team ages ago. Wu Jing rolled her eyes. My dad may be the head of the team, but he never engages in favoritism or corruption. He has never opened a backdoor for anyone, not even for me. Dawn and amp, Oppo's, think too much of it. Wu Jing crossed her arms, wearing an expression of helplessness. Yet, despite her words, she had never abandoned her dream of joining the research team at Peking University. Ever since she was a child, she had aspired to become an exceptional research expert like her father. Over the years, she had proven herself to be quite capable. But she still lacked the necessary qualifications to join the team. Suddenly, she recalled that Xu Yiqiu seemed to be working within her father and amp, Oppo's research team. Perhaps, with his assistance, she could secure an internal spot? With a hopeful mindset, she picked up her phone, scrolled to Xu Yiqiu and amp, Oppo's WeChat contact, and sent him a message. Are you free? Let me treat you to some milk tea. After sending the message, Wu Jing clutched her phone, filled with anticipation. She believed that if someone as talented as Xu Yiqiu were to lend a helping hand, she might indeed have a chance to join the research team. Chapter 25. Deserving of being single. As Xu Yiqiu stepped out and caught sight of Wu Jing, a flicker of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Even without makeup, Wu Jing had always possessed an innate beauty. Today, with a light application of cosmetics, she appeared breathtakingly exquisite. Ah, right, I promised to treat you to bubble tea. Xu Yiqiu said, his smile brightening as Wu Jing approached with a sweet grin. Okay, if you treat me to bubble tea, then I'll treat you to a movie. She replied cheerfully. Xu Yiqiu smiled faintly, already contemplating how to make Wu Jing happy. You look stunning today, he complimented. Really? Oh, it's nothing, Wu Jing responded, caught off guard by the praise. Though her exterior remained calm, her heart was blooming with joy. A blush crept across her cheeks as she instinctively touched her slightly warm face. As they walked and chatted, Wu Jing stole glances at Xu Yiqiu and amp, Oppo's handsome profile, realizing he was even more attractive than she had imagined. You look quite handsome today as well, she said, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she averted her gaze, feigning interest in the scenery, feeling a bit nervous. You're dressed beautifully too, Xu Yiqiu continued his flattery. Just then, a middle-aged woman clad in a white t-shirt approached, busy with cleaning duties. Without thinking, Xu Yiqiu blurted out, You're wearing the same outfit as that lady. Wu Jing froze momentarily, then awkwardly forced a smile. The style should be quite different. How can they be different? They look almost identical. Xu Yiqiu chuckled, oblivious to the embarrassment he was causing. Wu Jing's expression shifted between red and white, her forced smile more painful than tears. Are you all right? Do you have a fever? Xu Yiqiu asked, noticing her discomfort. I'm fine. Let us hurry to the movie, Wu Jing replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she quickly changed the subject. She had prepared meticulously for their date, even selecting the latest flown t-shirt. The thought of being mocked by Xu Yiqiu for a wardrobe mishap with an older woman made her feel deeply wronged. Before long, they arrived at the cinema. Wu Jing purchased 2 cups of bubble tea and handed one to Xu Yiqiu. Thank you, he said, taking the drink as he examined the movie posters. Which film do you want to see? I'm fine with anything, she replied, sipping her tea. Then let us watch this one. And amp, Oppos, Ghost Unleashed. And amp, Oppos, Xu Yiqiu exclaimed, pointing at a horror film and amp, Oppos, as poster with excitement. This should be thrilling, he added with a grin. However, upon seeing the bloody imagery and ghostly figures on the poster, Wu Jing trembled, instinctively reaching for Xu Yiqiu and amp, Oppos' arm. But he had already dashed off to buy tickets. Wu Jing and amp, Oppos' complexion paled, being naturally timid. She was afraid of sleeping alone in the dark, let alone watching a horror movie. Yiqiu. She hesitated, glancing at him, clearly reluctant to see a horror film. What and amp, Oppos' wrong? The tickets are already bought. Let us go in, Xu Yiqiu said, returning with the tickets in hand. Oh, it's nothing. Let us go, Wu Jing replied, knowing she couldn't protest anymore. She pressed close to Xu Yiqiu as they entered the theater, anxiety coursing through her. The cinema was nearly empty, which only heightened the eerie atmosphere. After they settled into their seats, the film began. Wu Jing, tense and restless, occasionally glanced at Xu Yiqiu, inching closer to him. If not for the distinction of their genders, she might have clung to him entirely. Suddenly, a terrifying moment in the film made her scream. And without thinking, she buried her face in Xu Yiqiu and amp, Oppos' chest, sobbing uncontrollably. No, I can't amp, Oppos' watch anymore. It's too scary, she cried, clutching his waist tightly. Her face pressed against him. Xu Yiqiu was taken aback. How could such a standard horror movie frighten her to tears? He felt utterly dumbfounded. His task was to make her happy, yet here he was, making her cry. What a disaster! Are you okay? He asked, gently touching her head. Noting how she trembled in fear. Let us leave. We don't have to watch this. Without a second thought, he pulled her up and hurried out of the cinema, chastising himself for being so foolish. He had intended to bring her joy, but instead, he had frightened her with a horror film. As they exited, Wu Jing continued to sob, her eyes glistening with tears, her delicate features evoking a protective instinct in him. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were so scared. Would you like me to take you home? He offered apologetically. She nodded slightly, and they began walking towards the bus stop. Suddenly, Wu Jing crossed her arms. Her cheeks flushed. I'm a bit cold. Don't worry, the bus will be here soon. You'll be warm once we're on, Xu Yiqiu reassured her, entirely oblivious to her underlying meaning. But I'm really cold. My hands and legs are freezing, she pouted, feeling exasperated that he didn't understand. In a moment of impulse, she took Xu Yiqiu and amp, Oppos' hand, catching him off guard. Feel how cold they are, she said, her face burning as she boldly placed his hand on her thigh. Xu Yiqiu was stunned, his face turning crimson as his heart raced. He had never been so brazenly intimate with a girl before. Overwhelmed by anxiety, his mind went blank. Then, with a sudden thud, he stumbled into an open construction pit. Chapter 26. The Romantic Duality of Wave-Particle Nature. Yiqiu. Witnessing Xu Yiqiu tumble directly into a deep pit startled Wu Jing, who hurriedly descended to rescue him. Upon regaining consciousness, Xu Yiqiu found himself lying on a hospital bed, with a worried Wu Jing sitting beside him, her grip tightly clasping his hand. Wu Jing. Xu Yiqiu began to speak, but was abruptly seized by a sharp pain in his head, touching his forehead. He discovered it had been bandaged at some point, and an N4 was attached to his hand. Yiqiu, you're awake, Wu Jing exclaimed joyfully, tightening her grip on his hand. Suddenly, as if realizing something, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly released his hand. This is all my fault. Otherwise, you would have fallen into the pit and lost consciousness. The thought of having boldly held Xu Yiqiu and amp, Oppos' hand and engaged in such intimate contact made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. She wished she could dig a hole and bury herself in it. Heavens, why was I so audacious? Will Yiqiu think I'm too indiscreet, and that I caused him to fall and get hurt? Wu Jing covered her face, silently berating herself, her heart heavy with shame and guilt. It and amp, Oppos', all right. It has nothing to do with you. I was and amp, Oppos', watching where I was going, Xu Yiqiu awkwardly reassured her. Just then, the door swung open, and Wu Fuguwei rushed in. What happened? How did he get hurt like this? He first cast a worried glance at Xu Yiqiu before turning his questioning gaze towards Wu Jing. He had been preparing for a meeting at school when he received Wu Jing and amp, Oppos' call about Xu Yiqiu and amp, Oppos' injury. Fearing the worst, he immediately abandoned the meeting and hurried to the hospital. After all, Xu Yiqiu was the leader of the lithography project team. If anything happened to him, the entire project would be jeopardized. His primary responsibility was to ensure Xu Yiqiu and Apos' safety. Dad. Seeing her father arrive, Wu Jing slowly stood up, lowering her head in guilt. Wu Fugue and Apos' brow furrowed. Upon seeing his daughter in such a state, he surmised something was amiss. He reproached her in a low voice. What were you two doing? How did this happen to him? Xu Yiqiu quickly defended Wu Jing, saying, Academician Wu, this has nothing to do with her. I simply was paying attention and fell. His face suddenly flushed as he recalled the actual cause of his fall. He couldn't and Apos' possibly admit that he had been distracted by touching his daughter's thigh and had stumbled into the pit. Could he? He feared that if he did, Wu Fugue might very well break his legs. Is there any bone damage? Wu Fugue inquired, observing that Xu Yiqiu only had a bandage on his forehead while his limbs appeared unharmed. No, just a minor injury. There is really no need for concern. You can return to your meeting, Xu Yiqiu replied with a smile, appearing genuinely untroubled. Well, since you're fine, I'll head back. I have another meeting to attend. After reminding Wu Jing to take good care of Xu Yiqiu, Wu Fugue turned and left the ward. Does it hurt here? Wu Jing leaned over the bed, unable to resist touching Xu Yiqiu and Apos' temple. Hiss. Xu Yiqiu immediately inhaled sharply, seeing Wu Jing and Apos' face pale in fright. He quickly laughed. It doesn't hurt. I was just teasing you. How annoying. You just love to tease me. Wu Jing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, as she playfully punched Xu Yiqiu's shoulder. A nurse entered, noticing the playful banter between the two. With a smile, she said, Your boyfriend's wound isn't serious. Just remember to change the dressing regularly. At those words, Wu Jing's face turned a deep shade of red, overwhelmed with shyness. She realized the nurse had mistakenly assumed they were in a romantic relationship. Stealing a glance at Xu Yiqiu, she sought to gauge his reaction. But he seemed oblivious to the nurse and Apos' comment, instead asking earnestly, Excuse me, how long until I can be discharged? I have pressing matters to attend to. He remembered that their project group's research was still pending and could not afford any further delays. A subtle hint of disappointment flickered in Wu Jing and Apos' eyes as she noted Xu Yiqiu and Apos' lack of reaction. After your 4 is finished, you can go home. There is no significant damage to your skull, but do remember to change the dressing to prevent infection, the nurse advised. Not a problem. With the prospect of soon being discharged, Xu Yiqiu felt his spirits lift. In the afternoon, after completing his last 4 drip, Xu Yiqiu and Wu Jing exited the hospital and returned to Peking University. Wu Jing did not head back to her dormitory but accompanied Xu Yiqiu to the university and Apos' laboratory. Are you starting work already? Wu Jing asked, gazing at the densely arranged experimental equipment. This is my first time here. Let us get familiar with the equipment first, Xu Yiqiu suggested. Unknowingly walking over to a triangular glass prism. Seemingly struck by inspiration, he said, Turn off all the lights. Huh? Wu Jing was momentarily taken aback. Though puzzled by his request, she complied and switched off all the lights in the room. Instantly, the space was enveloped in darkness, causing Wu Jing and Apos' heart to race with nervous anticipation. What are you going to do? She asked. Her cheeks flushed as she inched closer to Xu Yiqiu, eventually standing behind him. Come a bit closer, Xu Yiqiu whispered. He was intently focused on a small opening through which light streamed into the room. What is that? Wu Jing asked, curiosity peaking as she leaned in to take a closer look, her heartbeat quickening. Xu Yiqiu gently positioned the triangular glass prism in the beam of light, allowing it to pass through the prism. As the white light transformed into a stream of color, it refracted at various angles within the prism according to different wavelengths, casting a vibrant spectrum of colors on the opposite wall. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet intertwined to form a magnificent rainbow on the wall. This is the wave-particle duality of light, Xu Yiqiu smiled. Upon witnessing this, Wu Jing and Apos' eyes widened in awe, completely mesmerized. She gasped and covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement and exhilaration. The colorful spectrum on the wall resembled nature and Apos' artist palette, showcasing the exquisite craftsmanship of the natural world through the lens of science. This breathtakingly aesthetic scientific romance filled Wu Jing with joy, and for the first time, she smiled with unrestrained happiness, even moved to the brink of tears. Chapter 27, Drowning Sorrows Ding Dong. In Xu Yiqiu and Apos' mind, the system and Apos' prompt echoed. Immediately after, a sweet voice chimed. Congratulations, Master, on successfully completing the task. Reward, energy pills 5. As the words faded, Xu Yiqiu noticed a metallic storage box had appeared in his hands. Opening the box revealed 5 crystalline pills, exuding a faint, refreshing medicinal fragrance. Though he was unaware of the exact ingredients, the mere inhalation invigorated him. Wonderful! Xu Yiqiu exclaimed joyfully, carefully stowing the box in his pocket. With the energy pills, he could ensure that his vigor during work would be unparalleled, facilitating even smoother progress in his research. Yiqiu. Wu Jing approached, grasping the glass prism in Xu Yiqiu and Appo's hand. Smiling brightly. May I join your team? Initially, her desire to join the research team stemmed from a need to prove herself capable, like her father. Now, however, her curiosity about Xu Yiqiu fueled her request. I am genuinely interested in your project's experiments. Please allow me to contribute. Perhaps I can be of assistance. She expressed eagerly. The prospect of working alongside Xu Yiqiu, even as his assistant, was enticing enough for her. Xu Yiqiu pondered for a moment before agreeing. That is certainly feasible. However, I must discuss it with your father first. While I am the team leader, he is ultimately in charge. Noticing Wu Jing and Appo's expression dimming, he smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I will personally speak with your father. I am confident he will agree. Moreover, you are exceptionally capable. I believe he will grant you this opportunity to prove yourself. With Xu Yiqiu and Appo's assurance, Wu Jing's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Yiqiu. Suddenly, emboldened by an unknown courage, she threw her arms open, rushing into Xu Yiqiu and Appo's embrace, bestowing upon him a warm hug. Thank you, she reiterated, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. And no problem. Xu Yiqiu stammered, his heart racing at the unexpected affection, rendering him momentarily frozen, as if petrified. I shall take my leave now. Embarrassed, Wu Jing released him, and, unable to meet his gaze, hurriedly exited the laboratory, leaving Xu Yiqiu alone, still in a daze. In the serene laboratory, the sound of his heartbeat resonated. What am I thinking? Xu Yiqiu mused, shaking his head to dispel his distractions. Upon returning to his dormitory, he ascended to the 5th floor, where the research team resided, including Wu Fuguo, who often stayed there for research purposes, rarely returning home. Arriving at the door of room 501, Xu Yiqiu intended to knock but noticed the door was slightly ajar. Peering through the gap, he saw Wu Fuguo sitting on the edge of his bed, tilting his head back to gulp down alcohol, his posture suggesting deep-seated troubles. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Xu Yiqiu gently nudged the door open. Academician Wu, are you drinking? He inquired with a smile, immediately engulfed by the strong scent of alcohol that nearly made him cough. Why so much? He frowned at the array of empty bottles strewn across the floor. Yiqiu, you've come. Come, sit, Wu Fuguo squinted, gesturing to a nearby chair. Xu Yiqiu had initially come to discuss Wu Jing's joining the team, but seeing Wu Fuguo inebriated, he hesitated to voice his intentions. Academician Wu, you and Appo's, not intoxicated. Are you? He voiced his concern, noting the stark contrast to the usually composed and meticulous Wu Fuguo. Intoxicated? Come, share a drink with me. Wu Fuguo's face was flushed from drink, as he waved his hand dismissively, clumsily placing 2 cans of beer before Xu Yiqiu. I don't drink. Xu Yiqiu promptly declined, as he rarely indulged in alcohol, especially when he had a serious matter to discuss. Don't worry. Just drink 1 can, and you'll be fine, Wu Fuguo insisted, pushing the beer toward him. Noticing the evident excess, Xu Yiqiu could no longer hold back. Academician Wu. Is there something troubling you? Wu Fuguo remained silent, continuing to down his beer as if it were a bitter brew rather than alcohol. That's enough. Xu Yiqiu could no longer stand by. He reached out to seize the beer can from Wu Fuguo's grasp. In the ensuing struggle, some beer splashed onto Wu Fuguo's face, momentarily snapping him back to reality. After a prolonged silence, Wu Fuguo finally spoke. Our research team is currently facing unprecedented challenges. Xu Yiqiu's expression turned grave. What has happened? Wu Fuguo sighed deeply, shaking his head. You have no idea how much manpower and funding we have invested in the field of lithography over the years. The scientific challenges and hardships we face are known only to us researchers. Confronted with foreign blockades and pressures, we have had to swallow our grievances, vowing one day to develop advanced lithography machines domestically. However, while the dream is beautiful, the reality is harsh. Despite our relentless efforts, we often feel a profound sense of helplessness, even despair, in the realm of high-precision products. At this point, Wu Fuguo lifted his beer again, draining it in one go. Xu Yiqiu did not intervene but listened quietly. Until I noticed you, that day, I saw a glimmer of hope in you. Through your actions, I am convinced you possess the capability to lead our nation in developing the most advanced lithography machine. I had hoped we could finally breathe easy, but alas, reality has betrayed us. Our funding request for the lithography project was recently denied by the Ministry of Science and Technology. No matter how we explained ourselves, they have lost faith in us. A deep anguish flickered across Wu Fugua's face, his demeanor reflecting an unsettling discontent. Chapter 28. Feedback Control System. Xu Yiqiu remained silent, unsure of how to console Wu Fugua, who was burdened with worries. During his days at Peking University, he had observed the relentless dedication of the researchers. These scholars often spent sleepless nights in their dormitories, diligently composing research reports for their experimental projects. Some would even remain in the laboratory for an entire day and night, frequently neglecting their meals, all in pursuit of elevating their research capabilities. Even the slightest advancement, after such prolonged efforts, would signify that their toil had not been in vain. Embodying the spirit of scientific inquiry, sincerity, pragmatism, and a commitment to scholarship, solely aimed at generating original contributions to advance scientific progress. Is there no opportunity for validation? Xu Yiqiu inquired, lifting his gaze. Wu Fugua sighed deeply. The Ministry of Science and Technology has assigned us a new experimental project related to the feedback control system of the lithography machine. It is explicitly stated that to continue the development of the lithography project, we must first resolve the current experimental challenges. The feedback control system has always been one of our project's most significant difficulties. Given the talent we have at Peking University, it is exceedingly challenging to find an expert in this field. The feedback control system plays a crucial role in the lithography machine, acting as a subsystem within the overall control system, traversing various domains such as optical, mechanical, and control systems to monitor and precisely control the parameters of the lithography machine. The complexity of this task is palpable. Therefore, without a successful experiment on the feedback control system, even if we construct the entire lithography machine, it will remain inoperable. This presents the greatest challenge issued by the ministry to the Peking University research team. If we succeed in the experiments, the lithography project can proceed. If not, the team will be disbanded. This is one of the primary reasons for Wu Fugua's despair, as achieving a successful experiment on the feedback control system in a short time frame seems nearly impossible. Xu Yiqiu pressed 2 fingers to his brow. Contemplating briefly before speaking, it is not entirely unfeasible to commence experimentation on the feedback control system. I believe I can give it a try. Upon hearing this, Wu Fugua's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that you can accomplish it? His previously foggy mind was now invigorated by Xu Yiqiu's words, his heart racing. His face a blend of red and pale, indistinguishable between intoxication and clarity. Xu Yiqiu did not respond directly but instead asked, "Let us assess how much funding remains in our research team?" Wu Fugua pondered for a moment and replied, "Let me think. The last experiment consumed quite a bit. We have approximately 1 billion remaining. That should suffice. Let us gather a core group of experimental members and prepare the materials. We will commence immediately." Xu Yiqiu rose from his seat, glancing at his watch with an expression of urgency, as if time was of the essence. Soon, Wu Fugua summoned a group of core members from the research team, all seasoned experts in the field of lithography. They utilized the funding to acquire a multitude of electronic components, including connecting wires, PCB boards, resistors, capacitors, operational amplifiers, and digital integrated circuits, primarily for constructing signal processing and control circuits. Once everything was prepared, the project team, led by Xu Yiqiu and Wu Fugua, proceeded to the experimental site at Peking University. However, en route, they encountered an old friend, a bespectacled elder dressed in simple attire, none other than Su Hongyuan, an academician from Tsinghua University. "Hey, Lao Su, what brings you here?" Wu Fugua exclaimed, somewhat surprised, stepping forward to greet him. Behind Su Hongyuan followed several researchers from Tsinghua, their gazes fixed curiously on Xu Yiqiu, clearly intrigued by the young man. "I came to see what Peking University has that could attract this lad," Su Hongyuan remarked, his eyes scanning Xu Yiqiu with evident dissatisfaction. Xu Yiqiu felt a pang of embarrassment, fully aware that Su Hongyuan was reproaching him for not joining Tsinghua. Wu Fugua chuckled, clapping Su Hongyuan on the shoulder. "After all these years, you still can't shake your petty grievances. Xu Yiqiu is a talent for our nation. It doesn't matter where he is, we are all contributing to the country." Su Hongyuan countered with a scoff. "You certainly have a knack for making excuses. By your logic, if Peking University achieves success in research, will the accolades be shared with us?" Despite his words, he bore no anger. It was simply his nature to banter with Wu Fugua. "Haha, if you truly desire it, I will gladly share half the accolades with you, Wu Fuguo replied in jest. All right, enough of this banter. With so many researchers accompanying you, what is your plan? Xu Hongyuan inquired, noticing the group of researchers behind Wu Fuguo. Wu Fuguo sighed and recounted his recent troubles to Xu Hongyuan in detail. Upon hearing Wu Fuguo's grievances, Xu Hongyuan's brow furrowed in concern. Does the Ministry of Science and Technology lack confidence in you at Peking University to this extent? Wu Fuguo replied with a wry smile. Perhaps it is because we have not produced results for so long. If I were in their position, I too would find it hard to maintain confidence. In that case, let us join forces. Tsinghua has no shortage of talent either. Regardless, as your old friend, I am compelled to lend my support, Xu Hongyuan declared. Placing a reassuring hand on Wu Fuguo's shoulder, his eyes resolute. Old Xu, Wu Fuguo felt a surge of gratitude, his emotions evident. All his appreciation was unspoken. Enough of this sentimental display. I'm merely concerned that if you fail to achieve results and the team disbands, I will have no one left to engage in banter with. Xu Hongyuan retorted, humorously rebuking him. Ha ha ha, you needn't worry. With Xu Yiqiu's assistance, our team is filled with confidence, Wu Fuguo responded with a smile. Xu Hongyuan turned to Xu Yiqiu and asked, Young brother Xu, do you truly have confidence this time? Xu Yiqiu's gaze was equally resolute, with all preparations in place. Success will naturally follow. Chapter 29, Conquering the Laboratory at Peking University. This esteemed team, composed of optical experts, electronic engineers, specialists in automatic control algorithms, mechanical designers, software engineers, testing engineers, and system integration experts, has commenced its research and development experiments on the feedback control system of the lithography machine. They have established control objectives and selected sensors. Before the control console, Xu Yiqiu fixed his gaze on the various data displayed on the screen, initiating the experimental command. The experiment was officially underway. However, a palpable sense of fear enveloped the group of researchers as they grappled with the dilemma of selecting certain sensors that might utilize radioactive isotopes as their radiation source. Particularly concerning were sensors employing nickel-63 isotopes, which would emit gamma rays into the human body. Prolonged exposure to external radiation could significantly elevate the risk of cancer. Although they were clad in protective suits and donned safety goggles, the protracted nature of the experimental operation still posed a grave danger. They were all family men. Any mishap in such a perilous experimental environment could spell catastrophic consequences for their families. In that moment, several researchers began to waver, hesitating to proceed with the experiment. Xu Yiqiu noticed the panic among his colleagues and immediately spoke up to reassure them. Everyone, there is no need to fear radiation. As long as we adhere to proper safety protocols, we are assuredly safe. Remember to minimize the duration of operations during the experiment and maintain a safe distance. Additionally, please ensure that the monitoring personnel keep track of accumulated doses, keeping them below permissible limits, and halt the experiment immediately if anything unusual arises. Wu Fuguo and Xu Hongyuan echoed his sentiments, stating, he is right. By shortening operation times and clearly delineating control and restricted zones, we can ensure everyone's safety. The experiment has already commenced. There is no turning back now. Xu Yiqiu surveyed the group, speaking with a somber tone. Consider our current predicament and reflect on the weight our work carries within the Ministry of Science and Technology. Should we fail in this experiment, we risk disbandment, which would render decades of our efforts futile. We must succeed. Failure is not an option. His words resonated throughout the laboratory, momentarily paralyzing everyone present. In that instant, no one could have anticipated that a young man would care more about the outcome of this experiment than they did. Perhaps stirred by Xu Yiqiu's fervor or moved by his impassioned words, the group of researchers quickly regained their confidence and returned to their respective experimental setups. Seeing their spirits rekindled, Xu Yiqiu sighed in relief and resumed his command. Based on the target parameters and precision requirements, he selected sensors with rapid response times and high sensitivity. They developed control algorithms independently and meticulously designed the circuit board layout. In a softly lit corner of the laboratory, electronic engineers clad in white lab coats were intently soldering a printed circuit board. They were the hardware design experts of the lithography machine control system. The sensor signal compensation circuit has been debugged, and I have completed the coding and debugging of the new feedback control algorithm. One software algorithm expert remarked while focused on his computer screen. Excellent. Are the signal acquisition and driving circuits ready? Xu Yiqiu inquired, lifting his gaze toward the electronic engineers. All set. We can commence the first round of joint debugging tests, came the immediate response. Two researchers carefully assembled their respective circuit boards. Connecting them to the power supply and oscilloscope, and then input an analog light intensity test signal to initiate the control program. The system's signals gradually began to respond, with waveforms appearing on the oscilloscope screen. This modest success ignited a wave of excitement among everyone in the laboratory. Fantastic! Wu Fuguo and Xu Hongyuan echoed their exhilaration. Although the experiment was far from over, it was advancing rapidly in a positive direction under Xu Yiqiu's guidance. The control effect is satisfactory. Yet the system's response time can still be optimized. We aspire to create the most advanced feedback control system, Xu Yiqiu declared, focusing intently on the control console. Adjust the proportional and derivative factors in the control function. The bandwidth of the drive circuit needs to be expanded. His expression serious, he issued the command. After another round of modifications and debugging, the experimental personnel expressed their satisfaction with the system's performance. 2 hours later, Xu Yiqiu's voice resonated once more throughout the laboratory. Attention! Relevant personnel. We will now connect the control system to the actual light source and sensors for closed-loop testing. Understood, responded an individual, their voice trembling noticeably, clearly reflecting their anxiety regarding the impending final test. This moment would determine their fate. Success or failure lay in the balance. As the researchers began the closed-loop test, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the room, with everyone holding their breath. Even seasoned experts like Wu Fuguo and Xu Hongyuan felt a tempest of emotions within them as they approached this historic moment. Beep, beep, beep. A jarring beeping noise suddenly erupted in the laboratory. The previously unstable light source intensity stabilized precisely within the set parameters. We did it. We succeeded. In awe of their experimental results, all personnel erupted in jubilation and excitement. The lithography machine conundrum that had plagued them for years had, under Xu Yiqiu's leadership, reached a successful conclusion. Wu Fuguo's eyes glistened with tears of joy. He understood that the success of this experiment signified that their feedback control system could now be applied to actual lithography machines, significantly enhancing the exposure precision and stability. This achievement not only established a new milestone in the precise control of optical systems, but also heralded the onset of a new phase in their scientific endeavors. More importantly, they had successfully demonstrated their capabilities to the Ministry of Science and Technology. The lithography machine project team could continue its research and development. Comrade Xu, this success is largely thanks to you. The researchers cast grateful glances towards Xu Yiqiu. They recognized that their triumph in this experiment was made possible by Xu Yiqiu's precise calculations and stringent data management. Without him, achieving success would have been but a distant dream. You have not disappointed us. Xu Hongyuan and Wu Fuguo also regarded Xu Yiqiu with profound admiration, their voices brimming with praise and gratitude. The victory belongs to all of us. Without our collaborative effort, I would have found it challenging to surmount these technical hurdles. Xu Yiqiu humbly replied, sharing in the collective joy. Chapter 30. Those who cannot be retained. The experiments at the Peking University Laboratory have long been shrouded in secrecy, conducted behind closed doors. Apart from a select group of core researchers, the other members of the lithography project team remain blissfully unaware of the ongoing activities. With the Ministry of Science and Technology showing little regard for their work and the looming threat of team dissolution, morale has plummeted. Many team members are now contemplating withdrawal, their once fervent enthusiasm extinguished. Returning to their dormitory, numerous researchers began packing their belongings, already resigned to the thought of leaving prematurely. These scientists, possessing a strong sense of pride, preferred to depart on their own terms rather than await a dismissal from the ministry. It had been a while since they last visited home, and this seemed like an opportune moment to do so. By the way, Ajay, where do you plan to go? Asked a middle-aged researcher, packing his suitcase while addressing his fellow researcher, Zhang Mingjie. Zhang Mingjie wore a look of despair. I've received word that I might be reassigned from the project team to another experimental project. He had not been part of the lithography group for long, having hoped to contribute meaningfully to the domestic lithography field. Yet, he now faced the prospect of being uprooted from the team. Clenching his fists, a flicker of defiance crossed his eyes, but it ultimately morphed into resignation. Well, one can understand the ministry's perspective. Our lithography project has become a bottomless pit, with countless billions poured into it over the years. We haven't produced the world's most advanced EUV lithography machine, nor have we even mastered some of its core technologies. If I were in their shoes, I would disband us too. We have only ourselves to blame for our lack of progress, lamented a bespectacled, slightly overweight researcher, sighing heavily, his expression steeped in melancholy. Let it be disbanded then. Perhaps it's for the best. No more hair loss from the stress of research, remarked another researcher as he slung his bag over his shoulder and departed the dormitory, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. Meanwhile, within the Peking University laboratory, Wu Fuguo and his colleagues were engrossed in the final adjustments of their newly developed feedback control system. Suddenly, an assistant named Yang Jia rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. Not good, academician Wu. Members of the lithography project team are packing up and leaving. At this proclamation, the room fell silent. All eyes turning in shock toward Yang Jia. What do you mean? What is happening? Wu Fuguo's face darkened as he set aside his work and focused intently on Yang Jia. It seems the ministry is preparing to disband the lithography project team. And the members, feeling disheartened, have decided to leave early, Yang Jia explained urgently. Wu Fuguo's expression turned grave as he quickly exited the laboratory. Where have they gone? He inquired, his pace quickening. I just saw them heading toward the school gate, Yang Jia replied, following close behind. Without delay, they hurried toward the university entrance. Acutely aware that while one team had just completed their experimental development, another was disbanding. The once vibrant atmosphere had turned somber, teetering on the brink of despair. The scarcity of talent in the lithography field at Peking University made the potential loss of these researchers a catastrophic blow to their future endeavors. After Wu Fuguo's departure, the laboratory fell into a hushed silence. Xu Yiqiu, cognizant of the unfolding situation, urged Su Hongyuan to lead the remaining team members in continuing their adjustments while he pursued Wu Fuguo. The development of lithography technology is not an endeavor that can be accomplished by a mere handful of individuals. It requires a diverse array of skilled professionals across various disciplines. The absence of even one crucial member would severely hinder progress. Although Xu Yiqiu possessed sufficient expertise to manage the project, the lack of personnel rendered it an uphill battle. Even with his extensive knowledge, creating the world's most advanced lithography machine would remain an elusive goal. By the time Wu Fuguo reached the school gate, the majority of the lithography project members had already departed, with only 5 or 6 remaining, awaiting transport. As Wu Fuguo approached, his serious demeanor caused the remaining researchers to falter, uncertainty washing over them. Where are you all headed? Wu Fuguo asked sternly. One researcher, visibly uncomfortable, replied, Academician Wu. There's no need to persuade us further. Our minds are made up. It is far more dignified to leave now than to endure the shame of being disbanded. Another researcher, wearing an expression of resignation, added, Academician, you are surely aware of the state of the lithography field in our country. We have devoted the better part of our lives to this endeavor, yet our achievements are nearly negligible. Compared to the most advanced lithography machines in the world, we are but shadows. We have faced ridicule from our peers and scorn from abroad. Our repeated failures have eroded our confidence. The pressure has become unbearable. Please understand. Academician Wu. Wu Fuguo regarded the resolute researchers, his heart heavy with unspoken words. He recognized that what they had lost was far greater than mere confidence. Their dignity had been stripped away. This was not something that could be rectified overnight. Even if he managed to convince some of them to stay, they would likely depart at the first sign of adversity in the future. The notion of abandoning the abyss of lithography had taken root in their hearts long ago. And now that seed had sprouted. Stopping it could not be achieved with mere words. Just then, a bus arrived, halting before them. Wu Fuguo could only watch as the members of the lithography project boarded one by one, until the vehicle vanished from his sight. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to utter a single plea for them to remain. Academician Wu, why didn't you try to persuade them? Yang Jia inquired anxiously from beside him. Wu Fuguo shook his head, his gaze distant and serene. What is meant to come will come. Those destined to leave cannot be retained. Let them go. He stood there quietly, lingering in place, lost in thought, with no one knowing the turmoil within him. Academician Wu. A figure approached from behind, softly calling his name. Chapter 31. A touch Yiqiu? What brings you here? Wu Fuguo turned around, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xu Yiqiu. I came to check in. Have they all left? Xu Yiqiu inquired. Wu Fuguo's expression grew grave. Yes, they couldn't be retained. Xu Yiqiu fell silent for a moment before asking, aside from those who departed, how many members remain in our lithography project team? Wu Fuguo pondered briefly and replied, currently. Only a few core members are left. Altogether, there should be about 10 of us. Yang Jia, nearby, paled slightly. If we are down to just 10 people, it will be nearly impossible to continue the development of the lithography machine. The research requires a multidisciplinary team, encompassing an array of complex specialties to ensure comprehensive expertise and skills. We need at least several dozen researchers, each covering different fields of knowledge. With the current situation, having lost a significant portion of our scientific personnel, continuing the development and manufacturing of the lithography machine seems almost insurmountable. In that case, We must boldly consider bringing in newcomers, Xu Yiqiu responded calmly. The present circumstances are grim. To address the talent shortage, we must explore alternative avenues and recruit fresh faces. Although these newcomers may lack relevant research experience, their innovative designs and ideas could perhaps yield unexpected delights. Wu Fuguo appeared deep in thought. This is something I need to deliberate thoroughly. After all, developing a lithography machine is no ordinary endeavor. It involves a wealth of research secrets and technologies. Moreover, the craftsmanship required in lithography is exceedingly intricate, necessitating a high level of professional foundation and capability. Additionally, the significance of lithography machines cannot be overstated. They represent a nation's honor and achievements in global technology. While considering newcomers is indeed a promising idea, being overly reckless could convey a lack of rigor to the outside world. The success of lithography experiments is closely tied to research funding. If we were to fail due to the inclusion of inexperienced personnel, we would jeopardize our financial support. Whether to take this risk is undeniably a weighty matter. As evening fell, Wu Fuguo returned home, weary in both body and spirit. Sitting on the living room sofa was Wu Jing, munching on an apple while watching television. Noticing her father's troubled expression, she inquired, "What's wrong, Dad? Why do you look so glum?" Wu Fuguo removed his coat and hung it on a rack. Stretching his neck and sighing, the lithography project team has lost a significant number of its members. It feels as though all warmth has dissipated. What? How did this happen? Wu Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. What will we do now? Wu Fuguo replied, if they wish to leave, there is little we can do. I discussed this with Yiqiu. He suggested we first convene some newcomers. At this point, his expression clearly revealed a conflict of emotions as he grappled with the idea of recruiting new talent. Seeing her father's turmoil, Wu Jing rose from the sofa. Dad, didn't you say during the meeting that you wanted to inject fresh blood into the team? The recruitment plan is still posted on the university's official website. Why the hesitation now? Wu Jing had long been fervently committed to joining the research team. For years, she had persistently urged her father, yet he remained unmoved, citing her qualifications as a barrier. Recruiting new talent is a positive step forward, and we are indeed preparing to infuse the research team with fresh perspectives. However, applying this to the lithography project may be a bit premature, Wu Fuguo said solemnly. His original intention was to recruit newcomers for other research projects, not necessarily for the lithography team. After all, without 5 or 6 years of research experience in this field, one can hardly even grasp the basics. Typically, newcomers could only serve as assistants within the lithography project. Yet now, faced with a significant talent drain, he found himself compelled to seek new researchers, caught in a dilemma of whether to recruit or refrain. Sigh, developing a lithography machine is no trivial matter. Employing newcomers would be an exceptionally bold move. The burden is immense. Should it succeed, we may rejoice, but failure would render me a pariah in the scientific community, a subject of ridicule. In short, I do not yet possess the confidence to bear such a risk. Should we falter, the blame will fall squarely on my shoulders. The lithography project has already consumed vast national resources, and I cannot afford to gamble again. Sitting beside him, Wu Jing patiently urged, Dad, do you truly believe I am not capable enough? Wu Fuguo regarded her in silence for a moment before shaking his head. He knew better than anyone how exceptional his daughter was. At the age of 6, she excelled in a mathematics competition, winning first prize. By elementary school, she had completed all middle school subjects ahead of schedule and advanced to higher grade courses. She had repeatedly earned gold medals in youth mathematics Olympiads and received invitations from renowned universities worldwide. Ultimately, she chose to contribute to her country's scientific endeavors by attending Peking University. Her dream was to join the research team one day, alleviating some of her father's burdens. While Wu Fuguo recognized his daughter as a rare talent, he still felt she lacked the experience needed for lithography research. You keep insisting that I underestimate your youth and experience, but no one begins with a wealth of knowledge. Can you guarantee that you possessed research qualifications from the outset? Everyone accumulates experience through experimentation, bit by bit. Yes, we may lack experience, but that does not mean we lack the ingenuity and intellect to solve problems. If we continue to shut ourselves away and deny opportunities for growth, we will never gain experience. Wu Jing's words resonated deeply with Wu Fuguo, stirring something within this man of advancing years. Chapter 32. Direct blacklist qualifications are forged through a synergy of personal endeavor and external opportunities. Without the chance for newcomers to develop and practice, even the most capable individuals find themselves at a loss. Having realized this, Wu Fuguo promptly decided to include new talent in the lithography project team. Hooray! Long live Dad! Upon hearing her father's agreement to welcome newcomers, Wu Jing erupted with joy, exuding the exuberance of a spirited child. Once back in her room, she eagerly reached for her phone to send a WeChat message to Xu Yiqiu, sharing her excitement at the earliest opportunity. Yiqiu, I have wonderful news. We are about to become colleagues. Hee, you'll see me soon. Aren't you excited? After sending these messages, Wu Jing lay back against her pillow, cradling her phone, and patiently awaited a response. Her charming face was alight with anticipation, and she could almost envision their future collaboration. The mere thought sent a delightful flush across her cheeks. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Wu Jing playfully slapped her face and shook her head, then reopened the WeChat chat to check for a reply. Noticing Xu Yiqiu's delayed response, she felt no annoyance and continued to type with enthusiasm. By the way, are there any important things to keep in mind while working in the lab? Can we talk while working? Is interaction allowed, like physical contact? After all, we need to cooperate during experiments, right? The notion of potentially brushing fingers with Xu Yiqiu while passing materials in the lab made her cheeks warm with shyness. Oh, not at all. We'll be wearing gloves, she murmured to herself, blushing. Meanwhile, in the laboratory at Peking University, Xu Yiqiu was engrossed in the final adjustments of the feedback control system. He meticulously tested each functional module to ensure proper operation of sensors, controllers, and actuators. This rigorous calibration was essential for the system's functionality. At that moment, having progressed to module functionality verification, Xu Yiqiu input a series of simple test signals into each module and attentively observed their performance. Suddenly, his phone on the table began to vibrate, inundating him with WeChat notifications that incessantly jostled for his attention. Who is it? Xu Yiqiu felt a twinge of irritation. Without even glancing at the screen, he picked up his phone and blacklisted the sender. What a nuisance, he muttered, silencing his phone before returning his focus to the calibration work. On the other side, Wu Jing awaited Xu Yiqiu's reply, growing increasingly impatient with the silence. She pouted and sent a voice message. Hey, Yiqiu, what are you doing? Why aren't you replying? However, upon releasing the button to send her voice message, she was met with a glaring red exclamation mark. What? Wu Jing froze in disbelief. As realization dawned, her expression transformed into one of shock and confusion. He blacklisted me? Her eyes widened, filled with astonishment and hurt. She had never anticipated that her attempts to share joyous news would result in such a harsh response. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she felt a wave of unjustness wash over her. All she wanted was to share her happiness. What had she done wrong? The thought of being so summarily dismissed left her feeling utterly dejected. How could he treat me this way? She fumed. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she tossed her phone onto the bed and curled up under the covers, her lips quivering in frustration. She resolved that once she and Xu Yiqiu officially became colleagues, she would ensure he felt the weight of her grievance for this slight. The next morning, Wu Fuguo arrived at the laboratory and discovered a figure slumped over a table in the corner. Approaching, he realized it was Xu Yiqiu. Yiqiu? Wu Fuguo gently tapped Xu Yiqiu's back. Startled, Xu Yiqiu jolted awake, gasping as he rubbed his arm, which had fallen asleep. Why are you sleeping here? You didn't catch a chill, did you? Wu Fuguo asked, concern etched on his brow. I'm fine. It doesn't matter where I sleep, Xu Yiqiu replied, stretching his neck. He had spent the night calibrating the system but was grateful for a boost from an energy supplement, which had prevented him from becoming overly fatigued. By the way, our feedback control system is operational now and ready for regular use. This proves we can tackle the challenging tasks assigned to us and secure funding. That and Oppos. That's wonderful. Wu Fuguo was elated. With Xu Yiqiu's assistance, he felt confident about the upcoming experimental development. Take a look at this, Xu Yiqiu said, handing Wu Fuguo a sketch he had drawn the day before. What is this? Wu Fuguo inquired, glancing at the paper. It was a preliminary design for the EUV lithography machine, outlining the entire framework. Wu Fuguo was ecstatic. Xu Yiqiu had delivered the design data even faster than he had anticipated. This exceeded all expectations. However, a pressing concern lingered. Last night, I reviewed our hardware at Peking University, and it's still lacking. To develop a more advanced lithography machine, these resources alone are insufficient, Xu Yiqiu remarked somberly. Wu Fuguo contemplated briefly before responding. The laboratories at the Ministry of Science and Technology are currently the most advanced research facilities in our nation. We can apply for permission to conduct our research there. The ministry has numerous research institutions and laboratories equipped with cutting-edge scientific instruments. They open their facilities for significant research projects. Xu Yiqiu's eyes lit up. Excellent. Let us prepare to gather our project team members and head to the Ministry of Science and Technology. Resolute, Wu Fugua immediately notified his assistant, Yang Jie, to assemble the lithography project team, including the newly recruited members, fostering a blend of fresh perspectives and seasoned experience as they moved forward together. Chapter 33. The Underground Laboratory. The Semiconductor Manufacturing Laboratory of the Ministry of Science and Technology is situated 2 levels beneath the ground. This subterranean setting effectively isolates external vibrations, greatly benefiting the fabrication of photolithography machines, while providing a stable environment that ensures the precision of optical systems. Led by Xu Yiqiu and Wu Fuqiao, the new and seasoned research team descends slowly in the elevator. Anticipation and excitement are palpable on everyone's faces as curiosity about the upcoming experiment fills the air. This is especially true for the 5 new members who have recently joined the photolithography project team after rigorous selection. They are young, ranging from their 20s to early 30s, possessing solid theoretical knowledge but lacking substantial hands-on experience. Thus, as they enter the country's most advanced semiconductor laboratory for the first time, their hearts are filled with trepidation. Among them, Wu Jing nervously clutches her clothing, subtly glancing at Xu Yiqiu beside her, reminding herself of the fact that he had blocked her. Her face darkens, and in a huff, she turns her head away, the initial anxiety transforming into indignation. Xu Yiqiu, oblivious to her turmoil, appears perplexed by her reaction. In contrast to the new members' palpable unease, the veteran members of the photolithography project team exude a calm demeanor, having previously conducted significant experiments in this very facility. Their confidence remains unshaken despite the dwindling number of seasoned members, now reduced to 10. They represent the core of the project, the most capable individuals in the team. Soon, the elevator reaches the 2nd underground level. As the doors slide open, the members of the photolithography project team, under Wu Fuqiao's leadership, stride purposefully into the semiconductor manufacturing laboratory. The heavy metallic door, after passing a password verification, slowly swings open. A gust of air sweeps through the clean room and Oppo's airlock, whisking away much of the dust from the outside. After donning their lab coats, masks, and caps, they step into the interior of the laboratory. The room is brightly illuminated, resembling daylight, and is divided into various experimental zones. Certain areas, such as the optical system assembly zone, are meticulously isolated from the outside world, shielded by layers of floor-to-ceiling glass to prevent dust from compromising the precision of the lenses. As they proceed deeper into the laboratory, an array of robotic arms meticulously calibrates the motion of the photolithography machine's framework. Above them, rows of precision measurement devices emit red and green lights, akin to the pulsating heart of this underground facility. The new members are brimming with exhilaration and curiosity, gazing around as if encountering these novel instruments for the first time, their eagerness for the forthcoming experiment growing ever stronger. Academician Wu, what experiment are we conducting this time? A new member named Zhang Bowen, renowned for his genius since childhood, could not contain his curiosity. From a young age, he had delved into new material technologies, micro-nano electromechanical systems, and system dynamics and control. At just 28 years old, he has already established himself as a mechanical engineer, primarily engaged in the development of precision actuators at the micro and nano scales. Although he has participated in numerous experiments, he has never encountered a formal large-scale experiment like this one. While adjusting his gloves, Wu Fuqiao replied, "The photolithography project is now officially underway. Therefore, what we are to do is fabricate a photolithography machine." Upon hearing this, the members' pupils dilated in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Not only the new members were astounded, even the seasoned members exhibited looks of astonishment, their faces reflecting incredulity. "Academician Wu, you cannot be serious. Did you just say we are building a photolithography machine?" Zhang Bowen questioned, doubting his own hearing. "Yes, we are indeed building a photolithography machine," Wu Fuqiao confirmed once more. At this revelation, Zhang Bowen and his colleagues were left utterly dumbfounded, standing there with mouths agape, unable to utter a single word, despite their foundational knowledge. To be thrust into the high-end and intricate task of photolithography machine manufacturing seemed an overwhelming expectation. Not to mention their qualifications and experience were incomparable to the more seasoned members of the project team. Doubts lingered about whether they could collaborate effectively. Subconsciously, the new members turned to observe the reactions of the veteran members, seeking their responses. Unsurprisingly, the seasoned members were equally unsettled by Wu Fuqiao and Oppo's announcement. Professor Li Wen's expression darkened considerably. "This is preposterous. The development of a photolithography machine is an exceedingly complex process. Even researchers like us, who have spent decades in the field, may struggle to master such intricate technology. To have a group of inexperienced youngsters join us in this endeavor is akin to playing with fire. Li Wen's face flushed with emotion, clearly questioning Wu Fuqiao's decision. Other professors and experts shared similar grave expressions. Their apprehension was not rooted in disdain for the young researchers. Rather, it stemmed from the undeniable lack of experimental experience among them. Should any oversight or error occur during the manufacturing of the photolithography machine, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the entire research project. After all, even the seasoned members were reluctant to guarantee a smooth development process, let alone guiding inexperienced young researchers. The prospect of collaborating on such a critical project was indeed daunting. Amidst the chorus of skepticism, Xu Yiqiu, who had remained silent until this moment, stepped forward to provide a rationale. I understand the concerns regarding the youth of our team. However, I firmly believe that granting them an opportunity is essential. The development of a photolithography machine is a systemic engineering endeavor that necessitates the collaborative participation of diverse disciplines. Infusing youthful perspectives can facilitate fresh insights and foster productive intellectual exchanges. While experience is undoubtedly valuable, an overly conservative approach may also limit our creativity. The imaginative ideas of youth might pave the way for breakthroughs in our research. We should guide them rather than stifle their innovation. Upon hearing Xu Yiqiu's words, the previously dissenting veteran members fell silent, left without further arguments. Chapter 34. Do they truly possess such capability? At this moment, the senior members felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that their understanding paled in comparison to that of a young mind. After listening to Xu Yiqiu's analysis, Wu Jing's fair face radiated delight. When she glanced at Xu Yiqiu again, a fleeting, indescribable expression flickered in her eyes. She sincerely appreciated his ability to extricate them, the newcomers, from their predicament. Wu Fuqua cast an admiring glance at Xu Yiqiu and remarked, "Yiqiu is absolutely correct. The insights of the youth are invaluable. Moreover, it is our duty, as the older generation, to provide opportunities for the younger ones to grow. The lithography project is intricate and formidable. Through their participation, the youth can learn rapidly and enhance their skills. They are the vanguard of technological advancement. I firmly believe that through collaborative efforts and a shared objective, the synergy between the seasoned and the novice will yield the greatest team cohesion. We shall undoubtedly overcome challenges and develop a domestically produced lithography machine of exceptional performance." Wu Fugua's concluding remarks silenced any dissent among the skeptical senior members. They nodded slightly, in agreement with the sentiments expressed by Xu Yiqiu and Wu Fugua. The newcomers, invigorated by the motivating words of Xu Yiqiu and Wu Fugua, felt an electrifying surge of enthusiasm, eager to immerse themselves in the research of lithography machines. As if the development of the most advanced domestic lithography machine was within arm's reach. Buzzing. At that moment, Wu Fugua's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and noticed that the caller was Su Hongyuan. "Hello, old Su. What brings you to call?" Wu Fugua answered, placing the phone to his ear. On the other end, Su Hongyuan's voice came through. "I've heard about your lithography project team at Peking University. Is it true that half the team members left due to the issues above?" After returning, he had received news of the dissolution of the lithography project team and, concerned, he immediately called his old friend to express his sympathy. "Your information is rather keen," Wu Fugua replied, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him at the mention of the significant talent loss from the project team. It cannot be said that the team has dissolved. Rather, it is that some individuals, lacking confidence, chose to leave voluntarily. Once morale dissipates, it becomes impossible to retain them. Wu Fugua sighed. "Hey, I say, old Wu. Are we still friends? Why didn't Apos you inform me of this incident?" Su Hongyuan said, a note of displeasure in his tone. "If you need people, just reach out to me. Xinghua lacks nothing except for high-end talent. I can arrange for experts in the lithography field to come assist you." Upon hearing Su Hongyuan's words, Wu Fugua's eyes brightened. However, he quickly shook his head. "No need. The talent at Xinghua is precious. It is best to keep it for your own use." Su Hongyuan, upon hearing this, became agitated. "What do you mean by that? I feel as though you are being sarcastic. What do you mean by precious? Am I not helping you?" Wu Fugua chuckled. "I have no such intention. What I mean is that Xinghua's talents should be utilized to their fullest potential, even if we face hardship. We cannot trouble you. Moreover, we are already preparing to employ newcomers. Rest assured." At this, Su Hongyuan was taken aback. "Employ newcomers? Old Wu, did I hear you correctly? You're that bold? You dare to use newcomers? Do they have any experience?" A series of questions poured forth, revealing his deep skepticism. Employing newcomers in any research project is a highly audacious decision. Should any errors occur during development, it would result in substantial losses for the entire project. Especially for a sophisticated product like a lithography machine, where even the slightest mistake could jeopardize the entire endeavor. Furthermore, the project leader would bear full responsibility for any failures and losses. Thus, upon learning that Wu Fuguo intended to employ newcomers, Xu Hongyuan was profoundly shocked. However, Wu Fuguo had already prepared himself for Xu Hongyuan's concerns. I am well aware of the worries you've expressed, but rest assured, these young individuals have been meticulously selected through a rigorous process. Their expertise is unparalleled. They are the nation's pillars of strength. What they lack is merely an opportunity for practical application. Given their capacity for learning, I am confident they will swiftly grasp the upcoming development tasks. We must extend our trust to them, Wu Fuguo asserted. After a moment, Xu Hongyuan's voice came through again. You make a valid point. Since you have made the decision to proceed with the newcomers in research, then be courageous in your endeavors. The future belongs to the youth. I wish you all the best. With that, Xu Hongyuan hung up the phone. After Wu Fuguo put his phone away, Professor Li Wen inquired, Academician Wu, are we ready to commence now? Wu Fuguo nodded slightly. We are the heads of the project team, but the team leader is Xu Yiqiu. The specifics of the experiment will depend on how he allocates tasks. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Xu Yiqiu, awaiting his words. Several new young members. Noticing that Xu Yiqiu appeared to be of a similar age yet held the position of team leader for the lithography project, could not help but furrow their brows. Internally questioning, does he truly possess such capability? Surely he did not gain this position through connections? Everyone here is a professional in related fields. So I will refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Considering the presence of new members, I must clarify in advance. The development of lithography machines is an exceedingly complex system engineering task requiring multidisciplinary collaboration. Our first research project will focus on the optical system. Xu Yiqiu scanned the assembly of researchers, beginning to allocate tasks. First, I require the optical design experts, optomechanical integration specialists, materials experts, automatic control specialists, and system integration experts to form a subteam. Under the leadership of Professor Li Wen, the research experts promptly grouped themselves according to Xu Yiqiu's directives. Having witnessed Xu Yiqiu's capabilities, they had no objections to his assignments and cooperated fully. What about us newcomers? Zhang Bowen's brows knitted tightly as he looked at Xu Yiqiu, his eyes clearly displaying a hint of defiance. He was eager to see how Xu Yiqiu would allocate work to them. Chapter 35. A balance of soft and hard approaches. Xu Yiqiu's gaze settled upon Zhang Bowen, Wu Jing, and the other new recruits. With a composed tone, he remarked, I have just noticed that there are several plastic reagent bottles and plastic sample boxes in the laboratory that have not been properly cleaned. First, let us dispose of this refuse. Afterwards, I shall assign you your tasks. To these young and ambitious newcomers, Xu Yiqiu's words were not merely a suggestion but a significant affront. They had come to engage in scientific research. Yet now they were being tasked with picking up litter and cleaning, a clear indignity. Their tempers flared instantly, with Zhang Bowen, the leader among them, turning crimson with rage. His veins standing out, he boldly questioned, what do you mean by this? We are here to conduct research, not to perform menial labor. Is this not an obvious form of bullying towards newcomers? Zhang Bowen's challenge ignited a wave of indignation among the other new members. Indeed, we are here for serious work, not to engage in trivialities. Please show us some respect. Several others chimed in, their voices echoing discontent. In their eyes, Xu Yiqiu appeared even younger than they. Yet he held the position of leader of the lithography project group. This disparity bred profound skepticism and dissatisfaction within them. Being instructed to clean only intensified their resistance and further undermined their confidence in Xu Yiqiu's capabilities. Amid the uproar, Wu Jing regarded Xu Yiqiu with mild surprise. Although her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of confusion, she felt no aversion towards him. In the face of the group's dissent, Xu Yiqiu calmly replied, I do not intend to make things difficult for anyone. However, research must be conducted in a clean and orderly environment. We are handling precision instruments and samples, and any contamination could compromise our experimental results. It is not just you. We will all enhance our team spirit through this collective effort in cleaning. Moreover, regardless of the nature of our work, we must always maintain a spirit of humility and hard work. Of course, if you feel that you are solely researchers and cannot accept the task of cleaning, you are free to leave the project group. Here, we come and go as we please. With a serene smile, Xu Yiqiu spread his hands. He was no fool. He recognized the doubts harbored by the group. If he could not manage the most fundamental aspects of compliance and order, the lithography project group, despite its potential for successful research and development, would inevitably fracture under the weight of discordant wills. His objective now was to employ a blend of soft and hard tactics to gradually encourage the new members to adhere to his directives. Should there be any defiant troublemakers, he would not hesitate to remove them. Those who did not share his vision were not his allies. Upon hearing Xu Yiqiu and Appo's words, the expressions of the project group's new members shifted dramatically. No one had anticipated that this young man could possess such cunning. His seemingly upright statements concealed a sharp edge. To put it bluntly, he exhibited little regard for their research identities, creating an atmosphere where non-compliance could lead to immediate replacement. Indeed, cleaning together could indeed enhance our project's cohesion, one new member conceded. After all, he had endured countless layers of selection and competition to join the lithography project group. Leaving now? Only a fool would entertain such an idea. Thus, under Xu Yiqiu's guidance, both new and old members engaged in the laboratory cleanup. The lab was already a dust-free environment, so the task was not burdensome. After disposing of unnecessary waste, the laboratory was revitalized. The veteran members then returned to their respective research areas to commence their work. Xu Yiqiu approached the new members at a measured pace, finally beginning to allocate their tasks. Recognizing that this was likely their first time in such a large laboratory, and that they might lack experience with certain experimental equipment, he decided to assign them relatively straightforward development work, the fabrication of homogenizers for the illumination system. As his words hung in the air, Zhang Bowen nearly choked on his own frustration. Homogenizers are simple. The homogenizer, an essential component of the optical system within the lithography machine's illumination setup, serves to enhance the spatial coherence of light, ensuring that the output from lasers or other light sources is uniformly distributed. However, based on their academic knowledge, they understood that homogenizers not only demanded high processing tolerances but also posed significant challenges in optical path design. One must judiciously plan the internal light reflection counts and pathways while ensuring even light mixing. The roughness of the inner wall surface directly affects light scattering as well, making mechanical processing particularly demanding. Now, Xu Yiqiu was suggesting that this was a simple task. It felt akin to being presented with a primary school math problem only to be asked how to resolve the Navier-Stokes existence and smoothness issues. What could one possibly say in response? Zhang Bowen contemplated directly confronting Xu Yiqiu. Seeing the expressions of the others, Xu Yiqiu continued. It appears that there are no objections now. He produced 2 design blueprints. Are you serious? Is this what you expect the newcomers to develop? Someone lamented internally. I have drafted 2 designs for the homogenizer. One is a telescope-style homogenizer, and the other is an integrating sphere-style homogenizer. You will need to carefully consider and choose one of these designs for development. Xu Yiqiu presented the 2 designs to Wu Jing and Zhang Bowen, who immediately focused intently on the details. They noted that the telescope-style homogenizer featured a rectangular tubular structure designed to connect to the light source and other optical systems, with length specifications ranging from 10 to 30 centimeters and multiple internal lenses. In contrast, the integrating sphere-style homogenizer resembled a spherical container with a diameter of 5 to 15 centimeters, requiring an inner cavity coated with a diffuse reflection layer. It had dedicated ports for input and output light, appearing more streamlined and compact. Faced with the designs and their respective parameters, the group found themselves in a quandary, uncertain how to proceed. Each design had its advantages and disadvantages. The integrating sphere was more universal, while the telescope style offered superior performance but came with higher absorption losses and lower efficiency. Chapter 36. The development of the homogenizer. The absorption loss of the integrating sphere was substantial, yielding relatively low efficiency, while the flying telescope type offered slightly higher efficiency. Zhang Bowen remarked. Wu Jing shook her head, expressing a differing opinion. The efficiency was not significantly higher. In terms of output light uniformity, the integrating sphere's reflective mixing occurred more frequently, theoretically resulting in superior uniformity. Soon, after a thorough analysis and consideration among the group, they ultimately opted for the integrating sphere homogenizer, recognizing it as the option with the fewest drawbacks. Its compactness was appealing, and, most importantly, the integrating sphere was relatively simpler to handle. In contrast, the flying telescope type presented considerable challenges in processing and debugging, which was not conducive for the inexperienced members of the team. Seeing the group's consensus favoring the integrating sphere, Xu Yiqiu spoke up. Let me briefly outline the experimental steps for you. First, We must design the optical path. You need to determine the dimensions of the spherical cavity based on the required mixing uniformity, as well as the parameters for the input and output ports. Detailed research steps and specifications are clearly indicated in the drawings. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me at any time. After delivering this statement, Xu Yiqiu exchanged a meaningful glance with Wu Jing before turning to head towards the optical system development area. Wu Jing, caught off guard by Xu Yiqiu's significant look, momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What was that about? Why was she being observed? Her irritation was palpable as she huffed and then joined the other members in studying the integrating sphere homogenizer. Naturally, Wu Jing held unwavering faith in Xu Yiqiu's experimental methods, striving to follow his steps diligently during the development process. However, the other members remained skeptical of Xu Yiqiu's design drawings, setting aside whether Xu Yiqiu's designs were flawed. The parameters alone seemed utterly foreign to them, bearing no resemblance to the professional knowledge they had previously acquired. Consequently, they outright abandoned Xu Yiqiu's design philosophy, opting instead for their own professional expertise to commence the development of the homogenizer. Initially, the materials expert selected a high-purity fused silica, deemed the optimal material for constructing the homogenizer cavity based on the required design wavelength. Mechanical engineer Zhang Bowen employed CNC machinery, laboring for several hours to create a rudimentary spherical cavity. However, this was merely the first step. They then cautiously applied a new anti-reflective coating to the inner wall of the cavity. Yet, the testing results left everyone disheartened. The coating was uneven, rendering effective light mixing impossible. How could this happen? One member exclaimed, visibly disappointed with the experiment's outcome. Wu Jing furrowed her brow. The drawings clearly indicate that the anti-reflective coating on the inner wall must be uniform to effectively mix the light. Her statement was unequivocal, emphasizing the necessity of adhering to the design rather than following their own interpretations during the experimental development. Meanwhile, two other members encountered difficulties with the design and processing of the ports, achieving a roundness deviation of less than 20 micrometers for the portholes. How could that be feasible? The optical designer scrutinized the design drawings, his brow furrowed in concentration. He needed to design the input and output light ports on the spherical cavity, but creating openings on a spherical surface proved to be exceedingly challenging. Moreover, he deemed Xu Yiqiu's parameters unattainable and ultimately chose to abandon them in favor of his own design approach. They utilized specialized ultra-hard tools to bore and polish the portholes on the sphere, but the processing was painstakingly slow. After finally producing a sample, they found the surface roughness was far from satisfactory. Thus, following their own design philosophy led them to repeated failures. Within the laboratory, the air was thick with the newcomer's laments and sighs, gradually enveloping the space in a sense of despair. Even Wu Fuguo was drawn to the commotion. What is happening? Is there an error in the design drawings? He inquired, picking up the integrating sphere design and examining it with a frown. Ultimately, he discovered everything in the drawings was in order. Under Wu Fuguo's guidance, the members began to seek lessons from their failures, aligning their efforts with the design outlined in the drawings. However, this comparison proved eye-opening. They realized their understanding had been fundamentally challenged. Xu Yiqiu and Appo's design philosophy operated on an entirely different level than theirs. They had assumed Xu Yiqiu and Appo's thought process was merely at a basic level, but in reality, he was operating at a much more advanced tier. After careful analysis, the revelation left them stunned. One member could not contain his curiosity and approached Xu Yiqiu, asking, "Why did you mention coolant in your design explanation? In the fields we've studied, coolant is solely used to dissipate heat during the cutting process to prevent overheating. Why suggest using it for boring and polishing the portholes? This seems illogical." Meeting the members' incredulous gaze, Xu Yiqiu replied calmly, "Scientific research values flexibility and innovation. Daring to propose new ideas is essential. Clinging too rigidly to textbooks will only lead to stagnation and entrapment in a vicious cycle." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "You are correct in stating that the primary function of coolant is to remove heat from the cutting process. However, utilizing a low flow rate of coolant can stabilize cutting forces. The flowing coolant can promptly carry away minute chips from the cutting area, preventing accumulation that could lead to unstable cutting forces." As he spoke, he leisurely approached the group and sketched a diagram with a marker. Coolant can lower the temperature of the cutting area, reducing variations in the mechanical properties of the workpiece and stabilizing cutting forces. After completing the illustration, he drew a large circle on the drawing, clearly labeling his parameter values. "Follow my instructions," he emphasized, lightly tapping the design with his elongated fingers. The group was raptly focused on Xu Yiqiu's explanations and parameters, their eyes shimmering with incredulity. Their expressions mirrored that of someone witnessing the innovative design of a homogenizer for the first time. Meanwhile, Wu Jing's attention was captivated by Xu Yiqiu's earnest demeanor. Observing his meticulousness, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with warmth. Indeed, dedicated men were the most captivating, particularly those engaged in experiments. Consequently, after grasping the concepts thoroughly, the group commenced experiments following Xu Yiqiu's guidance. By employing a low flow rate of coolant to stabilize cutting forces, they ultimately achieved the desired dimensional accuracy and surface quality for the portholes after prolonged processing. Chapter 37. Shocking the Ministry of Science and Technology subsequently. Under Xu Yiqiu's guidance, the team members brimmed with confidence and resumed the development and manufacturing of the homogenizer. The precision machinists employed grinding tools to polish the inner walls of the cavity to an optical-grade smoothness, while also fabricating the optical ports for input and output. After assembly and debugging, the uniformity of the output light exhibited significant improvement, though it still fell short of the design specifications. They had no choice but to turn their hopeful gazes towards Xu Yiqiu. Given their current capabilities, they could only produce conventional homogenizers. The creation of the advanced homogenizer that Xu Yiqiu demanded posed considerable challenges, one that could not be resolved in a short span, but rather required prolonged research and experimentation. Xu Yiqiu did not possess the luxury of time for them to engage in trial and error, and thus offered guidance. There is an issue with the internal structure of the cavity. Utilize the knowledge and experience you have acquired to consider ways to increase the number of reflections. This suggestion plunged everyone into a moment of contemplative silence. After a while, optical designer Wang Yu snapped his fingers, struck by a brilliant solution. We could incorporate some optical prisms that would resolve the issue perfectly. Without delay, capitalizing on Xu Yiqiu's prompt, they redesigned the internal structure of the cavity, integrating optical prisms to enhance the reflection count. Following the team's diligent efforts and experimentation, the test results revealed that the new integrating sphere homogenizer finally met all the required specifications. Hooray, we did it! The team, hands smeared with soot, joyfully gathered together, cheering for their victorious breakthrough in research and development. Achieving success in their first experimental endeavor filled Wu Fuguo and the veteran members with newfound respect for this youthful team. Wu Fuguo, overjoyed, promptly reported the research breakthrough to the Ministry of Science and Technology. Meanwhile, in the office of the Minister of Science and Technology, Minister Lin Yanan sat across from Deputy Minister Li Minghua, deliberating future research plans. I have assigned the lithography project team at Peking University the task of making breakthroughs. They must achieve advancements in optical systems for me to continue providing funding support. Otherwise, given their current research progress, it is uncertain when they will reach a conclusion. Lin Yanan lamented. The lithography project alone consumed half of the annual research funding. Such a substantial financial drain, if it yielded no returns, could not be sustained regardless of the national support for lithography development. At present, they urgently needed a breakthrough to restore the confidence of all researchers. Li Minghua lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip, before asking, "It appears you intend to press them harder." Lin Yanan managed a wry smile. "No matter how much pressure I apply, if they lack the requisite skills and capabilities, it will ultimately be futile. I do not wish to force them into a corner. However, given the current critical juncture, it is necessary to apply some pressure. Frankly, I have little hope for their breakthrough." Lin Yanan clasped his hands together in front of his abdomen, exuding an air of resignation. After all, he had witnessed the multitude of failures in the lithography field over the decades. At this point, he had grown accustomed and desensitized to it all, feeling a profound sense of helplessness and disappointment. Suddenly, the phone on the desk vibrated. Lin Yanan picked it up and saw a message from Wu Fuguo. Upon reading the news of the research breakthrough, he was taken aback, rising from his seat in astonishment. "What is it?" Li Minghua inquired, puzzled. "Wu Fuguo reports that the lithography project team has made a breakthrough. They have developed a feedback control system and an integrating sphere homogenizer." Lin Yanan gazed at the message in disbelief. "Is this true?" Li Minghua's eyes brightened as he too stood up. Lin Yanan's expression fluctuated dramatically, filled with incredulity and shock. "I had initially suggested they develop a feedback control system for the lithography machine, threatening to disband the project team if they failed. That was merely a pressure tactic. I never truly intended to dismantle them. I cannot believe they actually accomplished it. They even produced the integrating sphere homogenizer in the ministry's laboratory." Lin Yanan held the phone, his face a mask of astonishment. It defies logic. This was nearly an impossible experiment. After hearing Lin Yanan's words, Li Minghua furrowed his brow in skepticism. You understand better than anyone the difficulty level of the feedback control system. Furthermore, adding a homogenizer into the mix makes it impossible to develop both within such a short time frame. Li Minghua's expression turned serious, struggling to believe the news. In response, Lin Yunan's demeanor gradually shifted from excitement to gravity. He too suspected Wu Fuguo was jesting with him. How could problems that had persisted for decades be resolved in mere days? Moreover, according to the latest updates from the lithography project team, more than half of the research personnel had voluntarily left the team, dispersing across the country, some even joining other projects. How could they have achieved success under such circumstances? It seemed absurd. Lin Yunan's face reddened, feeling that Wu Fuguo was merely playing a prank on him. Just then, the phone in his hand vibrated again. Looking down, he noticed that Wu Fuguo was inviting him to a video call. Without hesitation, Lin Yunan pressed to connect, eager to discover what they had truly developed. Upon connecting, the screen revealed the youthful faces of Xu Yiqiu and many other young team members. Lin Yunan and Li Minghua were taken aback by this sight. What does this mean? Wu Fuguo is connecting us with a bunch of youngsters? Lin Yunan's brow furrowed in concern. Old Wu, what is the meaning of this group of young people? At that moment, Wu Fuguo, buoyed by the breakthrough in lithography, appeared overjoyed. They are all research members of our lithography project team. I wanted you to meet these fresh faces. Lin Yunan's expression darkened immediately. Our time is limited. Certain areas can no longer afford delays. You expect this group of youngsters to develop a lithography machine? Is this a joke? He had already harbored doubts about Wu Fuguo's experimental results. Now, seeing him presenting a group of young people, he felt an immediate surge of anger. Chapter 38. A remarkable breakthrough. It seemed that Wu Fuguo had perceived Lin Yunan's doubts. With a smile, he explained, I understand that you must have many questions swirling in your mind. However, I can assure you, based on my career, that our lithography machine project team has encountered no issues. We hope you will grant us an opportunity to prove ourselves. As he spoke, Wu Fuguo shifted the camera's focus. The video immediately revealed an experimental workstation, showcasing the previously developed feedback control system and the integrative ball homogenizer. Behold, this is our best evidence, echoed Wu Fuguo's voice, tinged with pride. Upon witnessing the feedback control system and the homogenizer on the screen, Lin Yunan and Li Minghua were visibly taken aback. They had never anticipated that this understaffed lithography project team had achieved such a significant breakthrough. Is this real? Can it operate normally? At this moment, Lin Yunan's voice trembled with excitement. Everything is functioning perfectly. To validate the authenticity of the experiment, Wu Fuguo directly connected via video link to demonstrate the normal operation of both components to Lin Yunan and Li Minghua. Once they confirmed that the data metrics of the feedback control system and the homogenizer were all in order, Lin Yunan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his exhilaration palpable. Initially, he had planned to temporarily abandon the lithography project team. However, against all odds, they had risen from the ashes, presenting him with an extraordinary surprise. Excellent. Please maintain this spirit of innovation. The Ministry of Science and Technology would provide substantial support and funding for your research endeavors. Lin Yunan finally unveiled a long-awaited smile, assuring them of his commitment to provide robust support and assistance. Li Minghua, the deputy director, also wore a look of contentment. Indeed, youthful vigor is unparalleled. You are free to pursue your research boldly. Any other issues will be directly addressed by the Cabinet and the Ministry of Science and Technology. With the collective endorsement of Lin Yunan and Li Minghua, Wu Fuguo felt an overwhelming tide of exhilaration. He had never felt such elation before. The humiliation and dissatisfaction he had endured previously dissipated in that moment. Thank you, leaders, for your recognition and support. We, the new generation, will undoubtedly contribute to the advancement of domestic scientific research. The young members in the video were invigorated by their leaders' encouragement and praise, their spirits soaring. Achieving such remarkable success in their inaugural experiment, particularly in the field of lithography, was indeed a monumental accolade in the entire scientific community. Their faces radiated pride, as if this successful experiment had transformed them into titans of research. Indeed, the youth are truly remarkable. Lin Yunan expressed admiration for the enthusiasm of these young members. What is your next target for breakthroughs? Eager to showcase their ambitions, Zhang Bowen replied, Next, we aim to make advancements in the light source system, primarily focusing on the pump light source. However, before he could finish, Xu Yiqiu, standing before the screen, interrupted him. Our next research focus will be on excimer lasers. Zhang Bowen's expression flickered with frustration as he felt his words cut short. He was about to retort but recognized Xu Yiqiu as the project leader, forcing him to swallow his response. Yet, Resentment lingered in his heart. What's the big deal? Just a project leader, he thought dismissively. Upon hearing that Xu Yiqiu intended to pursue the development of excimer lasers, the entire room gasped in astonishment. Gazing at Xu Yiqiu as if he were a scientific anomaly, Lin Yunan's pupils dilated in shock. Are you certain you wish to develop excimer lasers? Have you comprehended the complexity of its production process? His inquiry was directed specifically at the young team. Only the seasoned members of the lithography project team understood the formidable challenges involved in laser development, particularly the selection and precise ratio of the excitation gases, an intricate task requiring extensive theoretical calculations and experimental explorations. For decades, the country had never truly produced a fully autonomous laser machine. Upon Lin Yunan's remarks, many young researchers were eager to shake their heads in dissent. This was not their ambition to develop a laser machine. It was Xu Yiqiu's desire. It had no bearing on them. This is madness. Asking us, inexperienced in practical research, to develop an excimer laser machine is sheer folly. They doubted not only the confidence of their leaders, but even their own capability for such an undertaking. Xu Yiqiu was acutely aware of the challenges presented in developing excimer lasers. Even he recognized that tackling such a complex research process alone would be exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, this component was vital to the optical system of the lithography machine and was a necessary step in the journey. No matter how arduous, it must be undertaken. This time, I will convene both new and veteran members to collaborate on this project. I firmly believe that if the team members can work in harmony, developing the excimer laser will not be an insurmountable task. I am confident in this, Xu Yiqiu assured Lin Yunan and Li Minghua through the video link. As long as we adhere to my research protocol and avoid unforeseen issues, success is virtually guaranteed. Very well, then. Proceed with your bold endeavors. As always, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek it, Lin Yunan replied, having been swayed by Xu Yiqiu and Appo's assurance and confidence. Though they harbored reservations about this research venture, opportunities are often reserved for those willing to take a chance. What if, against all odds, they succeeded? As the clock neared midnight, the experimental team members in the underground laboratory gradually departed, eager to return home and rest. A full day of research had left them fatigued, yearning for restorative sleep. Chapter 39. Development of excimer laser in the laboratory. Only 2 individuals remained. Wu Fugua gazed at Xu Yiqiu with a grave expression, stating, "The development of the excimer laser is by no means a trivial endeavor. Its complexity rivals that of creating a spacecraft engine. You must consider this carefully, should we fail. The significant standing we have established within the Ministry of Science and Technology will be irrevocably shattered." As he spoke, Wu Fugua and Appo's face was etched with concern. The excimer laser amalgamates multiple cutting-edge technologies, including mechanics, optics, materials, electronics, and control systems. Mastering its core technology independently presents an extraordinary challenge. Xu Yiqiu remained silent for a moment before responding. I fully comprehend the intricacies involved. However, this represents a critical juncture for us. Only by overcoming this challenge can we contemplate subsequent research projects. Pausing briefly, Xu Yiqiu continued, this complex research endeavor may extend over a considerable period. Therefore, I intend to convene all members of our project team, starting tomorrow, to collaboratively develop the excimer laser. Xu Yiqiu and Appo's words resonated with unwavering determination, deeply moving Wu Fugua. Very well, it's settled then. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall support your research efforts from behind. Best of luck. Wu Fugua placed a reassuring hand on Xu Yiqiu and Appo's shoulder, conveying a look of trust. The following day, early in the morning, under Xu Yiqiu and Appo's summons, all members arrived promptly at the underground laboratory of the Ministry of Science and Technology. Esteemed colleagues, the significance of developing the excimer laser cannot be overstated. I urge each of you to harness your full capabilities and belief. We must trust in our potential for success. Standing before the assembled group, Xu Yiqiu initially offered words of encouragement before proceeding to allocate the forthcoming research tasks. The first step involved designing the laser cavity. The optical engineers needed to select the appropriate gas medium based on the required output wavelength, calculate the structural components of the resonant cavity, and achieve a nano-level surface roughness and flatness through meticulous polishing. This is our objective for today. New members are to collaborate with their more experienced counterparts, adopting a supportive teamwork approach. Following Xu Yiqiu's directives, everyone positioned themselves at their respective workstations. Yet, due to the excessive complexity of the excimer laser. Even the seasoned members found themselves at a loss. Consequently, Xu Yiqiu took a marker and began outlining his general approach on the whiteboard. Let me elucidate the complete procedure for manufacturing the excimer laser. First, we design and fabricate the laser cavity. Next, we process the mirrors and assemble the optical system, followed by the gas and excitation systems. Finally, we commence testing the excitation. As Xu Yiqiu meticulously detailed the sequential steps on the board, the veteran members listened attentively. However, some of the younger members displayed a degree of disdain, particularly Zhang Bowen, who seemed disinterested in the information. Who doesn't he know the sequence of research? The crux lies in the intricate details and specific manufacturing processes. What you need to focus on today is the design and fabrication of the laser cavity. This is not a simple task. We must dedicate at least a month to the research effort, Xu Yiqiu asserted earnestly. A month? Upon hearing Xu Yiqiu's declaration, the team was taken aback. Given the intricacies of the production process, a year might not suffice to achieve results. After all, this undertaking had consumed vast amounts of resources and manpower, and there had been no breakthroughs for decades. Observing the collective astonishment, Xu Yiqiu reassured them. As long as we collaborate effectively, producing the excimer laser within a month is entirely feasible. I will provide comprehensive support throughout the research process. Thus, the development commenced. Various rare materials began to appear in the laboratory. In the integrated optics workshop, Xu Yiqiu was diligently operating the CNC machine, carefully manipulating the control lever. Under the precise regulation of the high-speed spindle and feed systems, a solid block of metal was gradually sculpted into a finely contoured cavity. As the project team leader, he recognized the necessity of setting a commendable precedent, especially when others were uncertain about how to proceed. What he was crafting constituted the core component of the excimer laser, requiring a manufacturing quality of nano-level precision. Initially, the younger researchers were reluctant to observe. However, as they gradually watched, they became aware of Xu Yiqiu's formidable expertise. He not only possessed extensive knowledge of photolithography, but also exhibited versatility in complex precision engineering tasks. This left Zhang Bowen, a mechanical engineer, feeling somewhat inadequate. Meanwhile, Wu Jing, observing Xu Yiqiu's exceptional craftsmanship, gazed at him with admiration. He can do everything so well. It's astonishing, she thought, her delicate face flushing with warmth. Everyone, please take note. When technicians utilize CNC machines for internal processing, they must finely machine each structural component of the cavity and achieve nano-level flatness through precision polishing. Xu Yiqiu explained while continuing his work on the cavity. Witnessing Xu Yiqiu's prowess inspired the team to cast aside their prior skepticism, gathering around to closely observe his techniques. Under Xu Yiqiu's guidance, the team humbly began to learn. As days turned into weeks, the team made substantial progress in developing the excimer laser. From the initial design of the laser cavity to the fabrication of the cavity, they had now advanced to processing the mirrors. In the optical laboratory, they were conducting tests on a specially coated aluminum fluoride mirror. A researcher gently rotated the mirror's mounting frame while observing the trajectory of the reflected light spot. The image processing software calculated the slight inclinations of each point on the mirror's surface, and their task was to adjust each lens to ensure the reflected rays were perfectly parallel. 2 weeks later, within the laboratory's instrumentation room, the project researchers were employing a mass spectrometer to test the component ratios outputted by a gas mixing system. Chapter 40. Rare materials. Wu Jing meticulously adjusted the gas flow control valves until the concentration ratios of the various gases perfectly aligned with the design specifications. This calibration would determine the wavelength of the laser output. After the entire team had diligently fine-tuned and tested each system module, Xu Yiqiu announced that the assembly process could begin. In that moment, a palpable tension enveloped the room. They had toiled day and night for countless hours, and as they were on the verge of realizing their research, each heart began to race with anxiety. The outcome would dictate the success of their endeavor. Failure would mean that all their hard work would be in vain, and they might have to overturn all previous designs and start anew. As the assembly commenced, Xu Yiqiu stood before the control panel, his gaze fixed on the fluctuating data displayed on the screen, and issued the assembly command. All members, both new and seasoned, focused intently. Optical designer Wang Yu carefully positioned the polished cavity onto the optical workbench. Professor Li Wen began the meticulous installation of the mirrors, adjusting their precise angles. Zhang Bowen, his expression grave, connected the gas system, preparing for the imminent activation. With everything in place, the excimer laser was finally ready for its inaugural ignition test. This apparatus was the culmination of the team's half-month of dedication and expertise. Hearts raced as they silently prayed for success. Wu Fuguo turned his gaze towards Xu Yiqiu at the control panel. In this moment, even the battle-hardened veteran felt a sense of unease. In many respects, this domestically produced laser machine would symbolize their nation's technological prowess. Should the research fail, not only would they be unable to secure funding from their superiors, but they would also face derision and humiliation from foreign scientific teams. As the test commenced, Xu Yiqiu called out to the researchers below. The technicians began to inject gas and activate the heating system. The excimer laser emitted a low hum, with all parameters displayed on the screen indicating normalcy. Power was initiated, and the discharge system began to hum. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the technicians pressed the ignition button. Bang, bang, bang. All technicians fixated intently on the excimer laser, holding their breaths, not daring to exhale. The atmosphere in the laboratory was thick with tension, every heartbeat echoing in the silence. At the control panel, Xu Yiqiu scrutinized the stream of data on the screen, suddenly furrowing his brow. The anticipated laser pulse did not materialize. Instead, a sharp alarm blared. A message appeared on the display: cavity material damage. A wave of shock washed over the team. Panic ensued. Failed. How could that be? Professor Li Wen's expression shifted dramatically. He hurried forward to investigate, trembling slightly. He could scarcely believe that the research efforts of the past half-month had culminated in failure. Numerous researchers rushed over, anxiously examining the laser's configuration, their faces etched with disbelief. This was not how it was supposed to be. Every step of the research had been meticulously calculated and designed. Why had it failed? Zhang Bowen's face was ashen. He had primarily overseen the assembly process of the excimer laser, and all procedures had followed a strict assembly sequence. Logically, there should have been no issues. Cavity material damage. At this moment, Wu Fuguo approached, his expression equally grave and complex. Though he had long prepared himself for the possibility of failure, witnessing the excimer laser's development collapse was still hard to accept. A failed experiment would mean they could no longer apply for funding, shattering the expectations and attention bestowed upon them by their superiors. Meanwhile, Xu Yiqiu remained at the control panel, fixated on the data parameters displayed before him, his demeanor solemn. No one knew what thoughts were racing through his mind, but it was evident that his spirits were as low as those of his colleagues. Buzz. Just as the entire laboratory descended into a brief state of despondency, a phone call pierced the silence. Wu Fuguo glanced at his phone and saw the caller was Lin Yanan, the Minister of Science and Technology. His expression shifted slightly. Yet he pressed the answer button. Old Wu, it has been half a month. What is the progress on the excimer laser? Lin Yanan's voice came through the line. Wu Fuguo's demeanor darkened, but he answered truthfully, we have completed the testing, but some unexpected issues arose during the process. A brief silence followed on the other end. So, does that mean the research has failed? Lin inquired. Wu Fuguo's expression flickered with intense struggle. It has not failed. Merely, we encountered some problems during the process. Please grant us more time. We will identify the cause. Although, from an experimental standpoint, it was indeed a failure, Wu Fuguo was reluctant to concede. He believed their research was sound. Only a specific aspect had faltered. Once they pinpointed the exact issue, they could ensure the experiment's success. After ending the call, Wu Fuguo approached the control panel and stood beside Xu Yiqiu. Do not worry, we will resolve this, he reassured. Xu Yiqiu, still fixated on the screen, suddenly spoke. I have found the cause. At this revelation, the previously despondent research personnel turned their astonished gazes toward him. What is the cause? They inquired, gathering around the control panel with bated breath. The data here has become chaotic, indicating that the cavity wall material sustained damage under prolonged discharge conditions, leading to an abnormal excitation process and preventing normal laser output. Xu Yiqiu analyzed gravely, pointing at the dense data on the screen. But that should not be the case. Our research steps were executed meticulously, and the manufacturing materials were sound, a technician expressed doubt. No, the materials are at fault, Xu Yiqiu countered, shaking his head. Due to our limited research budget, the materials we employed may appear up to standard, yet they fall short when compared to high-end alternatives, he elaborated. Then, the issue lies with the materials? Li Wen questioned. Xu Yiqiu nodded. Indeed. We must select a more durable coating material for the cavity's interior and optimize the manufacturing process. We need to utilize rare substances such as gallium fluoride, silica, metal fluorides, and specialized alloys. Chapter 41. Exceeding expectations upon hearing the mention of several rare materials from Xu Yiqiu's lips, a collective gasp escaped the mouths of numerous researchers present. They were acutely aware of the scarcity of these materials, especially the expensive and rare gallium fluoride coating, which they had not encountered in quite some time. However, in their quest to successfully develop the excimer laser, they were compelled to find a way to procure these materials. I will make a call to inquire whether other project teams possess these materials, Wu Fuguo stated, swiftly retrieving his mobile phone to contact other project teams for information on the materials. Yet, without exception, the responses he received were disheartening. These materials were deemed too rare and obscure for their experiments, and none had them in stock. Reluctantly, Wu Fuguo had no choice but to reach out to the Minister of Science and Technology, Lin Yanan. Minister, we have identified the cause of the excimer laser's operational failure. The issue lies with the materials. We urgently require gallium fluoride, silicon dioxide, metal fluorides, and special alloys, and we hope the ministry can provide us with support, Wu Fuguo implored. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanan was momentarily taken aback. The materials Wu Fuguo mentioned were all extraordinarily rare and exorbitantly priced, costing thousands per gram, and extremely difficult to acquire. After a long pause, Lin Yanan finally replied, "These experimental materials are indeed precious. However, if you can truly achieve successful development, I can make an exception this time." Although uncertain whether the photolithography project team could genuinely succeed, he decided to take a gamble, bolstered by the confidence instilled by their previous research accomplishments. Upon hearing this, Wu Fuguo was overjoyed and immediately assured, "Rest assured, as long as we obtain the raw materials, we guarantee success in our research." Lin Yanan nodded. "Please wait. I must seek approval from the cabinet for this matter." These exceedingly rare materials were stored in the nation's most confidential materials reserve, and without the cabinet's official seal, no one was authorized to access them. After concluding the call, Lin Yanan promptly placed an urgent call to the cabinet. After thoroughly reporting the situation, Deputy Minister Li Minghua consented to the activation of the National Materials Reserve, given the extraordinary rarity and expense of the materials being requisitioned. A helicopter was dispatched directly to land at the entrance of the National Reserve. This spectacle left the warehouse personnel in utter astonishment. They were accustomed to seeing armed trucks transporting materials, but such a grand display was unprecedented. Understanding the gravity of this materials requisition, the management staff did not dare to be negligent. They mobilized nearly everyone to assist in loading the rare raw materials onto the helicopter, with personnel present overseeing the operation. The process was expedited. Approximately an hour later, the raw materials were transported into the basement. With these materials in hand, Xu Yiqiu wasted no time and immediately gathered all team members to make further adjustments and assemble the excimer laser. Even Wu Fuguo personally immersed himself in the process, meticulously overseeing the apparatus. This time, the atmosphere was even tenser than before. The incident had attracted the attention of both the cabinet and the Ministry of Science and Technology, and nearly all higher-ups were focused on their progress. Should they fail again, confidence in them would be irrevocably lost, and securing future experimental funding would be a distant hope. The experiment commenced anew. In the pristine workshop, Xu Yiqiu and his team were intensely focused on calibrating the newly developed massive excimer laser. They carefully adjusted the knobs for gas ratio, while Xu Yiqiu attentively monitored the ozone, fluorine, and xenon ratios displayed on the screen. Any disturbance could potentially disrupt the laser's output wavelength and intensity stability. With the gas ratios stabilized, they prepared to energize the excitation system. He confirmed with Zhang Bowen, who was operating the power system. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bowen's expression turned grave. He donned insulating gloves and cautiously increased the voltage. A faint electric hum resonated as the gas gradually ionized into a stable, purplish-red plasma. Simultaneously, optical system expert Wang Yu began adjusting the angles of the mirrors within the resonant cavity. He needed to ensure that the light waves reflected within the cavity repeatedly, achieving optimal laser gain effects. On the screen, the fluctuating energy readings danced wildly, symbolizing the ongoing optimization of the optical system. The moment was imminent. The entire project team collectively held their breath in tense anticipation. Laser activation. With that command, a powerful ultraviolet laser burst forth from the output lens. The numbers on the display indicated the pulse frequency and energy level of the beam. By heavens, it worked. A young researcher could not contain his ecstatic outburst. At that moment, as everyone realized the significance of the achievement, they erupted in joyous cheers. They had successfully activated this unprecedented high-precision excimer laser. which would serve as the light source for the next generation of photolithography machines. Fantastic! Yiqiu, we did it! Wu Jing exclaimed, joyfully leaping into the air. Unable to restrain herself, she embraced Xu Yiqiu's arm, eager to celebrate together. However, as if recalling something, her cheeks flushed a bright crimson, and she quickly released him. Wu Fuguo witnessed this scene, and instead of feeling anger, he stepped forward, patting Xu Yiqiu's shoulder with genuine delight. Yiqiu, you truly accomplished it. Congratulations! His gaze lingered on the young man, revealing unmasked admiration and excitement. This was an endeavor that had seemed almost insurmountable, yet in Xu Yiqiu's hands, it had not only been achieved but exceeded expectations. It should be noted that Xu Yiqiu was merely in his 20s, a newcomer to the experimental field. This achievement, even on a global scale, was undeniably remarkable. Feeling the intense joy and fervor of those around him, Xu Yiqiu was equally swept up in the collective excitement. He smiled at Wu Fuguo and said, "Academician Wu, thank you. Without your support and the provision of raw materials, my success would not have been possible. As I have said, victory belongs to everyone." Xu Yiqiu's humble words instantly garnered the respect and admiration of both new and seasoned members of the laboratory. Chapter 42. Upgrading the Excimer laser machine. Xu Yiqiu's humble words immediately garnered the admiration of both new and veteran members of the laboratory. Despite his youth, he possessed exceptional abilities and exhibited a grand vision that far surpassed ordinary individuals. Professor Liwen remarked, "I must say, the successful development of the Excimer laser machine is largely attributed to Yiqiu. Without his assistance and guidance, it might have taken us years to create such a high-precision laser machine." His admiration was sincere. In previous years, developing laser machines had required the collective effort of all research experts at Peking University. Merely constructing such a machine had consumed years of their time. Moreover, the laser machines they produced were only considered second-rate compared to the world as top models. Under Xu Yiqiu's leadership, they had developed a world-class laser machine in just half a month. In his view, Xu Yiqiu transcended the label of genius. He was destined to be a leading figure in the scientific community. Upon receiving praise from Professor Li Wen, Xu Yiqiu merely nodded humbly in acknowledgement. His gaze then lingered on the Excimer laser machine, revealing a contemplative expression. Observing this, the others were taken aback. The laser machine had already been developed. So why did he appear so unenthusiastic? Was there an issue with the machine? Professor Li sensed that Xu Yiqiu did not seem as pleased as expected and could not help but inquire. Xu Yiqiu crossed his arms, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and replied, "There is nothing wrong with the laser machine. However, in my opinion, it has numerous areas that require improvement." What? The moment those words escaped his lips, everyone fell into a state of astonishment, momentarily at a loss. From their professional perspective, this Excimer laser machine undoubtedly ranked among the world's advanced models. Although it may not be the most cutting-edge, it certainly surpassed many second-rate machines. For their country, it was already considered top-tier. Yet Xu Yiqiu claimed that the machine still needed enhancements? Did he imply that it was not advanced enough and had room for further improvement? Not only were the new and veteran members speechless, but Wu Fuguo also appeared utterly astonished. "Are you saying you can further improve this laser machine?" he tentatively asked. Given their combined expertise, the machine seemed nearly flawless. The thought of uncovering further avenues for improvement left them bewildered. Xu Yiqiu's intention seemed to suggest an upgrade, which was nothing short of astonishing for these professionals. Xu Yiqiu nodded, still fixated on the laser machine, and affirmed that is indeed the case. "However, it is getting late. You all should return and rest. I will take care of things here." From beginning to end, he did not look at anyone else. His focused gaze remained on the machine, meticulously examining it as if searching for points of improvement. Seeing Xu Yiqiu's determination, the others refrained from further politeness. After spending nearly every day in the laboratory over the past half-month, they had not breathed in fresh air for quite some time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the project team members gradually departed. Ultimately, only Wu Fuguo and his daughter Wu Jing remained, watching Xu Yiqiu with concern. "Yiqiu, don't push yourself too hard. It's essential to relax. Moreover, this machine is already advanced enough. We need not strive for absolute perfection," Wu Fuguo advised. "Indeed, Yiqiu, nothing in this world is absolutely perfect. No country dares to claim it has produced the most flawless laser machine," Wu Jing added, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Xu Yiqiu's back. "Thank you for your concern. However, according to my standards, if we are to do it, it must be the best in the world. Give me 3 days, and I am confident I can achieve it." Xu Yiqiu turned to Wu Fuguo and Wu Jing, conveying a reassuring look. Seeing Xu Yiqiu's confidence, Wu Fuguo felt it unnecessary to press further. He merely reminded him to take care of himself before leaving with his daughter. Once everyone had departed, Xu Yiqiu retrieved a stamina pill from his storage box. This was a reward from the little dot system for completing a task. And he had a total of 5 pills. Having used one previously, he now had 4 remaining. These 4 stamina pills would be more than sufficient for the upcoming development and improvement projects. After taking 1 pill, Xu Yiqiu locked himself in the underground laboratory. He sat at his workstation, immersing himself in research while jotting down his preliminary thoughts, optimizing the electric field structure and magnetic field design for a more uniform and stable plasma excitation. Utilizing lower-loss ultra-flat optical components to enhance the optical quality of the cavity, and improving the gas system to provide higher purity gas mediums. After filling 2 pages with these thoughts, he proceeded to write dense calculations. For 3 consecutive days and nights, Xu Yiqiu did not close his eyes, dedicating himself entirely to experimentation. Wu Fuguo grew increasingly concerned for Xu Yiqiu's well-being. Over those 3 days, he visited multiple times to inquire if Xu Yiqiu had eaten, only to be met with vague dismissals. In truth, aside from the normal necessity of using the restroom, Xu Yiqiu had neither slept nor eaten, thanks to the support of the stamina pills. Otherwise, given his current workload, he would have collapsed in the laboratory long ago. Wu Fuguo could not rest easy and often brought meals with Wu Jing. Fortunately, Xu Yiqiu appeared to be in good spirits, seemingly brimming with energy, alleviating their worries for the time being. Finally, perseverance paid off. On the night of the 3rd day, when Wu Fuguo and Wu Jing returned to deliver dinner, they were astounded to witness Xu Yiqiu's successfully improved excimer laser machine. This is. Wu Fuguo and Wu Jing stood frozen, gazing at the nearly renovated laser machine in sheer astonishment. Chapter 43. The X-2000 excimer laser. In the spacious laboratory, a uniquely shaped device stood out prominently. Its streamlined cubic design, clad in silvery metal, reflected the ambient light within the room. The front of the chamber featured a large transparent observation window, revealing a complex network of internal piping. At the top, conduits were connected, continuously emitting billowing white vapor. On either side, optical excitation systems were safeguarded by heavy radiation-resistant covers. The exhaust system at the rear occasionally flashed with indicators from infrared laser detectors. To the right, a precise gas system was linked, with the data on the display fluctuating to reflect gas flow adjustments. Various gas valves, the power switch, and a touchscreen display were neatly arranged on the control panel. This was my latest upgraded X-2000 excimer laser. Xu Yiqiu gazed at the culmination of his recent efforts, a proud smile gracing his face. Wu Fuguo and his daughter Wu Jing stood frozen, utterly astounded. Who could have imagined that Xu Yiqiu's claim to enhance the laser machine would come to fruition so swiftly? And within just 3 days, the transformation was complete. Yiqiu, you must be joking, Wu Jing exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief in her understanding. Upgrading such a high-tech device in 3 days was nothing short of a challenge. Even producing a simple design plan would be daunting. Yet, here was Xu Yiqiu, having accomplished it. Judging by the laser machine's appearance, it exuded an air of advanced technology, seemingly far superior to its predecessor. Have you tested it? Wu Fuguo adjusted his glasses, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He hurried to the excimer laser for calibration. No one could fathom the depth of his astonishment at that moment. Initially, the project team considered it a monumental achievement to create a single excimer laser. Who could have anticipated that Xu Yiqiu would deliver such a remarkable surprise? I have already calibrated it. You may test the performance of the X-2000 laser now, Xu Yiqiu said with a calm smile, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if the laser machine were not his creation at all. What improvements have been made? Wu Fuguo asked excitedly while adjusting the machine. The enhancements are substantial. Firstly, the excitation system has been upgraded with a new electrode structure and voltage stabilization technology, yielding a more uniform and stable plasma. Secondly, the high reflective mirror's reflectivity has increased from 88.2 to 99.8, significantly reducing optical cavity losses. Lastly, the high-speed frequency stabilization technology has improved the pulse frequency stability by 2 orders of magnitude, reaching 1 × 10 to the power of -8. Xu Yiqiu began to elaborate on the upgrades to the laser machine. Excellent, excellent, Wu Fuguo exclaimed joyfully, repeating the word thrice. One could only imagine the elation and excitement swelling within him. After a brief testing period, he jubilantly concluded that the X-2000 represented the most advanced excimer laser in the world, poised to elevate various high-tech industries to new heights. Haha. This data surpasses that of other nations. Wu Fuguo laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he scrutinized the laser's operational data. This might have been the happiest day of his life. That is not all, Xu Yiqiu suddenly remarked with a casual tone. Wu Fuguo and Wu Jing, still riding the wave of excitement, were once again taken aback. What do you mean by that? Wu Fuguo insisted, convinced that the laser was indeed the most advanced excimer laser in existence. That is not my point. What I mean is that this laser still has room for further enhancement. I will gradually incorporate a gas recirculation system into the machine, enabling the ultraviolet disinfection technology to achieve a higher purity of gas, Xu Yiqiu replied. What? Don't be absurd. Wu Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xu Yiqiu, as if watching a science fiction film. At that moment, she wished she could delve into his mind to uncover the depths of advanced technological knowledge he possessed. Must you exaggerate so? Wu Fuguo gazed at Xu Yiqiu for a moment, then fell silent. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and approached Xu Yiqiu, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. It is our nation's fortune to have a talented individual like you. Undoubtedly a genius in the realm of scientific research, he praised. Admiration and respect evident in his eyes. Subsequently, Wu Fuguo conveyed this momentous news to the cabinet and the Ministry of Science and Technology. Undoubtedly, upon learning that Xu Yiqiu had not only developed the excimer laser but also upgraded it to the world's most advanced X-2000 model, all senior officials were left speechless with astonishment. The news even reached the Deputy Prime Minister, Li Minghua, who personally visited Peking University to commend and reward the photolithography project team. Wu Fuguo was promoted and received a salary increase, assuming the roles of an academician at Peking University and the director of a national key laboratory and engineering research center. All members of the project team were awarded the National Science and Technology Progress Award, along with substantial bonuses. Xu Yiqiu, however, garnered an impressive array of accolades, including the National Academy of Sciences Outstanding Scientific Achievement Award, the Young Scientist Award, and the National Highest Science and Technology Award, the pinnacle of scientific recognition in the country, reserved for those who have made exceptional contributions to technological innovation. The number of domestic researchers who have received this award is exceedingly limited, underscoring its immense prestige. Moreover, due to Xu Yiqiu's significant contributions, the Ministry of Science and Technology finally approved substantial funding support for the photolithography project team, a long-sought goal that the team had strived for over the past days. In that moment, their aspirations were fulfilled, and everyone gathered in exuberance to celebrate. Simultaneously, Xu Yiqiu began integrating his technology, and researchers embarked on comprehensive studies and analyses of the X-2000 laser, thoroughly sealing off any insider information about the laser machine. Even Xu Yiqiu, the designer of the excimer laser, had to sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure that the research and development technology remained undisclosed to other nations. Chapter 44. The Spider Thief. After successfully developing the world and Oppo's most advanced laser machine, Xu Yiqiu not only received a generous bonus and accolades, but also enjoyed special privileges. He requested a few days off to return home. His parents were delighted to learn of his visit and joyfully prepared a feast to welcome him back. However, after several days of inadequate sleep, Xu Yiqiu returned home, too exhausted to eat, and collapsed into bed. Although energy pills could temporarily restore his vitality, the prolonged lack of sleep had begun to take a toll on his mental state. Seizing this opportunity for a break, he cast aside his research projects, intending to rest thoroughly at home. Xu and Oppo's mother, Yang Hui, stood at the doorway, observing her son sleeping soundly under the covers, her face etched with worry and sorrow. What on earth has Yiqiu been up to lately? Since returning, he hasn't and Oppo's even had a sip of tea or a bite to eat. He just fell asleep. It's been a while since we last saw him, and he looks so thin, she lamented. She recalled that before leaving, her son had mentioned he was engaged in scientific research. Who would have thought he would return in such a state, looking as frail as a dried chicken? Causing her heart to ache. Didn't he say he was contributing to the country? Regardless of his experiences, it is our honor. You should be happy and not wear such a frown. Xu's father, Xu Wenhong, interjected. Oh, come on. You really believe our son is doing research? We are well aware of his academic qualifications, Yang Hui scoffed, rolling her eyes in disbelief. As long as he is not engaged in illegal activities, I suppose it doesn't matter what he is doing, she sighed, her expression filled with concern, fearing her son might be involved in something unsavory. Meanwhile, Xu Yiqiu's honor certificates and research trophies had been completed. Vice Minister Li Minghua, wishing to demonstrate the sincerity and support of their superiors, personally led a team in an armored police vehicle to Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's residents in Guiyuan community. At the same time, in the community, two young men, Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu, were stealthily hiding behind a car, keeping a watchful eye on the second-floor window of Building 21. I've been watching this house for quite some time. No one has returned for 2 weeks, Xiao Wang said, handing a flashlight to Xiao Lu. Same as usual. You stay on guard outside while I try to get in within 10 minutes. If anything happens, shine the flashlight 3 times. Got it. Be careful and hurry up. Xiao Lu replied, taking the flashlight and hastily moving to the other side to keep watch. Damn it, I'm determined to strip this house bare. Xiao Wang rubbed his hands together, donned a mask, and quickly climbed up the water pipe to the second floor. He skillfully pried open the window lock with a crowbar, revealing a smug grin. They were notorious in the area, known as the Spider Thieves, infamous for creeping around rooftops and breaking into homes to commit petty theft. They had been eyeing this particular house for several weeks, and, upon confirming the occupants were abroad, they felt emboldened enough to raid the home even in broad daylight. At that moment, Xiao Wang had fully entered the room. The sight of various valuable gold and silver jewelry nearly made his eyes pop with excitement. Holy cow! I'm really going to get rich. With a racing heart and trembling hands, he grabbed his backpack and frantically stuffed it with valuables. While he was reveling in his theft, Xiao Lu downstairs suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself and sought a secluded spot. Just as he found a small alleyway, a blinding white light engulfed him. Who the hell is this, with no sense of decency? Doesn't anyone know I'm urinating? Xiao Lu turned around angrily. But upon seeing the multitude of police cars with flashing lights approaching, he nearly lost his mind. A convoy of police vehicles, sirens wailing and lights flashing, advanced towards them like a formidable dragon. Leading the charge were 2 armored command vehicles, their dusty sand-colored exteriors imposing an aura of authority. Several riot control vehicles cleared the way, their mounted guns swiveling ominously, warning any lawbreakers of dire consequences. Damn! The sight sent Xiao Lu into a panic, forgetting to pull up his pants as he sprinted back to where Xiao Wang was. Old Wang, the police are here, and you're still stealing? Run! He shouted frantically, his face pale and trembling. Damn it! Just for stealing something, we attracted the attention of the armed police. What are we going to do now? Meanwhile, Xiao Wang, lost in his greed, was oblivious to the danger. He had no idea that the occupants of the house were secretly wealthy, with vast cash reserves and a substantial amount of gold. This score could set them up for life. Hearing Xiao Lu and Oppo's warning from downstairs, he became enraged, blinded by his lust for riches. Get lost. What the hell are the police to me? Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will still strip this place bare. He retorted defiantly, stuffing more gold into his backpack, dismissing the imminent danger. You think I'm joking? Get out now or I'll leave without you. Xiao Lu was desperate, wishing he could reach up and pull Xiao Wang down from the second floor. What a bunch of nonsense. Can you shut up? Xiao Wang shouted back from above, but when he glanced out the window and saw the massive police presence approaching, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Oh hell no. The color drained from Xiao Wang's face as panic set in. What is going on? We were just stealing a few things. Why has the armed police gotten involved? Chapter 45. So you've walked right into the trap, have you? Meanwhile, down below, young Lu, upon witnessing a group of armed police officers disembarking from their vehicles, was immediately paralyzed by fear, collapsing onto the ground. His expression shifted dramatically, paling to an ashen gray. It was over. He felt utterly doomed. Cold sweat poured down his brow, and his hands trembled with an alarming numbness. For the first time, he sensed the proximity of death. He even began to question whether the law had changed. Was theft now punishable by execution? Why else would the armed police be involved? The thought of his career and life coming to such an abrupt end sent him into a frenzy of terror, shaking uncontrollably on the ground. In stark contrast, young Wang, having grasped the gravity of the situation, dared not even contemplate stealing gold any longer. He abandoned his backpack and leapt from the second floor, tumbling down to join Lu. Lu, do you think it's too late for us to turn ourselves in? Wang asked, his voice trembling. At this moment, his previously fierce demeanor had vanished, replaced by sheer panic. With both witnesses and evidence against them, what was the point of surrendering? Lu, with a quivering voice and hands covering his face, lamented. Had I known this theft would lead to such dire consequences, I would have never dared to come here, even if it cost me my life. At that moment, Li Minghua, under the protection of numerous armed officers, approached with steady strides. As Li and his companions pondered the source of the terror displayed by the two men, Wang suddenly grasped Lu's arm, bent his knees, and, with a thud, knelt before the armed police. We turn ourselves in. We were momentarily blinded by greed and thought to steal. Wang pleaded, tears streaming down his face, desperately imploring for mercy. Considering our honesty, could you spare us our lives and allow for leniency in our treatment? Lu joined in, his hands clasped together in a gesture of supplication. The unexpected scene left the armed officers bewildered. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. Their mission was solely to ensure the safety of the Deputy Prime Minister during an award presentation for Xu Yiqiu. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Thieves voluntarily seeking to confess? It was as if the sun had risen in the west. However, upon reflection, it all seemed rather reasonable. After all, this was the neighborhood of Xu Yiqiu, and the caliber of its residents was evidently exceptional. Even thieves could be so easily swayed. Li Minghua furrowed his brow as he observed the two petty criminals, finding their antics increasingly absurd and laughable. He recognized this as nothing more than a comical misunderstanding. Without saying much, he signaled to a few armed officers to escort Wang and Lu into a police vehicle. Initially, the two men inside the vehicle remained apprehensive. Yet, as time passed, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. After a moment of silence, Wang finally could no longer contain his curiosity and asked one of the officers, "Excuse me, officer, how did you predict that we would attempt to steal at this precise moment?" He was genuinely puzzled. Before their ill-fated endeavor, they had scouted the area to ensure there were no surveillance cameras, so how could the police have known their movements? The officer chuckled derisively. "We never claimed to have come here specifically to apprehend you. You delivered yourselves right to us. We were not here to catch you." What? Upon hearing this, Lu and Wang were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces flushing a deep crimson. So, they had been completely unaware. It was merely their own folly that led them to this predicament. At last, one of the officers could no longer suppress his laughter, letting out a hearty chuckle. "Be serious. We are all rigorously trained. No matter how amusing, we will not laugh," declared a stern-faced officer. "Unless, of course, we cannot help it," Wang retorted, his expression darkening. "Ha ha ha." His words ignited a wave of laughter among the officers, filling the vehicle with mirth. Lu and Wang and Oppo's faces shifted in hue like chameleons, oscillating between shades of red and green. At that moment, they wished fervently to crash their heads against the wall. Such a foolish existence was hardly worth living. To avoid drawing too much attention, Li Minghua took only 2 armed officers with him as they ventured into the Guiyuan community. This was their first visit to Xu Yiqiu's residence. They knew it was the Guiyuan community, but were unaware of the specific building or unit number. As they had not had the time to gather such details, they decided to seek directions from the locals. Before long, a lively scene caught their attention. A house was adorned with vibrant red lanterns, and a bright crimson banner plastered on the wall read, "Congratulations to Wang Xiaojun for scoring 679 on the college entrance exam and successfully enrolling at Fudan University." The faces of the neighbors brimmed with joy as they offered their congratulations to a middle-aged woman. "Haha, congratulations. Your son has truly excelled. It seems he is destined for great things. I've always thought highly of Xiaojun. His admission to a prestigious university was entirely expected. What a remarkable achievement. This boy has really brought honor to our Guiyuan community. His future is limitless." A crowd gathered at the door, showering praises upon the woman, whose delight was palpable, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Before long, someone noticed Li Minghua and his 2 armed officers approaching. Upon seeing the armed police, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. "What is going on? Is there trouble in our community?" They instinctively began to retreat, fearing that misfortune might befall them. Wang Xiaojun, a score of 679 on the college entrance exam. What an impressive feat. Li Minghua approached with a warm smile, hoping to engage the residents in conversation about Wang's accomplishments. You're the Deputy Prime Minister of the country, aren't you? I've seen you on television." A citizen recognized Li Minghua and rushed forward, his face flushed with excitement. "Hello," Li Minghua replied with a gentle smile. It was truly the Deputy Prime Minister. The townsfolk quickly recognized him, their excitement palpable as they eagerly approached him for handshakes and conversation. After all, he was a significant figure in the national government, a true heavyweight. To have the opportunity to converse with Li Minghua was a matter of great pride that they could boast about for a lifetime. Chapter 46. Chief Scientist Leader. Do you have any inspection work to conduct during your visit to the city? Rest assured, we are well acquainted with the situation in this area. If there are any inquiries or investigations needed, we will certainly cooperate fully. The residents of the community surrounded Li Minghua, eager to converse with him, their faces adorned with expressions of flattery and sycophancy. At that moment, a woman pushed her way through the crowd. Oh, ISN and AMP. Oppos, it obvious? The vice premier has traveled a long distance to congratulate my son, Wang Xiaojun, for successfully gaining admission to Fudan University. Did you not hear the vice premier specifically commend my son just now? The woman explained joyfully to her neighbors. She then took Li Minghua and AMP, Oppos, hand, expressing her profound gratitude. Vice Premier, you have worked so hard. You didn't even give us a heads up about your visit, and we couldn't prepare to host you properly. How rude of us. She deliberately emphasized Li Minghua and AMP, Oppos, title, speaking as if they were longtime acquaintances. Indeed, her words left everyone in astonishment. This was truly remarkable. When one person ascends, the whole community rises. Little did they know that a high-ranking official had come specifically to congratulate Wang Xiaojun. It seemed Fudan University was no ordinary institution. Reflecting on this, the neighbors began to ingratiate themselves with the woman. Our Wang Xiaojun is truly exceptional. He is undoubtedly among the elite in the country. When he soars to great heights in the future, let us not be forgotten. They chuckled, yes. Xiaojun is an outstanding child. I remember personally driving him to school. Who would have thought he would soar so high so quickly? This child is remarkable. Given some time, he will surely become a pillar of the nation. The crowd again encircled the woman, all smiles and affability. She was in high spirits, her mouth never seeming to close, exuding a sense of pride and prominence, as if she were the center of attention. Vice Premier, let us not linger outside. Come upstairs to rest. I'll pour you a cup of tea, she said, pulling Li Minghua toward her home. At this point, Li Minghua was utterly bewildered by the woman and AMP, Oppos, exuberance. Once he gathered his wits, he gently patted her hand, signaling her to release him, and then inquired, "We are here to ask if there is a person named Xu Yiqiu residing in your community?" Upon hearing this, not only did the woman freeze, but the other residents also paused, their previously cheerful expressions gradually stiffening. "Xu Yiqiu? Are you referring to the son of the old Xu family? What do you want with him?" The woman asked awkwardly, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Hadn't the vice premier come to congratulate her son? How had the conversation shifted to Xu Yiqiu? Li Minghua pressed on. "Yes, I am indeed referring to Xu Yiqiu. Could you tell me which building he currently resides in?" The crowd's expressions reflected confusion, their mouths slightly agape. Who exactly was this visit for? Why had the focus suddenly shifted to Xu Yiqiu? However, as they noticed the two armed police officers standing beside Li Minghua, their faces paled. "Leader, is Xu Yiqiu in trouble?" An elderly man ventured to ask. In their minds, Xu Yiqiu had been aimlessly drifting since entering university, reportedly failing to secure a proper job. Furthermore, his family had always struggled financially, with his parents eagerly awaiting him to earn a living and marry. They recalled seeing police vehicles parked outside Xu Yiqiu's home, ultimately leading to him being taken away in one. This had sparked rumors that he might be imprisoned. Although they had approached Xu's parents for clarification, they had insisted that their son was contributing to the country. Naturally, the neighbors were not naive enough to believe such an assertion. After all, how could someone contributing to the nation be escorted by police? At this juncture, the woman, realizing that Li Minghua's inquiry was not about her family, visibly became uncomfortable. To alleviate her embarrassment, she quickly redirected the conversation. "Leader, has Xu Yiqiu escaped from prison?" The crowd gasped at her words, exchanging alarmed glances. There was indeed a possibility. What if he had truly escaped? Goodness, how could that boy do such a thing? I never had a good impression of him. He always had the face of a criminal. What if there is a murderer among us in this community? They speculated anxiously, their fears escalating with each guess. Some even worried that this situation might implicate them, hastily distancing themselves. "Well, comrade leader, our family isn't very familiar with the Xu family. We hardly interact with them. Yes, we all lead our own lives, and despite being neighbors, we have little social exchange. We are truly unfamiliar," they echoed. "We must resolutely oppose any criminal behavior. From now on, we will have no further contact." They nodded vigorously, presenting themselves as law-abiding citizens. Listening to the residents' remarks, Li Minghua felt speechless. After a moment of silence, once the crowd settled, he finally spoke. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Xu Yiqiu is not a fugitive and has never had a criminal record. He is a distinguished national hero and has been formally appointed as the chief engineer and chief scientist for our research project team. He stated this plainly. The title of chief scientist is reserved for the highest technical authority in significant national and defense research projects, requiring individuals to possess exceptional achievements in their respective fields. Those chosen for such a prestigious role are indeed rare gems within the scientific community. Chapter 47. A visit what? Are you saying that Xu Yiqiu is the chief scientist? The crowd was utterly astounded. They gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Who would have imagined that the Xu Yiqiu they had previously dismissed would now transform into the nation's chief engineer and chief scientist? In stark contrast, a woman in the group twisted her face in jealousy upon hearing that Xu Yiqiu was not only innocent but also a prominent scientist. Her complexion fluctuated violently between red and pale, clearly struggling to accept this abrupt revelation. Today, it was supposed to be her son who was the center of attention in Yuan community. Now, all the spotlight was stolen by this young man, Xu Yiqiu. She seethed inwardly, her teeth clenched, yet outwardly she feigned enlightenment and a beaming smile. Haha, who would have thought this child would achieve such heights, becoming a chief scientist? How delightful. She forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, congratulating him with a hollow cheerfulness. My goodness, I had no idea that Yiqiu was so low-key. I wondered why I hadn't seen him lately. It turns out he has been engaged in significant scientific research for the nation. Impressive. No wonder I always believed he was extraordinary. Upon learning of Xu Yiqiu's remarkable success, the neighbors quickly donned a sycophantic demeanor. To be honest, just a couple of days ago, I had drinks with old Xu. You can't deny it. He truly knows how to educate his children. I must seek his guidance in the future. Our families have often mingled, especially since my child grew up playing with Yiqiu. They were childhood companions, raised in the same environment. The crowd gathered around Li Minghua, each eager to introduce themselves and emphasize their close ties to the Xu family, hoping to ingratiate themselves. At this moment, Li Minghua completely discerned the rapid shift in the populace's attitude. Their change of face was swifter than turning the pages of a book. Well, we shall not linger here. There are urgent matters to attend to. Farewell, everyone. After inquiring with an elderly lady about Xu Yiqiu's exact address, Li Minghua departed with 2 armed police officers, leaving the crowd to continue their discussion about the Xu family. A short while later, Li Minghua and his entourage arrived at Xu Yiqiu's doorstep. Inside, Yang Hui and Xu Wenhong were seated on the living room sofa, watching the news broadcast. The screen displayed footage of Vice Premier Li Minghua conducting an inspection in the countryside, accompanied by the announcer's voice, recently, under the care of the National Cabinet. Vice Premier Li Minghua has specially visited Oxai Kazakh Autonomous County in Gansu Province for a 2-day inspection and research work. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside. Who is it? Xu Wenhong inquired, turning to the door. He promptly got up and opened it. However, upon seeing Vice Premier Li Minghua standing at the threshold, he was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? With a bang, he hastily closed the door again, thinking he was hallucinating from watching the news. He returned to the sofa, rubbing his bewildered eyes. What's wrong? Didn't someone just knock? Yang Hui asked, puzzled. Knock? I must have been seeing things. When I opened the door, I almost thought it was Vice Premier Li Minghua. It nearly gave me a heart attack. I must have watched too much news, Xu Wenhong chuckled awkwardly, resuming his attention to the television. Knock, knock. The knocking resumed outside. This time, both Yang Hui and Xu Wenhong were dumbfounded. Surely, it could not be another illusion? I'll go answer the door, Yang Hui said, rising to open it once more. When she beheld Li Minghua and the 2 armed officers, she was utterly stunned. Why you are? She scrutinized Li Minghua, yet still hesitated to believe that he was indeed the vice premier from the news. The presence of the 2 armed officers led her to instinctively associate them with criminal activity. Could it be that her son had gotten into trouble? A fleeting expression of panic crossed her face. May I ask who you're looking for? Xu Wenhong, drawn by the commotion at the door, came over. Upon confirming that it was indeed Vice Premier Li Minghua standing outside, he was shocked. However, the sight of the 2 armed officers soon instilled fear within him. His initial astonishment rapidly transformed into dread. Comrade leader, what is happening here? My son is definitely a law-abiding citizen. There must be some misunderstanding. Xu Wenhong approached, visibly anxious. Li Minghua smiled politely. May I come in to speak? Oh, please do come in. Despite the turmoil within, Yang Hui and Xu Wenhong dared not show any sign of carelessness before such a high-ranking official. They promptly led Li Minghua and his entourage into the living room. Once inside, Li Minghua remained silent, his gaze wandering appreciatively around the simple yet unpretentious decor of the room, which exuded a minimalist and understated elegance. Is this the home of a genius? It truly is extraordinary, he mused internally. He felt that only such a household could nurture a prodigy like Xu Yiqiu. Where is Yiqiu? After observing the room for a while without spotting Xu Yiqiu, Li Minghua turned to his parents for an answer. This child returned home feeling particularly exhausted. He is still sleeping inside. Yang Hui stammered. Comrade leader, what exactly has Yiqiu done? I know he is not that kind of person. Something must have gone awry, Su Wenhong interjected, unable to contain his worry. Li Minghua chuckled. You have misunderstood. Yiqiu has not committed any crime. On the contrary, he is a national hero. As he spoke, he retrieved an honor certificate and a crystal trophy from the officer's bag and presented them to Su Wenhong and Yang Hui. Your son has achieved remarkable accolades, receiving the nation's highest scientific and technological award. He's now our nation's chief scientist. Congratulations on raising such an admirable son, Li Minghua said, patting Su Wenhong and Yang Hui on the shoulders, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Chapter 48. Sworn Brothers. The heavy crystal trophy emanated a chilling temperature in Su Wenhong's hands. On the front of the trophy, in golden lettering, was inscribed the highest national award for scientific and technological achievements, along with the name of the recipient, Xu Yiqiu. The elegant and flowing curves, along with the clear and transparent material, silently narrated the beauty of science. Gazing at the crystal trophy, Su Wenhong and Yang Hui were utterly astonished. Although their son had informed them earlier of his intention to contribute to the nation's scientific research, they never anticipated that so soon thereafter, his superior would deliver the trophy to their home. Furthermore, judging by these honors, it seemed their son had made significant contributions. Yet, the critical question remained, what exactly had Xu Yiqiu accomplished? What has he done? Su Wenhong and Yang Hui asked in unison, their faces etched with deep shock and disbelief. This matter pertains to state secrets and cannot be discussed in detail. Just know that Yiqiu has indeed made substantial contributions to the nation's research sector. Li Minghua replied with a smile. How is that possible? Is there a mistake? Yang Hui took the crystal trophy into her hands, examining it closely. Even though her son's name was clearly inscribed, disbelief lingered on her face. Yiqiu, come here and take a look at this. Is it someone with the same name as you? She called out, hoping to awaken her son for confirmation. Li Minghua gently restrained her. There's no need. I've heard he's been burning the midnight oil on research lately and has had a proper rest. Let us not disturb him. It's best he relax and get some sleep. Given Li Minghua's words, Yang Hui naturally refrained from calling Xu Yiqiu. You must have had a long journey, comrade leader. Would you care to stay for a meal before you leave? Su Wenhong suggested, his voice tinged with excitement. To him, Li Minghua was a prominent figure in the national cabinet, a genuine leader of the state, often seen on the evening news. It was a rare opportunity for ordinary people like them to encounter such a national leader, and he felt compelled to seize the moment for a chance to connect further. He held no expectations that Li Minghua would accept, considering the multitude of affairs such high-ranking individuals must attend to. However, to his surprise, Li Minghua readily agreed. Then I shall impose upon you both, he said with a smile, extending his hand to shake hands with the couple. The elderly pair beamed with joy at the opportunity to shake hands with the national leader. It's no trouble at all. It is our honor that you choose to dine with us. Yang Hui laughed heartily. Oh, by the way, Li Minghua seemed to recall something. Retrieving a bank card from his pocket and placing it on the table. This is the research grant awarded to Yiqiu, totaling 2 million. The password consists of 6 zeros. You may handle this as you see fit. Upon hearing Li Minghua and Appo's words, Su Wenhong and Yang Hui were once again rendered speechless. How much? 2 million? Yang Hui stuttered, her hands trembling as she held the card. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a sum all at once. 2 million. It was likely that an average person would never earn that much throughout their life. Su Wenhong was equally astonished, his face flushed with excitement. Li Minghua smiled gently. This is the reward your son rightfully deserves. After a prolonged moment, the couple finally accepted this astonishing reality, followed by waves of elation. Our son has truly made a name for himself. I must go prepare dinner. However, please don't mind if it's just simple home-cooked fare, Yang Hui said with a smile, heading into the kitchen. Li Minghua shook his head, assuring her it was no trouble, and then began to chat with Su Wenhong on the sofa. Moments later, the table was filled with an array of dishes. Yang Hui had even prepared a hot pot, allowing everyone to eat while conversing. As the drinks flowed, The table became littered with empty plates and nearly depleted beer bottles. The conversation grew increasingly lively. Haha, where were we? Something about a lithography machine? Xu Wenhong inquired, his face glowing with merriment. Yes, we are currently developing an advanced lithography machine in our country, utilizing multiple variables and differential equation calculations to precisely control various parameters. Li Minghua, clearly tipsy, explained while gesturing animatedly with his chopsticks. Xu Wenhong found himself lost in the explanation, yet nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, so that is how it is. My knowledge is still stuck at elementary arithmetic. Haha. It's no wonder you brilliant minds can ponder such profound topics. I am truly in awe. Come, let us toast again. Once the beer was finished, he lifted a glass of white liquor to clink with Li Minghua and Amp, Oppos, S, then took a hearty sip. In this realm, I am no expert. True research depends on our national scientific team. Your son is truly remarkable. Li Minghua raised his glass in return, downing it in one go, feeling a bit lightheaded but elated. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed such a liberating drinking session, filled with jovial banter. I say, Minghua, the camaraderie we share today feels like that of old friends. I believe we should become sworn brothers, pledging to look out for one another from this day forth. Xu Wenhong proposed, his cheeks flushed, as he draped an arm around Li Minghua and Amp, Oppos, S shoulders. Yang Hui and the two armed police officers nearby were taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Old Xu, what are you doing? Stop drinking, Yang Hui exclaimed, snatching the glass from his hand. Ah, sister-in-law, what are you saying? Li Minghua, also slightly intoxicated, reclaimed the glass from Yang Hui. Brother Xu speaks wisely. Although we have only known each other for a day, it is indeed a fate worth celebrating. Come, let us swear our brotherhood now. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Yang Hui and the others, the two inebriated men enthusiastically performed the ritual of sworn brotherhood right there in the living room. Chapter 49. The rush to introduce prospective partners the following morning. As the sun filtered through the curtains and illuminated the bedroom, Xu Wenhong gradually awoke from his slumber. With great effort, he opened his eyes, supporting his heavy head, and slowly sat up in bed. How peculiar it was to dream of forming a brotherhood with the vice premier. How absurd. The mere thought of boldly linking arms with Vice Premier Li Minghua in a dream and kneeling together in the living room to pledge brotherhood sent shivers down his spine. The scenes of feasting and drinking from the dream seemed vividly etched in his mind. Fortunately, it was all but a dream. Xu Wenhong patted his chest in relief, exhaling deeply. If this had been real, it would have been utterly mortifying. Forming a brotherhood with a national leader? Absurd. Old Xu, are you awake? Yang Hui called as she pushed open the bedroom door. I and Amp, Oppos, am awake. Just had a strange dream, Xu Wenhong replied as he stood, donning his clothes. I dreamed that the vice premier came to our house, and I became his sworn brother. Can you believe that? Believe it? You're the one who made a fool of yourself. You were drunk last night and insisted on forming a brotherhood with Vice Premier Li. You nearly tarnished my reputation. Yang Hui exclaimed, her teeth clenched in frustration. The absurdity of the previous night's events made her head spin. What? I actually formed a brotherhood with Vice Premier Li? Xu Wenhong pointed at himself, utterly stunned. Do you think so? He was so embarrassed that he left early this morning. Now get up and eat breakfast. Stop dawdling. Yang Hui huffed, leaving the room, clearly still incensed by her husband's ridiculous antics. As the couple sat at the dining table, the sound of urgent knocking echoed from the front door. Who could that be? Yang Hui wondered as she went to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback. Standing in the hallway were several neighbors from the Guiyuan community, around 10 in total, predominantly middle-aged men and women, all holding gifts. Oh, Old Chen, Old Wang, and Xiuqin, what brings all of you here? Yang Hui asked, bewildered by the sudden gathering of familiar faces. Oh, we heard that Yiqiu has graduated and is still single. My daughter Tingting is also available. Why don't we play matchmaker? Xiuqin said, her face alight with joy. Wait, are you serious? Is this a holiday? Yang Hui asked, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Not a holiday? Does that mean we can and Amp, Oppos, exchange gifts? A woman chimed in, grasping Yang Hui and Oppos' hand enthusiastically. Xu Wenhong and Yang Hui exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing. What on earth was happening? Oh, we brought some lovely gifts for you, Old Chen announced, placing a box of Longjing tea on the table. This is health tea, essential for our age group, Xiuqin added, shoving a gift box into Xu Wenhong and Oppos' hands. Before they could comprehend the situation, Their home was filled with an array of gifts, health supplements, liquor, pastries, and even flowers. Seriously, what is going on? Yang Hui queried, still in disbelief, as the neighbors clamored to introduce their daughters to Xu Wenhong and Yang Hui. It became clear that the news of Xu Yiqiu's recent academic achievement had spread throughout the community. The fact that even Vice Premier Li Minghua had come to present an award and had stayed the night signaled the Xu family's elevated status. It was evident to everyone that Xu Yiqiu was on the brink of a promising future, one that would surely bring wealth and power. Consequently, the residents of Guiyuan community were eager to forge connections with the Xu family, each attempting to ingratiate themselves, either by offering their daughters or by bestowing gifts. Amidst the sea of smiling faces and eager neighbors, Xu Wenhong and Yang Hui felt as if they were in a dream. The very neighbors who had previously overlooked them were now vying to introduce potential partners for their son. It was surreal. Chapter 50. An unexpected visit. Why hasn't Xu Yiqiu replied to me yet? Wu Jing lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find peace. Occasionally, she would pick up her phone to check WeChat, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over her as she set it back down. Was he truly that busy? Humph. Wu Jing stared at the ceiling, letting out a couple of dissatisfied huffs. Although their last misunderstanding had led Xu Yiqiu to block her, he had promptly added her back and even apologized. It was only then that she reluctantly forgave him. Yet now, he had begun to ignore her messages again, vanishing without a trace. What on earth was he doing? Wu Jing muttered to herself, scrolling through the chat history between her and Xu Yiqiu. When he was still at Peking University, they had the opportunity to see each other more frequently. However, after taking a leave of absence, he had disappeared for just 2 days, leaving Wu Jing with a profound sense of emptiness. Today was her birthday, and all she could envision was Xu Yiqiu by her side. Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? Wu Jing suddenly sat upright in bed, a realization striking her. She was unaware that her cheeks had turned a deep shade of crimson. The moment that thought crossed her mind, her heart raced as if a little deer were bounding wildly within her chest. Yet, she stubbornly insisted, "No, he is merely a colleague. I'm just concerned about him." After wrestling with her thoughts for a moment, she finally resolved to send her father, Wu Fugua, a WeChat message, using the pretense of a research inquiry to request Xu Yiqiu's address. Since Wu Fugua possessed detailed information about Xu Yiqiu, retrieving his home address was not a challenge. Having obtained Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's address, Wu Jing drove there herself. After about an hour, she parked in the Guiyuan community. Upon stepping out of the car, she was taken aback by the unusual number of people gathered at the entrance of Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's building. Several cars were parked nearby. With a sense of curiosity, she ascended the stairs to the 5th floor. As she reached the door of Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's apartment, she was surprised to find the door slightly ajar, allowing the sounds of lively chatter from within to drift out. The voices belonged to a group of older individuals, leaving Wu Jing perplexed. Why were there so many people here? Had she perhaps gotten lost? Hello? Is this Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's home? She inquired tentatively as she pushed the door open and stepped inside with a polite smile. The moment Wu Jing entered, the room fell silent. The adults, who had been discussing potential matches for Xu Yiqiu, turned to gaze at her. As their eyes lingered on this enchanting girl, a collective look of astonishment crossed their faces. Dressed in a pink ruffled dress that reached mid-thigh, Wu Jing's long, fair legs were on display. Delicate spaghetti straps rested on her snow-white shoulders, accentuating her exquisitely graceful collarbone. Her feet were adorned with white shoes embellished with tiny bows, producing a delightful sound with each step. With her hair tied up in a high ponytail and a few strands cascading by her ear, she exuded an irresistible charm that rendered her even more captivating. The onlookers were spellbound. They had never encountered such beauty in their community. Moreover, her demeanor and refreshing aura made it evident that she was no ordinary girl. Speculation began to swirl among the crowd. Could she possibly be Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's girlfriend? This thought struck a chord with some parents eager to introduce their own daughters, as they suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy. "Dear, I am Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's mother. Are you here to see him?" Yang Hui and her husband approached Wu Jing, their eyes lighting up with intrigue. As they grasped her hand, Wu Jing felt a rush of nervousness. "Hello, Auntie. I'm a colleague of Xu Yiqiu. Just here to check on him. Is he at home?" Yes, he is at home. I and Oppo's. I'll go get him right now," Yang Hui exclaimed. pulling her husband Xu Wenhong along as they headed towards Xu Yiqiu's bedroom. As they walked, Yang Hui whispered to Xu Wenhong, "This girl is stunning. Like a fairy descended from the heavens. Wouldn't it be wonderful if she were our daughter-in-law?" Xu Yiqiu must seize this opportunity. Xu Wenhong nodded enthusiastically in agreement. However, when they arrived at Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's bedroom, they found him sprawled on the bed, deep in slumber, showing no signs of waking. The sight left them both dumbfounded. It appeared he had been sleeping since returning home, neglecting even to rise for a meal. What on earth had he been doing outside to be so exhausted? One might think he was unwell. The thought of their son sleeping while so many people were gathered to introduce potential matches filled Yang Hui with frustration, especially knowing a beautiful girl was waiting outside. Xu Yiqiu truly did not appreciate his good fortune. "Wake up," Yang Hui declared, marching over to yank the covers off him. In response, Xu Yiqiu merely rolled over, continuing to sleep soundly. Seeing this, Xu Fuwa let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his son was merely sleeping. However, Yang Hui was thoroughly incensed. At that moment, she wished she had a loudspeaker to shout at Xu Yiqiu to wake him up. Just as she contemplated employing some drastic measures to rouse him, Wu Jing gently stepped inside. "Auntie, he must have worked himself to exhaustion. There's no need to wake him," she said with a bright smile, effectively calming Yang Hui. The presence of such a lovely girl wielded a charm that was far more persuasive than any reprimand. Yang Hui's irritation dissipated, replaced by a warm smile. "Haha, you're absolutely right. Please, take a seat. I'll prepare lunch for you. Why don't you both stay and eat with us today?" With that, she shot Xu Wenhong a knowing glance, prompting him to hurry off to fetch water. Once Wu Jing was settled, Yang Hui left Xu Yiqiu's room. Upon returning to the living room, she swiftly ushered the neighbors out, determined to create a tranquil space for Xu Yiqiu and Wu Jing to enjoy each other's company. Chapter 51. A must to pursue. After Xu Wenhong and Yang Hui departed, Wu Jing quietly approached Xu Yiqiu's bed, cautious not to disturb his slumber. The gentle sunlight filtered through the curtain seams, casting a soft glow upon Xu Yiqiu's serene face, accentuating his features with a tender tranquility. Wu Jing held her breath, fearing to disrupt the peace of this sleeping lotus. She edged closer to the bedside, her heart racing involuntarily. Xu Yiqiu slept soundly, his hands resting naturally beside his pillow, a faint smile gracing his lips as though he were lost in a beautiful dream. Observing his long lashes flutter, Wu Jing's gaze softened. In that moment, he appeared breathtakingly beautiful, even in his slumber. Suddenly, an urge to touch Xu Yiqiu's cheek surged within her. After a fierce internal struggle, she could no longer resist and reached out to caress his face. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact, Xu Yiqiu abruptly awakened, his eyes fluttering open. He murmured, his voice still thick with sleep, startling Wu Jing. "Ah," she gasped, retracting her hand with a swift motion. "Why you? When did you wake up?" Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood had rushed to her ears. "Just now," Xu Yiqiu replied, bewildered as he looked at Wu Jing. "I was about to ask when you arrived." "Just now." Wu Jing's face burned with embarrassment, reminiscent of a child caught in mischief. "Have you become addicted to watching me sleep?" Xu Yiqiu teased, a playful smile tugging at his lips. "Who is watching you sleep?" Wu Jing retorted, flustered as her cheeks turned a vibrant shade of red. Xu Yiqiu chuckled softly, choosing not to continue the banter. Instead, he shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, what brings you to my home?" I. Wu Jing faltered, caught in a moment of profound embarrassment. Her mind blank, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Xu Yiqiu raised an eyebrow. "You're not implying that." "Of course not," Wu Jing interjected, her face aflame as she quickly countered. I came to discuss the development of the lithography machine. After all, you are the project leader." As the excuse slipped from her lips, a wave of relief washed over her, and her mind began to regain clarity. "Development? You could have called or sent me a message. I would have responded promptly. Why come all the way here this early?" Xu Yiqiu remarked, skepticism evident in his tone. It wasn't convenient to call. Besides, you didn't reply to my messages," Wu Jing replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Yet, she suddenly recalled that her prior messages had consisted of trivial daily chatter, entirely unrelated to the lithography machine. Her heart began to race again, fearing exposure. "Oh, I must have been too tired these past few days and slept through everything," Xu Yiqiu explained apologetically, glancing at his phone. Just don't misunderstand," Wu Jing stammered. "All right, I'll go wash up." You should stay for dinner. And later we can discuss your research ideas. By the way, turn around. I need to change. Xu Yiqiu straightened up from the bed. Embarrassed, Wu Jing turned away, murmuring, "Got it, hurry up." Su Wenhong and Yang Hui placed great importance on Wu Jing's visit. The couple worked together in the kitchen, preparing their finest dishes. By noon, the dining table was laden with an array of home-cooked delicacies: sour fish, stir-fried greens with eggs, minced meat with eggplant, mushroom and pork congee, and mapo tofu, among others. Finally, Yang Hui brought out a large stone pot filled with steaming chicken soup, wafting an enticing aroma. "Come, dear, sit down. This is my specialty, slow-cooked chicken soup. You must have plenty." Yang Hui beamed as she ladled a generous portion for Wu Jing, her smile unwavering. "Thank you, Auntie. You worked hard," Wu Jing said, feeling a bit shy as she helped set the table. Thus, the four of them gathered around the dining table, engaging in lively conversation. Through their casual chatter, Su Wenhong and Yang Hui learned Wu Jing's name. Upon discovering that she studied at Peking University, they grew increasingly fond of her. A beautiful heart combined with high academic achievements, she was undoubtedly a remarkable young woman. "Come, Xiaoying, eat more fish. Tell me how my cooking is." Yang Hui and Su Wenhong eagerly placed the best dishes into Wu Jing's bowl, their faces radiating joy, reminiscent of festive celebrations. "By the way, I heard you two are colleagues now, working on research together? Have you encountered any challenges at work?" Su Wenhong asked, serving Wu Jing more food with genuine concern. "The project has just begun. The specific arrangements depend on Yiqiu," Wu Jing replied shyly. "Haha, I've heard Yiqiu has made significant achievements in the research field recently. Feel free to ask him any questions," Yang Hui chimed in, casting knowing glances at Xu Yiqiu, urging him to serve Wu Jing more food. Xu Yiqiu pretended not to notice, continuing to eat while occasionally contributing to the conversation, observing her son's oblivious demeanor. Yang Hui felt an overwhelming urge to give him a nudge. "Haha, Yiqiu is quite capable. If you have any work-related questions, feel free to discuss them," Yang Hui encouraged. "You're always welcome at our home. Consider it your own and don't be shy." Wu Jing, influenced by the warmth of her elders, found herself smiling genuinely for the first time in ages. Stealing a glance at Xu Yiqiu, their eyes met momentarily, prompting her to shyly lower her gaze. After the meal, Yang Hui took the opportunity to pull Xu Yiqiu into the kitchen while cleaning up. She pressed a bank card into his hand, saying earnestly, "This is your bonus. The password is 6 zeros. Today, you have no obligations. Take Xiaojing out for a fun time, just the two of you. I really like this girl. Your father and I both do. Use the money as you wish, but you must win her heart. Understood?" With her commanding tone, Yang Hui issued what felt like an imperative order. Xu Yiqiu, sensing the weight of her expectations, reluctantly accepted the bank card. Got it. Chapter 52, a date thus. With the assistance of Yang Hui and Su Wenhong, Xu Yiqiu successfully arranged a visit to the city mall with Wu Jing. The mall bustled with life, teeming with a myriad of individuals indulging in entertainment, relaxation, and shopping. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting vibrant reflections upon the crystalline fountain, creating a kaleidoscope of colors and shadows. As Xu Yiqiu and Wu Jing meandered through the expansive mall, they sensed a gradually intensifying atmosphere of intimacy. Xu Yiqiu, somewhat reserved, found himself at a loss for words, while Wu Jing felt shy and hesitant to speak. Their silence lingered until the sight of dazzling merchandise caught Wu Jing's attention, igniting her excitement. "Shall we go take a look?" she suggested, eagerly taking Xu Yiqiu's hand and leading him into a toy store. Inside, a riot of colors exploded from the building blocks, plush toys, twirling music boxes, and spinning pinwheels, instantly captivating Wu Jing's gaze. "This doll is so adorable. Doesn't it resemble you?" Wu Jing exclaimed, holding up a fabric doll and gesturing towards Xu Yiqiu. "Not at all," he replied with a playful eye roll, but couldn't help but chuckle, with laughter echoing in the toy store. They spent some time playing before venturing to a newly opened ice cream parlor. Wu Jing chose strawberry flavor, while Xu Yiqiu opted for matcha. They savored this rare moment of solitude together, eventually strolling lazily into the women's fashion section. A simple, solid-colored pleated skirt hung gracefully in the boutique area. Its straightforward yet form-fitting design beautifully accentuated the freshness of a young woman. Particularly enchanting was the soft, flowing hem, which immediately captured Wu Jing's attention. "This skirt is stunning." Wu Jing couldn't resist gliding her fingers over the delicate fabric. "Oh my, young lady, you have exquisite taste. This skirt is our store's latest design. Featuring a simple yet elegant style, fresh and youthful, perfect for a playful and lovely girl like you." A cheerful saleswoman approached, her face radiating a smile brimming with flattery. Wu Jing found herself swayed by the saleswoman's enthusiasm, examining every detail of the skirt with renewed interest. "How much is this skirt?" she inquired. "The original price is 1,699 yuan, but today it is on special for just 968 yuan, the saleswoman replied, her smile unwavering. "Ah, that is quite expensive." Wu Jing's brow furrowed, her initial desire to purchase the skirt extinguished in an instant. Although she was the daughter of Wu Fuguo, a prestigious academic at Peking University, and her family was well off, her father's teachings of frugality had instilled a sense of restraint in her since childhood, even for something she desperately wanted. If it exceeded her budget, she would prefer to save rather than spend frivolously. Noticing Wu Jing's waning interest, the saleswoman quickly urged, "Miss, this design is meticulously crafted by our designer, using the finest materials that feel soft and lightweight, ensuring exceptional comfort. You would undoubtedly shine in it. Don't miss this opportunity." Xu Yiqiu, observing the exchange from a short distance, was taken aback. He had never imagined that someone like Wu Jing, seemingly a wealthy young lady, could be so frugal. Truly, she was indeed Wu Fuguo's daughter, he mused. Suddenly, with a subtle gesture, he beckoned another saleswoman. "Please wrap that skirt for me," he instructed, nodding towards the one in Wu Jing's hands. "Of course. Your girlfriend will surely love it," the saleswoman exclaimed joyfully, promptly hurrying to prepare the skirt in an exquisite gift box. Xu Yiqiu entered the store, presenting a bank card to the saleswoman. "Please process the payment." "Certainly." "The total is 968 yuan. The saleswoman slid the card into the PS machine, and after Xu Yiqiu entered his password, a cheerful beep signaled a successful transaction. "Here is your receipt. Please keep it safe. We look forward to your next visit." She smiled as she handed over the gift box along with the receipt. Meanwhile, the first saleswoman continued her persistent persuasion with Wu Jing, but after a moment of contemplation, Wu Jing finally shook her head. "Never mind. I think I'll look at other options." Despite her strong desire, the ingrained values of thriftiness made her feel it unnecessary to spend such a hefty sum on a single skirt. "Yiqiu, shall we explore other places?" Wu Jing suggested, glancing around until she spotted Xu Yiqiu approaching from behind, holding a gift box. What did you buy?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. "This is for you." Xu Yiqiu replied with a gentle smile as he placed the gift box in her hands. "For me? What is it?" Wu Jing's lips parted in surprise as a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. Upon opening the box and discovering the very skirt she had desired, she gasped in delight, covering her mouth in astonishment. "When did you buy this?" she exclaimed, looking up at Xu Yiqiu, her eyes shining with joy. "Just now. I thought you would look lovely in it, so I decided to purchase it. By the way, it's your birthday gift," Xu Yiqiu said with a soft smile. At his last remark, Wu Jing, who had been brimming with joy, suddenly froze. How did you know my birthday?" Her eyes trembled slightly, hinting at tears of overwhelming emotion. Xu Yiqiu chuckled. "During the project team recruitment, I took a moment to glance at your profile." Hearing this, Wu Jing pouted playfully, lightly punching Xu Yiqiu's chest with her fist. "You sly fox, peeking at my information." Feigning pain, Xu Yiqiu laughed. "How else would I know your birthday?" "Humph." Wu Jing huffed, her gaze turning piercing as she asked, "Do you remember everyone's birthday after snooping around?" Feeling slightly uneasy under her scrutiny, Xu Yiqiu hurriedly protested. "Of course not. I'm not a weirdo. I just have a special interest in certain individuals." Seeing him flustered, Wu Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter at his comical expression. Chapter 53, The Global Technology Summit. What are you laughing at? Upon seeing Wu Jing covering her mouth with a suppressed giggle, Xu Yiqiu felt his face flush with embarrassment, mistakenly believing she was mocking him. "I am laughing because you are a weirdo. A big weirdo. A weirdo who sneaks a peek at my information." Wu Jing stuck out her little tongue at Xu Yiqiu and playfully tugged at her eyelid, making a silly face. "You." Xu Yiqiu's face turned crimson with indignation. "Hiki." Wu Jing, clearly enjoying his irritation, appeared particularly smug as she bounced ahead with her hands clasped behind her back, radiating joy. Xu Yiqiu trailed behind, his face still flushed, looking somewhat defeated and unable to express his anger. After wandering around the shopping mall, the two returned to the street, intending to find a park to stroll through. As they approached a fountain, Wu Jing suddenly halted. "Hey, look over there." She pointed towards a thicket. Xu Yiqiu followed her gaze and noticed a small, forlorn kitten hiding in the grass. The poor creature's fur was matted, and a dirty string hung around its neck, suggesting it had been abandoned. It appeared emaciated, with large, watery eyes, mewing softly. So thin, it must not have eaten for a long time. Wu Jing furrowed her brow, a flicker of compassion stirring within her. Cautiously, she approached the kitten, squatting down in an attempt to get closer. However, The kitten shrank back in fear, unwilling to approach. Meow meow, we are good people. Wu Jing gently called to the kitten, extending her hand to softly stroke its head. Such a pitiful little cat, she sighed. Then she looked up at Xu Yiqiu and proposed, shall we buy some cat food and treats to feed it? Sure, Xu Yiqiu nodded. Thus, they headed to a nearby pet store to purchase a bag of cat food and treats, bringing back a cup of water as well. On the way back, Xu Yiqiu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It seemed that not only was Wu Jing beautiful and intelligent, but she also possessed a kind heart. Moments later, they returned to the kitten's side. Wu Jing opened the cat food and poured some into a bowl, adding a few treats. As the scent of food wafted through the air, the kitten's wary gaze softened. It cautiously approached, sniffing the ground, and eventually began to eat the cat food. Wu Jing beamed with delight, gently stroking its filthy fur while soothingly saying, "Good kitty, once you're full, you'll grow strong." The kitten appeared to sense the kindness emanating from Wu Jing, and its little body slowly ceased trembling. Xu Yiqiu watched this heartwarming scene, his fondness for Wu Jing increasing dramatically. Her kindness and generosity had subtly touched him. After a while, once Wu Jing and Xu Yiqiu finished feeding the kitten and were about to leave, the kitten unexpectedly staggered after them, mewing in a charmingly high-pitched voice. Wu Jing paused in surprise, kneeling down again, and the kitten instantly leaped onto her lap, affectionately rubbing against her palm. It even meowed a couple of times in Xu Yiqiu's direction. "It seems to like us," Wu Jing said, stroking the kitten's soft fur. A wave of maternal affection swelling in her heart. "I want to adopt it and take it home. From now on, I will be its mother. What do you think?" Wu Jing looked up at Xu Yiqiu with a smile. "If you're its mother, then doesn't that make me its father?" Xu Yiqiu crouched down, petting the kitten's head, and asked playfully. Wu Jing bit her lip, shyly lowering her head, saying nothing more. Her heart, however, began to race uncontrollably. "Well, you can come often to see the kitten," Wu Jing said, brushing her hair aside, unable to meet Xu Yiqiu's gaze. "All right, I will visit my cat daughter often." Xu Yiqiu laughed as he picked up the kitten. "How can you be so sure it's a daughter and not a son?" Upon saying this, Wu Jing froze, as if realizing something, her face turning a bright shade of red. "Haha, a son or daughter, either is fine," Xu Yiqiu teased. "You big weirdo, you're so annoying." Wu Jing playfully punched Xu Yiqiu's chest with her small fist. Thus, the two of them walked side by side, cradling the kitten as they headed home. The sunlight cascaded upon them, casting long shadows that intertwined warmly and tenderly. After the holiday concluded, Xu Yiqiu and Wu Jing returned to the campus of Peking University. At this moment, a throng of young students had gathered in front of the Crimson School walls. They stood engrossed, intently observing the posters on the bulletin board, occasionally whispering to one another in hushed tones. "What are they looking at?" Wu Jing asked, puzzled by the crowd surrounding the bulletin board. "Let us go take a look and find out," Xu Yiqiu replied, leading her closer. At the most prominent spot on the bulletin board was a large poster announcing the Global Technology Summit. The poster featured an image of a globe adorned with scientific formulas and experimental apparatus. With just a glance, Xu Yiqiu understood. This was the quadrennial international competition for scientists, aimed at selecting elite talents in the field of science from around the world. Various countries would send their representatives to participate in this grand contest. On the surface, it appeared to be a friendly competition among scientists. However, in reality, it represented a contest of technological prowess between nations. This year, the Global Technology Summit would take place in China's future technology city, where the nation would also send its representatives. "Who will we send?" A young student in the crowd curiously inquired. "Oh, it doesn't even matter who we send. The outcome will be the same. Don't even mention winning or placing. Just making it to the top 4 would be a miracle," lamented his companion despondently. The technological levels of other countries far surpassed those of China. In past competitions, they were invariably crushed by the research talents of other nations. Tsinghua University fared somewhat better, possessing a wealth of talent to choose from, but Peking University struggled, boasting excellent facilities yet lacking in research personnel. Both Peking University and Tsinghua University had come to a sobering realization through years of competition. China and Oppo's research technology was indeed lagging compared to the rest of the world. Domestic scientific talents were continually questioned on the international stage. Chapter 54. Contest candidates. Are you interested in participating in the Global Technology Summit? Wu Jing gently tugged at Xu Yiqiu's sleeve and inquired softly. "Our lithography project team has a multitude of tasks awaiting my attention. I hardly possess the leisure to partake in such a grand competition," Xu Yiqiu replied with a faint smile. The two departed from the location, heading towards the dormitory. That is indeed a valid point. Wu Jing and Oppos' expression briefly flickered with a hint of disappointment. It was a pity that Xu Yiqiu was unwilling to attend the summit. However, if you were to compete in this technological contest, you would undoubtedly achieve commendable results, she added, her smile radiant and filled with confidence in Xu Yiqiu. Xu Yiqiu smiled, but said nothing as they arrived at the entrance of the boys and Oppos' dormitory. After bidding farewell to Xu Yiqiu and watching him enter, Wu Jing reluctantly took her leave. At Peking University and Oppos' main building, in a dedicated office on the east side of the third floor, a middle-aged man sat at his desk. Fingers lightly tapping the heavy mahogany surface, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He appeared to be in his 50s, with graying hair but still exuding vitality. Clad in a black Zhongshan suit, his somewhat rotund figure did not diminish the scholarly aura and authority he radiated. Behind silver-rimmed glasses lay a pair of piercing eyes that conveyed intelligence and composure. This man was Yang Rui, the president of Peking University. Opposite Yang Rui sat Wu Fugua. Sitting upright, President Yang, the upcoming Global Technology Summit hosted domestically holds significant implications for our nation's dignity and the honor of all scientists. For years, our talent has been outperformed in technological competitions. Should our candidates perform poorly again, we may find ourselves without a foothold in the global scientific community. This would be a national disgrace. Yang Rui fell into deep thought upon hearing this. You are correct. This is one of the reasons for my concern. For this Global Technology Summit, we must consider political image and diplomatic factors. As a key institution supported by the state, Peking University's performance is vital to national honor. My suggestion is to select a candidate with a solid theoretical foundation and a reliable political stance. This is not merely a simple technological contest. It also pertains to the honor between nations. Contestants must not only possess exceptional technological prowess but also prioritize their political image on this stage. As he spoke, he spread several candidate profiles across the desk. These were all young professors from Peking University's research team, whose scientific achievements were noteworthy, including quantum communication algorithms, brain-computer interface technology, and intelligent chip design. However, they could only choose one, and it was imperative to ensure that this individual would shine at the summit. Wu, do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Yang Rui asked, looking at Wu Fugua with keen interest. Just as Wu Fugua was about to express his thoughts, his phone, nestled in his pocket, suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Su Hongyuan, an academician from Tsinghua University. Hello, Wu. You've heard about the Global Technology Summit being held in the future technology city, Haven TU? Just thinking about the arrogant demeanor of those foreign scientists at past competitions makes my blood boil. Regardless, we must make a statement this time. If we don't, I'll feel utterly stifled. Su Hongyuan's voice was filled with frustration as he vented upon the call. How is Tsinghua preparing? Wu Fugua inquired. Rest assured, we have selected a prodigious student after rigorous vetting. We must ensure to put our rivals in their place, Su Hongyuan replied with determination. What about you? Have you chosen your candidate? We are still in discussions. Results will come shortly, Wu Fugua responded. As he spoke, Xu Yiqiu's image unconsciously surfaced in his mind. That's good to hear. By the way, I think Xu Yiqiu would be an excellent choice. You should consider him seriously. If he isn't regarded as a genius, then no one deserves that title, Su Hongyuan emphasized. Understood, Wu Fugua nodded slightly before hanging up. President Yang, I have suddenly thought of a candidate, Wu Fugua said, putting his phone back in his pocket and looking towards Yang Rui. Oh, who is it? Yang Rui leaned forward with interest. It is Xu Yiqiu, the newly appointed leader of our lithography project team, Wu Fugua replied. Xu Yiqiu? Yang Rui expressed surprise. Are you referring to the individual who recently developed the excimer laser and received the National Science and Technology Award? He had long heard of Xu Yiqiu's accomplishments, but, due to work commitments, had never had the opportunity to meet this young scholar personally. However, he was well aware from others that Xu Yiqiu was indeed a rare talent. Rumor had it that even Vice President Li personally awarded him the honor certificate. Isn't he now the chief scientist? Yang Rui inquired, astonished. Yes, Wu Fugua confirmed. During our collaborative research, I was profoundly impressed by his agile thinking and profound theoretical background. Perhaps we should consider him for the competition. Yang Rui nodded slightly. However, one point you must contemplate. Xu Yiqiu is still quite young and has only recently joined us. Can he bear such responsibilities and pressure? Furthermore, he seems to lack experience in participating in world-class scientific competitions. Wu Fuguo remained silent, understanding Yang Rue and Amp Oppo's concerns. Yet he encouraged. It is precisely Xu Yiqiu and Amp Oppo's quick thinking and abundant innovative spirit that may yield unexpected surprises. For us, traditional thinking scientists, Xu Yiqiu and Amp Oppo's novel attempts represent a breakthrough. We should place our trust in him. After listening to Wu Fuguo's words, Yang Rue appeared to be swayed by his perspective, his expression shifting thoughtfully. This young genius might indeed create unforeseen miracles at the Global Technology Summit. Very well, if you are resolved, then proceed. As the president of Peking University, all I can offer is my support and guidance, Yang Rue affirmed with a nod, signaling his approval. Wu Fuguo rose from his seat, his demeanor resolute and confident. Rest assured, we will achieve glorious victory for Huaxia. At that moment, Xu Yiqiu returned to the dormitory and lay down on his bed. Chapter 55. Entering the competition, he was idly scrolling through his phone, occasionally glancing at the discussions in the WeChat research team group, all centered around the Global Technology Summit. However, he found little interest in it, as his focus needed to remain on the development of lithography machines, a significant undertaking. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with an incoming call from Wu Fuguo. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Xu Yiqiu wondered what prompted Wu to call at this moment. After answering, Wu's voice soon echoed through the line. Yiqiu, have you heard about the Global Technology Summit? Xu and Amp Oppo's expression subtly shifted as he guessed that Wu was likely inviting him to participate in the competition. Yes, I noticed it on the campus bulletin board. It seems to be a PK competition among international contestants, right? Wu replied earnestly. Indeed, while it appears to be a contest among international players, it is, in essence, a technological competition between nations. The eyes of the world will be fixed on these leading scientific figures. Their performances will directly influence our country's research capabilities and international standing. We have endured enough humiliation over the years. We cannot afford to falter in this technological competition. Xu Yiqiu felt somewhat resigned. If he were to be persuaded to participate, Wu should be straightforward rather than beating around the bush. Uncle Wu, please just get to the point. Wu then stated, given your achievements at Peking University, I believe your participation holds the greatest promise for success. We do not expect you to win the championship, at the very least. Making it into the top 4 would suffice. He dared not hope for too much, as their country had never placed in the top 4 in international technological competitions. Achieving that would fulfill a long-held aspiration, boosting the confidence of domestic researchers and significantly elevating their research team and Amp Oppo's international status. Xu Yiqiu sighed, genuinely reluctant to engage in such a vanity-driven contest. To him, participating in such competitions seemed less practical than quietly advancing domestic technological strength through research. Just as he was about to decline, a flash of white light appeared before him. The petite figure of the system sprite, adorned in a pure princess dress, floated into view. Master! Xu Yiqiu gaped in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded by the sprite and Amp Oppo's sudden appearance. Master, a new task has commenced. Requirements: participate in the Global Technology Summit and achieve a championship ranking. Task reward: a blueprint for a quantum computer. Upon hearing this, Xu was left utterly speechless. What? A quantum computer? He sat upright, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What is a quantum computer? In simple terms, it is akin to a supercomputer capable of executing numerous calculations simultaneously, harnessing the remarkable powers of quantum physics. Once realized, it would usher in a new technological revolution for humanity. However, as of now, the concept of a quantum computer remains predominantly theoretical worldwide. While initial prototypes exist, practical applications are still a distant dream, making it a primary focus of research among scientists globally. The nation that first conquers the challenges of quantum computing will trigger an epic technological upheaval. Hello? Yiqiu? What were you just saying? Quantum computer? Wu Fuguo inquired. Puzzled on the other end of the line. We Haven and Amp Oppo's even developed the lithography machine yet. When did we start discussing quantum concepts? Oh, it and Amp Oppo's nothing. I was just rambling. By the way, I am willing to participate in the Global Technology Summit. Xu Yiqiu replied, signaling the sprite with an OK gesture to indicate his acceptance of the task. Great. We will submit your information shortly. I and Oppo's LL also send you some past exam templates and important notes for training. Prepare yourself, Wu Fuguo exclaimed excitedly upon Xu and Oppo's agreement. Sure. No problem. With that, Xu Yiqiu hung up, feeling utterly bemused. Training for this grand competition? Surely, mere participation should suffice. Soon, the day of the technological competition arrived. Researchers from across the globe began arriving at the future technology city. The main venue, a circular ultramodern edifice, featured a vast stage at its center. Surrounded by an audience of diverse spectators, dozens of silver, oval-shaped experimental platforms adorned the stage, equipped with cutting-edge experimental apparatus. Holographic screens surrounded the stage, capable of projecting data and videos in 3 dimensions. Below, tens of thousands of attendees, including luminaries from the tech world, investors, and elite research teams, filled the space. Among them were talents from Tsinghua and Peking University. Seated in one section was the American research team, displaying expressions of bemusement. The contestant sent by Peking University, Xu Yiqiu, was merely an ordinary undergraduate. What were they up to? A young female scholar fixated intently on her laptop screen, scrolling to analyze Xu Yiqiu and Appo's credentials. What? Has Peking University lost its mind? They actually sent a mediocre individual to this summit. It and Appo's utterly laughable. They clearly do not take this international scientific competition seriously. Another young American researcher scoffed. The Global Technology Summit is no ordinary domestic competition. It pertains to the nation and Appo's scientific stature and image on the world stage. If they are not aiming for humiliation, it is likely they simply cannot find competent individuals. Who would have thought that after over a decade, China and Appo's research technology not only failed to catch up but has regressed to this extent? Truly lamentable, a foreign scholar in his 50s remarked, shaking his head. What do you mean by catching up? We have never truly regarded them as a threat. The championship will still belong to us, the young scholar declared arrogantly, exuding an air of inevitability. How could Xu Yiqiu, a mere undergraduate, possibly compete? Chapter 56. 1 minute. How could Xu Yiqiu, a mere ordinary undergraduate student from Peking University, find himself in this position? A distinguished professor from a renowned domestic university sat in the audience, and upon seeing Xu and Appo's credentials, his expression transformed entirely. This was an international scientific competition. How could Peking University send such an unremarkable participant? It was utterly absurd. His face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his neck. The nation was already lagging in the realm of science and technology compared to the rest of the world. In such a significant competition, instead of dispatching top-tier scientific talent, they opted for a mediocre undergraduate. Was this not a self-inflicted humiliation? It was, quite frankly, an embarrassing display on home soil. Alas, who could have predicted that Peking University would descend to such a state? It seemed unrealistic to place hopes on them reaching the semifinals. Perhaps it was wiser to pin expectations on Tsinghua University instead, another scholar lamented, his eyes reflecting similar dissatisfaction and indignation. This was a scientific contest that the entire world would scrutinize. If their country and Appo's representatives performed poorly or made a mockery of themselves, it would only serve to render them a laughingstock within the scientific community. Therefore, at this critical juncture, no oversight could be tolerated. Yet, the inexplicable actions of Peking University left him utterly baffled. Soon, contestants from various countries began to enter the stage. 64 scientists, each distinct in appearance, represented their respective nations and honors. Xu Yiqiu was the youngest among them. However, he remained unfazed by the scornful gazes from the audience, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. 2 hosts took the stage, smiling as they greeted the audience and competitors. Dear friends, welcome to the opening ceremony and the first selection round of the Global Technology Summit. I am your host, Lithography. Beside her, an international host introduced the competition rules in English. This summit was organized by the World Academy of Sciences, where contestants from the world and Appo's leading research institutions would engage in intellectual contests, vying for the title of top scientist. Now, let us introduce the specific competition format. The Global Technology Summit consists of individual rapid response rounds, experimental competitions, and written examinations, assessing scientists and Appo's extensive knowledge in physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, and computer science. All segments will have expert scholars serving as judges, ensuring impartial scoring. The elimination format will see 64 contestants reduced to 32. The top 32 scientists will emerge from simultaneous contests, while the remaining will be eliminated. Ultimately, the top 3 and the 5 highest scoring participants will receive gold, silver, and bronze medals, along with substantial monetary rewards. Finally, we wish all contestants the best of luck. Let us witness the brilliance of human civilization competing in the spirit of scientific exploration. Thank you all. As the hosts concluded their remarks, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The first round of the technological competition was about to commence. The panel of judges, consisting of 10 esteemed academicians from various countries, took their places. The first round would challenge both intellect and speed, aptly termed the timed round. In this phase, all contestants must solve the first physics problem displayed on their screens within a strict time limit of 30 minutes. The timer begins the instant the question appears. Contestants may submit their answers at any moment, but only complete and accurate responses will count as successful in this round. The time taken to complete the answer will directly influence the contestant and oppose's score. Let us eagerly anticipate this fierce clash of knowledge and speed. The host and oppose's introduction marked the commencement of the competition. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience, with many academic experts visibly shifting in their seats. They understood the immense pressure of this stage. This round would rigorously test the contestants' intellect, reaction speed, and ability to articulate their thoughts. They needed to mentally derive theoretical insights and type their answers as swiftly as possible. A mere second and oppose's delay could see them overtaken by others, leading to elimination. Yiqiu, go for it. Wu Jing, seated in the audience, fixated on Xu Yiqiu, silently cheering him on. Her expression was grave, revealing a level of tension that seemed even greater than Xu and oppose's. Meanwhile, the 64 top scientists from various nations had settled into their places, fingers poised over their keyboards, intensely awaiting the first question. Their expressions were taut with anticipation. For them, this was a matter of life and death. A soft chime rang out. Suddenly, the first physics problem appeared prominently on all contestants and oppose's screens. Please utilize a new theory beyond the current standard model to derive a novel subatomic particle, elucidating its properties, production mechanisms, and detection methods. The audience fell silent, countless pairs of eyes fixated on the competitors and oppose's every move. Some contestants furrowed their brows, clearly grappling with the formidable challenge posed by this particle physics question. Others quickly immersed themselves in rigorous calculations, fervently jotting down notes as they focused intensely, their brows knitted in concentration. However, while the other contestants were deeply engrossed in solving the problem, Xu Yiqiu surprisingly began to write his answer directly on the page without any calculations. His calm demeanor suggested that the complexity of the question did not faze him in the slightest. His fingers danced over the keyboard with such speed that it resembled a musician effortlessly playing a well-rehearsed piece. The sound of his typing resonated clearly in the hushed auditorium, drawing the attention of both the audience and the hosts, who looked on with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. Is he insane? He hasn't even calculated the answer. Yet he is already writing it down? Is he really trying to race against time in such a reckless manner? Xu Yiqiu remained utterly undisturbed, maintaining his serene composure throughout. Gradually, the screen displayed the paragraphs of his answer, encompassing theoretical derivations, experimental designs, and scientific analyses. In that moment, he seemed to stand atop the pinnacle of thought, surveying the others with a superior gaze. With a decisive keystroke, he submitted his answer just as the final character was typed. The interface immediately confirmed. Submission successful. Time taken, 54. 2 seconds. Chapter 57. A shocking revelation. A wave of gasps and murmurs swept through the venue. Everyone was astounded by Xu Yiqiu and oppose's astonishing speed. The question, which was supposed to be solved within 30 minutes, had been completed by this individual in merely 1 minute. Was this some kind of joke? The American research team, witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions of deep dismay. Such a challenging problem typically required a minimum of 30 minutes to compute and present a solution. Even their own team could not guarantee an answer in under 5 minutes, let alone within a single minute. They had every reason to suspect that Xu Yiqiu was either playing tricks or had hastily scribbled a series of symbols before giving up. Regardless of the outcome to them, Xu Yiqiu was merely a jester. The previously skeptical professor from a prestigious university scoffed derisively upon witnessing this. It comes as no surprise. The research capabilities of Peking University have evidently deteriorated. A vast institution like this cannot even produce a competent participant. Sending this imbecile to compete is truly laughable. If need be, we could lend you one of our own to spare you the embarrassment. This useless individual only brings shame to our nation. His furious gaze fixated on Xu Yiqiu, feeling the weight of national disgrace upon their shoulders for the next 4 years. Below, Wu Fuguo and Wu Jing were equally stunned. They were perplexed by the unfolding events. Why had Xu Yiqiu submitted his answers while others were still calculating? Was he conceding defeat? Dad, can Ichio still make it to the top four? Wu Jing turned to her father, seeking reassurance. Wu Fugua, with a serious demeanor, shook his head. The outcome is still uncertain. Ichio might yet emerge as a dark horse. Let us observe further. We must have faith in him. Though he too found it implausible for anyone to submit answers in such a brief span, he had no choice but to trust Xu Yiqiu now. 10 minutes later, an American contestant named Grant pressed the submit button after completing his final character, taking 6 minutes and 35 seconds. A sigh of relief escaped him as applause erupted from the audience. Adjusting his glasses with an air of arrogance, he cast a condescending glance towards Xu Yiqiu's direction. According to his calculations, this problem should require at least 7 minutes for thorough deduction and coherent presentation. There was no way Xu Yiqiu could have provided a precise and complete answer in just 1 minute unless his submission was entirely fabricated. With this thought, a smug smile graced his lips, convinced of his victory. Before long, contestants from other nations began submitting their answers in succession. 20 minutes later, a chime signaled the conclusion of submissions, followed by the judges' evaluation phase. The host, microphone in hand, spoke solemnly. The judges meticulously reviewed each contestant's answers, assessing the rigor of their reasoning and the completeness of their solutions. During this process, the audience and Oppo's focus shifted to their respective representatives, their expressions brimming with confidence. They believed that their contestant would secure the top position. As they glanced back at Xu Yiqiu, their earlier astonishment morphed into mockery and disdain. Was this a pinnacle of global technology or merely a farce? How could Peking University send such a comical participant? Randomly submitting answers? I could do that faster. At least he had the sense to know he couldn't and Oppo's compete and chose to withdraw early. He seems nothing short of a fool. The audience exchanged whispers, their faces reflecting amusement and derision toward the Peking University contestant, who had evidently become the butt of their jokes. Moments later, the host cleared his throat. Having received the judges and Oppo's results, ladies and gentlemen, the judging is complete, and I shall now announce the rankings for this round. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent, their eyes fixated on the host, eager to learn who would claim the top spot. The contestant who has secured first place in this round, with a perfect score, is Xu Yiqiu. The moment the words left his lips, the crowd erupted into shock and disbelief, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. Some even rose from their seats in sheer incredulity. How could it be? Xu Yiqiu had achieved first place? A question that required 30 minutes to complete was answered in just 1 minute. The second-place contestant had taken over 6 minutes. Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's astonishing speed had left everyone in awe and disbelief. What they failed to realize was that the instant Xu Yiqiu laid eyes on the problem, the answer had crystallized in his mind. The time he spent outputting the answer had merely been excessive. Otherwise, delivering it instantaneously would have posed no challenge. Wow, incredible. I knew you could do it. Go, Yiqiu. Wu Jing exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she leapt to her feet in enthusiastic support upon hearing the announcement. Beside her, Wu Fugua wore a satisfied smile, reassured that he had not erred in his judgment. He believed that Xu Yiqiu would undoubtedly conquer the scientific realm, leaving a brilliant legacy for the research community of Huaxia. On stage, Grant's countenance darkened to an extreme degree. He was certain that his answer had been as perfect as possible, yet it had still taken him over 6 minutes. How had Xu Yiqiu accomplished this feat? Below, his team was equally uncomfortable and sullen. Xu Yiqiu's dazzling achievement had struck them like a resounding slap in the face. He must have been lucky. Next time, he won and Oppo's be so fortunate, one team member muttered resentfully, unwilling to accept the reality. Other contestants remained in a state of shock, their expressions grim as they felt their pride diminish. The atmosphere shifted, growing increasingly serious. Xu Yiqiu, the unexpected dark horse, had instilled an unprecedented level of pressure upon them. Chapter 58. The death of competition. A total of 64 contestants from around the globe faced an immediate elimination of half due to the timing of the first round. Presently, only 32 remain. The advancing participants are requested to take a brief respite, for the next round will present a greater challenge. It will again be a timed contest, with the first 16 contestants to complete their answers progressing to the next stage, while the others will face elimination. However, a crucial point to note, with the increased difficulty of the questions, any incorrect answer, regardless of the time taken, will result in disqualification. The host's announcement sent a gasp throughout the venue. This means that while it appears to be a 32-16 elimination, the actual number of those who can advance may not exceed 16, as the sole criterion for progression is the accuracy of the answers. At this moment, The contestants on stage felt immense pressure, particularly after Xu Yiqiu and Appo's overwhelming victory in the first round. Grant clenched his fists, his eyes glimmering with fierce ambition. Historically, it had always been the United States that claimed the top position. When would a nation like Huaxiao, perceived as lagging in scientific research, shine? Therefore, he resolved firmly in his heart that he would achieve the most dazzling results, leaving that Huaxia contestant trailing behind, demonstrating the stark contrast in their capabilities. As the second round commenced, the 32 contestants took their places once again. All attention was riveted on the display screen, awaiting the emergence of the test questions. Ding! The screen flickered momentarily, revealing a line of text. The second round question was on organic chemistry. Please design and synthesize a novel organic compound structure, analyzing its potential applications in pharmaceuticals, materials, and other fields. Upon the revelation of the question, numerous contestants sprang into action like activated robots. They sketched multiple frameworks of compound structures on draft paper, selecting one to devise a synthetic route. The tips of their pens danced across the paper, filling it with reaction arrows and stereochemical symbols. While others were still sifting through ideas for their compounds, Xu Yiqiu had already visualized his synthesis plan in his mind. Like before, his long fingers began to strike the keyboard with remarkable speed. The computer instantly transformed his thoughts into a series of textual descriptions, elucidating the synthetic approach and analyzing the application prospects of the products. All of this was executed in the blink of an eye. Xu Yiqiu's typing speed was akin to that of an automated transcription machine. Finally, he pressed the submit button, completing the question in a mere 58.6 seconds. The audience watched in astonishment, their eyes fixed on Xu Yiqiu's submission time, expressions of shock replacing their disbelief. Who could have anticipated that Xu Yiqiu would submit his answer within a minute once again? In contrast, Xu Yiqiu's brow furrowed after submission, seemingly dissatisfied with his speed. As he had stated before, the time spent typing had hindered his performance. He could have submitted his answer instantaneously, but was constrained by the output time. Once again, the first place was claimed, and it was Xu Yiqiu. This exacerbated the anxiety and tension among the contestants on stage. As they were still in the process of designing their compound structures, while Xu Yiqiu had already completed and submitted his answer at lightning speed. The pressure on them was palpable. Another first place? How could this be possible? Grant stared wide-eyed, filled with shock and disbelief. He could not accept that Xu Yiqiu had once again finished at the top speed. This was an unrelenting humiliation for his recently resolved determination to surpass Xu Yiqiu. Damn it, this is outrageous. Grant cursed under his breath, hastening his calculations and designs. However, he still refused to believe that Xu Yiqiu had arrived at a correct answer. What good is speed if the answer is wrong? With this thought, his inner pressure somewhat lessened. In his view, the faster Xu Yiqiu completed his task, the greater the likelihood of error. The difficulty of the second round's questions was significantly higher than that of the first round. Any single miss in character would invalidate the answer. Xu Yiqiu had not even calculated before writing down his result. It was bound to be riddled with flaws. Could it be? The prodigious young talent from Tsinghua, Xing, began to take Xu Yiqiu's swift submission seriously. Initially, he believed that Xu Yiqiu's rapid completion was due to a specialization in physics, merely hitting upon a field of expertise in the first round. To his surprise, in the second round, which focused on chemistry, Xu Yiqiu managed to deliver an answer just as swiftly. If he were to claim that Xu Yiqiu had merely specialized in one area, he would never believe it again. This was simply monstrous. He was on the verge of obliterating the competition. The judges below, witnessing Xu Yiqiu's prompt submission once more, displayed expressions of astonishment. The content of Xu Yiqiu's answer was not only comprehensive, but the accuracy and feasibility of his synthesis design reached an exceptionally high standard. This young man could undoubtedly be regarded as a genius in the field of chemistry. A judge from Germany, after reviewing Xu Yiqiu's submission, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Similarly, the other judges were equally captivated by Xu Yiqiu's extraordinary performance. After all, he had solved challenges in two fields with an unbelievable speed. Who among the contestants present could rival such an underdog? It was simply preposterous. Professor Li Wen from Peking University, upon witnessing Xu Yiqiu's performance, felt a storm brewing within. This question posed a significant challenge. Even he, as a professor, required meticulous derivation and calculation to provide a satisfactory answer. Yet, Xu Yiqiu appeared to have launched straight into the result without any visible calculation process. His expression fluctuated intensely, seemingly testing the validity of Xu Yiqiu's answer. He decided to perform the calculations on draft paper as well, consulting literature and outlining possible synthetic routes. After over 10 minutes of computation, he finally arrived at what he believed to be a perfect answer. Since the contestants' answers were publicly displayed, he began to compare his results with Xu Yiqiu's. To his astonishment, he found that the structures of the compounds and the synthetic approaches they designed were remarkably consistent. He was left speechless, unable to believe his eyes. A young man had produced the standard answer to such a complex question without any calculations. How could he have achieved this? Was it possible to derive the correct result instantaneously through mere mental calculation? This was beyond human comprehension. It was simply incredible. Chapter 59. Mutual examination questions. 20 minutes later, the other contestants began to submit their answers in succession. The judges commenced a meticulous comparison of each individual and oppos's examination papers to assign scores. The host soon announced the results of the second round of competition. The contestant who completed the task with the shortest time and provided a flawless answer was Xu Yiqiu. He once again finished the questions in record time. However, no sooner had the host and oppos's words fallen than several foreign contestants stood up in outrage. I express my doubts. One contestant, with a grim expression, raised his hand to contest. This action immediately drew the attention and focus of everyone present. This complex chemistry problem typically required at least 10 minutes of reasoning and calculation. Yet, he had written down the answer without any calculations. How could that be possible? They gazed at their own papers, filled with meticulous calculations, contrasting it with Xu Yiqiu and oppos's paper that contained only the final result, feeling deeply aggrieved. They harbored serious suspicions of foul play. The contestant and oppos's remarks sparked an uproar, and the audience became restless. Various voices of skepticism flooded from the crowd. Indeed, how could this be possible? Everyone in oppos's scratch paper was filled with derivations, while this contestant from Huaxia seemed to have glanced at the problem and immediately produced the answer. It was utterly preposterous. There must be some underhanded dealings. Surely, he had acquired the answer in advance. Otherwise, how could he have written down the result in under a minute? Do you not know the level of technology in Huaxia? They exclaimed. Given such a challenging question, not to mention answering it in seconds, even with a day's time, it would be difficult for them to arrive at a direct solution. This was nothing short of blatant cheating. The crowd was incensed, each person voicing their protest with righteous indignation. They could not fathom how the technologically lagging Huaxia could swiftly arrive at an answer merely through mental arithmetic. There must be something amiss. Witnessing numerous foreign scholars publicly accuse them of cheating, a wave of Huaxia participants rose from their seats. Gentlemen, slander requires evidence. None of you can tarnish our integrity based solely on unsubstantiated claims. A student from Peking University exclaimed vehemently. We have participated in numerous global science competitions over the years without any allegations of cheating or leaked questions. A professor from Tsinghua University surveyed the crowd, his voice rising in anger. Our domestic scientific community has always adhered to principles of fairness and justice, dedicated to fostering an environment conducive to scholarly research. You from abroad have no grounds for accusation or doubt. However, the fury of the Huaxia participants did not quell the suspicions of the foreign scholars. Instead, they scoffed and queried, the venue is in Huaxia. Whether it is foul play or not, you certainly have the advantage. You are not fools. Would it not be easy for you to set things up in advance? Regardless, at this moment, as long as they firmly asserted that Huaxia was cheating, any explanations provided would forever leave a tarnish on their reputation. You, how dare you slander our integrity so brazenly? Professor Liwen trembled with rage, pointing at several foreign scholars, veins bulging at his neck. If you claim we are wronged and have not cheated, then let us invite professors from our respective countries to devise examination questions on the spot. Do you dare to accept? A young scholar from the American research team replied coldly. This statement left many Huaxia scholars in a state of hesitation. It was not that they feared to accept, rather, they were uncertain if the opposing contestants possessed the ability to tackle the spontaneously generated questions. The nature of on-the-spot questioning was entirely different from pre-prepared questions, which had undergone rigorous selection to ensure their difficulty was within the contestants' and oppos's capabilities. In contrast, no one knew how challenging the impromptu questions might be. Should they exceed the contestants' and oppos's comprehension, it would spell disaster for the competition. No one wished to see this scientific contest suffer a catastrophic failure, especially since it was being held within Huaxia. Haha. Look at your faces. Are you afraid? A foreign scholar could not resist sneering. Before the Huaxia scholars could respond, Xu Yiqiu interjected, "No problem. I accept the spontaneous change of questions. However, I must also consult the other contestants and judges of this conference." Upon hearing this, the other contestants expressed their agreement as well. Now, do the judges have any objections to this spontaneous alteration of questions? The host inquired, glancing toward the judging panel. As long as it fosters scientific advancement and creates a positive competitive environment, we certainly have no objections. The judges nodded in unison, agreeing to the proposal. Excellent. We shall now appoint representatives from both nations to present the questions. One from the questioning side, the United States, and the other from the scrutinized side, Huaxia. Please send forth your representatives to the stage to present their questions, the host announced with a smile, addressing the Huaxia and American delegations. After a brief discussion, Huaxia appointed Professor Li Yuan as their questioner, while the United States designated a professor named Jess. Upon taking the stage, the host stated, according to the agreement, you will need to represent your country and present a question to the contestants from the opposing nation for the third round of competition. Do either of you have any objections? The host glanced at Professor Li Yuan and then at Professor Jess, who both shook their heads in unison, indicating their consent. Very well. Representatives, please proceed to present your questions, the host gestured. The two professors approached their computers, beginning to input their examination questions. The audience remained surprisingly silent. Each individual seated quietly in anticipation, eager to discover the challenging dilemmas that these distinguished representatives from both nations would pose to their respective contestants. Chapter 60. The century-long dilemma on stage. Following the second round of the competition, only 5 contestants remained after the elimination process. Among them, 2 hailed from China, Xu Yiqiu from Peking University and Xing from Tsinghua University. The other 3 finalists included Grant and Justin from the United States, as well as a contestant named Alan from France. Half an hour later, the questions were finally presented. My challenge is to illustrate the stereostructure of citriconic acid and devise a high-yield synthesis route, announced Li Yuan, standing confidently. The moment the question was posed, many scholars in the audience nodded in agreement. The difficulty was moderate. As long as the contestants could depict the claw-like structure and accurately detail the esterification and reduction reactions of malonic acid, they would successfully solve the problem. Yet, while the principle appeared straightforward, the precise reduction of malonic acid was a true test of the contestants' solid theoretical knowledge and calculation skills. Please prepare. Contestants from the United States and France, the host intoned solemnly. Begin answering. With that, the host pressed the timer, and the 3 foreign contestants immediately immersed themselves in the research and calculations required by the question. Now, Professor Jess, please announce your challenge, the host directed. Shifting focus to Jess, the audience's attention turned toward him, particularly that of the Chinese scholars, who exhibited a mix of tension and curiosity. They were eager to discover what kind of question this American professor would pose to the Chinese contestants. After a moment of contemplation, Jess spoke. I request the Chinese contestants to synthesize a helical polymer chain compound, ensuring a high degree of chirality and explaining the mechanism of formation. The audience erupted in astonishment and disbelief. Several senior experts from the Chinese chemistry community even rose from their seats, angrily confronting Jess. Professor Jess, this question clearly exceeds the current research capabilities in the field of chemistry. You are deliberately trying to put our Chinese contestants in a difficult position. Ask yourselves, which of your country's scholars has truly resolved this conundrum? This bears no relation to assessing the contestant's scientific acumen. You are clearly just looking for trouble. The outrage among the Chinese scholars was palpable, as the difficulty of this question represented a significant challenge that had stumped researchers thus far. Jess's decision to present such a dilemma was perceived as a blatant attempt to embarrass the Chinese contestants. Even Xing, the prodigious talent from Tsinghua, stood frozen in disbelief upon hearing Jess's question, realizing that no one could possibly solve it. Adjusting his glasses, Professor Jess nonchalantly remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have the freedom to pose my questions, and there is no explicit rule mandating that they must pertain to resolved issues. I merely wish to test the contestants and Oppos, imagination and innovative capabilities. There and Oppos. No need to be so agitated. Are you serious?" roared an elder expert. No researcher can answer such a question. This challenge is utterly meaningless. Do not overstep. He fumed. At that moment, even Wu Fuguei, Su Hanyuan, and Yang Rue in the audience displayed expressions of profound anger and concern. The foreign professor's ability to propose such a century-long dilemma was clearly an attempt to publicly humiliate the Chinese contestants. How disgraceful! Wu Jing thought. Her brow furrowed and her face clouded with worry as she glanced back at Xu Yiqiu, her heart heavy with dread. Please, everyone, remain calm, the host urged hastily. Professor Jess has the right to pose his questions. We should not question his motives. Her words incited murmurs of discontent among the audience. At that moment, it seemed all but certain that Xu Yiqiu would inevitably falter, as he appeared incapable of providing an answer. Just as the tension escalated, a clear voice resonated throughout the venue. I can give it a try. But please, everyone, remain silent. The speaker was none other than Xu Yiqiu, whose declaration stunned the entire assembly. No one dared to believe that this young man, scarcely in his 20s, would audaciously attempt to tackle such a monumental challenge. It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly imprudent. However, Xu Yiqiu's composed demeanor gradually quelled the commotion. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, he took up a pen and began to swiftly sketch on the large easel behind him. First, he illustrated a helical backbone structure, indicating the positions of the chiral centers. He then annotated multiple steps required to synthesize this polymer compound with arrows. Step 1. Utilize chiral catalysts to control the stereoselectivity of the initial units. Step 2. Manipulate the direction of the backbone and Oppo's growth through photonic conditions. Step 3. Regulate reaction time to achieve orderly helical segments. Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's pen danced across the board, and with his articulate explanations, his synthesis design began to materialize before the audience and Oppo's eyes. The expression of the chemical experts shifted from initial disbelief to astonishment as they recognized that Xu Yiqiu was pioneering a novel derivation process. The key concept here was encapsulated in 2 words: induction. Xu Yiqiu circled an equation and proposed a strategy utilizing chiral induction via metal complexes. He then concluded, by meticulously controlling the chiral influencing factors across multiple stages, we can achieve the desired synthesis of the helical polymer chain. His eloquence and clarity displayed an exceptional level of design thinking and extensive synthetic knowledge. In an instant, all the scientific experts present were left in awe of his innovative approach. The American research delegation, in particular, wore expressions of disbelief and astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom such an ingenious design concept. As for Jess, he fixated on Xu Yiqiu's sketch, his face betraying a mixture of shock and admiration. The answer has been submitted. Time taken, 8 minutes and 26 seconds. Grant, having successfully illustrated the stereostructure of citriconic acid, promptly pressed the submission button. Standing tall with pride and a satisfied smile, he believed he was the first to submit an answer, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the championship of this year and Oppo's Global Science Summit was undoubtedly his. Chapter 61. Surrender. No need to compete any further. We concede. Just then, after a prolonged silence, Professor Jess abruptly raised his hand to halt the contest. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. All eyes turned incredulously towards Jess, faces painted with disbelief. How could they surrender when the outcome was still undetermined? The foreign researchers were not the only ones taken aback. Even the Chinese scientists exhibited expressions of astonishment. What on earth was happening? Grant had clearly been the first to submit an answer, while Xu Yiqiu was still deep in calculations. How could they willingly forfeit such a promising chance at victory? Not only were the scholars in the audience dumbfounded, but Grant himself wore an expression of utter shock and profound confusion. He felt as if he were losing his mind. I was the first to solve the problem, and now you're declaring surrender on my behalf? Where can I voice my grievance? Grant and Oppo's face contorted with a myriad of emotions, alternating between red and green. His expression one of someone who had swallowed something foul. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he questioned, I apologize, Professor Jess, but I do not understand why we should concede. I have successfully deciphered the complex structure posed by the Chinese professor. Moreover, I was the first to do so. Victory belongs to us. I am the champion. He had already felt overwhelmed by Xu Yiqiu's relentless prowess, and now, just when he had finally managed to surpass him, the professor chose to surrender on his behalf? Such indignation was unbearable. A few young researchers from the American team shared his outrage. The championship was within their grasp. How could they possibly relinquish it? Why should we surrender to a mere Chinese boy? He is unworthy. The championship rightfully belongs to us Americans. Silence. As the team members continued to voice their dissatisfaction, Professor Jess finally spoke with a thunderous voice. His face darkened as he declared, What do you understand? Xu Yiqiu has resolved a long-standing dilemma within our scientific community. He has successfully synthesized a helical polymer chain compound through theoretical derivation. By this alone, He has demonstrated that he is superior to all of us combined. As he spoke, Jess's gaze remained fixated on the theoretical points Xu Yiqiu had illustrated on his board. His face, brimming with excitement and fervor, visibly trembled with elation. Wonderful! This is it, he murmured, seemingly lost in a state of ecstatic reverie. Not only had Xu Yiqiu theoretically synthesized the helical polymer chain compound, but he had also elucidated the mechanism behind its formation. This was akin to conquering a problem that had perplexed the scientific community for years. This monumental breakthrough was, for those in the field, akin to a radiant sun emerging in the coldest winter, illuminating new avenues of research and hope. Professor Jess's proclamation detonated like a depth charge, sending ripples of astonishment throughout the venue. At last, everyone shifted their focus to Xu Yiqiu's solution. Although most researchers were unable to grasp the intricacies, several professors and experts began to discern the significance. My heavens! He derived the helical polymer chain compound using an entirely new theoretical approach, and he even explained the mechanism. This is simply astonishing. Numerous professors and experts surged from their seats, rushing to the stage to scrutinize Xu Yiqiu's theoretical derivation. The audience erupted into chaos and excitement. The host was compelled to intervene personally to maintain order and prevent the event from spiraling out of control. What had begun as a scientific competition had unexpectedly transformed into a symposium on research. Watching the throng of researchers ascend the stage to examine Xu Yiqiu's solution, the other competitors stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Some were still struggling to complete their own problems. Yet everyone seemed to abandon their efforts to inspect Xu Yiqiu's answer. Who cared about their contributions? American contestant Allen inwardly lamented, feeling utterly disregarded. Grant and Apos' expression remained one of profound discontent, his fists clenched as he glared at Xu Yiqiu, still brimming with defiance. At that moment, Xu Yiqiu was encircled by eager researchers from around the globe, led by the American delegation. Professor Jess grasped Xu Yiqiu's hand and fervently inquired, Mr. Xu Yiqiu, we are eager to learn more about this problem, as well as how you conceived such an innovative design. Experts from other nations echoed his sentiment, their thirst for knowledge palpable as they sought to uncover the secrets behind Xu Yiqiu and Apos' design. Yet, Xu Yiqiu merely furrowed his brow and replied calmly, esteemed experts, I have only presented a preliminary design concept. Further experimental optimization requires additional research. To provide a complete plan and my detailed thought process, our research team must first refine it through experimentation before I can consider sharing it with you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the foreign experts shifted. They realized that Xu Yiqiu might have retained the core ideas, clearly holding back some information. Meanwhile, the Chinese scientists exchanged knowing glances, their hearts swelling with pride. They could finally hold their heads high in this prestigious international competition. Understanding Xu Yiqiu's reluctance to divulge specifics, Professor Jess refrained from pressing further, though his earlier composure had evaporated. Simultaneously, a shared sense of concern began to blossom among the foreign experts. The emergence of a genius scientist signified that Chinese technology was poised for a leap forward. If they could not swiftly align with Xu Yiqiu's research insights, they risked falling behind in the impending technological race, a precarious position for their nations. Professor Jess, I still do not comprehend how I lost. I answered the question faster than he did and successfully solved the problem. He merely devised a preliminary theoretical design. How could he possibly claim victory over me? Grant approached with a sullen expression, his face etched with resentment. Chapter 62, Exorbitant Treatment Enough. Do you not comprehend the groundbreaking insights and value that his theory can bring to the entire scientific community? Professor Jess, filled with indignation, directly rebuked Grant. Indeed, we have lost, and decisively so. However, losing is not disgraceful. What is shameful is our inability to confront our own shortcomings with courage. With a sigh, Professor Jess gently patted Grant's shoulder, saying, next year, we will have another chance. Let us strive onward. Despite his deep-seated reluctance, Grant had to acknowledge the reality of his failure. He lowered his head, completely devoid of the arrogance he once displayed, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, wilted and dejected. After rigorous discussions and analyses, the judges unanimously reached a consensus on the innovation of Xu Yiqiu's design, awarding him a perfect score without dispute. On stage, the host announced, in the competition of multiple projects at this Global Technology Summit, contestant Xu Yiqiu has exhibited outstanding performance and astonishing scientific talent, receiving unanimous recognition from the judges. Therefore, the champion of this year's Global Technology Summit is awarded to Xu Yiqiu. As the words echoed, a wave of admiration surged from the audience, particularly among the spectators from Huaxia, There was an outpouring of enthusiastic applause and cheers, honoring their youthful exemplar. Xu Yiqiu and Apos' overwhelming victory at the summit not only showcased his personal brilliance but also served as a powerful testament to the scientific prowess of Huaxia. Professors from Peking University, Tsinghua University, and other prestigious institutions were all exhilarated. For years, they had repeatedly faced defeat in international competitions, with no one able to rival their Western counterparts. Xu Yiqiu and Apos' exceptional performance not only dealt a resounding slap to the arrogance of those nations but also proved to the world the research strength of Huaxia. Restoring dignity to their scientific endeavors, they finally exhaled a breath of relief. We have long awaited such a talent. Professor Wang, an academician from Fudan University, exclaimed, for decades. The scientific community has lacked individuals capable of competing with the top talents from other countries. Xu Yiqiu's emergence will undoubtedly propel the advancement of Huaxia's science and technology. Simultaneously, the judges present expressed that Xu Yiqiu's rise signifies the onset of a new era in Huaxia's scientific research. They resolved to bestow significant rewards upon this stellar scholar as a mark of recognition for a world-class pillar of society. It was only at this moment that experts from top institutions such as Tsinghua and Beihang truly recognized Xu Yiqiu's extraordinary talent. They began to engage in fierce competition, each vying to recruit this prodigy into their respective research teams. Who would have thought that such a young individual could possess such a brilliant mind? This is indeed a great fortune for our nation. Comrade Yiqiu, would you be interested in visiting us at Beihang? A professor from Beihang grasped Xu Yiqiu and Apos' hand with a beaming smile. In his eyes, Xu Yiqiu was a treasure. Any school fortunate enough to secure this genius would see its achievements soar, both domestically and globally. Ultimately, becoming a world-class institution is not beyond possibility. Soon, Xu Yiqiu found himself surrounded by representatives from other prestigious universities across the nation, Beihang, Fudan, and Zhangke. Even Tsinghua extended a new olive branch to Xu Yiqiu. In no time, a fierce competition erupted among the top universities in the country, all striving to recruit Xu Yiqiu. Clearly, this rising star had become the most sought-after research talent in Huaxia's scientific community. However, Peking University was not about to relinquish their prize gem without a fight. Colleagues, Comrade Xu Yiqiu is our pride. We were the first to discover and nurture him. Why rush to compete when we share the same roots? I kindly ask you to refrain from making things difficult for us and to cease your intentions towards Xu Yiqiu, asserted academician Wu Fugua from Peking University. The significance of Xu Yiqiu to Peking University was self-evident. No matter what, they would not let him go. Let us once again congratulate Mr. Xu Yiqiu on winning the championship trophy at this Global Technology Summit. The applause resounded as the host's voice echoed once more, amidst the enthusiastic clamor from the audience. An award presenter from abroad, wearing a broad smile, approached Xu Yiqiu and handed him the champion trophy. Congratulations! I look forward to seeing you create brilliance in the field of science, said the presenter with a slight bow, clearly holding a touch of respect. Thank you, Xu Yiqiu. Composed and dignified, accepted the champion trophy, revealing a gentle smile. As for the second and third place winners, although they also received their respective trophies, they paled in comparison to Xu Yiqiu's radiant glory, leaving them somewhat overlooked. Grant, clutching his runner-up trophy, gazed towards Xu Yiqiu, his eyes burning with envy. He yearned for that dazzling position to belong to him. Yet the reality was undeniable. He had indeed been vanquished by Xu Yiqiu, and thoroughly at that. With no chance of retaliation, he could not deny it. Yiqiu, you are remarkable. I always knew you could do it. At that moment, Wu Jing approached Xu Yiqiu. Her face flushed with joy. Her eyes sparkled like stars, filled with admiration and affection. Her petite frame danced with excitement before Xu Yiqiu, her hands instinctively clasped together, seemingly at a loss for words. Here, you hold on to this for me. Xu Yiqiu smiled lightly, tossing the champion trophy to Wu Jing for safekeeping, as if the trophy were merely a trinket in his eyes. Hee, all right. Then it belongs to me. Wu Jing beamed, cradling the trophy in her arms as if it were a treasure, elated as if she had won an award herself. At that moment, a middle-aged foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes approached, warmly shaking Xu Yiqiu and Apos' hand. Mr. Xu, I am Professor Victor from Stanford University in America. Your performance in this competition has truly opened the eyes of the world. On behalf of Stanford University, I sincerely invite you to join our research team. We can offer a salary of $5 million a year, the construction of a brand new laboratory, and the selection of a top-tier research team for you. Should you agree? Before Professor Victor and Apos' words could fade, professors from prestigious institutions in the Eagle Nation and Germany also gathered around. sincerely expressing their admiration for Xu Yiqiu and Apos' abilities and their eagerness to recruit him. Among them, the most generous offer came from the Eagle Nation Academy, which directly proposed a staggering annual salary of £8 million, hoping only for Xu Yiqiu to work with them. These conditions were enough to leave everyone present in awe: millions in annual salary, ample advanced equipment, and a team at Yuan and Apos' disposal, almost the dream treatment for any scientist. Chapter 63. Striving for the rise of Huaxia. Upon witnessing foreign research professors brazenly attempting to poach talent from their prestigious institutions, the professors of Huaxia were engulfed in a wave of indignation. For the first time, they experienced such a profound sense of humiliation. Xu Yiqiu is a citizen of our nation. When did it become permissible for foreign individuals to come and seize our talents? They demanded respect and urged these foreigners to refrain from interfering with our nation's intellectual resources. The countenance of numerous Huaxia professors darkened as they confronted the foreign scholars directly. Although Xu Yiqiu was a student of Peking University, he nonetheless belonged to their homeland. The notion of allowing a foreigner to snatch away their domestic talent was utterly unacceptable. Even if their institution could not secure a talent like Xu Yiqiu, it was imperative that they did not let it fall into foreign hands. As the saying goes, do not let the fertile waters flow into others' fields. Especially not for these foreigners. In the face of the fury of Huaxia and Apos' esteemed professors, the foreign scholars remained unfazed. Instead, they scoffed and derided, asserting that in the realms of advanced manufacturing and technology, Huaxia hardly ranked on the global stage. Mr. Xu is truly a genius, and we have always held geniuses in high esteem. However, if such a talent as Xu Yiqiu were to languish in your technological wasteland, it would be a loss to the world. Another foreign professor chimed in, stating bluntly, to put it harshly, what can Mr. Xu gain in Huaxia? A salary of $1 million, or access to top-tier experimental equipment and technical expertise? You lack funding and talent alike. If Mr. Xu were to remain here, it would indeed be a diminishment of his capabilities. Upon hearing these words, the other Huaxia professors trembled with rage, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Yet, at that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. The foreign professors were not entirely incorrect. In terms of remuneration and resources, Huaxia could not compare to these world powers. It was true that Xu Yiqiu was somewhat underappreciated in their country. Just as the Huaxia professors felt dejected and displayed expressions of shame, Xu Yiqiu, who had remained silent for a prolonged period, finally spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I sincerely appreciate your acknowledgement of my research capabilities. Perhaps initially, I pursued research for profit and monetary gain, but I have come to a realization. My roots are in Huaxia, and I was born here. Whether in life or death, I belong to this land. I wish to contribute my talents to my homeland, for only then will I be free of regrets. I am a Huaxia citizen, and my mission is to advance our nation and Apos' scientific progress. Thus, the terms you offer me bear no significance. I will remain steadfast and dedicate myself to research for the sake of my country. Xu Yiqiu's heartfelt words instantly moved every researcher present from Huaxia. Well said. Bravo. The audience rose in unison, fervently applauding, their eyes glistening with emotion. Xu Yiqiu's response resonated deeply within the hearts of all Huaxia individuals present. Experts and spectators alike stood in ovation, cheering for the rise of Huaxia. In that moment, a fervent patriotic flame ignited within the hearts of every Huaxia citizen. Xu Yiqiu's choice further intensified their shock and admiration. Nothing could impede the emergence of this great nation. Xu Yiqiu and Apos' words left the international scientists feeling utterly disheartened. Yet they could not help but admire his loyalty and commitment to his country's scientific endeavors. This international competition concluded, marking the steadfast rise of a new star in Huaxia's technological landscape. The Global Technology Summit had finally drawn to a close, and the attendees began to exit. On the way back, Wu Jing drove while Wu Fuguo engaged Xu Yiqiu in light conversation from the back seat. What are your thoughts on this tech summit? Wu Fuguo inquired, his face brimming with delight. After all, Xu Yiqiu had clinched the championship title, which was not only a source of pride for Peking University, but also showcased Huaxia's research prowess to the world. Without hesitation, Xu Yiqiu replied, this technological exchange among world-renowned institutions will undoubtedly reshape their perception of Huaxia and Apos' research capabilities. Upon recognizing the disparities, they will only intensify their investments in domestic research. This will be a fierce competition, and we must not underestimate it. It seems that future research contests will only become more exhilarating. Wu Fuguo appeared contemplative. You are correct. They will not remain stagnant, but will relentlessly pursue improvement. This reflects their spirit within the international research community. So, what are your specific plans moving forward? He asked earnestly. Xu Yiqiu pondered for a moment before responding. My plan is to accelerate the development of lithography machines, aiming to elevate our nation and Oppo's research capabilities to the same starting line as the global technological standards in the shortest time possible. Then, we will sprint ahead, leaving others in the dust. Hearing Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's nonchalant yet ambitious declaration left Wu Fuguo astonished. Had such a statement been made previously, it would have surely drawn ridicule from peers. However, now, articulated by Xu Yiqiu, it carried no sense of boastfulness. Rather, Wu Fuguo felt admiration and respect for his audacity. This was the spirit that contemporary young researchers should embody. Excellent. With your resolve, Huaxiao's research will surely flourish. Pursue your ambitions wholeheartedly, whether in manpower or resources. I represent Peking University in offering you unwavering support. Wu Fuguo's eyes sparkled with profound appreciation as he patted Xu Yiqiu on the shoulder, clearly placing great expectations upon him. With Wu Fuguo's strong backing, Xu Yiqiu shed any lingering reservations. He intended to return to Peking University and commence comprehensive research on lithography machines, striving to create a groundbreaking super lithography machine that would astonish the world within 10 months. We are all your assistants. No matter the challenges that arise, we will steadfastly stand by your side. Go for it, Yiqiu, Wu Jing said, driving while casting a sweet smile at Xu Yiqiu through the rearview mirror. Xu Yiqiu nodded gratefully, his gaze reflecting a fervent flame of conviction. From this moment on, a new dawn would break in the realm of scientific research. Chapter 64. The Projection System. Upon returning to Peking University, Xu Yiqiu did not linger for long. He quickly made his way to the underground laboratory of the Ministry of Science and Technology with Wu Jing and Wu Fuguo. The advent of the X2000 excimer laser marked a pivotal moment, signifying that our domestically produced lithography machines had entered a crucial stage of research and development. However, in terms of progress, there remained a considerable journey ahead. Presently, the projection system posed a significant challenge within the optical framework of the lithography machine. As they entered the Ministry of Science and Technology, Wu Fuguo analyzed the situation while pressing the elevator button. The projection system is an essential subsystem of the optical system in lithography machines. It comprises a complex assembly of lenses designed to facilitate beam imaging and pattern transfer. The performance of the projection system directly influences the resolution and imaging quality of the lithography process, collaborating with other subsystems such as the light source and illumination systems to form the complete optical system of the lithography machine. Indeed, my next focus in research and development will be on the projection system, which holds paramount significance within the optical system. We must approach it with unwavering dedication. Xu Yiqiu nodded slightly. As the elevator doors opened, the group stepped inside. Ding dong. At the very moment the elevator doors closed, a prompt sounded in Xu Yiqiu's mind from the system. Congratulations, Master, for successfully completing the championship task and unlocking the blueprints for the quantum computer. Xu Yiqiu was elated, filled with excitement at the prospect of possessing comprehensive knowledge regarding quantum computing. However, before he could revel in his joy, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Detection indicates that the Master has not completed the development of the lithography machine. Thus, the reward for the quantum computer blueprints will be delayed. Xu Yiqiu was taken aback. What was this? The blueprint for the quantum computer, which was so close at hand, was now delayed due to his incomplete work on the lithography machine? Why was that? Frustrated, Xu Yiqiu questioned internally. I have completed the task. Why can I not obtain the blueprints now? The system patiently elucidated, Master, according to regulations, the host must complete the previous technology's development before fully unlocking the next technology blueprints. Xu Yiqiu was momentarily stunned. Was this some sort of wordplay akin to a lottery? The system's voice returned, tinged with a sense of grievance. Quantum computing involves an immense body of scientific knowledge. You must first complete the development of the lithography machine to qualify for the research in quantum computing. Hearing this, Xu Yiqiu began to regain his composure. The system had a point. Although he possessed extensive theoretical knowledge, he lacked practical experience in research and development. Gaining substantial experience from the lithography machine's development was essential for conducting experiments in quantum computing thereafter. It appeared that to genuinely unlock the blueprints for the quantum computer, the immediate priority was to finish the lithography machine's development. As he contemplated this, the elevator arrived at the underground second floor. The doors opened, and Xu Yiqiu and his companions entered the laboratory. At that moment, both new and veteran members of the lithography machine project team had commenced their research endeavors. Xu Yiqiu summoned everyone for a meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now begin the general assembly for our lithography machine development project. In the underground laboratory, Xu Yiqiu occupied the head seat at the conference table, surveying the numerous members present as he spoke earnestly. Before him lay a stack of design blueprints. The attending researchers sat upright, their expressions reflecting anticipation. Some had taken out notebooks, ready to jot down key points from the meeting. Since witnessing Xu Yiqiu's brilliance, both new and seasoned members held him in the highest regard, no longer daring to underestimate this young man in his early 20s. First, I will announce the heads of various departments within the project team. Xu Yiqiu began delineating the tasks for each subgroup. The projection system design would be led by Professor Li Yuan, with Zhang Bowen as his assistant. He called out names one by one, with individuals rising to acknowledge their roles. After delineating the groups, Xu Yiqiu continued, all systems must maintain close collaboration. I will establish regular meetings for procedural checks. Our primary objective is to enhance the resolution and precision of the lithography process, leveraging our respective cutting-edge technologies to support one another. His voice echoed throughout the underground chamber, and everyone listened intently. We fully comprehend your expectations. According to this development plan, we will exert our utmost capabilities, Professor Li Yuan responded on behalf of the others. Excellent. However, I must remind everyone that confidentiality is of utmost importance. All research content must remain undisclosed, Xu Yiqiu emphasized, raising his voice. The meeting room fell silent, every individual intensely focused. As his final words resonated, a round of synchronized applause erupted throughout the room. At that moment, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation for this monumental project. Wu Fuguo wore a broad smile, gazing at Xu Yiqiu with admiration and reassurance. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown increasingly supportive and trusting of Xu Yiqiu over time. Xu Yiqiu had never disappointed him. Rather, he had consistently delivered surprises and hope. Now, Wu Fuguo was willing to offer his unwavering trust and boundless support. Half an hour later, the research and development of the imaging subsystem within the optical system officially commenced. They began by determining the specific positional parameters of the projection lens based on the overall design of the lithography machine. Subsequently, they established the required focal lengths for exposure and calculated the curvature radii of the lenses. According to my calculations, the central thickness of this lens needs to be controlled at approximately 5.2 millimeters. Otherwise, it will adversely affect the subsequent light focusing effect, Professor Li Yuan remarked, gesturing at the design blueprints provided by Xu Yiqiu. To achieve the desired optical resolution, the lens material must possess exceptionally high uniformity and refractive index. I have produced a batch of samples. Let us assess their quality. Researcher Wang Yu brought over several freshly polished lens samples. Professor Li Yuan placed one of the lenses on the measuring instrument for analysis. The central thickness deviates slightly. I need to adjust the grinding time and recalculate the parameters. Not a problem. I'll adjust the machine parameters and produce another batch. This new type of neodymium-doped optical glass feels entirely different during grinding. I need to discover the right technique, Wang Yu noted, jotting down new technical specifications in his notebook. Meanwhile, Zhang Bowen was measuring the effects of lenses with varying curvature radii on light refraction angles. He continuously adjusted the positions of the light source and camera, comparing the optical effects of lenses with different curvatures on the computer screen. The varying focal distances lead to a decline in imaging clarity. We need to calculate the minimal chromatic aberration to select the optimal surface, he stated, looking up at Xu Yiqiu. Chapter 65. The weak nation lacks diplomacy. Xu Yiqiu examined the data and imaging comparisons displayed on the computer, pondering, your direction is indeed correct. However, we must consider the adverse effects of excessive refraction due to the inherently high refractive index of this new material. Subsequently, the researchers identified several borosilicate optical glass materials, fabricating sample lenses for theoretical analysis and optical software simulation. Yet, the simulation results indicated that the uniformity of the refractive index in the existing materials fell short of the design requirements. Consequently, they experimented with doping ordinary optical glass with rare earth elements such as neodymium, titanium, and niobium. After conducting numerous proportional experiments, a novel glass sample infused with 2.5 neodymium exhibited remarkably ideal refractive index uniformity. The team swiftly employed precision CNC grinding technology to manufacture lenses from this new glass material. They then proceeded with the chromatic aberration design calculations, utilizing multiple combinations of lenses with varying refractive indices to effectively reduce chromatic aberration. This led to the creation of several samples for testing. After 2 weeks of comparative experiments, they ultimately determined a combination of 3 lenses that could maximize the elimination of light wave dispersion effects. However, when they attempted to mass-produce these new lenses, they discovered a severe shortage of domestic neodymium resources, rendering them incapable of procuring sufficient neodymium to purify this specialized optical glass. We lack the raw materials necessary to purify this neodymium-rich optical glass, Professor Liwen remarked, knitting his brows. What should we do? The testing results of these sample lenses are outstanding, and the projection imaging has reached an ideal state. We cannot abandon this endeavor, Wang Yu exclaimed anxiously. Yiqiu, what are our options now? Wu Jing inquired, setting down her instruments and looking at Xu Yiqiu, her expression betraying a sense of helplessness and resignation. Xu Yiqiu fell into silence, seemingly contemplating a solution. Standing nearby, Wu Fugua, having overheard the situation, mused for a moment before stating, "Allow me to find a way to resolve this. Just give me some time." Upon hearing this, a slight sense of relief washed over the group. Wu Fugua, an academician from Peking University, wielded considerable influence within the materials science community. His involvement in addressing the neodymium sourcing issue inspired confidence that a resolution was feasible. The members of the project team began to rekindle their hopes that academician Wu could indeed turn the tide for the project. Due to the urgency of the matter, Wu Fugua promptly contacted Vice Premier Li Minghua via mobile phone, explaining the predicament faced in the development of the lithography machine. Understood. Leave the neodymium resource issue to us for now, Li Minghua replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation as his expression turned serious. After hanging up, he swiftly dispatched Minister of Foreign Affairs Wang Weiguang to lead a delegation to the United States, seeking assistance in procuring the necessary neodymium materials. Such rare materials, essential for advanced technologies, could only be produced and stored by a technologically advanced nation like the United States. The development of the lithography machine project was crucial for their nation and Oppo's future technological advancement. Thus, they were prepared to pay any price and expend any resources necessary. However, upon Minister Wang Weiguang and his team's arrival at the U.S. Technology Department, they were met with consistent refusal for an audience. Throughout this time, Minister Wang had sent representatives to communicate personally, but they only received a myriad of excuses and rejections from the American side. Consequently, Minister Wang waited outside the Foreign Ministry for a full 3 days, yet the responsible officials from the U.S. never appeared. Even more infuriating was that during this period, Wang Weiguang observed that diplomats from other countries were granted access to the U.S. Technology Department without issue, while the representatives from Huaxia were kept at bay. This was a clear display of discrimination and injustice. Wang Weiguang, incensed, confronted the U.S. staff. "We are no different from other countries. Why are we subjected to such unequal treatment?" At that moment, he felt a surge of fury boiling within his chest, as if it could erupt at any moment. He experienced a palpable sense of humiliation and discrimination. The Americans clearly held Huaxia in contempt, allowing them to treat their representatives with such disdain. Yet, regardless of how the Huaxia diplomats expressed their protests and dissatisfaction, it proved futile. The American representatives remained unwilling to meet with them. Ultimately, unable to endure the humiliation any longer, the Huaxia delegation had no choice but to depart empty-handed. When Li Minghua received the report, he was exceedingly furious. However, despite his anger, he recognized that their nation's current strength did not allow them to confront a superpower like the United States directly. Therefore, in the face of such bullying, they could only swallow their pride and endure this indignity, which only reaffirmed the adage, "A weak nation lacks diplomacy. To fall behind is to be beaten." Nevertheless, to ensure the successful progress of the lithography machine project, they must find a way to obtain the required materials at all costs. During the wait for the arrival of the neodymium materials, the research and development work in the underground laboratory continued unabated. Xu Yiqiu decided to temporarily set aside the development of the projection system and instead led the team to focus on another critical system of the lithography machine, the exposure system. The exposure system is responsible for precisely controlling the duration of light beam exposure to each section, which is vital for image quality. As Xu Yiqiu explained, he prepared the testing equipment on the experimental platform. The emergence of the new system naturally drew the attention and curiosity of numerous researchers. One female researcher clad in a white shirt stepped forward shyly and asked, "Team leader Xu, could you please explain the working principle of the exposure system in more detail? I have not encountered this before and greatly admire your expertise in this field." Xu Yiqiu nodded and replied, "The exposure system is fundamental to the lithography machine. It achieves pattern imaging by precisely controlling the intensity and duration of the light source on the chip. I can provide you with a detailed explanation of its technical principles." The female researcher's eyes sparkled with admiration as she took out her notebook to record his words. Noticing this, several new members around them also began to jot down notes. Only Wu Jing, observing the female researcher's reaction, felt an inexplicable wave of irritation wash over her. She instinctively moved closer to Xu Yiqiu, casting a wary glance at the female researcher, akin to a protective lioness guarding her prey. "First, we must calculate the required exposure intensity and duration for each graphic unit based on the overall parameters of the lithography machine. This relationship necessitates the establishment of an accurate light intensity and time model," Xu Yiqiu began, picking up a design sketch. "Next, we require a responsive light source control system to adjust the intensity distribution of the light. The core component is the shutter technology, which can open and close the light source in an extremely short time." Chapter 66. The KISS researcher Li Jieqi attentively listened to the lecture while swiftly taking notes, occasionally expressing her admiration. Team leader Xu explained so clearly. "I am truly enlightened," she exclaimed, genuinely impressed by the complexity of the exposure system and the remarkable precision it achieved. Wu Jing, with a furrowed brow, quietly approached Xu Yiqiu from behind and gently tugged at his sleeve, hoping to catch his attention. Xu Yiqiu glanced at Wu Jing, offered a slight smile, and calmly addressed the group. "This is merely the foundation. The research and development ahead will become increasingly challenging and intricate. There is still much for you to learn." Once the new testing apparatus was calibrated, Xu Yiqiu conducted a complete exposure experiment. He first edited a pattern on the computer for testing purposes, then, through precise control of the light source intensity and shutter speed, he imprinted a clear design onto the photosensitive plate, leaving the young researchers in awe. "Incredible!" Team leaders Xu and Oppo's skills are truly exceptional. Li Jieqi couldn't and Oppo's help but praise. Xu Yiqiu humbly smiled and remarked, "This is just a fundamental experiment. Next, we must develop a more sophisticated exposure system to achieve imaging precision at the nanometer level." Team leader Xu, "What are the different control modes for shutter technology in the exposure system?" Li Jieqi inquired with curiosity. "There are primarily three types: mechanical shutters, liquid crystal shutters, and electronically controlled shutters," Xu Yiqiu explained. "What are the distinctions among them?" Li Jieqi continued, her face radiating warmth. Wu Jing pouted, unwilling to relent, and secretly pinched Xu Yiqiu's hand, standing on her toes to glimpse his explanatory diagrams. "Let me take a look," she interjected, positioning herself between them and deliberately posing several questions. "Yiqiu, I have a question. How is the light intensity distribution calculated and controlled in the exposure system?" Xu Yiqiu glanced at Wu Jing and continued, "The light intensity distribution is determined by the exposure model of the photolithography machine." Just as Li Jieqi was about to pose another question, Wu Jing interjected again. "Earlier, you mentioned shutter technology. What principle does the mechanical shutter rely on?" Li Jieqi, slightly annoyed at being interrupted, cast a displeased glance at Wu Jing. Xu Yiqiu, however, responded gently. "The mechanical shutter utilizes a metallic thin plate to swiftly cut off the light during exposure. I will explain it to you in detail later. For now, we need to focus on important matters." Wu Jing stuck out her tongue and shot a glance at the female researcher named Li Jieqi, playfully winking as if to assert her claim. In pursuit of further research, Xu Yiqiu personally contacted Vice Premier Li Minghua, requesting an increase in the budget for the exposure system and Oppo's development. This time, Li Minghua readily agreed and assured his full support for the progress of the photolithography project. Not for any other reason but to uphold national pride in the international scientific community. As for the projection system, due to the complications and delays imposed by the American side, the development progress had reached a standstill. After the project team members had left the laboratory for the day, only Xu Yiqiu and Wu Jing remained within. Noticing Xu Yiqiu sitting silently in the lab, his brow furrowed and lips sealed, Wu Jing approached him to offer encouragement. "I believe you will find a solution. Regardless of the circumstances, I will stand by your side." Xu Yiqiu remained silent for a long while. As if having made a momentous decision, he suddenly opened his eyes. "We can no longer delay. If the American side continues to refuse assistance, I shall develop it myself." His words were resolute and powerful. Wu Jing, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" she asked, unsure if she had misheard. "I have decided to independently develop this material, but it will require extensive experimentation. It's getting late. You should head home. I can manage here alone," Xu Yiqiu stated, gazing at the instruments with a calm demeanor. Wu Jing was stunned. It was well known that neodymium was a rare earth chemical element, crucial in the formulation of special optical glass. However, its sources were exceedingly limited, only extractable from mixed rare earth ores, and the purification process was arduous, necessitating complex solvent extraction and ion exchange techniques, alongside advanced extraction apparatus. Xu Yiqiu's intention to independently develop neodymium material astonished Wu Jing. Yet, she quickly chose to trust Xu Yiqiu unconditionally, for in him, she saw countless new hopes. "I believe in you. Let me accompany you. I will be your assistant," Wu Jing declared resolutely. Her heart had long since been captivated by this composed, introspective man, so dedicated to his research. Thus, in the quiet hours of the night, when the other researchers had departed the laboratory, Xu Yiqiu remained immersed in his material experiments, with Wu Jing silently by his side, preparing samples and cleaning instruments to support his scientific endeavors. She would often steal glances at his focused profile and upright posture, her heart racing and cheeks flushing whenever she laid eyes on him. Xu Yiqiu collected various neodymium-containing rare earth or samples and established a small-scale metal purification laboratory. The pristine white laboratory bench was adorned with new extraction equipment and mass spectrometers. He meticulously measured the distribution of neodymium within the ores, carefully conducting acid leaching extraction, discarding waste materials, and progressively increasing the neodymium content through multi-stage solvent extraction. To eliminate trace impurities, he also employed ion exchange resins for precise purification. After numerous experiments and parameter optimizations, a small vial of pale purple liquid finally appeared in his beaker. The test results indicated a purity level of 99,985, meeting the ultra-high purity standard. "I did it." Xu Yiqiu joyfully recorded the experimental data. At that moment, as he celebrated the successful outcome of his sample testing, an exhilarating atmosphere enveloped the entire laboratory. Unable to contain her fervent emotions, Wu Jing leaped into his embrace like a playful kitten, straddling Xu Yiqiu's lap. "I always believed in you. You truly succeeded." Gathering her courage, she gazed into Xu Yiqiu and Appo's eyes, her face blooming like a blood-red rose. Suddenly embraced by Wu Jing, Xu Yiqiu stood frozen, his heart racing as his breath quickened. "Yiqiu, as they drew closer, Wu Jing felt the warmth of Xu Yiqiu's breath, her heartbeat quickening and her cheeks flushing crimson. In that enchanting atmosphere, Xu Yiqiu gently wrapped his arms around Wu Jing's slender waist, their lips gradually drawing near, culminating in a lingering kiss. Chapter 67, The Year of the Dog in the Laboratory. Wu Jing nestled in Xu Yiqiu's embrace, playfully biting her lip as she shyly inquired, "So, what exactly is our relationship now?" She hesitated to meet Xu Yiqiu and Appo's gaze, her slender fingers nervously clutching at the hem of his shirt, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. This entire experience felt surreal to her. She could hardly fathom that she had shared a kiss with Xu Yiqiu. The thrill and exhilaration of it were unlike anything she had ever encountered. Now, she was most eager to discover whether the barrier between them had finally been lifted. Xu Yiqiu looked down at Wu Jing and Appo's expectant eyes, a warm sensation swelling in his heart. He gently brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead and replied with a soft smile, "I'm not entirely sure." Upon hearing this, Wu Jing's expression shifted to one of urgency, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. "This was my first kiss. You must take responsibility." Xu Yiqiu was taken aback for a moment, but then Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle, "I was just teasing you. I am willing to be with you and look forward to our future together." Joy flickered in Wu Jing's eyes as she secretly exhaled in relief. Yet, she feigned seriousness, declaring, "Well then, I hereby announce that from this day forth, we are officially a couple. If you disagree, I shall leave this very instant." As she spoke, she pretended to rise from Xu Yiqiu and Appo's lap. Without hesitation, Xu Yiqiu pulled her back into his embrace, holding her tightly to prevent her from departing. Gazing into Wu Jing and Appo's bright eyes, he solemnly stated, "Then it is settled. No one is allowed to go back on their word." They exchanged smiles. The air around them filled with an aura of happiness. The sterile white light enveloped the laboratory, casting a soft glow upon the cold instruments. In that moment, They deeply engaged with one another's gaze, Xu Yiqiu's heart racing in tandem. He felt that love resembled a beautiful experiment, requiring patience, caution, and perseverance to ultimately succeed. And Wu Jing would become the most significant achievement of his life. Afterward, Xu Yiqiu held Wu Jing close and shifted his attention to a bottle of pale purple liquid. He understood that this was merely the first step. The journey toward large-scale production of optical-grade neodymium was still fraught with challenges. Yet, he had at least validated that this path was viable. If you're tired, you should go to sleep. I wish to record a few more things. Is that all right? Xu Yiqiu sat on a chair, cupping Wu Jing's face with a smile. No way. Let me stay with you. I promise I won't be a bother, Wu Jing replied, still perched on Xu Yiqiu's lap. Her arms wrapped around his neck like a koala clinging to a tree, unwilling to let go. All right then, just remain silent. I will jot down some notes, and then take you back to your dormitory to rest. Xu Yiqiu smiled slightly, and he began to sketch the design of the experimental apparatus in his notebook while still holding Wu Jing close. His demeanor was earnest as he meticulously refined the production process. The light danced across the paper, and Xu Yiqiu's heartbeat quickened with each spark of inspiration. He recognized that this project was not only pivotal for the development of lithography machines, but also crucial for advancing the nation's technological prowess and future. He was determined to lead his team through every hardship and ultimately achieve success. When the time came, they would establish themselves in the global technological arena with this original technology, allowing their compatriots to reap the benefits of scientific research. Contemplating this, Xu Yiqiu could not help but smile with conviction. The path of science is long and convoluted, yet with steadfast belief and dedication, dreams will inevitably transform into reality. Wu Jing held Xu Yiqiu's neck tightly, her gentle gaze fixed upon his serious profile. She could no longer recall when she had fallen for Xu Yiqiu. Perhaps it was his meticulous dedication to research that had captivated her, drawing her in and making her infatuated with him. Blushing, she sank into Xu Yiqiu and Apos' embrace once more, wishing to freeze time at this moment of happiness. All right, I'm done. Let Apos' go back and rest. After completing his notes, Xu Yiqiu checked the time on his phone and realized it was already past midnight. He promptly stood up, lifting Wu Jing from her seat. Hooray! Finally, we can head back. Wu Jing exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Xu Yiqiu and planting a kiss on his cheek. Are you a dog? Can't get enough? Xu Yiqiu replied with a bemused expression, touching his cheek and smiling. You are the one acting like a dog. Wu Jing pouted, playfully huffing as she suddenly twisted her hips, nudging Xu Yiqiu with her waist. Ah, you just ambushed me, Xu Yiqiu exclaimed, clutching his thigh in mock agony. After regaining his composure, he reached out his large hand, threatening to swat Wu Jing's bottom. Just wait until I make you regret that. Wu Jing giggled. Don't. I'm sorry. While pretending to apologize, she mischievously swayed her hips and darted out of the laboratory. Xu Yiqiu, unperturbed, chased after her, ready to give her a playful punishment. Outside the lab, the air was filled with Wu Jing's playful squeals and pleas for mercy. The following morning, Xu Yiqiu remained sound asleep in his dormitory. His phone buzzed insistently. Hello? Who is it? Xu Yiqiu mumbled, still groggy, not even glancing at the caller ID before answering. Wake up, you big lazy pig. It's time to rise. Wu Jing's sweet voice rang through the phone. Xu Yiqiu squinted open his eyes, slowly becoming more alert. He felt utterly drained from yesterday's experiments. After returning to the dormitory, it had already been the wee hours of the morning. Now, jolted awake by the phone call, he appeared to be in a state of sleep deprivation. At that moment, Wu Jing lay in bed, chatting with Xu Yiqiu on the phone. Compared to him, she seemed much more energized. While speaking, she held a tablet in her hand, watching a food show featuring delectable Thai cuisine. What's up, Jing? Xu Yiqiu asked, his eyes still half closed as he held the phone to his ear, looking as if he might drift back to sleep at any moment. Xu Yiqiu, I am absolutely craving durian right now. Could you bring one back for me? Wu Jing gazed longingly at the screen where a host was surrounded by an array of Musang King durians, her mouth watering at the sight. Durian, you say? Sure. I'll grab one for you shortly. Xu Yiqiu replied without hesitation, hanging up the phone afterward. He lingered in bed for a bit longer. After 10 minutes, he finally rose from his bed, washed up quickly, and changed into a casual outfit before leaving the dormitory. Chapter 68. Purchasing durian since acquiring a girlfriend. Everything has changed remarkably for Xu Yiqiu. His entire demeanor seems to have undergone a significant transformation. While walking down the street, he couldn't help but reflect on his journey from being perpetually single to finally experiencing the joys of love. It felt as if the heavens had finally opened their eyes to him, just as he stepped out of the dormitory and had not ventured far. A familiar figure approached him. Xu Yiqiu squinted and realized it was none other than Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu, he greeted with a gentle smile, waving his hand in acknowledgement. Now that he had confirmed his relationship with Wu Jing, Xu Yiqiu found himself feeling particularly warm towards Wu Fugui. After all, if all went well, this elderly gentleman could very well become his future father-in-law. As the saying goes, one loves the house and its crow. Naturally, it was essential to foster a good relationship with his prospective father-in-law, treating him with the utmost respect. "Oh, it's you, Yiqiu. What a coincidence!" Wu Fugui exclaimed, his face lighting up with a warm smile upon recognizing Xu Yiqiu. "Where are you off to? Are you heading to the lab like me?" he inquired with curiosity. "No. I'm taking advantage of the early morning to buy some durians," Xu Yiqiu replied cheerfully. "Durians? I never imagined you enjoyed such a fruit." Wu Fugui remarked with a faint smile, suddenly recalling that his daughter had a particular fondness for durians when she was at home, even though he himself was not particularly fond of them. "It's not for me. It's for my girlfriend," Xu Yiqiu blurted out before his expression shifted slightly. He immediately regretted his words. What if Wu Fugui became inquisitive and started probing into who his girlfriend was? How would he respond? It would be rather awkward to say, "Sorry, Professor Wu, I've won your daughter's heart and am now purchasing durians for Wu Jing." That would be mortifying. He worried that if Wu Fugui discovered his daughter was in a relationship, he might oppose it, leading to an uncomfortable situation. Thinking of this, Xu Yiqiu instinctively glanced at Wu Fugui's reaction. Sure enough, upon hearing that Xu Yiqiu had a girlfriend, Wu Fugui's expression transformed into one of astonishment. "You have a girlfriend? When did this happen?" he asked, visibly taken aback. After all, Wu Fugui believed Xu Yiqiu spent most of his time in the laboratory, leaving little room for romance. Furthermore, he had never seen Xu Yiqiu in the company of any females outside of their project team. "Oh, well, we just started dating recently," Xu Yiqiu responded, a hint of unease in his voice. He dared not reveal the full truth, fearing Wu Fugui and Oppo's disapproval. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it seemed prudent to observe and cautiously test the waters for now. "I see," Wu Fugui acknowledged, sensing that Xu Yiqiu was reluctant to divulge more. He refrained from pressing further, yet a pang of disappointment settled in his heart. After all, he had intended to introduce his daughter Wu Jing to Xu Yiqiu. Now, it seemed that hope was fading. Nevertheless, Wu Fugui managed to smile and said, "That and Oppo's, that's wonderful. To bring her over to my house sometime. I would love to meet the girl who has captured your attention." He said this cheerfully, as a concerned elder wanting to ensure that Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's girlfriend was of good character, so as not to hinder his promising research career. After all, Xu Yiqiu's scientific abilities represented a new hope for the nation's technological advancement. "Sure, Uncle Wu, if the opportunity arises, I'll definitely introduce you," Xu Yiqiu replied, forcing a smile. "Now, I must go buy the durians. You should head to the lab. I have a new experiment there for you to check out. I assure you, it will not disappoint." "Oh, that and Oppo's, splendid," Wu Fugui exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement at the prospect of seeing Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's experimental results. Thus, after Xu Yiqiu departed, Wu Fugui quickly made his way back to the underground laboratory. At that moment, the members of the project team had yet to arrive, each occupied in their respective work areas. Upon reaching Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's workspace, Wu Fugui immediately noticed a small vial of light purple liquid on the desk, accompanied by several pages of densely written experimental records and design blueprints. Curiosity piqued, he picked up the record sheet for a closer look, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this the extraction data for neodymium?" he gasped, quickly delving into the blueprints. Moments later, overwhelmed with excitement, his hands began to tremble. Based on the experimental parameters, the neodymium purity in the sample had reached over 99, fully meeting optical grade requirements. Unbelievable. He had successfully extracted ultra-high purity neodymium. A genius. A true genius. Wu Fugui murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with profound shock. His astonishment stemmed from the realization that Xu Yiqiu had managed to develop a critical material for the photolithography projection system despite foreign pressures. As a seasoned scientist, he understood the rarity and extraction difficulty of neodymium. The ability to independently develop neodymium material signified a monumental breakthrough for the entire project. They would no longer need to grovel to foreign entities for essential experimental materials. Wu Fuguo paced excitedly around the laboratory, fully confident that this young man would achieve monumental feats that even he himself could scarcely imagine. The technological strength of the entire nation was poised to experience a qualitative leap. Half an hour later, Xu Yiqiu arrived at Wu Jing and Amp Oppo's dormitory building, carrying a bag of fragrant durians. Wu Jing had been waiting at the entrance, wearing a pink ruffled dress and adorably paired with little leather boots. Her hair adorned with a pink ribbon, radiating a lively charm. "You finally made it. I and Amp Oppo's been waiting forever," Wu Jing exclaimed, playfully linking her arm with Xu Yiqiu and Amp Oppo's. "Let us go for a stroll around campus." She cozied up to Xu Yiqiu and Amp Oppo's shoulder, bubbling with excitement. "How can something be both stinky and fragrant?" Xu Yiqiu inquired, holding the durians curiously. "That's a mystery you'll have to ponder. Durians contain compounds like sulfides, which give them a strong odor. However, perceptions vary. Some find it repugnant while others find it delightful," Wu Jing replied, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Chapter 69, Suppression from America. "I find it both foul and fragrant. What does that mean? Am I different from others?" Xu Yiqiu inquired. "Indeed, you are not an ordinary person," Wu Jing teased, sticking out her tongue and playfully nudging Xu Yiqiu with her hip. This was swiftly followed by a cry of dismay. "Wu Jing, is your backside itching again?" "Please don't hit me. I admit my fault." A gentleman uses words, not fists. Please, don't strike. Be gentler." This was followed by Wu Jing and Oppo's cries of pain and pleas for mercy. Thus, the two continued their playful banter as they strolled along the campus path until they reached a pavilion. Xu Yiqiu skillfully peeled the durian, and Wu Jing relished each bite with enthusiasm. So sweet," Wu Jing exclaimed, squinting her eyes in delight after taking a bite. Seeing her enjoyment, Xu Yiqiu couldn't resist offering her a piece. Wu Jing blushed but shyly accepted it. "Thank you, Yiqiu," she teased. They exchanged smiles, and a sweet atmosphere enveloped the pavilion. After a while, Wu Jing had some durian residue at the corner of her mouth. Xu Yiqiu gently wiped it away with his finger and tasted it himself. "Indeed, it is very sweet." Wu Jing and Oppo's face flushed crimson. "You just called me smelly. Now I'll get you back." With that, Wu Jing climbed onto Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's lap and leaned down to kiss him. Feeling her soft tongue enter his mouth, Xu Yiqiu trembled, his heart racing. He soon found himself lost in her tenderness. In that moment, under the sun, their hearts resonated in perfect harmony, unwilling to part. After their rendezvous, Xu Yiqiu returned to the laboratory where the lithography project team had gathered. They convened to discuss the development of the neodymium materials required for the imaging system. "We currently lack the technology to independently develop this rare metal. How are we supposed to acquire it?" one member queried. "Yes, this has always been our shortcoming. Other countries are unwilling to sell to us and instead impose various difficulties," another echoed, their faces etched with deep resignation and bitterness. Without access to neodymium, their projection system and Oppo's progress would be halted, and the lithography project would need to be paused. After listening to the team and Oppo's concerns, Xu Yiqiu contemplated for a moment before responding. "Everyone need not worry. I have already devised a solution. We possess the capability to extract and purify neodymium materials ourselves." "What?" The team members were astonished, struggling to believe Xu Yiqiu and Amp Oppo's assertion. "Leader Xu, are you suggesting we can produce neodymium ourselves?" "But the purification of such a rare metal is incredibly challenging," a young researcher exclaimed, wide-eyed. To him, the idea of extracting neodymium with their current scientific capabilities felt like a fantastical dream. At that moment, Wu Fuguo approached with blueprints in hand. "I can attest to this. From the current calculations, he is fully capable of extracting this rare material." Wu Fuguo and Oppo's excitement was palpable, radiating enthusiasm. "Indeed, once we master the precise technical processes and parameters, it will not be a problem," Xu Yiqiu stated with confidence. At this moment, the underground laboratory fell into a profound silence. Every face was marked with disbelief and astonishment. Despite international restrictions, they would pursue independent research. The pace of technological evolution was indeed remarkable. The team exchanged glances, seemingly inspired by Xu Yiqiu and Amp Oppo's confidence. "What will our general experimental process entail?" someone inquired. Xu Yiqiu began to elaborate on his technical approach. "To purify neodymium, we first need to extract neodymium compounds from rare earth ores, followed by solvent extraction, ion exchange. and other steps to separate and purify it, ultimately reducing it to metallic neodymium. I have mastered the precise processes and parameters. You will only need to follow my experimental protocol. Understood, they nodded, their expressions shifting to seriousness. Subsequently, Wu Fuguo announced that the laboratory would be closed for the next 2 weeks. Everyone would fully support Xu Yiqiu to expedite the development of neodymium materials. As the storm brewed, dark clouds loomed over the city. While the research and development efforts in China proceeded discreetly, America initiated measures to suppress China. They significantly raised prices on critical research materials and equipment exported to China. The U.S. Department of Commerce issued a statement claiming that due to tight raw material supplies, export prices had to be increased. The prices for lithography lenses and detection instruments sold to China surged by 50%. This news ignited a fierce backlash within the Chinese cabinet. During a meeting, cabinet officials were visibly agitated. This is a blatant technological blockade. We cannot accept this and will not compromise. The Minister of Foreign Affairs slammed the table, his expression cold and furious. He had anticipated that America, a nation with such predatory ambitions, would show no mercy. It was evident now that they had bared their fangs and commenced their blockade. Minister of Science Lin Yan'an sighed, however, we lack good alternatives. Many precision instruments still rely on imports. Despite their deep disdain for America and Oppo's monopolistic suppression, given their current technological development, it was exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves from dependency on imported materials in a short time. Faced with exorbitant raw material prices, they had no choice but to continue using them. We must accelerate our independent research and development to break America and Oppo's technological monopoly. The time for technological advancement is now, Li Minghua declared solemnly. But how do we overcome this? Our core technologies still lag behind, several senior officials countered. This was the crux of the issue. They were acutely aware that America was employing underhanded tactics against them, yet felt utterly powerless. They urgently needed a breakthrough, a way to pierce through the American blockade. The meeting room fell into silence. Everyone realized that a nation must rely on its own technological strength to emerge from adversity. At this moment, their expectations for the researchers became stronger than ever. Chapter 70, the lockdown experiment on the other side, due to the increased prices of lithography machine components exported from America. The cost of many high-tech products in China that rely on imported core components have begun to rise dramatically. For instance, the prices of optical lenses and precision instruments have surged by over 20% compared to the same period last year. Some optoelectronic and instrument manufacturing companies have been compelled to raise their product prices to maintain profit margins. When consumers noticed the price hikes, their willingness to purchase electronic products plummeted. They either opted to delay upgrading to new products or chose to switch to competing foreign brands. Concurrently, the volume of orders for enterprises decreased significantly, leading to a sharp decline in sales performance for several optoelectronic companies. Among them, Hongguang Electronics even faced a negative growth of 20%. These dismal sales figures directly pressured the companies and Oppo's stock prices, with several peers in the industry experiencing varying degrees of decline. Initially regarded as a vital force driving the nation and Oppo's technological advancement, these optoelectronic and precision instrument manufacturers found themselves severely impacted by the risks associated with dependency on imported key components. Following multiple price increases from America that suppressed the domestic technology industry, Chinese Vice Premier Li Minghua decided to personally visit and negotiate with senior officials in the U.S. regarding trade issues related to scientific research products. Li Minghua prepared thoroughly, aiming to limit the U.S. price hikes and safeguard the interests of domestic enterprises. He approached the U.S. Department of Commerce with sincerity and scheduled a direct meeting with the minister. However, after waiting the entire morning, the U.S. Secretary of Commerce failed to appear, leaving only a few subordinate officials to communicate. Senator, I am Li Minghua, Vice Premier of China. My purpose in coming here is to engage in constructive dialogue with your Department of Commerce regarding technology trade issues, Li Minghua stated as he rose to shake hands. His expression solemn. I completely understand your country's intentions, but the minister's schedule is unfortunately too tight. I fear that a meeting cannot be arranged at this time. The senator replied with a stoic demeanor. We can discuss this matter at the staff level. After all, it pertains to the technological cooperation between our two nations. Li Minghua suggested. The rising cost of export trade would severely impact the economic relationship between the two countries. This matter cannot be delayed or postponed. He urgently needed to reach the higher echelons of the U.S. Department of Commerce for negotiations. Yes, I will relay your suggestion to the minister, but currently, due to scheduling constraints, arranging a meeting is indeed difficult. The senator maintained a dismissive attitude, already showing signs of impatience. It was evident that they had no intention of negotiating with China. The monopolization of China and Apple's high-end manufacturing sector and the economic damage it inflicted were precisely what they wished to see. Ultimately, after multiple communications, Li Minghua could only leave behind the topics that required negotiation. However, the Department of Commerce still failed to provide any positive response. This was undoubtedly an open insult and disregard for China. In a bid to complete the research and development of neodymium materials within 10 days, Xu Yiqiu led his team into an intensive lockdown experiment. Throughout the extraction and purification process, the researchers meticulously controlled the parameters. However, on the 7th day, an unexpected malfunction occurred, resulting in a failed purification. This batch of reagents has deteriorated, one researcher lamented. Inside the underground laboratory, silence fell. The reagents they had painstakingly created had begun to spoil before they could even be officially utilized. All the sweat and effort expended over the past days felt utterly wasted. For a team already lacking confidence, this was undoubtedly a further blow. Let us reconfigure it and Apple's. It's not too late, another suggested. The chances of success are slim. The causes of failure may not be singular. Zhang Bowen shook his head. The faces of the team were etched with frustration and agitation. The destruction of their hard work over so many days had severely undermined their morale. Neodymium is not so easily extracted. Everyone, maintain the utmost rigor. We will surely succeed. Professor Liwen encouraged. Thus, the experiment was reluctantly extended to the 13th day. In the underground laboratory, a pungent chemical odor permeated the air. The white walls were lined with exhaust pipes, and various instruments lay in disarray in the corners, many coated in a thick layer of dust. The researchers, clad in wrinkled lab coats, sported disheveled hair and weary expressions. They had been conducting experiments in this confined basement for over 10 days. The pressure and fatigue began to weigh heavily, leading to rising tempers. Another issue has arisen. When will this wretched experiment come to an end? A hot-tempered researcher exclaimed. I haven't showered in 2 weeks. I feel utterly miserable. I smell terrible, Li Zheqi complained. The color of the reagent solution has lightened, and the reaction rate has noticeably decreased. There must be a problem somewhere. Wang Yu furrowed his brow. I'll reconfigure it once more. Zhang Bowen's voice was laced with evident irritation. Amidst the outpouring of dissatisfaction, only Xu Yiqiu remained silently observing the instruments, deep in thought. Time ticked away, and the atmosphere in the laboratory grew increasingly somber and oppressive. The once tidy workbench had devolved into chaos, with various instruments and reagents haphazardly strewn together. Xu, is there any meaning in our current endeavors? The experiment has made no progress. A female researcher finally voiced the collective concern. Indeed, although your experimental records indicate no flaws, we consistently encounter failures when attempting to produce neodymium metal blocks in bulk. What exactly is going wrong? Another anxiously inquired. Everyone, let us not be hasty. Experimental failures are a normal response. Maintain patience in the adjustments. We will undoubtedly succeed, Xu Yiqiu reassured as he calibrated the instruments and checked the data. He recognized the waning confidence among the team, yet he had no reason to abandon hope. Here is the plan. Upon the success of this experiment, I will distribute bonus rewards to everyone. Let us keep our composure and rally our spirits. We can do this, Xu Yiqiu encouraged, raising his head to inspire the team. Really? Hearing that there will be bonuses for a successful experiment has everyone buzzing with excitement. The news acted as a potent stimulant, revitalizing the team's energy as they re-engaged in their work. Absolutely. As long as it falls within a reasonable range, I will apply for bonuses to fulfill your wishes. Xu Yiqiu smiled, assuring them. At critical junctures, offering incentives is essential for stabilizing morale. Chapter 71. Accelerating the research and development process. Wonderful. I am eager to purchase the latest model of a laptop. One researcher envisioned the computer of their dreams. I wish to furnish my parents' home to enhance their comfort in their twilight years, another researcher remarked. Fueled by the prospect of bonuses, everyone regained their fervor, determined to complete the experimental research within the final few days. 2 days later, before the quenching apparatus, Professor Li Wen and the team engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the optimal cooling curve. I propose a rapid cooling from 1500 degrees Celsius to 600 degrees, followed by a gradual cooling rate, Li Wen suggested. That seems quite reasonable. I shall test this cooling curve, Dr. Wang responded, adjusting the parameters of the device. Nearby the centrifuge, two researchers cautiously extracted a test tube containing a deep crimson liquid. The color of this liquid is significantly improved. We are on the brink of success. One researcher exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. At long last, through the collective efforts of all, the experiment achieved success on the 15th day. We have succeeded. We have successfully developed the neodymium material. Within the laboratory, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats celebrated jubilantly. Each face radiated exhilaration and joy. Well done. You have accomplished it. Xu Yiqiu beamed at the bottle containing the neodymium material, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The success of the experiment did not surprise him. Under his precise guidance, the achievement of any experiment was merely a matter of time. He possessed both the capability and confidence to lead the lithography project team in this unprecedented scientific endeavor. Team leader, what about the bonuses you promised us? The group playfully encircled Xu Yiqiu, demanding their rewards. Xu Yiqiu, in good spirits, promptly arranged for the project team and Oppo's assistant to apply for the benefits. The lithography project team had achieved a significant breakthrough in research and development, and the higher-ups expressed their delight by granting them a paid day off. Seizing this rare opportunity, Xu Yiqiu relaxed with Wu Jing on campus. I forgot to tell you, I encountered Uncle Wu while buying durian last time. He asked me what I was doing. And I said I was buying durian for my girlfriend. Guess what he said? Xu Yiqiu said mysteriously, glancing at Wu Jing across the table in the campus cafeteria. Wu Jing visibly paused. Did you mention me to my dad? She asked, her lips parting slightly, a hint of tension and unease evident in her demeanor. Of course not. I merely mentioned buying durian for my girlfriend, without mentioning your name. Why are you so anxious? Xu Yiqiu teased with a smile. Wu Jing shot him a playful glare. Pouting, aren't you concerned? My dad still doesn't allow me to date. What if he finds out about us and disapproves? Xu Yiqiu chuckled dismissively. That shouldn't be a concern. With a husband as exceptional as me, your father will surely agree to this union. How shameless. Wu Jing's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, appearing utterly enchanting. With a playful huff, she deliberately pinched Xu Yiqiu's thigh beneath the table. Ouch! He exclaimed in surprise, quickly covering his mouth. Don't be ridiculous. This is a public place. And there are others around. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of harassment, Xu Yiqiu whispered. I'm not afraid, Wu Jing said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her slender fingers tracing circles on Xu Yiqiu's leg, teasing him publicly. Just as Xu Yiqiu prepared to retaliate, he caught snippets of conversation from the nearby table regarding trade issues. The United States has fully launched a blockade against China. Raw materials have been depleted. And our chip production has come to a complete halt, a middle-aged man in a suit stated gravely while cutting into his steak. From his demeanor and mannerisms, he appeared to be a business owner. Not only have they raised prices exponentially, but they also prohibit the export of critical equipment, directly demanding that we withdraw from the high-end memory chip market. This is a technological monopoly aimed at stifling our development. The businessman set down his knife and fork. His expression solemn. Without lithography machines, we cannot produce chips, and the entire industry is being tightly constrained. Indeed, the core technology is controlled by others, leaving us perpetually at their mercy. The elderly man sighed heavily, stating, investment in lithography machine research has been substantial, yet progress is agonizingly slow. Xu Yiqiu recognized this individual as Yang Rue, the president of Peking University, currently engaged in a discussion with the businessman regarding technology matters. However, we have no choice but to become self-reliant, striving for scientific independence. Otherwise, a dire fate awaits us. The businessman sighed deeply, his expression tinged with worry for the future. What troubles you? Noticing Xu Yiqiu's serious demeanor, Wu Jing gently squeezed his hand, concerned. Nothing. Let us just eat, Xu Yiqiu replied, diverting his gaze while continuing to listen. Wu Jing remained quiet, also focusing on her meal. We have gathered feedback and evaluations online and found the public sentiment towards domestic mobile phone chips to be quite grim. The businessman continued. Take processors, for instance. Their performance is subpar, and they overheat significantly, causing many games to lag on domestic devices. He lamented, however. Imported devices are prohibitively expensive for the average consumer. Ultimately, we are still constrained by technology. President Yang furrowed his brow. Indeed, the truth remains, without advanced lithography machines, we cannot produce powerful chips. This directly results in domestic devices consistently ranking at the bottom. The businessman sighed heavily. Now, all the blame points to one issue. Our country lacks powerful chips and advanced lithography machines. Xu Yiqiu felt a profound heaviness in his heart. He understood that lacking independent lithography technology meant being perpetually vulnerable. With the United States initiating a technological blockade against China, the pressure intensified, trapping them deeper in a quagmire. We must accelerate our efforts, Xu Yiqiu declared. Accelerate what? Wu Jing inquired, lifting her head with curiosity. The lithography machines, Xu Yiqiu stated earnestly, his expression grave. Never before had he desired the birth of a creation so fervently. Chapter 72. A visit home. Scientific technology and materials have long been constrained by external forces, which proves detrimental to the advancement of Chinese technology. Based on the current research and development pace of his team, by the time the lithography machine is completed, it is likely that the scientific community in China and the domestic economy will have already crumbled. At that juncture, it would be akin to spilt water, irreversible. And everything would be too late. Therefore, he must expedite the development of the lithography machine to liberate his nation from this passive predicament. Subsequently, Xu Yiqiu took out his mobile phone and sent an urgent message in the lithography machine project group. Everyone, the situation is critical. The United States has commenced a technological blockade against our country, and we find ourselves with no retreat. We must fight with our backs against the wall. The original plan of 10 months is no longer feasible. After careful consideration, I have decided to compress our timeline to the final month. And we must complete the development of the lithography machine. After Xu Yiqiu set forth the ambitious goal of producing a prototype within a month, the group erupted in a flurry of responses. All the researchers became unsettled, voicing various doubts. A month? Are you joking, team leader? That is utterly impossible. We have only developed the projection system of the lithography machine, and there remain several major systems to be developed. With just a month left, we simply do not have the time. The development personnel expressed their skepticism, their words dripping with the sentiment of impossibility. Developing even one major system, according to their previous pace, would require at least a month. With several projects still undeveloped, a month's time was utterly insufficient. Even Wu Jing, upon seeing the messages in the group, could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. She looked up at Xu Yiqiu, astonished. Yiqiu, are you serious? I am quite serious. Xu Yiqiu replied, his gaze unwavering and resolute. He followed up with several more messages in the group. I have confidence in assembling the prototype within a month. Starting tomorrow, everyone must revise their progress plans. We will give it our all. Trust in your potential and capabilities. Seeing Xu Yiqiu's determination, the chatter in the group gradually quieted as all the researchers contemplated the extent of their efforts required in the coming month. They were prepared to exert themselves to the utmost. In truth, Xu Yiqiu's confidence was bolstered by his great power ascendancy system. He believed that with the assistance of this system, the possibility of successfully developing the lithography machine within a month was exceedingly high. Buzz. Just as Xu Yiqiu was lost in thought, contemplating the upcoming development plans, his mobile phone, nestled in his pocket, suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he discovered it was none other than his future father-in-law, Wu Fugua. Your father is calling, Xu Yiqiu said, lifting his phone and glancing at Wu Jing. Wu Jing jumped in surprise and quickly covered her mouth to remain silent. Hello, Uncle Wu. Is there something you need? Xu Yiqiu answered the call. Nothing much. I heard you and your project team successfully developed the neodymium material, and I'm quite pleased. I prepared some dishes at home to celebrate with you, Wu Fugua replied. After a pause, he continued. By the way, you mentioned your little girlfriend last time. You must bring her over for me to meet. I'd like to vet her myself and see what kind of girl she is. Wu Fugua's cheerful tone radiated anticipation. Given Wu Jing's close proximity, she naturally overheard her father's words. Upon hearing her father's request for Xu Yiqiu to bring her home for dinner, her expression shifted dramatically, revealing both tension and anxiety. She quickly shook her head at Xu Yiqiu, signaling him to find a way to decline, as she was not prepared to disclose their relationship to her father yet. What if he disapproved? Noticing Wu Jing's silent signals, Xu Yiqiu understood immediately and flashed an okay gesture, indicating his comprehension. All right, no problem. We'll be there shortly. He concluded the call before Wu Jing could protest. You're insane, Wu Jing exclaimed, dumbfounded that Xu Yiqiu had actually agreed. What are you afraid of? Do you lack confidence in me? Don't worry. Uncle Wu will approve, Xu Yiqiu replied with a gentle smile. Although he appeared calm on the surface, internally he was a bundle of nerves. After all, as Wu Jing pointed out, Wu Fugua was not keen on his daughter dating at this early stage. What would he think upon seeing them together? Would he approve of their relationship? It was a confrontation they would have to face sooner or later. Let us go. Xu Yiqiu took a deep breath, grasping Wu Jing's hand as they departed the restaurant. Though Wu Jing felt exceedingly anxious, she resolved to face the situation bravely. She had already decided that even if her father disapproved, she would find a way to be with Xu Yiqiu, even if it meant eloping. To leave a good impression on Wu Fuguo, Xu Yiqiu made a special trip to the market to purchase numerous gifts, including some exquisite tea and Wu Fuguo's favorite wine. Of course, all these preferences were shared with him by Wu Jing. An hour later, Xu Yiqiu and Wu Jing arrived at Wu Fuguo's doorstep, laden with bags. "You knock," Wu Jing said bashfully, hiding behind Xu Yiqiu and urging him to take the initiative. Xu Yiqiu chuckled, teasing, "If someone were unaware, they might think this is my home." "Oh, come on. Just knock." Wu Jing playfully nudged Xu Yiqiu's back, her face flushed, reminiscent of a shy little girl. "All right." Xu Yiqiu smiled gently, cleared his throat, and approached the door to knock. Uncle Wu, Wei arrived. At that moment, Wu Fuguo was busy arranging dishes on the table, accompanied by various beverages. Upon hearing Xu Yiqiu's voice from outside, he quickly wiped his hands and called back, "Coming." Meanwhile, upon hearing her father's voice, Wu Jing felt her composure shatter. Her heart raced, and she instinctively retreated further behind Xu Yiqiu, clutching his shirt as if she were a frightened kitten seeking refuge from her owner. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Wu Fuguo with a warm smile. "Ah, you finally made it." He glanced at Xu Yiqiu, and then turned his attention to the side. Didn't you say your girlfriend would come too? Where is she? Did she not come?" he inquired, puzzled. Chapter 73, The Future Father-in-Law. Here we are. Xu Yiqiu chuckled awkwardly as he grasped Wu Jing's hand, gently pulling her out from behind like a small kitten. "Dad." Wu Jing's face flushed crimson as she tightly held Xu Yiqiu's hand, appearing exceedingly bashful. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. One may evade it for a moment, but not for a lifetime. She resolved to face it head-on. Observing the two holding hands, Wu Fuguo was momentarily taken aback. "What is this? Dad?" "We are in a relationship now. Xu Yiqiu is my boyfriend," Wu Jing finally blurted out, biting her lip, unable to meet her father's gaze. Her heart raced with anxiousness, fearing that her father might utter words of rejection. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Wu Jing was met not with her father's wrath, but rather with a look of pleasant surprise. "So, you two are already together?" he exclaimed, glancing between Wu Jing and Xu Yiqiu, his face beaming with joy. He had hoped to see them become a couple, but he hadn't anticipated that they had already begun their romance. This spared him the trouble of orchestrating their union. Haha. Splendid. Last time, when Yiqiu mentioned buying durians for his girlfriend, I wondered who it could be. I never imagined it would be my own daughter. Haha. I must be getting old and slow. Wu Fuguo laughed heartily, his face flushed with excitement. Ah? Wu Jing was visibly astonished by her father's reaction. "Dad, you're not opposed to us being together?" she asked incredulously. Previously, her father had consistently disapproved of her dating, as she had seldom interacted with the opposite sex, focusing solely on her studies. Love had been a taboo subject for her. Yet, her father's demeanor now suggested not only acceptance but genuine happiness, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Of course not. I am thrilled that you are with such an outstanding person as Yiqiu. It aligns perfectly with my wishes," Wu Fuguo replied, his face aglow with delight. "Come, let us not linger outside. Let's go inside and have a good chat." Wu Fuguo eagerly took the gifts from Xu Yiqiu and Wu Jing, bustling about to carry the various packages into the house. After a moment of shock, Wu Jing quickly looped her arm through Xu Yiqiu's, casting him an excited glance that seemed to say, "This is wonderful. My dad approves of our relationship." Xu Yiqiu smiled and playfully pinched her nose. "You're making a fuss over nothing. I told you Uncle Wu would certainly agree to us." Wu Jing giggled, then released Xu Yiqiu's arm to help her father with the preparations. "Dad, how do you find my taste? Is it good?" she asked cheerfully, pulling a few chairs to the dining table. "This is far more beneficial than writing a few academic papers," Wu Fuguo replied with a grin. He considered this to be his daughter's best decision. Having spent time with Xu Yiqiu, he had witnessed his character and capabilities firsthand. Xu was not only diligent and ambitious but also exhibited a genius innovation in the field of research, making him an exceptionally perfect match for his daughter. Entrusting his daughter to such a talented young man was precisely what he had hoped for. "Come, Yiqiu, today I am in high spirits. Let us drink to that." Wu Fuguo brought out a bottle of Red Star Erguo and poured a glass for Xu Yiqiu, also filling his own. "Thank you, Uncle Wu," Xu Yiqiu said with a slight smile as he accepted the glass. "Dad, please don't drink too much. We drove here," Wu Jing chimed in, wrinkling her nose in concern. Wu Fuguo laughed heartily. "And you're already worrying about drinking before marriage?" "Not at all." Wu Jing blushed, immediately lowering her head in embarrassment, pretending to eat with her chopsticks. Seeing her reaction, Xu Yiqiu chuckled. raising his glass to Wu Fuguo. Uncle Wu, let us not overindulge today. It's the thought that counts. I'll toast you first. Wu Fuguo lifted his glass, clinking it with Xu Yiqiu, his eyes sparkling with joy. All right. Just go with the flow. After sharing a few drinks and engaging in conversation, Xu Yiqiu declared, from now on, I will take care of your daughter. I believe I can bring her happiness. Wu Fuguo looked at Xu Yiqiu with trust and sincerity. Xu Yiqiu promptly raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Thank you for your trust, Uncle Wu. I will take good care of Jingjing, he assured earnestly. From this moment forth, he and Wu Jing were officially a couple. Haha. Good. Your words are enough for me. Now, let us eat, Wu Fuguo said, picking up his chopsticks and inviting Xu Yiqiu and Wu Jing to join him in the feast. At the dining table, laughter and joy filled the air as Wu Fuguo and Xu Yiqiu chatted amiably about various topics. Wu Jing frequently poured tea and wine for the two, occasionally chiming in with a remark or two, relishing the camaraderie. With their relationship confirmed, the bond between Wu Fuguo and Xu Yiqiu grew noticeably closer. The previous formality vanished, replaced by the warmth of familial affection. From this day forward, we are family. Let us not speak of outsiders anymore. If any issues arise, we'll address them together, Wu Fuguo declared, his cheeks flushed with merriment. Xu Yiqiu smiled gently as he poured Wu Fuguo a glass of beer. What you say is true, Uncle Wu. Let me pour you some beer. We'll keep it light. Wu Fuguo chuckled. Don't worry, I haven't had too much to drink. After a brief pause, he turned to Xu Yiqiu and asked, by the way, regarding our lithography project, what are your next plans? At the mention of the lithography machine, Xu Yiqiu's expression turned serious. I intend to accelerate the development progress of the lithography machine. Wu Fuguo appeared slightly surprised. Oh, our timeline is set for 10 months. Xu Yiqiu nodded slightly. The situation has changed. The Americans have suddenly imposed technological sanctions and restrictions on us. If we adhere to the original timeline, we may face catastrophic defeat. Wu Fuguo solemnly nodded in understanding. So what is your plan? I aim to complete the development of the lithography machine within the next month. We must produce the most advanced lithography machine in the world before the Americans completely stifle us, Xu Yiqiu stated earnestly. A month? Wu Fuguo was taken aback. Chapter 74. Domestic crisis indeed. We have but a month remaining. Before the time elapses, we must complete our research and development. Xu Yiqiu nodded resolutely. Wu Fuguo's expression shifted constantly, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. To accomplish the development of a lithography machine in merely a month is an astonishing and hard-to-fathom endeavor for the international scientific community. Were it not for witnessing Xu Yiqiu's extraordinary abilities and genius firsthand, Wu Fuguo would never have believed such a feat possible, no matter how often it was proclaimed. Yet, this was indeed uttered from Xu Yiqiu's own lips. Although Wu Fuguo was internally shaken, he chose to place his unwavering faith in Xu Yiqiu. I will support you unconditionally. Once again, I affirm that in this remaining month, regardless of the challenges we may encounter, we shall do everything in our power to assist you, Wu Fuguo declared firmly, gazing meaningfully into Xu Yiqiu's eyes, filled with trust. At this critical juncture, he was willing to act as the most steadfast pillar for Xu Yiqiu and the entire lithography project team. Thank you, Uncle Wu. I will not let you down. Xu Yiqiu expressed his profound gratitude, raising his glass in a toast to Wu Fuguo once more. Within the conference room of Huawei's headquarters, the senior executives sat gravely around a long, black wooden table. The lighting was dim, and a stifling atmosphere enveloped the air. Worry etched across everyone's faces. This was an urgent meeting. I must convey to you all that the current market conditions are exceedingly grim. The prices of raw materials have skyrocketed, and we can no longer bear the costs, CEO Ren Chang stated, his complexion shifting, his tone grave. The blow from abroad had come unexpectedly, leaving them unprepared and caught off guard. The company was already in a state of disarray. If they did not swiftly devise a solution, the consequences would be dire. The financial report indicates we are in a state of loss. Insufficient cash flow will soon plunge the company into crisis, the chief financial officer remarked, his face weary. In truth, he had already tempered his words. The surge in raw material prices had rendered their mobile products unsellable. If this continued, the company would not only face an economic crisis but also the looming threat of bankruptcy. We have contacted all our raw material suppliers, but none can offer us lower prices, the procurement manager replied, his expression filled with despair. If this persisted, it was feared that within 3 months, the company would announce its bankruptcy. Silence enveloped the conference room, and the spirits of all present plummeted. Each individual wrestled with thoughts to devise a solution. Undoubtedly, they had entered their darkest hour. Must we surrender to the Americans and forsake the high-end chip market? Vice President Du Siming lamented, his frustration palpable. Again. Silence reigned in the room. No one wished to relinquish the high-end market for the low-end sector. It felt akin to forfeiting a hard-won empire, relinquishing it to others. Ultimately choosing to toil in the woods for firewood. Who among them would wish to swallow such a bitter pill? After what felt like an eternity of silence, Ren Chong finally spoke again. The domestic lithography machine is the only way to alter this predicament. Yet his words stirred only a ripple of response before sinking back into silence. Everyone knew that possessing advanced technology was the sole correct answer. However, the crux of the matter was that they lacked the capability and craftsmanship in Huaxia. The most advanced lithography machines currently available domestically still utilize DUV technology, which had long been abandoned by other nations. The most recognized advanced lithography machines worldwide belong to EUV technology. Previously, Huaxia could rely on semiconductor companies for outsourced production of chips. Now, however, the United States had not only comprehensively banned chip outsourcing, but had also imposed exorbitant sanctions on rare materials. If the nation continued to rely on traditional DUV lithography technology, it would not be long before the domestic economy experienced a chain collapse. In the underground laboratory, the stark white walls and the cold light of fluorescent lamps rendered the space reminiscent of an operating room. Members of the research and development team entered this heavy atmosphere one after another, their faces marked by fatigue and confusion. Xu Yiqiu stood in the center of the room, observing the tightly packed team at the workbench, his expression solemn. He understood that his proposal placed immense pressure on everyone. Yet, he felt compelled to voice it. I recognize that you have just set aside your burdensome tasks and have yet to adjust. Xu Yiqiu scanned the crowd before resolutely stating, however, I must propose this goal, to complete the world and Oppo's most advanced lithography machine prototype within a month. A month? Zhang Bowen straightened in his seat, his brows furrowing tightly. You must be mad. A month is simply impossible. We have only completed less than half of our progress. Assembling the prototype will require at least 5 months. He wore a grim expression, conveying his deep misunderstanding and skepticism regarding Xu Yiqiu's demands. Other researchers exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a shared sentiment of impossibility. Even if we forego sleep, it would still be arduous to complete the entire assembly and debugging in such a short time frame. Another voiced their doubts. To accomplish the remaining workload within a month is nothing short of a delusion, a fanciful dream. This timeline presents a colossal challenge for us all. I comprehend everyone's concerns. Xu Yiqiu noted the frowns on many faces and continued. However, we must also recognize the current international reality. The United States has imposed a comprehensive technological blockade and suppression against us. We are left with no avenue for retreat, but must confront the challenges head-on. In my view, this also represents an opportunity we must seize. As it pertains to our nation's technological advancement, I believe that as long as we collaborate harmoniously, no obstacle is insurmountable. He gazed deeply at the assembly, offering heartfelt encouragement. The urgency of the present situation demanded they achieve breakthroughs promptly, as this was the mission of researchers. Xu Yiqiu held steadfast faith that with collective effort and determination, achieving the prototype goal within a month was indeed a feasible endeavor. So long as we unite in purpose, I am confident that no difficulty is beyond our capabilities. For the sake of our nation's technological independence, we shall succeed. Xu Yiqiu's tone resonated with inspiring vigor. Chapter 75. Full throttle. After listening to Xu Yiqiu's impassioned words, the members of the research and development team gradually ignited with unwavering determination. Very well, we believe in you. Finally, the researchers stood up. As long as you have confidence and can lead us, we will undoubtedly give our all. We will succeed in developing the lithography machine. Everyone was inspired by Xu Yiqiu's resolve, their spirits soaring, eager to embark on a grand endeavor. Let us go, let us go, let us go. In the spacious and brightly lit underground laboratory, a chorus of encouraging cheers resonated. Each researcher was determined to invest themselves in this final sprint. The lithography machine's development entered an intensive phase of assault. Xu Yiqiu began to provide one-on-one guidance and allocate tasks. Professor Li Wen, you will continue leading the assembly of the optical projection system. This is our primary challenge, and we must ensure the clarity of the images and the scaling factors. Xu Yiqiu looked at Li Wen, entrusting him with this critical responsibility. Li Wen nodded resolutely. I will complete the development of the projection system. Zhang Bowen, you are in charge of the mechanical platform systems calibration. We must precisely control the high-speed movement and accurate positioning of the wafer stage. Xu Yiqiu continued with his directives. Leave this to me. Mechanical engineering is my forte, and I will devote myself fully. Zhang Bowen responded with confidence. Dr. Wang, you are responsible for the control system project. And thus, the research and development officially commenced. In every aspect of the lithography machine's development, Xu Yiqiu personally provided guidance and oversight. In the micro-nano processing workshop, he monitored the progress of each engineer as they processed lenses and optical components, conducting quality checks one by one. If he identified any issues, he would take over the processing machine to adjust the parameters directly. In the cleaning room, he meticulously explained the correct cleaning procedures for optical components to ensure absolute cleanliness of the surfaces. In the measurement room, he collaborated with researchers on the precise measurement and calibration of optical components, promptly proposing corrective measures when deviations occurred. In the assembly area, Xu Yiqiu even took it upon himself to assemble the key components of the optical system, focusing intently to secure each part with absolute precision, without the slightest misalignment. During the overall system calibration phase, Xu Yiqiu sat in front of the monitor for 16 consecutive hours, scrutinizing all system data indicators. Only when everything met the standards would they proceed to the next phase. Under Xu Yiqiu's leadership, the development of various system modules progressed smoothly. Through relentless effort, one technical challenge after another was conquered. However, the intensity of the work left many researchers physically and mentally exhausted. Some engineers struggled to keep their eyes open while operating equipment, and others dozed off at their desks while calculating parameters. To monitor progress continuously, the entire research process was recorded on camera. The footage revealed researchers with deep dark circles under their eyes. After 7 sleepless days, even Wu Fuguo could no longer bear it and insisted on temporarily halting the experiments, compelling everyone to return home for proper rest. After all, humans are living beings, unlike machines that can work indefinitely without fatigue. If they continued at this high intensity, it was likely that the lithography machine would remain undeveloped while the researchers succumbed to exhaustion. That would be a significant blow to the entire project team. However, upon returning home, Xu Yiqiu suddenly developed a high fever and collapsed at the dormitory door. Once discovered, he was urgently taken to the hospital. Upon receiving this distressing news, Wu Jing and Wu Fuguo hurried to the hospital to visit Xu Yiqiu. At that moment, Xu Yiqiu lay quietly on the hospital bed. And 4 drip connected to the veins on his hand, his eyes closed in a deep slumber. The heart rate monitor displayed erratic fluctuations, indicating his condition was extremely unstable. Seeing Xu Yiqiu's pale complexion and dark circles, Wu Jing was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she firmly grasped his hand, stifling a sob. Fool, why did you push yourself so hard? Her beautiful eyes shimmered with tears, each drop soaking the blanket. What am I to do if something happens to you? Wu Fuguo approached, placing a reassuring hand on Wu Jing's shoulder. Do not worry, Yiqiu will be fine. His expression was grave, yet it was also filled with concern and anxiety. At that moment, a nurse entered to change Xu Yiqiu's dressing. Wu Fuguo immediately stepped forward, anxiously inquiring, Doctor, how is Xu Yiqiu's condition? Is it serious? The nurse frowned. According to the examination, the patient is suffering from severe sleep deprivation and lacks adequate rest, which has led to this urgent situation. Fortunately, he is currently only experiencing a high fever and sleep deficiency. We will keep him under observation for now. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing and Wu Fuguo both breathed a sigh of relief. At least this indicated that Xu Yiqiu did not have any severe issues. Wu Fuguo sighed, feeling a deep sense of guilt. He should have been more attentive to Xu Yiqiu's health, not allowing him to work to such an extent. Otherwise, Xu Yiqiu would not have ended up hospitalized. After the nurse finished changing the dressing and left, Wu Jing and Wu Fuguo continued to keep vigil in the hospital room. In a moment of respite, Wu Fuguo suddenly saw a trending comment on domestic technology on his phone, a news article titled "Another Domestic Phone Explodes." Garbage domestic phones are truly inferior to foreign ones. This immediately transformed Wu Fuguo's gloomy mood into anger. He opened the article to read carefully. It began by sensationalizing an incident of a domestic phone spontaneously igniting and exploding, subsequently leading to various negative reports on the poor quality of domestic products. Throughout the piece, there were insinuations that Huaxia technology was incompetent, rendering them reliant on foreign goods. Huaxia's researchers were portrayed as inept, incapable of developing even a single lithography machine in over a decade, relegated to producing only low-end chips, which were slow and hot, rendering them virtually unplayable in mobile phones. This domestic machine is merely deceiving the populace. The key components are still reliant on imports. There are hardly any domestic brands worth mentioning. Their research levels can't even compare to others. Speaking of which, even my dog Wooden Tea used domestic chips. Haha. Chapter 76. Malicious words like tides. Upon encountering these blatant slanders against domestic technology, Wu Fuguo was incensed. Such baseless defamation stripped these Chinese individuals of their dignity and rational judgment, rendering them mere instruments manipulated by foreign entities to sway public opinion. Without hesitation, he shared photographs of the research team at work and images of Xu Yiqiu in the hospital online. Accompanied by a heartfelt message, Chinese researchers have never abandoned their pursuit of advanced technology. Each of them works diligently, with some even becoming hospitalized due to overwork. Perspectives may vary, yet I hope the vast online community can see clearly and refrain from further disparaging our nation as scholars. Thank you. Despite his profound anger, he managed to maintain composure and expressed a relatively rational opinion to the public. He aspired to utilize these authentic images to showcase the unwavering efforts of domestic developers. They are the bedrock of technological advancement in this nation. The photographs shared by Wu Fuguo, once posted online, instantly incited a flurry of discussions and debates among countless netizens. However, many resorted to sarcasm and ridicule. They are merely putting on a show. What we, the common people, desire are genuine high-tech products, not your incessant displays of videos and photos. Who are you trying to impress? What a farce. You can't even develop a lithography machine and instead seek our sympathy online? Enough already. Who are these photos for? Stop trying to deceive us with superficial gestures. Anyone can stage a shot. If you have the capability, then show us something of real substance. Indeed, how many years has Chinese technology lagged behind the world? Are you not aware of it? Instead of putting on a show, you should focus on genuine research and development. Is anyone even alive? If so, then get back to work. Within the online comments section, a flood of vitriolic remarks emerged, with the overwhelming majority expressing profound skepticism towards Chinese research and development. Many adopted an indifferent attitude, believing that even though they were not involved in development, they must still voice their sarcasm online. After all, who could blame the lackluster state of the Chinese research community? As Wu Fuguo surveyed the mockery and derision in the comments, he finally experienced the infamous phenomenon known as online bullying. He began to grasp what his daughter Wu Jing had meant when she spoke of keyboard warriors. His face flushed with indignation as he fixated on the appalling comments, his anger reaching a point where he felt compelled to throw his phone. Ultimately, he decided to turn off his phone entirely. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, Xu Yiqiu, who had been in a deep slumber for an unknown duration, let out a soft hum as he gradually rubbed his eyes and awoke. Yiqiu, you're awake? Wu Jing, who had been quietly waiting by his side, was momentarily taken aback with joy, grasping one of his hands tightly, her face radiating deep concern. Where am I? Xu Yiqiu inquired, bewildered as he slowly sat upright in the hospital bed. Don't get up yet. Your body may not have fully recovered. Wu Fuguo urged as he stepped forward to gently press him back down, signaling for him to rest. Uncle Wu, what happened to me? Xu Yiqiu insisted on sitting up. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was indeed in a hospital room. Foolish child, have you forgotten how you fainted? Wu Fuguo sighed, recounting the events leading to his collapse. The doctor said you overexerted yourself and need to rest. As for the lithography project, let's set it aside for now. Once you recover, we can resume the project. Upon hearing that the project would be paused, Xu Yiqiu and Amp, Oppo's expression changed dramatically. That one and Amp, Oppo's, do. The project is at a critical juncture. We must gather all team members for a final push in development. We cannot falter at such a pivotal moment. Shaking his head, he attempted to rise from the bed. The development of the lithography machine has reached its most critical phase. Everyone should be at their peak efficiency now. If we miss this opportunity, resuming later will only delay our progress further. You stubborn boy, why won't you listen? Are you willing to jeopardize your health for work? Wu Fuguo and Amp, Oppo's face darkened, clearly annoyed. Wu Jing, equally concerned, grasped Xu Yiqiu and Amp, Oppo's hand and urged, yes, Yiqiu, developing the lithography machine doesn't hinge on just this moment. Listen to the doctor, let us stay for observation a bit longer, shall we? She truly wished to avoid seeing Xu Yiqiu neglecting his health in the lab. If this continued, he would surely wear himself down. Xu Yiqiu, visibly frustrated, replied, I appreciate your concern, but I know my body better than anyone. I might have just lacked sleep, but after a good rest, I'm fine now. Let me return. The team certainly needs me. He glanced at Wu Jing, then at Wu Fuguo, growing increasingly anxious. Absolutely not. I've already sent the team members home to rest. You must take this opportunity to recuperate. Stop thinking about the project. Let and Oppo's stay for observation, and if there are no issues, I'll allow you to return, Wu Fuguo declared, his expression resolute and unyielding. Xu Yiqiu felt darkness creeping into his vision and begrudgingly lay back down. As a junior, he could not argue with his elders, especially not with Wu Fuguo, who would soon be his father-in-law. With no other choice, he closed his eyes to rest while contemplating the next steps for the research and development direction. Frankly, given the current progress, he and his team had nearly completed the main systems of the lithography machine. However, due to foreign embargoes, essential materials had skyrocketed in price, making them unaffordable with their current budget. As for seeking additional funding from the Ministry of Science and Technology, they had already received a substantial grant previously. Asking for more now felt too much, especially since the lithography machine had yet to yield any remarkable results. Continuously requesting billions in funds would surely strain even the wealthiest of ministries. Xu Yiqiu felt utterly helpless, rubbing his temples as he pondered his next move. Chapter 77. Shareholders and Oppos. Meeting the online release of images showcasing the diligent research and development of lithography machines by Wu Fuguo has ignited an escalating fervor across the internet. A multitude of netizens have taken to the comments section to express an array of opinions and thoughts regarding this matter, while a majority remain skeptical. A small faction of individuals express optimism and support for the lithography machine team, only to be met with vehement backlash and derogatory remarks from opposing voices. In this heated atmosphere, a cacophony of debates and disputes has ensued. Even opportunistic content creators have begun to stir the pot, propagating topics and narratives that further inflame the situation. Inside Huawei Technology Intelligent Company, Limited, employees have also been exposed to the opinions and evaluations of these content creators. Consequently, the entire company has lost its focus on work, engrossed in fervent discussions regarding the issue. In the president's office, Ren Chang fixates on the research images released by Wu Fuguo, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Compared to Wu, who is mired in online controversies and cyberbullying, Ren's circumstances are hardly better. The company has yet to devise a strategy to counter foreign technological blockades, leaving him under immense pressure. Closing his laptop, Ren leans back in his leather chair and slowly shuts his eyes. One finger rhythmically taps on the desk, betraying his inner turmoil and vexation. After an indeterminate period, as if having made a resolute decision, he suddenly opens his eyes and presses the intercom. Secretary Liu, please inform the senior shareholders of all departments to convene in the conference room for a shareholders meeting. Understood, President Ren, comes the respectful reply. And Liu promptly sets about delivering the message. Approximately 10 minutes later, in the conference room on the top floor, a lavish conference table is filled with the company and Oppos as senior executives, those who hold significant shares and possess vital influence during critical moments. As they take their seats, a heavy silence envelopes the room, the atmosphere thick with tension. Since the onset of the crisis, they have held countless emergency meetings, yet each time, they have returned empty-handed, unable to find viable solutions. Once more, silence reigns as they gather, evidently still devoid of answers. I wonder if you have seen this post online, Ren begins. Sitting at the head of the table, he retrieves his phone, activating the screen to reveal the research images of the lithography machine shared by Wu Fuguo. The images depict robotic arms in operation, suggesting that the prototype of the lithography machine is nearing completion. I see, nods Market VP Du Siming, who is responsible for collating internal information and market research. Naturally, he has encountered various internet news, and such a newly emerged event is impossible to overlook, especially with the current fervor surrounding it. Ren scans the room and continues. I trust you are all aware of the news that showcases the relentless efforts of our domestic researchers. The attendees nod in unison, turning their gazes toward Ren, eager to hear his thoughts. Ren speaks again. It is well known that the technological blockade imposed by the United States against China represents an unprecedented catastrophe for companies like ours. The restrictions on importing advanced chips have inflicted catastrophic blows on both our product development and sales. The severity of this situation has reached a critical juncture. The room remains silent. Everyone comprehends the gravity of the matter. However, understanding the issue is one thing, while finding a resolution is another. As stated before, possessing our domestically produced chips is the only effective means to counteract this blockade. Therefore, my proposition is simple yet audacious: to invest all remaining funds into the independent research and development of lithography machines. We must ensure the rapid emergence of our domestic lithography machine. As Ren's words reverberate through the room, they strike like a colossal stone thrown into a placid lake, generating tumultuous waves. The financial director abruptly rises from his seat, his brow furrowed. I beg your pardon, President, but I fail to grasp your intent. The challenges associated with developing a lithography machine are immense, and we possess no technological foundation to commence such an endeavor. His expression oscillates between doubt and concern. Rin calmly replies, "The images I just displayed speak volumes. Based on the progress of domestic research teams, it is entirely feasible to develop a lithography machine." He remains unfazed by the online discourse. Rather, he associates with influential elites who comprehend Wu Fuguo's character and achievements. Hence, he is willing to take a gamble, believing that his investment could yield a genuine domestic lithography machine. With a loud thud, a shareholder abruptly slams his hand on the table, his face contorted with rage. "This is absurd. The company is already ensnared in a financial crisis, and you wish to invest in the development of a lithography machine under such dire circumstances? Have you lost your mind?" His complexion shifts dramatically, embodying shock and fury. A lithography machine is not an ordinary high-tech product. The probability of success in such a challenging development is minuscule. Given our current predicament, further investment in lithography machines would be tantamount to self-destruction. Another shareholder, with a serious demeanor, expresses his dissent. "I recommend that the board reconsider this decision. Such a course of action is excessively risky and contrary to our company's operational ethos. As a shareholder, I oppose utilizing corporate funds for this gamble." The conference room erupts into a chorus of objections from shareholders. In their eyes, Rin's intention to use company funds for lithography machine investment is akin to gambling. They are not naive. They are acutely aware of the formidable challenges inherent in lithography machine development and the numerous investors who have suffered substantial losses in this arena. Chapter 78. Finding Xu Yiqiu. Everyone is aware that once a lithography machine is developed, it becomes akin to a money-printing machine. However, with high returns come equally high risks. It is akin to a bottomless abyss that devours wealth. No matter how much one invests, if the technology is not up to par, one may end up with nothing to show for it. In the face of skepticism and opposition, Ren Chang did not waver. He meticulously articulated the rationale behind this decision, outlining the current predicament of the company, while expressing his aspirations for technological independence in the nation. "I understand your concerns, but we have long since run out of options. Bankruptcy is merely a matter of time. Investing in the lithography machine, though fraught with danger, represents our last glimmer of hope." His tone was resolute, imbued with a sense of determination akin to one prepared to face death without flinching. "I cannot agree with this decision. I have a responsibility to safeguard my own interests. If the company is to embark on this perilous path, I have resolved to liquidate my entire 8% stake and exit." A middle-aged male shareholder, clad in a pinstriped suit, rose to voice his dissent. His expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, eliciting gasps from the other attendees. In the face of Huawei's impending collapse, no one had previously chosen to cash out at such a critical juncture. The mere fact that someone was unwilling to remain seated during discussions about investing in the lithography machine revealed just how dubious he was about the endeavor. Ren Chang remained silent for a moment, refraining from pleading, and nodded in agreement. "I have said all I need to. Those who wish to remain and invest in the lithography machine are those I most wish to see stay. Conversely, I welcome those who do not wish to accept this risk to sell their shares and depart at any time." He spread his hands, his demeanor calm. Thus, those willing to stay remained in their seats, silent, while those unwilling to accept the risk swiftly vacated their positions. To them, support was one thing, but knowing when to withdraw was paramount. The likelihood of recouping their investment seemed negligible. For the company, to claim there were no feelings involved would be disingenuous. Their current plight brought them great sorrow, yet it appeared that preserving existing value was the wisest course of action. In a matter of moments, several shareholders opted to exit, liquidating their stocks. Those who remained expressed their commitment to stay the course, vowing to support the company through thick and thin. The following morning, Ren Chang, accompanied by several senior executives, made his way to the hospital where Xu Yiqiu was being treated. They had gleaned information about Xu's hospitalization from photos circulated online. However, upon investigation, they were nearly stunned by the revelations surrounding Xu Yiqiu's identity. They discovered he was a scientific prodigy, a brilliant mind who, from his initial live streams explaining lithography technology, had been recruited into a research team at Peking University, later receiving numerous prestigious national scientific awards and even serving as the nation's chief scientist. It was said that he had recently delivered a resounding rebuttal to foreign scientists at the Global Technology Summit in Future Science City, showcasing the prowess of Chinese technology. Armed with this knowledge, Ren Chang and his associates felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Upon discovering Xu Yiqiu's hospital room address, they hastened to visit. "Esteemed academician Wu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Ren Chong, president of Huawei Intelligent Technology Company, Limited. Here is my business card. In the hospital room, Ren Chang greeted academician Wu Fuguo with a warm smile, extending his card. He was well aware of Wu's prominence as a leading figure in scientific circles, having sought to establish a connection on several occasions, only to be thwarted by Wu's demanding schedule. Finally encountering him in person filled Ren with admiration. Observing Xu Yiqiu's hospitalization and the fact that such an esteemed academician was personally attending to him altered Ren's perception of Xu entirely. Truly, a genius is deserving of such reverence. What brings you here? Wu Fuguo inquired, glancing at Ren Chang's business card and then at the impeccably dressed individuals accompanying him. A hint of curiosity in his eyes. Ren and his colleagues had not arrived empty-handed. They had brought various gifts for the patient, placed carefully on the floor. We heard that Mr. Xu is unwell, so we made a special trip to visit, Ren Chang replied, turning his gaze towards Xu Yiqiu, his demeanor approachable. At that moment, Wu Jing was seated beside Xu Yiqiu. Upon noticing the sudden influx of formally attired visitors, she grew cautious. Do you know me? Xu Yiqiu asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Although he was acquainted with many, he did not recognize these individuals. Of course, Mr. Xu. I have long admired your achievements in the domestic scientific community, Ren Chang replied, stepping closer to Xu Yiqiu with courtesy. It is a surprise to see how young you are. You truly embody the brilliance of contemporary youth. Hello, President Ren. Xu Yiqiu did not dismiss him, sitting upright and extending his hand for a handshake. As they shook hands, Ren gently pressed down, saying, Mr. Xu, your health has yet to fully recover. Please remain at ease and continue to rest. Xu Yiqiu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing serious. I am nearly recovered. Sitting up straight again, he looked at Ren and his entourage, stating plainly, if you have something to discuss, please feel free to speak. He was straightforward, having sensed that their visit was not merely a social call. Noticing Xu's perceptiveness, Ren Chang felt a bit awkward but chose to be forthright. The matter is this. We came across a post by academician Wu online, and it deeply moved us. We were astonished to learn that there are so many scientists in China engaged in the clandestine development of lithography machines. We have been following your hard work closely, and if the opportunity arises, we wish to extend our utmost support for the domestic lithography machine S development. What are your thoughts on this? Ren Chang looked at Xu Yiqiu and then at Wu Fuguo, revealing his intentions. While it appeared to stem from emotional resonance, it was also a calculated consideration for the future of his company. This decision had been on his mind for quite some time, and he had staked his future on it. Chapter 79. Investment. Xu Yiqiu was no fool. He understood well that opportunities that seemed too good to be true rarely existed. After a moment of contemplation, he began to grasp the situation. With a subtle inquiry, he asked, is this related to the foreign suppression of Chinese technology? Once again, Xu Yiqiu and Oppo's astuteness left Ren Chang feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He silently admired the young prodigy. The thoughts swirling in his mind were utterly transparent to Xu Yiqiu. To be candid, that is indeed the case. Due to foreign technological embargoes, our company has faced sanctions that have restricted the use of imported chips. Consequently, we are unable to utilize the most advanced chip manufacturing processes, rendering our products unsellable domestically. Currently, we are grappling with a financial crisis, perpetually on the brink of collapse. Hence, I have come to seek your assistance. We are willing to invest, aiding your research team in accelerating the development of the lithography machine. Naturally, in exchange, I hope that you will sell the lithography machine to us at the lowest possible price for chip production. Ren Chang and Oppo's expression grew grave as he spoke earnestly to Xu Yiqiu. His plans were now laid bare. He had staked everything on the lithography machine. Upon hearing this, Wu Fuguo instinctively turned his gaze towards Xu Yiqiu, eager to discern his thoughts. Although he was the head of the lithography project, it was Xu Yiqiu who ultimately made all significant decisions regarding the research directives. Upon hearing Ren Chang and Oppo's investment proposal, Xu Yiqiu felt a flicker of interest. At this juncture, what they lacked most was indeed financial support. After all, the development of a lithography machine required an array of essential raw materials. Some of these materials had skyrocketed in price, yet given the current circumstances, they had no choice but to procure them, a necessary evil. While money may not be omnipotent, it could resolve all their troubles at a crucial moment. With sufficient funding, the development of the lithography machine would undoubtedly become more manageable. Is this true? Xu Yiqiu asked Ren Chang, seeking confirmation. Indeed. If you agree, we are prepared to offer the last of our company and Oppo's as funds to support your team. We only request that you expedite the development of the lithography machine, Ren Chong replied earnestly, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. Xu Yiqiu nodded at Wu Fuguo, then addressed Ren Chong. On behalf of our Peking University lithography project team, I accept your company and Oppos' investment. We are grateful for your trust. He extended his hand to shake Ren Chong and Oppos'. The primary financial obstacle had finally been surmounted. With investment secured, he felt confident in completing the forthcoming workload. With Mr. Xu here, we firmly believe success is within our grasp. Ren Chong beamed, brimming with confidence. He then inquired, what is the estimated success rate? Despite his outward assurance, Ren Chong was not an expert in the field. Having placed everything at stake, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Thus, he sought reassurance, hoping to glean some comfort from Xu Yiqiu's response. With an enigmatic smile, Xu Yiqiu patted Ren Chong's hand and said, provided the funds are in place, I can assure you that the success rate is a staggering 100%. Chinese people do not deceive one another. His confidence was palpable. As he sought to convince Ren Chong of his capabilities, Ren Chong was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by Xu Yiqiu's formidable self-assurance. Although he recognized Xu Yiqiu as a brilliant scientist, he was equally aware of the immense challenges associated with developing a lithography machine. After all, hundreds of billions had been spent with little to show for it. Now, hearing Xu Yiqiu claim a 100% success rate contingent upon funding raised a few red flags in his mind. Was Xu Yiqiu perhaps too confident, bordering on arrogance? What amount of investment do you require? He tentatively probed. Initially resolved to invest all his assets, he was now becoming more cautious. 5 billion. Xu Yiqiu held up 5 fingers. If you can provide 5 billion in funding, I assure you that we can develop the lithography machine. Upon hearing this, Ren Chang fell into contemplation. Although the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, he possessed personal assets worth several hundred billion. If he liquidated his holdings, he could easily raise 100 billion. However, the immediate demand for half of his wealth felt painful. Nonetheless, he hesitated only briefly before acquiescing. All right, no problem. Upon my return, I will arrange for the assets to be processed, and the 5 billion will be transferred to your project's account. Here's to our fruitful collaboration. Ren Chong smiled and shook Xu Yiqiu's hand once more. After obtaining the contact details and bank account information, he departed with his colleagues. Wu Jing and Wu Fuguo exchanged glances, both astonished. They had not anticipated that, within such a brief time, someone would approach them to invest in their lithography project. It felt as if Providence had intervened on their behalf. Simultaneously, the photographs Wu Fuguo had posted online continued to generate considerable buzz. Netizens had divided into 2 factions, one disparaging and the other supportive, engaging in heated debates that entertained many casual observers. Amidst the chaos, an anonymous netizen published a post claiming to be a former shareholder of Huawei Intelligent Technology Company, Limited. He lamented, though I have exited Huawei, I must express my disdain for the foolishness exhibited by the company's upper management. In my view, such folly is beyond redemption. Especially Ren Chong, the CEO, who, on the brink of bankruptcy, still wishes to invest in Peking University's lithography project. What sheer absurdity. To such obstinate fools, I can only say, if you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. Pray tell, what caliber of technology does Chinese innovation possess? It barely registers on the international stage. Yet they aspire to develop a lithography machine, a feat of extraordinary complexity. Truly, they must be lacking in discernment. Chapter 80. Domestic lithography machines. An anonymous post from a former shareholder instantly captured the attention and comments of netizens. Once everyone grasped the context, they flocked to the comments section. What a scathing critique. With Peking University's meager technological prowess, they dare to develop a lithography machine? Truly delusional. Brother, it's fortunate you withdrew. I assure you, had you invested, you would have lost everything, even your undergarments. I previously found Huawei phones quite satisfactory, but little did I know the company's owner is utterly foolish, opting for domestic chips over advanced foreign ones. Such a misguided decision. I shall never purchase Huawei products again. I fear prolonged use may impair my intellect. I look forward to witnessing Huawei technology's demise. A swarm of netizens fervently commented, reveling in the potential downfall of this tech giant, indifferent to its fate, as they delighted in the misfortunes of others. Soon, with the influx of enthusiastic comments, this post ascended to the top of trending topics, attracting countless onlookers. The overwhelming majority echoed the sentiment that Peking University could never develop a lithography machine. Consequently, a series of internal revelations escalated the discussions online. Over a few days, the fervor did not diminish. Rather, it surged. The online discourse had devolved into chaos. Supporters began advocating for the boycott of foreign goods in favor of domestic brands, while many extolled the virtues of foreign products, asserting that one gets what one pays for, unquestionably worth the investment. Meanwhile, as the online uproar raged, the composed Xu Yiqiu had already commenced the final push for the lithography machine project with his team in the underground laboratory. They began by leveling the mechanical platform to ensure the six-dimensional positional accuracy of the wafer stage reached micrometer precision. Subsequently, they employed an automatic alignment system to achieve axial registration of the optical system, ensuring the optical axis aligned with the stage and Oppo's center within 100 nanometers. Dr. Wang carefully placed the mask and lens into the exposure chamber, with Xu Yiqiu nearby reminding him to maintain a steady angle during the transfer. Slowly, just a bit more, perfect. On the other side, Engineer Li was calibrating the gas static pressure bearing system of the stage, ensuring uniform pressure distribution to prevent wafer displacement, while also adjusting the 6 degrees of freedom platform for positional accuracy in all directions to micrometer levels. Xu Yiqiu instructed Engineer Li, "Understood. I will proceed with the calibration." Engineer Li promptly checked the measuring instruments. Researcher Zhang connected the power supply for the light source system and began testing its stability. The system utilized excimer lasers as the exposure source. The researchers meticulously adjusted parameters such as laser pulse frequency, operating temperature, and pump power stability to ensure that the output wavelength and light intensity met design specifications. In the dual wafer dual channel exposure system, they installed high-precision stabilization optics to correct imaging aberrations and anisotropy. The control system employed a closed-loop feedback mechanism to adjust exposure levels and focus distance in real time. The laboratory bustled with the silhouettes of busy individuals weaving through precision equipment, punctuated by the occasional clink of metal connections and hushed discussions. Team Leader Xu. The automatic alignment system is installed. Shall we proceed with the optical axis registration test? Dr. Wang inquired. Yes, commence axial registration immediately. Ensure the optical system's alignment with the machine center is within 100 nanometers, Xu Yiqiu replied, his demeanor grave. This was the final offensive, allowing no room for error. All right, I will conduct the alignment test and report the results shortly. Dr. Wang's voice trembled with excitement, as it seemed the lithography machine was on the cusp of a pivotal moment. At that juncture, led by Wu Fuguo, senior executives from Huawei had arrived in the basement, all donned in protective suits and masks, marveling at the technologically infused environment. Ren Chang and others stood nearby, observing Xu Yiqiu and the researchers diligently working on the prototype, their hearts racing with anticipation. How far along are we? Ren Chang asked eagerly. Almost at the finish line, Wu Fuguo replied, gazing at the busy scholars before him. His heart similarly stirred. We will succeed. When the time comes, as promised, we will sell it to your company at the lowest price, the world's first, most advanced lithography machine. Wu Fuguo declared, pride permeating his voice. Excellent. Fantastic. Ren Chang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Thus, with Wu Fuguo and Oppo's presence, they quietly stood behind the researchers, witnessing their final sprint in development. 3 days later, under everyone's watchful eyes, Xu Yiqiu finally input the last segment of code into the main control computer, activating the entire machine. Almost everyone, including Wu Fuguo, Wu Jing, and Ren Chang, gathered nervously around. This was undeniably a moment that would determine their fates. For Ren Chang, it was a gamble of his entire fortune. There was no turning back. For the lithography machine project team, this represented their mission, pivotal for the nation's technological survival. Everyone held their breath, even refraining from exhaling. In the stillness of the room, the faint sound of heartbeats could be heard. Suddenly, a resounding beep pierced the silence. In the dimly lit room, a deep purple laser shot forth, accurately scanning along the predetermined path, revealing a clear pattern on the test wafer. We succeeded, Xu Yiqiu exclaimed, clenching his fist in triumph. Yes, we did it. The laboratory erupted in jubilant applause, joy radiating from every face. They had accomplished it. Following 72 hours of continuous assembly and testing, the lithography machine's performance metrics and precision met expectations, culminating in the realization of the first domestically developed deep ultraviolet lithography machine in China. In that moment, tears welled in everyone and Oppo's eyes as they embraced one another, overcome with emotion. This marked a significant breakthrough in China and Oppo's core lithography technology. They shattered all doubts, finally proving themselves to the world. They could achieve greatness. The joyous news quickly reached the higher echelons of the Chinese government. The Prime Minister personally expressed his commendation and encouragement to Xu Yiqiu, announcing full support for the industrialization of lithography technology, expediting its application in domestic chip production lines. Subsequently, the lithography machine project underwent engineering enhancements and mass production optimization. The newly established China Microelectronics Equipment Company commenced bulk production of domestically developed lithography machines. Concurrently, Huawei leveraged this lithography machine to successfully develop the world's most powerful Huawei phone processor. This not only filled the void in the domestic high-end chip market but also initiated exports to the global market, reversing Huawei and Oppo's downturn. From that point forward, against the backdrop of autonomous and controllable lithography technology, China and Oppo's integrated circuit industry ushered in unprecedented growth. Whether in consumer electronics or communication networks, domestic chips began to take center stage on the global platform. Xu Yiqiu and his team have thus earned the esteemed title of national treasures in the realm of technology. Their remarkable achievements will inspire countless sons and daughters of China to persist in their relentless pursuit of technological innovation and dreams.